The manifested Guiling showed no surprise upon the appearance of the Sioux surname youth and the silver-winged night demon, nor others, yet cast a fleeting glance at Han Li. Han Li, whose face had previously exuded tranquility, suddenly displayed a hint of astonishment. What is it? Did Taoist Gui discover something below? Lin Yinping, the holy maiden of Tianlan, inquired with a glimmer in her bright eyes upon noticing Han Li's expression. Nothing of consequence, merely that the two Taoists from the transformation sect seemed to be seeking an escape route as well, Han Li replied, his demeanor quickly reverting to its customary calm. Oh, is that so? The young woman's eyes sparkled, and a smile danced at the corners of her mouth, revealing her disbelief in Han Li's words. However, Han Li maintained a stoic expression, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. While others shared a sense of bewilderment, they were on the verge of collaborating, unwilling to complicate matters further. The group promptly convened to deliberate their course of action. They were seasoned combatants, and after a brief discussion within the soundproof barrier, they swiftly outlined a detailed plan. Almost immediately, the others shimmered with spiritual light, vanishing into the howling winds as they commenced their operations. Han Li nodded at Guiling, who then once again burrowed underground. As for the Silver Moon, upon his command, she transformed into a small fox and darted into his sleeve. Han Li glanced towards the direction of the black teleportation array, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With a single motion, he tapped his waist storage pouch, and a silver glow flickered as a faint silver silhouette materialized before him. It was none other than the humanoid puppet. With a gentle wave of his hand, the puppet radiated light, instantly transforming into an inconspicuous yellow glow. Then, its eyes erupted with purple brilliance as it vanished into thin air, as though it had never existed. This battle was of grave significance, and to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Han Li could not afford to hold back any longer. With his puppet providing support, he could engage in battle with peace of mind. Moreover, given the puppet's previously demonstrated mastery of concealment, it was unlikely that the ancient demon would detect it. As for the woman in black robes, Han Li had never encountered a demon of the Yuan Sha Saint Ancestor's caliber, and thus lacked confidence in evading her spiritual perception. With one hand gripping the three flames fan and the other forming a seal, the wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him. In a flash of silver light, Han Li disappeared from sight. In another corner of space, above the black teleportation array, the two-headed ancient demon floated with four arms crossed. Below, it was enveloped by a set of array flags radiating a grayish light. One of its heads fixed its gaze upon the palace direction, revealing a solemn expression, while the other scanned the surroundings, ever vigilant. Its four demonic claws grasped a pair of purple rings, a green long spear, and a red fire-brick-shaped treasure. Though the fierce winds whipped up by the black wind banner were daunting, they seemed to have little effect on the demon. The head that gazed at the palace did not blink. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in the demon's eyes. A thunderous sound echoed from afar, and a golden blade of energy shot into the sky from the center of the space, cleaving through the thick clouds in its wake, an awe-inspiring display that even silenced the howling winds. The horizontal brow of the ancient demon twitched, revealing a hint of hesitation. It appeared to contemplate rushing to assist, yet was held back by a myriad of concerns. However, it soon settled into calm. For after the astonishing blade of light flashed in the distance, a bizarrely thick pillar of wind surged forth. The wind column, over 10 yards in diameter, resembled a black wind dragon, drawing in even the lightning from the sky as it passed, and due to the turbulence, the surrounding air hummed and twisted, as if it might tear the very fabric of this realm. Witnessing this scene, the ancient demon's expression relaxed, while the other head, seemingly oblivious, widened its eyes in alarm and suddenly waved a massive hand forward. A red light shot forth, breaking through the air and swiftly transforming into a giant brick several yards in size, crashing downward. Before it could touch the ground, crimson flames danced around it, revealing several fiery pythons with bared fangs, exuding a fierce aura. "Humph, I did not expect you to be so astute." A cold snort echoed from the raging winds, and two figures emerged. One of them casually raised a hand, releasing a blue rainbow that transformed into a sizable jade umbrella soaring into the air. A series of explosive sounds erupted. This jade umbrella turned out to be a cold tribute ancient treasure, and amidst a swirl of blue mist, it successfully intercepted the descending firebrick. The blue light and crimson flames clashed violently between the two treasures. Though the fire pythons lunged and tore at it with ferocity, their efforts were in vain due to the opposing attributes. The two figures remained steadfast, coldly gazing at the ancient demon above, revealing themselves to be the Su surname Youth and Lin Yinping. The ancient demon's two massive heads moved, fixing their gaze upon the couple below. I recognize you are practitioners from the Tianlan grassland. What? Now you seek to leave this place? Unfortunately, it is too late. One head grinned wickedly, its voice booming like thunder. Hearing this, a murderous aura surfaced on the Su surname youth's face, yet he remained silent, instead slapping his waist storage pouch. In an instant, a phoenix's cry resonated, and amidst a flash of brilliance, a five-colored peacock soared forth, spreading its wings to hover above the youth's head. Incredibly, wherever the peacock's five-colored spiritual light shone, all malevolent winds ceased, and tranquility reigned. This spectacle did not escape the ancient demon's notice. The Lingxi peacock, you possess such an ancient divine bird. Alas, your cultivation is still too shallow. Were an adult, I might have actually feared it, the ancient demon expressed, somewhat taken aback. Is that so? Then let us see how formidable the five-colored spiritual light truly is. The Su surname youth retorted, unfazed by the demon's words. With a clear call, the peacock responded, and with a powerful flap of its wings, torrents of multicolored light surged forth. The ancient demon scoffed, bringing its purple rings together, producing a piercing hum that made one's heart race and spirit dizzy. Then, two rings shot forth, conjuring layers of purple shadows that obscured the nearby sky, a truly awe-inspiring display. Moreover, the demon was not yet satisfied as it formed seals with both hands. Layers of black demonic energy enveloped it, seemingly preparing to unleash a magical technique to bolster its attack. Meanwhile, the Su surname youth and the Holy Maiden of Tianlan each drew forth a treasure. One hurled a ball of azure light, while the other brandished a silver silken scarf, unleashing countless silver threads. In the air, two wisps of faint smoke, one purple and one azure, emerged silently from the wind, stealthily approaching above the ancient demon's head, showcasing the mastery of concealment techniques. The purple illusion and five-colored spiritual light collided, erupting into a shower of spiritual blossoms, while the demon's demonic energy coalesced into several dark pythons, surging forth with ferocity. Suddenly, from within the azure and purple wisps, blinding spiritual light erupted, and two shadows lunged forward, claws bared in a flurry of gray threads descending upon the ancient demon's head. Just then, the treasures unleashed by the Su surname youth and the Holy Maiden of Tianlan reached the ancient demon's vicinity, perfectly timed as if orchestrated by fate. Such a close, stealthy approach naturally startled the ancient demon, yet it did not succumb to panic. Instead, with a flicker of its consciousness, a nearby dark python coiled around, transforming its offense into defense to counter the azure light and the dense silver threads. Simultaneously, both heads tilted upward, one exhaling a cloud of dark demonic flames, while the other released a fleeting dark gleam. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred just as the ancient demon's attention was fully captured by the assault from above. A golden light flickered at the edge of the gray array flag's confinement below, and a colossal sword shot upward from underground with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the sky. Its speed was astonishing almost simultaneously as the ancient demon realized the threat. The gigantic sword was already upon it. The purple flames and golden arcs radiating from the sword were clearly visible to the demon. "It's you." The ancient demon instantly recognized the wielder of the gigantic sword, unleashing a furious cry. However, due to the sword's rapid approach and the distractions of the other attacks, it could only hurriedly wave its four arms downward, producing a web of crystalline claws that rushed towards the sword. Such a hastily constructed defense was, of course, insufficient to truly block the sword. In an instant, the sword pierced through the web, swiftly slashing toward the ancient demon. Yet, during that brief moment of delay, As the sword approached, a layer of dark demonic armor materialized around the ancient demon, and with a deafening explosion, a colossal sphere of light suddenly emerged around it, radiating blinding brilliance that obscured everything within its vicinity. On the ground, a silver arc flickered as Han Li emerged from below, gazing up into the sky with a furrowed brow. He had sensed clearly that though the gigantic sword had struck the demon, it had not landed a solid blow, as if it had merely slid off something. As he pondered in confusion, something within the dazzling sphere of light shifted, and with a resounding whoosh, a shadow shot out like a powerful bowstring, vanishing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear above Han Li's head. D. The massive figure roared with a thunderous voice, a resounding black blade hurtling down towards Han Li like a bolt of lightning. Though startled, Han Li was prepared as the giant blade descended. He unfurled his wind and thunder wings behind him, vanishing amidst the electric arcs, narrowly evading the blade's deadly strike. A dull thud echoed as a massive gash, several feet deep, marred the ground. Meanwhile, over 20 yards away, the sound of thunder erupted, and Han Li's figure reappeared, gazing intently at the scene before him. The massive figure was none other than the ancient demon. This moment, it appeared exceedingly disheveled of its 4 demonic arms. Only 3 remained unscathed, while one had been severed, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist at its shoulder. Its chest bore several deep gashes, nearly eviscerating the creature. It seemed that despite the collaboration of Han Li and his companions, this demon ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and had suffered considerable losses. Upon witnessing Han Li's retreat, the ancient demon's eyes flashed with a fierce light as it fixed a menacing glare upon him, suddenly parting its hands. In a flash of black radiance, the humming colossal blade astonishingly split into 2, transforming into 2 slightly smaller blades of light, still emitting a piercing sound. Chapter 1042. Slaying the demon, the ancient demon brandished its twin blades, causing a flurry of crescent-shaped black blades to materialize, each the size of a palm. This fiend seemed oblivious to the other cultivators. Fixating solely on Han Li as its chosen adversary, determined to pursue him relentlessly. It is not surprising, for among the gathered, Han Li and the celestial maiden Tianlan possessed the lowest cultivation levels, while Lin Yinping was engaged with the Su surname youth in the air. Naturally, Han Li, isolated and seemingly the most vulnerable target, was marked as the prime contender for defeat. Of course, this was also due to the fact that this ancient demon was not the same as the demonic soul from years past and had never directly clashed with Han Li. Otherwise, it would not entertain such regretful thoughts. As the ancient demon charged towards Han Li with ferocity, he displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, with a flick of his sleeve, a small silver shield shot forth, rapidly expanding into a gigantic barrier that stood protectively before him. Casting a glance at the demon, he let out a soft sigh. The ancient demon, upon observing Han Li's demeanor from a distance, momentarily froze, only to be alerted by an unusual spiritual pressure emanating from beneath its feet. Before it could lower its gaze, a peculiar sound erupted, and a figure enveloped in yellow light emerged from the ground. Appearing several paces behind it, the figure, with a low shout, swung its hands, and a massive silver axe, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, came crashing down. This figure was none other than the grotesque Guiling, who had been lying in wait beneath Han Li. With the formidable cultivation of a level 10 demon beast, combined with the full force of a surprise attack, the axe blade had yet to descend. But the terrifying spiritual energy it harbored caused the ground nearby to tremble and collapse by a foot's depth. The ancient demon's expression shifted dramatically, neglecting its assault on Han Li. It swiftly shifted its form, executing a ghostly maneuver while crossing its twin blades in a defensive slash. The surge of black radiance erupted as 2 powerful beams of blade light shot forth, colliding directly with the silver axe. The clash of black and silver light produced an otherworldly explosion, sending waves of both scorching heat and frigid cold spiraling outward. For a brief moment, the momentum of the descending giant axe faltered, before dissipating entirely. Seizing this opportunity, the ancient demon hastened to unleash further demonic powers. With a series of hand seals, its body erupted with explosive cracking sounds from its joints, rapidly swelling in size. As the exposed areas of its form revealed large, bowl-sized black and green scales, they gleamed as if coated in a layer of polished armor. The previously injured areas became shrouded in black, demonic energy. with flesh rapidly regenerating in a writhing display. Once the ancient demon had completed a full rotation, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes. Taking a deep breath, it opened its mouth, unleashing concentric waves of vibrating resonance as the giant axe became ensnared within this force. Seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to descend any further. Meanwhile, a peculiar incantation erupted from its lips, and the scales glimmered ominously, giving rise to black and purple demonic flames that engulfed its form, burning fiercely and exuding an eerie presence, as though it were about to invoke some formidable secret technique. That Guiling's heart raced, yet she did not retreat. Instead, with a resounding shout, her figure ballooned in size, and a layer of azure armor manifested upon her. In response, the silver axe, too, radiated with brilliant light as it swelled to match her newfound stature, and under this immense power, it descended once more with renewed ferocity. The transformation of Guiling was evidently unexpected for the ancient demon. As he gazed upon the grotesque woman, towering even more significantly than himself, a surge of alarm coursed through him. His incantation faltered momentarily, and he swiftly raised his black blades in defense, retreating with a graceful flicker. Upon the collision of the dark blades and the massive axe, a resounding explosion echoed, sending a gust of ethereal wind spiraling outward. However, the ancient demon, having anticipated this turn of events, remained unscathed, leveraging the force of the wind to propel himself backward with increased speed, displaying no signs of injury. Yet, during his retreat, a sinister grin crept across his face. The azure spear held by his third arm suddenly ignited with a layer of black, demonic flames. With a swift motion, it transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Guiling's colossal form. Its velocity was akin to a flash of lightning, striking Guiling's massive body and igniting a dazzling burst of light against his armor. Before the ancient demon could stabilize himself, he resumed his incantation, preparing to unleash a nearly perfected secret technique. It was evident he did not believe that the previous strike could truly annihilate a level 10 metamorphosed beast. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A faint black light flickered a short distance behind him, revealing a glistening, ink-like throwing knife, silent and stealthy. In an instant, the knife vanished in a flash of black. Almost simultaneously, the ancient demon, with his formidable spiritual perception, sensed something amiss and attempted to propel himself away. However, in that fleeting moment, it felt as though a sharp object had pierced his skull, sending a jolt of agonizing pain through his consciousness. Even with his immense spiritual strength, the sudden attack caused him to falter momentarily. That brief hesitation was enough for a faint, almost imperceptible line of blood to appear at the neck of his severed head, which then fell without warning, a fountain of crimson erupting several feet high from the neck. At that moment, Han Li, far in the distance, paled as he released the hand seals he had been forming, his expression noticeably waning. The strike to the ancient demon's consciousness was a simplified version of the spirit-piercing technique, which he had derived from the Great Transformation method, slightly modified through his own research. Although this mental attack lacked the full power of the genuine spirit-piercing technique due to his incomplete mastery of the latter stages of the Great Transformation method, its sudden deployment would catch anyone off guard, yielding a significant impact. Thus, he named this technique Mind Disruption Strike to differentiate it from the true spirit-piercing technique. Nevertheless, even after deliberately diminishing its power, the execution of this mental strike left him momentarily dizzy, rendering him incapable of launching a second attack. The remnants of the ancient demon's severed head blinked in disbelief, yet it soon let out a furious, piercing howl, enveloped by a myriad of demonic energies that cloaked its form. As the energies surged and swirled, the demon's figure became indistinct, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, an unusual disturbance rippled through the space some 30 to 40 feet away, from which a cloud of black mist emerged. The ancient demon stumbled, revealing itself amidst the swirling energies. It seemed that while the severed head had not completely obliterated the demon, it had nonetheless inflicted significant damage upon it. The sequence of events, from Guiling's emergence and the axe's descent to the ancient demon's decapitation and hasty retreat, unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Yet, the young man with the surname Su and the silver-winged night demon were left utterly dumbfounded. This was vastly different from what they had initially conspired. Their original plan was merely to launch a combined strike to temporarily drive this demon away from the vicinity of the teleportation array. Whether or not they could inflict any harm upon the demon was not even a consideration. However, now that the demon had been cornered below, although Han Li's actions initially aligned with their plan. Alongside Gui Ling, delivering a stealthy assault upon the demon, the subsequent developments were bewildering. Han Li appeared genuinely intent on exterminating this demon. Moreover, how had that peculiar flying dagger materialized behind the ancient demon? From their elevated vantage point, they had failed to notice the emergence of this treasure. If it had appeared behind them, would they have been able to detect it? As this thought flickered through their minds, both the young man with the surname Su and the silver-winged night demon felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions shifting subtly. Nevertheless, one could argue that the ancient demon was indeed unfortunate. With such a multitude of formidable opponents converging upon it in rapid succession, it was granted no respite, possessing astonishing abilities yet barely able to unleash any of its power before suffering inexplicable grievous injuries. Had it been allowed to fully manifest its formidable demonic arts, even with Han Li and the others joining forces, it would not have been an easy task to inflict severe damage upon the demon in a short span of time. Hence, as the ancient demon revealed itself, its remaining head twisted, casting a venomous glare filled with resentment towards Han Li, before it was enveloped once more in dark energy, attempting to flee towards the black-robed woman. It understood that in its current state, there was no hope of gaining any advantage against Han Li and the others, and thus had no intention of engaging in a futile struggle. However, Han Li's gaze directed at the demon betrayed a hint of mockery. Suddenly, a burst of silver light erupted around the ancient demon, and in the next instant, a figure materialized in an eerie manner. The ancient demon was taken aback, instinctively assuming a defensive posture, enveloping itself in a swirling mass of demonic energy before daring to look. However, the moment its eyes met those of the newcomer, a disorienting wave swept over it, leaving nothing but two swirling orbs of eerie purple light in its mind. Technique. The ancient demon's consciousness was powerful, surpassing even that of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, having previously intimidated the Qian old demon with its dazzling light, causing it to momentarily lose its composure before swiftly regaining focus. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a jade-green radiance surged forth amidst the thunderous roar, swiftly approaching the demon's dark energy, its golden arcs flashing and intertwining, rendering the newly awakened ancient demon acutely aware of its presence. Demon-repelling divine thunder. The ancient demon was startled. It recognized the golden arcs that had previously caused considerable distress to many ancient demons. Had it not been injured, it might have had a means to invoke secret arts to withstand the strike, but now it was unwilling to endure the impact, fearing further depletion of its vitality. Consequently, the demon swiftly waved one hand, causing a surge of energy to coalesce before it, forming a small black shield that directly met the green radiance. At the same time, it shifted its form, retreating several feet away. Yet, just as the demon stabilized its position, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Not good. The demon's heart sank, and before it could react, accompanied by a silver arc, Han Li appeared behind it. Wings unfurled. With a flick of his sleeves, a purple fire serpent and dozens of golden small swords shot forth. At this moment, Han Li's timing was impeccably precise, leaving the ancient demon with no chance to evade entirely. Even if it wished to. In a moment of desperation, the solitary head of the demon abruptly rotated a full 180 degrees, eerily turning to face Han Li. Then opened its mouth, unleashing an exceptionally turbulent black shockwave that radiated outward in rippling circles. Simultaneously, the demon's two arms twitched, and two black blades manifested, swiftly following with a menacing swing. However, the demon was utterly unprepared for the reappearance of the black flying dagger that had severed one of its heads, which emerged once again in a bizarre manner just as its head had turned. Chapter 1043. Regaining the old treasure. At that moment, the ancient demon's attention was wholly captivated by the sudden emergence of Han Li. As the demon's essence was refined into the flying dagger once more, the dagger's uncanny speed left the ancient demon aghast, and by the time it attempted to evade, it was already too late. A similar scene unfolded at the demon's neck, where a line of blood manifested, and the other head of the ancient demon fell cleanly to the ground. Seeing this, Han Li's heart swelled with joy. Yet, before a smile could fully manifest on his face, the headless demon's dual blades did not dissipate as expected. Instead, they were raised high, transforming into two streaks of black light that shot towards Han Li. In an instant, a tempest arose, and the headless demon's body erupted into a thick cloud of demonic energy. Though startled, Han Li would not allow his hard-won prey to escape, without a moment's hesitation. He formed a hand seal, and the purple fire serpent he had unleashed also detonated. The purple flames, each the size of a thumb, spread across a radius of 10 zhong, resembling a torrential downpour. Dozens of golden small swords whirled in a dense formation, immediately reducing the two black blades to nothingness. Following this, the swarm of flying swords scattered, unleashing arcs of golden lightning that formed a vast golden net. Descending upon the purple flames, the sound of crackling filled the air. Most of the demonic energy barely managed to flee before being solidly frozen within massive chunks of purple ice. The remaining black energy collided with the golden net, and after a thunderous roar, it was naturally obliterated. Observing this, Han Li remained cautious, forming another hand seal and softly uttering the word explode. The entire golden net erupted, and countless delicate arcs of electricity struck down, causing the purple ice to shatter and collapse. The black energy amidst the shattered ice, along with the myriad strands of ancient demon essence concealed within, was completely swept away. Several treasures tumbled down from the dissipating demonic energy. Upon noticing two items ensconced in black silk, Han Li's eyes brightened. With a flick of his finger, two golden arcs shot forth, instantly dispersing the black silk and revealing two small golden swords. Their surfaces appeared somewhat dim, suggesting they had suffered considerable damage to their spiritual essence. Indeed, these were the two Qingzhou Fengyun swords that Han Li had lost for many years. Overjoyed, he hastily attempted to urge them with his spiritual consciousness, and the two swords sprang up, effortlessly landing in his grasp. The tension that Han Li had held for so long finally eased significantly. Fortunately, although the swords had been sealed away by the ancient demon for years, their spiritual essence had not been entirely lost. With a bit of recultivation, they could be restored to their former glory in no time. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Su surname youth and the silver-winged night demon, among others, watched in astonishment as Han Li not only injured the ancient demon, but also relentlessly pursued it, swiftly dispatching it without allowing even its primordial spirit to escape. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of trepidation in their eyes. Regarding the newly emerged humanoid puppet, these individuals were understandably perplexed, unaware of where Han Li had summoned such a formidable cultivator from. Previously, when everyone had been transported in, this person had not been present. Could it be that this individual possessed such remarkable evasion skills as to simultaneously elude the notice of so many, with thoughts racing in their minds? Their unease only deepened. Nevertheless, they were not ordinary individuals. They quickly suppressed their apprehensions and unanimously launched an assault on the restrictive barrier below. Surrounding the black teleportation array were several array flags, forming a layer of gray light that isolated the formation within. It was this restriction that rendered the teleportation array on the other end ineffective. Various attacks surged forth with a deafening roar, and after a cacophony of sounds, to everyone's astonishment, the gray light shield formed by the array flags proved exceptionally resilient. Whether it was the deadly soul threads of the silver-winged night demon, the sharp claws of the lion-like beast, or even the blue orb conjured by the youth surnamed Su, all merely stirred up faint ripples upon impact. The seemingly simple 7 or 8 gray banners merely swayed within the restriction, appearing unaffected. This scene caused a palpable tension among those who, having previously believed that their path was clear without the ancient demon as an obstacle, now felt a tightening in their chests. The lion-like beast, known for its fiery temper, seeing its claws ineffective, immediately glared with fierce light in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of golden sound that deeply dented the barrier, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Observing this, the youth surnamed Su summoned his spirit consciousness, as the twin wings of the Lingxi peacock fluttered above him, unleashing a torrent of 5-colored spiritual light in a gust of wind. Beside him, Lin Yiping pinched her fingers, expelling a series of silver orbs that struck the shield in rapid succession. To amplify the assault, the silver-winged night demon condensed countless deadly soul threads into the form of a massive python, delivering a ferocious final strike. All were acutely aware that their chance to escape lay within this singular blow. Thus, they exerted their utmost strength, leaving no reserves. In an instant, an astonishing brilliance overwhelmed the restriction beneath them. The gray-white shield finally emitted a sound of shattering, just as Han Li and Gui Ling soared back here, riding the light of their escape. The humanoid puppet, however, vanished without a trace, eluding detection, though Han Li's arrival seemed calm. It instilled a profound sense of wariness in the others. As several array flags emitted a mournful cry and shattered into two pieces, numerous figures suddenly sprang into action, simultaneously rushing toward the formation. Yet, as clusters of spiritual light erupted violently, several figures were sent tumbling back. In this moment of chaos, they inadvertently turned against one another, repelling the others. Han Daoist, what do you mean by this? The youth surnamed Su demanded, his face ashen, supporting the blue orb with one hand, glaring at Han Li in anger. What do you mean? That is a question for Daoist Su to ponder, Han Li replied with a bemused smile. Several golden swords hovering motionless in front of him, while one hand clutched the fearsome three-flame fan that struck trepidation into the hearts of the others. The first wave to leave must include me. I cannot trust you human cultivators, declared the silver-winged night demon coldly, wrapping its body within its own wings, confronting Han Li and his companion. This presents quite a challenge. The small teleportation array can transport at most 2 individuals at a time. If those who depart first were to inadvertently destroy the external formation, those left behind would be left to await their demise. Han Li's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor as he spoke. The lion-like beast and Gui Ling, among others, slowly encircled them. In the atmosphere of mutual wariness among the three parties, a stalemate ensued. That moment, a cold, feminine voice emanated from the direction of the distant palace. How dare you kill my kin before my very eyes? None of you shall escape. The voice, chilling to the bone, seemed faint yet resounded clearly in the ears of each individual. It belonged to the woman in the black robe, the incarnation of the Yuansha saint ancestor. Since this incident, the moment the ancient demon perished. However, it was only now that she had regained her composure, and in her fury, she spoke. At this moment, the black wind banner wielded by her demonstrated nearly half its might, reducing the 9 truths subduing demon array to shambles. Even the 8th spirit above the palace buzzed, summoning 8 spirit beast phantoms to join in the assault against this demon. Yet, under the near-miraculous offensive and defensive power of the black wind banner, the incarnation of the saint ancestor could not inflict even the slightest harm. The woman originally intended to first dismantle the subduing demon array before subjugating the 8th spirit, but upon witnessing the unexpected demise of her sole subordinate, her murderous intent was instantly ignited. The black-robed woman's expression darkened like water, and she spat several mouthfuls of essence blood into the air above the small banner, with a flick of her 10 fingers. She unleashed a series of incantations. The small banner emitted a blinding black radiance, its size rapidly swelling, transforming into a colossal banner over 10 zhang long and wide as a bowl, adorned with swirling purple runes and enveloped in black mist. Nearby, the tempest responded to this transformation, its power surging, and the fierce wind swept through, causing the altar within the 9 truths subduing demon array to fracture piece by piece. Several golden blades twirled wildly in the wind, and it seemed the array was on the brink of collapse. As for the 8th spirit, its true power would not be fully revealed until this woman approached the palace. The phantoms of the 8 demonic beasts surrounding her attacked relentlessly, but were equally buffeted by the towering wind columns, their forms swaying precariously. Meanwhile, the youth surnamed Su and the silver-winged night demon sensed the black-robed woman's chilling proclamation and the sudden upheaval of the winds, causing their hearts to tremble. Were it not for the mutual vigilance among the 3 parties, they might have immediately dashed into the teleportation array to escape. Let Daoist Gui Ling and Daoist Lin go first, he proposed. Daoist Gui Ling is of the beast kin and is an old acquaintance of the silver-winged duo. I am confident that Daoist Gui will not abandon me if Daoist Lin goes first. Daoist Su can find some peace of mind. The second group of Daoist Lion and Daoist Su shall follow, and I and the silver-winged Daoist will depart last. Let us commence swiftly. Delay may invite unforeseen calamities. As the thunderous roars from the palace reverberated, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and dozens of black wind columns intertwined ominously, causing the nearby air to quiver slightly. This instilled in Han Li an ominous premonition, prompting him to exclaim suddenly, without further contemplation. The young man with the surname Su and the silver-winged night demon both sensed the peculiar transformation of this space. Despite some lingering hesitations, they found themselves devoid of a superior plan at this moment. Any further delay could very well lead to their doom. After exchanging a brief glance, they nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, under Han Li's command, Gui Ling and Lin Yinping lunged forth, ready to step into the teleportation array. However, to their astonishment, As soon as they placed a foot within, a figure emerged amidst the white light that flickered within the array. Someone had actually teleported in from the outside at this critical juncture, leaving Han Li and the others utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the center. A woman clad in black robes spoke. Chaos opens the heavens. As her words echoed, a pillar of darkness, as deep as ink, shot up from the distance. The pillar paused mid-air, and suddenly, the entire sky split in twain along its axis, one side remaining bathed in radiant sunlight, while the other was engulfed in an endless shroud of darkness that swiftly obscured a significant portion of the heavens, descending ominously upon Han Li and his companions. Chapter 1044. Betrayal. Before Han Li and the others could fully comprehend the situation, the cold, mocking laughter of the black-robed woman rang out. In an instant, the illuminating light in the distance vanished in a flash, plunging everyone into darkness. This venerable ancestor of the Yuan Cha had invoked the spatial powers of the Black Wind Flag, sealing off this small space and trapping them all within. The expressions of Su and his companions changed drastically. Quick, teleport away. Where is the person who just teleported in? The teleportation array had malfunctioned, rendering it inoperable. A series of startled and furious exclamations erupted as most began to panic. Han Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He too had failed to discern the whereabouts of the recently arrived individual, and he had not even caught a glimpse of their appearance. Yet, in comparison to the array's failure, this concern seemed trivial. He swiftly moved to the forefront of the teleportation array, where Lin Yinping and Gue Ling were anxiously examining the formation, their faces etched with worry. Let me take a look. Han Li spoke in a low voice, raising one hand. Instantly, a spell struck the edges of the array, resulting in a brief flicker of spiritual light. Yet it yielded no response. Han Li's expression darkened. At that moment, Su and the silver-winged night demon approached, though they lacked proficiency in formations. Seeing Han Li's grim demeanor, the silver-winged night demon could not help but inquire. What is going on? Is there a problem with the teleportation array? The array itself is intact, but it has been sealed by the spatial force of the Black Wind Flag. Unless we break through this space, or the master of the Black Wind Flag willingly lifts the restriction, we cannot teleport out. Han Li replied slowly, gazing at the array. Break the space? How do we accomplish that? Are we expected to eliminate that Yuan Cha ancestor? If we possess such power, why would we need to flee in haste? The silver-winged night demon exclaimed in alarm. What use is it to discuss this with you, my friend? Fortunately, this fiend is currently preoccupied with the individual in the palace, only imprisoning us for the moment, yet not yet turning its attention towards us. Let us deliberate carefully and see if we can devise an escape plan. Spare me your complaints, friend. I advise you to hold your tongue, Han Li retorted sharply, his eyes narrowing. Upon hearing these words, the silver-winged night demon was engulfed in fury, a fierce and menacing glint flashing in its eyes. Yet, as if recollecting something, it snorted disdainfully and forcibly suppressed its anger, its gaze flickering with uncertainty as it pondered. Beside it, the youth of the Su clan also bore a contemplative expression. Lin Yinping and Gue Ling, meanwhile, helplessly stepped out of the formation, each furrowing their brows in concern. Just as Han Li and the others found themselves at a loss in this confined space, outside, the woman clad in black robes was enveloped by a swirling black wind, observing the greatly diminished ominous banner above. A trace of cold laughter graced her lips at this moment. Aside from a few columns of wind beside her, the raging gales had gradually subsided, revealing a scene of devastation that slowly became clearer. Although she had employed spatial divine powers, which had considerably diminished the might of the Black Wind banner, the formidable 9 true demon suppression formation had already been destroyed. The remaining power was still sufficient to contend with the uncontrolled 8 spirit. This spiritual treasure, despite its potency, could only exert so much divine ability relying solely on its own sentience, merely capable of subduing the wolf souls without physical forms within the palace. As she contemplated this, her gaze drifted outward. She beheld the 8 phantom spirit beasts continuously shattering and dissipating under the ravaging tempest, yet under the divine power of the 8 spirit, they reformed once more. Although they could not penetrate the heart of the storm, the woman was equally reluctant to step outside the protective whirlwind. With an impassive expression, she suddenly turned her gaze towards a figure atop the palace. This was the peculiar, large-headed individual who had lingered nearby since the onset of the duel. Refraining from any other actions, despite the ferocity of the malevolent winds beneath the Black Wind banner, the center of the palace remained a haven, untouched and secure. This individual was, indeed, unscathed. A glint of intrigue sparked in the woman's bright eyes as she spoke in a melodious tone. "Friend Yi, please retrieve the eighth spirit for this holy ancestor. Fear not. I shall ensure that Taoist Long Meng will not lay a hand on you." Upon hearing this, the peculiar figure appeared taken aback, revealing a semblance of hesitation. "What? Are you afraid that this holy ancestor cannot guarantee your safety?" The woman in black chuckled lightly, brushing aside a lock of her azure hair, and nonchalantly gestured towards the distant Yi clan cultivators. Those few were currently summoning their protective treasures, encircling the phantom of the robed scholar. Upon witnessing the woman's actions, they were immediately taken aback, with a flick of her delicate fingers. Yet, no trace of spiritual light was evident at her fingertips. It seemed as though she merely flicked at the air. The Yi clan cultivators were left in confusion. The large-headed individual, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, unable to discern the woman's intentions that a series of muffled thuds echoed. As the Taoist among the Yi clan cultivators and an elder beside her suddenly had a bizarre blood-red flower bloom between their brows, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Their protective treasures and shields appeared utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with a square face found himself shielded by a flickering skeletal shadow, the yellow light rippling to deflect a translucent orb. This orb, no larger than a thumb, was crystal clear and, upon being deflected by the yellow light, exploded with a resounding bang, vanishing into thin air. The phantom of the robed scholar, surrounded by these individuals, similarly sustained a blow between its brows, its apparition shattering instantaneously. Both the woman in black and the large-headed individual exclaimed simultaneously. However, the woman's voice carried an air of surprise, while the peculiar figure expressed astonishment. "The moon-reflecting ring? Not right. A counterfeit," the woman in the black robe murmured, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "Holy ancestor, what do you mean by this?" The peculiar-faced man's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Since you, Taoist Yi, are not at ease with this holy ancestor, I shall naturally demonstrate my capabilities. What? Do these individuals have any connection with you?" The woman in black glanced casually and remarked, "Humph." The peculiar-faced man snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied, yet he refrained from voicing any further objections. His gaze, however, lingered on the spot where the ethereal figure of the scholar in white had vanished, a look of astonishment and suspicion creeping onto his face. At that moment, the bodies of two deceased cultivators from the Yi family exploded, and Tu Yuan fled in panic from within, darting straight towards the square-faced cultivator. With a countenance as grim as the depths of a river, the square-faced cultivator retracted his bone ring, allowing the Tu Yuan to disappear into his sleeve. He then released the bone ring once more. Throughout this ordeal, his eyes remained fixed on the woman in black, wary of her seizing the opportunity to strike. Whether it was due to a missed opportunity or disdain for further engagement, the woman in black paid no heed to the square-faced cultivator's actions of gathering the Yuan. Instead, she continued addressing the peculiar man. "As long as you assist me in retrieving the eighth spirit ruler, it would be considered a significant aid. Once I am free, I will infuse you with demonic energy, greatly extending your lifespan. Furthermore, during the confrontation with that demoness, you need not lift a finger. This is a task you cannot accomplish." Taoist? At this juncture, the woman's exquisite features turned frosty, her striking black and white eyes suddenly veiled in a crimson hue, rendering her appearance exceedingly eerie. The peculiar-faced man's expression shifted, instantly recognizing the dissatisfaction emanating from the incarnation of this Yuansha holy ancestor. After deliberation, he concluded that avoiding this peril was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he chose silence and glided toward the eighth spirit ruler. Just as the peculiar man began to move, a chilling snort echoed from below the palace, and suddenly, the space above him warped. A colossal hand, spanning over 10 zhang, materialized, forming a fist as it descended upon him like a small mountain. Sensing the terrifying spiritual pressure from the giant fist, the peculiar man was taken aback and instinctively retreated. However, at that moment, the woman in black let out a light laugh, her jade hand gently clapping towards the palace's direction. With a resounding boom, the giant fist was struck as if by some unseen force, causing it to veer off course and dissipate into shimmering white light. The peculiar man felt a wave of relief wash over him, and, without hesitation, he activated his escape light, transforming into a streak of yellow that sped towards the eighth spirit ruler. Yet, barely 10 zhang into his flight, a barely audible sigh emerged from the side. followed by a flash of strange light in the surrounding void that a black-red blade shot forth, morphing into a torrent of dark crimson light that surged towards the peculiar man. Black blood blade. He gasped in shock, instinctively unleashing a small yellow sword from his mouth, which grew into a massive sword nearly a zhang long, swirling to form numerous sword shadows that enveloped him, simultaneously, with a swift motion of his hand. A flawless white vial appeared, and with a sense of impending danger, he aimed it at the incoming blade light and tilted the vial's mouth that a cascade of white mist erupted from the vial, swiftly colliding with the fleeting blade lights. Upon their initial contact, the interplay of the black and red blade momentarily stirred the seemingly dense radiance of the twilight, tearing it into fragments. Instantly, the black and red brilliance surged forth, coalescing the blade into a massive, several zhang-long weapon aimed directly at the peculiar figure for a decisive strike. The large-headed creature displayed a hint of panic. With both hands forming a seal, it summoned a colossal yellow sword for defense. Simultaneously, with a flick of its sleeve, another flying fork transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting into the air. After the black and red giant blade descended, it was momentarily halted by the myriad sword shadows, yet soon emitted a low, resonant hum, shattering all the sword shadows as if they were mere scraps of paper, landing squarely upon the core of the giant sword. The yellow sword released a mournful cry, and at the point of impact with the blade, a fissure swiftly appeared. The creature's complexion paled, and it involuntarily spat out a mouthful of black blood. Fortunately, at that moment, the flying fork reached its destination, transforming into a glimmering shield of silver light, hastily aiding the giant sword against the onslaught of the giant blade. However, it was evident that even with the aid of this extraordinary silver fork, the two treasures could hardly withstand the might of the blade for long. The large-headed creature's aura flickered, preparing to dart to the side that eye in the distance. The woman in the black robe observed this scene with a grave expression, raising one hand to point towards an unoccupied space above the palace. Suddenly, a muffled groan resonated, and a faint white figure staggered before materializing. It was none other than the esteemed elder of the Yi family, the previously invisible scholar in white robes. Yet, at this moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, a slender wound appearing on his chest, precisely at the heart, though he bore an unsettling semblance of being unscathed. After all, his only support, the two bodyguards, had been slain by Chen Feng, and now, should Chen Feng wish to deal with him, it would be effortless. So, have you inquired? Upon seeing Qian Qianyi enter, Dorgong immediately posed the question. Mang Gertai raised his head to take a glance. Indeed, it was his own forces. If military attire could be disguised, then his imposing and handsome headgear was unmistakably unique to him. The bonfire began to blaze once more, wisps of bluish-white smoke mingling with the mist, gradually dispersing into the skies above Liaoyang Prefecture. Where are we headed? Zhang Xiehou inquired, sensing an oddity about the situation, perplexed by the actions of the elderly gentleman. After gazing down for a moment, he suddenly noticed his reflection in the well water twisting, as bubbles began to rise from the depths, upon the utterance of a phrase from the Black Panther. Both Axie and Su Muyun's expressions relaxed. It seemed the eagle's words indeed rang true. The Black Panther was a person of loyalty and sentiment. Jill hastily gripped the dagger tightly in his palm, straining to widen his eyes in an effort to discern the situation, yet the surrounding darkness rendered visibility impossible. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on a distant point, his eyes gradually narrowing. Releasing the tension on the bowstring, a long arrow flew towards Axie's direction. Startled, Shirkafa exclaimed, "My lord!" It appeared that they were indeed members of the nobility from Nanjing. How had they suddenly arrived at the Ministry of Personnel? Were they not traditionally at odds with Zhu Jie? These beings were not true demons, but rather magical creatures born within the demon realm, akin to the beasts of the void realm, existing solely through the absorption of demonic energy. Lorraine shook her head, a droplet of blood trickling down from his cheek, where a fine incision marred his skin. Though the wound was shallow, it extended 2 centimeters in length, allowing blood to seep forth and cascade down, nearly staining half of his face, presenting a somewhat ghastly appearance. Despite the lengthy discourse, it lacked any insightful commentary, resting solely on the foundation of their prior encounter. Subsequently, upon hearing the sound of the skeletal wings gliding through the air, Xiaoxi, buoyed by her golden-red flames, promptly turned to Su Liang and spoke directly and candidly. The tenants, upon spotting Li Yu approaching from a distance, halted their activities and greeted him with expressions of gratitude. Lir's countenance fluctuated between joy and despair. having struggled to make a decision for an extended period, which only heightened Chang Sun Wuji's anxiety. A sudden inspiration struck him. Old Wu finally straightened his chest, casting a glance at Hong Qianhui, and then, with renewed vigor, stepped forth, releasing the pent-up turmoil from his chest in the process. The market's pie is finite. As we enter, we must share in the wealth of others, which inevitably invites resistance. Now faced with opposition, should we not compel them to retreat? Xu Peng addressed them passionately, raising his voice once more. While in possession of the ball, we instinctively engaged in pick-and-roll cooperation, refraining from a forceful breakthrough against opponents considerably stronger and more agile than us. Instead, we relied on a back pivot and a reverse run to effortlessly create space. Achieving effective scoring through advantageous mismatches, my younger brother finally managed to articulate a request for something of significance. I see it is merely a few cases of wine. Our family is not lacking. So it would suffice to gift him a few cases to Li Shoning remarked, placing a glass of beer before Liu. Chapter 1045. Devouring infants. As the scholar in white was compelled to emerge, the distant black-red blade descending was similarly affected. With a flash, the black-red radiance diminished significantly, allowing the giant sword of the hulking creature and the silver spear to intercept the mighty blade's descent. The monstrous figure swayed, seizing the opportunity to make a hasty retreat. Seventh uncle, where do you think you can escape to? The black blood blade is a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, a tool for dealing with traitors. Since you have conspired with this ancient demonic ancestor, casting aside the Yi family, do not blame your kin for their lack of courtesy. This 8-spirit scale is an indispensable item for the Yi family. If you wish to hand it over to that demon, you must first forfeit your life. The scholar in white disregarded his chest wound, fixing his gaze intently on the distant creature as he spoke sternly. Upon hearing the scholar's words, the hulking creature's face began to alternate between hues of red and white, but soon a cold laugh escaped him, revealing his indifference, showing no inclination to defend himself. Witnessing the creature's unconcerned demeanor, a flash of malice crossed his face, and his brows gradually furrowed into a fierce scowl, transforming his demeanor into one of formidable ferocity, a stark contrast to his previously cultivated image. The woman in black, having been somewhat taken aback when her initial strike failed to slay the scholar, now observed the emergence of his murderous aura with furrowed brows, without uttering a word. She executed a casual grasp in the air. The motion was nonchalant, devoid of any visible rage. Yet, in an instant, a sound akin to the tearing of space resonated as 5 half-foot-long crystalline beams shot forth from her hand, vanishing in the blink of an eye before reaching the scholar, their speed akin to that of teleportation. The scholar clad in white suddenly narrowed his pupils, yet curiously, he exhibited no intention of evasion. Instead, he opened his mouth and expelled a disc-shaped, fiery red talisman. With a slight rotation, a myriad of crimson rays emanated, engulfing his form within. However, 5 piercing beams did not strike this talisman, for a large, white hand materialized before the scholar. Swiftly grasping the beams with lightning speed, easily capturing them within its grip, with a mere tightening of his fingers, the crystalline claws dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the woman in black revealed a grave expression, her gaze flickering to that moment. The cold laughter of Longming echoed through the palace. Yuanxia, while you can command humans to retrieve treasures for you, I too can ally with human cultivators. Do not presume it will be an effortless task to dismantle the restrictions of the 8-spirit ruler. I am eager to see how much of the demonic prowess you wielded in your heyday, after being suppressed for so many years, can still be exerted against the Buddhist sect's spiritual treasures. Even if you manage to fortuitously shatter the 8-spirit ruler, I wonder how much demonic energy you will be able to retain when confronted with me. Upon hearing these words, the woman in black's expression shifted slightly, her eyes turning icy, yet she spoke with a detached tone. Regardless of how much demonic energy remains, dealing with a disembodied soul like you poses little challenge for me. Moreover, with such an abundance of spiritual elixirs and miraculous medicines here, I have no fear of expending some demonic energy. Spiritual elixirs and miraculous medicines? You old demon. You think that Longming's voice faltered, suddenly recalling something, causing her tone to shift immediately. However, before she could finish her sentence, the woman in black smiled enigmatically and flicked her wrist towards the black wind banner suspended in the air. Instantly, a green talisman shot forth, striking the spiritual treasure and merging within it. The previously motionless dark banner trembled, its tip sinking slightly, and black radiance burst forth, unleashing a beam of darkness that shot out. This beam flickered and vanished as it left the black banner, only to reappear before the square-faced cultivator in the distance, where it subsequently exploded. As specks of black spiritual light scattered, a towering column of dark wind surged upward, unexpectedly engulfing the unsuspecting square-faced cultivator. The column emitted a chilling howl, revealing countless bizarre black wind blades that, in a frenzied whirl, seemed to slash toward the center with the ferocity of 1,000 blades. Alarmed, the square-faced cultivator hastily infused all his spiritual energy into the bone ring adorning him. The ring shimmered into existence anew, forming a blinding yellow shield that encased the cultivator securely. Yet, the sheer volume and density of the black wind blades, which appeared to harbor some special divine ability, caused each blade that struck the shield to vanish without a trace, failing to explode. Moments later, the surface of the shield eerily manifested numerous palm-sized gashes, densely packed, as if they had simply disappeared into thin air. Under such an uncanny assault, although the yellow shield was indeed thick and resilient, it quickly began to disintegrate. In the incredulous gaze of the square-faced cultivator, the black whirlwind intensified violently, and amidst the flurry of black rays, the shield shattered, while the bone ring began to fracture, piece by piece. The square-faced cultivator's complexion drained of color, yet he gritted his teeth and spat forth a green flying sword, unleashing a low roar as he merged with the sword, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot forth, leaving behind the seemingly doomed Metian bracelet. It appears he is acutely aware that persisting is merely a path leading to certain demise, and thus he has no choice but to make a desperate attempt. No, the scholar in white robes exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the actions of the square-faced cultivator. However, his words came too late. As the azure rainbow plunged into the ominous, swirling tempest, a chaotic flicker of blue light ensued, followed by a piercing scream, and the azure rainbow erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The square-faced cultivator was immediately torn to shreds by the tumultuous blades. Yet, from the remnants of his dismembered form, a shrill wail emerged, and 3 orbs of varying hues shot forth, each containing a miniature Yuan-ing, approximately an inch tall. Together, they soared in unison, fleeing in the same direction. Not only did the square-faced cultivator's Yuan-ing escape, but also the 2 other Yuan-ing from the Yi family that he had previously captured were compelled to flee for their lives once more. However, they found themselves surrounded by a dense array of wind blades, leaving them with no avenue of escape. As they attempted to break free, they were swiftly ensnared by the multitude of wind blades. Just as they were about to be torn into countless fragments, a flash of black light flickered within the tempest, causing all the wind blades to tremble and vanish without a trace. The 3 Yuan-ing were momentarily taken aback, but soon, joy radiated from them as their protective spiritual light flickered, and they prepared to flee once more. Observing this, the black-robed woman smirked slightly, her fingers curling in a delicate gesture as she reached into the storm with a slow, deliberate grasp. The Yuan-ing felt the air around them shimmer with a white light before solidifying, rendering their limbs and bodies utterly immobile. Almost simultaneously, countless black dots materialized within the tempest, converging upon the Yuan-ing and enveloping them, forming 3 black orbs of light. At that moment, the black-robed woman performed a series of intricate hand seals, intoning a bizarre and arcane incantation. With a flash of black radiance, the orbs vanished into thin air within the storm. Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant light surged forth from before the black-robed woman, and the 3 orbs mysteriously slid from the void, having been transported before her by the grand powers of the Yuan Sha Saint Ancestor. Demon, what are you attempting? Halt this at once, the scholar in white robes exclaimed in a state of urgency, hastily pointing towards a nearby black blood blade, which immediately flared with brilliance, ready to fly forth to rescue the captives. But it was too late. Ling, she uttered with a detached tone. As her voice resonated, the enchanting crimson of her eyes flickered, and suddenly, her crimson lips parted, unleashing a torrent of blood mist that enveloped the 3 Yuan-ing within the orbs. The Yuan-ing wore expressions of sheer terror as their forms swiftly diminished within the radiant haze, shrinking to the size of a fingertip before being drawn downwards and directly consumed by the black-robed woman. This entire sequence, though intricate in appearance, was executed with remarkable proficiency in the span of her breaths. Even the scholar, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, now bore a pallid visage. Meanwhile, the black blood blade had only just begun to emanate its brilliance. Trembling slightly, moments later, The esteemed elder of the Yi family managed to suppress his outrage, allowing the black blood blade to regain its composure. Ing, what is the meaning of this? Why do you not rescue my fellow cultivators of the Yi family? With your powers, it should be within your capabilities. Could it be that your prior words of alliance were mere empty promises? The scholar demanded sternly. Humph, why should I intervene? That individual is merely a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, and although he possesses a counterfeit spirit treasure, its power is woefully inadequate, scarcely reaching even a tenth of the original. My spiritual energy is limited. Why should I expend it to save a worthless individual? Furthermore, let us not misconstrue matters. I am not in collaboration with the Yi family. This is merely a singular alliance with you. Longming replied coldly beneath the palace. Even so, are you not afraid that this demon will devour the primordial infant, restoring its vitality entirely? The scholar's countenance remained grim. What do you know? While consuming the primordial infant may temporarily enhance the old demon's power. The repercussions require him to forcibly refine the infant with demonic energy, which will significantly deplete his own energy. It seems he is prepared to employ the divine abilities of my silver wolf demon form, thus recklessly expending his demonic energy. Am I mistaken, Yuan Sha? Longming stated ominously, directing her final words at the woman in black robes. Indeed, I had no intention of concealing anything from you. Your physical prowess is formidable. You are well aware of it. Without my mention, I initially intended to conserve some magical power, relying solely on the Black Wind banner to break the restrictions of this 8th spirit measure. But now I suddenly feel that such delay is excessive to prevent unforeseen complications. I, the Holy Ancestor, will exhaust my demonic energy and, relying on this late-stage transformation of the wolf demon, swiftly eradicate you. The woman in black spoke candidly, then exhaled softly, forming hand seals. Her entire being was enveloped in a radiant silver light, dazzling and blinding, akin to a resplendent silver sun that one could scarcely gaze upon. Within the silver light, a howl resonated through the heavens, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended upon this space. The entire area hummed under the profound spiritual pressure, and the ground trembled violently, revealing fissures of various sizes. As the silver light ebbed and flowed, it surged dozens of times in magnitude, then coalesced into the form of a colossal double-headed silver wolf. One wolf head was black, and the other silver. The silver eyes were closed and slightly lowered, while the black head was raised, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely. Observing the sharp claws on the giant wolf's forepaws, resembling enormous blades, and the heads that were the size of lofts, along with the incredible spiritual pressure emanating from it, both the white-robed scholar and the large-headed creature opposing him could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes fixed on this behemoth. Chapter 1046. The Bloodblade reappears just as the woman in black finally revealed her silver wolf demon form. Han Li, along with the youth surnamed Su and Gui Ling, and 2 others, regarded her with expressions of great hostility. The silver-winged night demon and the lion beast observed from a distance, appearing disinclined to intervene. What is the meaning of this, my fellow Taoists? Why encircle me, Zheng? I have not offended any of you. The figure cloaked in red was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s, wearing a kind and affable expression, yet his eyes darted nervously. It was none other than the Scatterer. Since you have teleported here, why hide in secrecy? If not with ulterior motives, then what else do you seek? The youth surnamed Su said expressionlessly. You jest, my friend. Upon entering, seeing so many eminent figures before me, it is only prudent to exercise caution before distinguishing friend from foe. The Scatterer lamented repeatedly. Is that so? Then it seems you have concealed yourself beside me. Lin Yinping remarked, raising an eyebrow, her expression decidedly unfavorable. The fairy was mistaken. That was. The real man of scattering smiled faintly, eager to explain, but at that moment, Han Li coldly interjected, before entering the demon suppression tower, it was you who covertly plotted against me with your treasures. Was it not? You fled with remarkable speed, yet your silhouette revealed much to me. Moreover, even though that Bloodblade has been sealed, its malevolent aura still subtly emanates from you. Along this journey, that Bloodblade has likely devoured numerous nascent soul cultivators. The few practitioners who entered alongside you have not crossed my path at all. Their fate. Heh. Upon hearing this, the youth surnamed Su and Lin Yinping felt a chill in their hearts. The real man of scattering smile faltered. But he quickly shook his head vigorously, denying vehemently, Dear Han, do not jest. What bloody aura? I am merely a wandering cultivator. How could I possess such a heavenly weapon capable of slaughtering my peers? Without evidence, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Evidence? Absurd. If it were not for that individual, you would be doomed. A cold glint flashed across Han Li's face, and with a fierce shout, a small golden sword, mere inches in size, erupted from his mouth, transforming into a golden streak that struck fiercely at the real man of Scattering. The youth surnamed Su and Lin Yinping exchanged glances, showing no intent to intervene. The real man of Scattering was taken aback, repeatedly pleading for mercy and claiming misunderstandings, yet he flicked his sleeve and summoned a blue flying sword to counter Han Li's strike. The two swords clashed and entwined in the air, radiating brilliant light and exploding continuously. Observing this, Han Li merely chuckled coldly. With a swift hand gesture, his azure bamboo cloud sword surged with golden radiance, and with a mournful cry, the blue flying sword was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground as mere scraps of metal. The real man of Scattering, startled, raised his hand once more to summon a green copper shield, which similarly shattered into pieces, utterly unable to withstand Han Li's sword light. This scene caused the youth surnamed Su to twitch at the corner of his eye. After all, gungjing, a rare material in this world, was not something every flying sword could incorporate. Han Li's sword was astoundingly sharp, filling the Grand Master with a sense of alarm. The golden flying sword descended toward the head of the real man of Scattering. The latter's expression flickered through various shades, and suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped his feet, transforming him into a white shadow that darted sideways. However, before him, the black and white spiritual light flickered, and the Gui Ling stood motionless in his path. The real man of Scattering was taken aback, forced to twist his body and flee in another direction. The youth surnamed Su, however, moved with calm precision, similarly blocking his escape, compelling the real man of Scattering to halt his flight. In this brief moment of delay, the golden light had reached above him, and with a resonant hum, it transformed into a multitude of sword shadows that descended. Seeing no means of evasion, a fierce glint finally surfaced on the real man's face. With a sudden flick of his sleeve, a streak of blood light sliced forth, and with a thunderous clap, the golden sword shadows scattered, the foot-long golden sword flying back several yards, while the blood light, with a flicker, morphed into a dozen crimson streaks pursuing relentlessly. A series of slashing sounds erupted, the blood light engulfing the golden sword entirely. The overwhelming stench of blood caused all present, the cultivators and demons alike, to furrow their brows. They were no ordinary practitioners, and they could naturally sense the terrifying nature of this blood aura. Han Li squinted as he gazed at the unfolding events in the sky, his expression betraying no emotion, as if the assault occurring above did not concern his own life as precious artifact. The young man of the Su surname cast a glance at Han Li, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes that it seemed that the Sisson real person had also sensed something amiss. His countenance darkened as he pointed towards the sky, causing all the crimson lights to rush back towards him. After a brief whirl, they coalesced above his head into a short blade of half a foot in length, blood-red and ensconced in a faint mist of crimson. Indeed, it is you. This blood blade resembles the forged dragon blade, does it not? Han Li observed the short blade intently, speaking slowly. The mention of the dragon blade elicited reactions from those around. Even the silver-winged night demon, a creature of considerable power, was momentarily captivated, its gaze fixated upon the blood blade in the air. The Sisson real person did not respond to Han Li's words. Instead, he was riveted by the golden flying sword at Han Li's side, his face a mask of astonishment, for despite the numerous strikes from the blood blade, the sword remained resplendent, not bearing even a single scratch. This left the Sisson real person, who was acutely aware of the current might of the blood blade, somewhat incredulous. There is no need for concern. My flying sword possesses certain peculiarities, regardless of how formidable your blood blade may be. It is a futile endeavor to attempt its destruction, Han Li remarked with a slight smirk, raising his hand to beckon the sword back to him. What is this? Have you lost your desire to kill me? The Sisson real person remarked, his gaze flickering. Kill you? Why would I wish to do that? The individuals you have slain are no kin of mine. I harbor no interest in avenging them. However, should you not be the person I suspect, then whether you live or die holds little significance. Yet now, with such a potent treasure in your possession, we might as well join forces, Han Li said with a chilling smile. What do you imply? Han Dao friend, the young man of the Su surname inquired, his expression shifting as he began to grasp Han Li's intentions. To escape this predicament, they would undoubtedly need to rely on brute strength. Although the Black Wind banner was a transcendent treasure, the Yuansha ancestor would need to divide his focus to confront them, likely unable to unleash its full power. If they were to forcefully attack the spatial point, there was a chance to shatter this space. Han Li spoke with a resolute tone, bolstered by his previous experience of breaching space within the Ling Miao Garden. He felt a measure of confidence. While it was true that he had discovered a point of instability in space during that instance, he also recognized that he was not the only nascent soul cultivator trapped here. If they could coordinate their efforts cleverly, their collective strength could yield the same result. Han Dao friend makes a valid point. What does our silver-winged companion think? The young man of the Su surname pondered briefly before turning to the silver-winged night demon. This person's blood blade appears quite formidable. If we can escape this place, it is certainly worth a try, the silver-winged night demon stated without hesitation, after a moment of scrutiny directed at the Sisson real person. A glimmer of curiosity flashing in its eyes. Seeing this, Han Li nodded slightly and turned to the Sisson real person, saying, "You have heard our terms that we harbor no ill intentions towards you, by collaborating to break through this space. You would be aiding not just us, but yourself as well. Surely, you do not wish to be devoured by that demon, losing your nascent soul in the process." The Sisson real person's expression remained unchanged. Yet his gaze was restless, clearly contemplating Han Li's proposition. "After we leave here, we shall go our separate ways. You won't hold any grudges against us, will you?" The Sisson real person finally spoke. "You regard us as a group of idle individuals who are well-fed and have nothing better to do. As long as you refrain from taking action against us, who among us would be interested in causing you trouble?" The youth with the surname Su scoffed disdainfully. "Indeed, that is a valid point. If those from Tai's sect were present, I would indeed need to contemplate the matter further. However, since my esteemed friends have expressed such sentiments, I, Zheng, shall not refuse," replied the scattered immortal with a sudden smile, readily consenting. The prompt agreement from the other party somewhat surprised Han Li, yet it was within the bounds of reason. The group then gathered together to discuss their methods of coordination. Clearly, to dismantle this spatial barrier, the greater the power of their attacks, the better. However, this did not imply that all attacks should be unleashed simultaneously. After all, the manner of their assaults, their treasures, and attributes differed. And if they were to intertwine their attacks haphazardly, it could yield contrary effects, diminishing their overall potency. "Daoist Han, I recall that you have a companion who remains concealed. Why not summon him to join us?" "That friend's flying knives possess considerable might," the youth with the surname Su remarked nonchalantly after a few moments of discussion. The silver-winged night demons and others shifted their gazes toward Han Li. Internally, Han Li cursed the youth with the surname Su, yet maintained an impassive facade. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "Rest assured, that Taoist will certainly lend us a helping hand. There is no need to summon him, as due to the nature of his cultivation, it is inconvenient for him to reveal himself to all of you." Upon hearing Han Li's response, the youth with the surname Su displayed visible dissatisfaction. However, having just witnessed Han Li's peculiar abilities in vanquishing the two-headed ancient demon, he did not dare to press further, only letting out a cold snort as he acquiesced. Meanwhile, the scattered immortal, who had been grinning since agreeing to collaborate, now observed the apparent discord between Han Li and the youth with the surname Su, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Just then, his expression subtly altered, before returning to normal. As he slowly lowered his head, obscuring his face, seemingly lost in contemplation, that in truth, the scattered immortal's lips moved incessantly, secretly conveying messages to a certain individual present. After a brief moment, he raised his head again, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet, no one noticed that on the palm of his hand, which was concealed behind his back, countless strands of white fur, several inches long and as hard as needles, had emerged unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 1045. Sudden change in barrier breaking. The white fur on the scattered immortal's arm appeared for just a fleeting moment before vanishing seamlessly into his skin. Han Li maintained a calm demeanor, his voice tranquil, yet no one perceived that a thread of his spiritual consciousness had quietly infiltrated a certain spirit beast pouch, gently soothing the suddenly agitated wailing soul beast. While his mind raced with unusual thoughts, in the span of a tea's brewing time, Han Li and the others finalized their strategy for engagement. They then moved in unison, selecting a designated spot, and retrieved their respective array flags and discs to set up auxiliary formations aimed at amplifying their attack power. Meanwhile, Han Li and the youth with the surname Su collaboratively established a formidable attack array known as the Windflame Dragon Fury Formation. While this formation could not be compared to the forbidden formations of certain sects, it was the most powerful offensive array they could temporarily devise. That it is estimated that once this formation is completely arranged and activated, it could withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator wielding an ordinary magical treasure. Naturally, this is of great significance. After a quarter of an hour, the array was meticulously set up. Gui Ling and the Silver-Winged Night Demon, among others, entered the auxiliary formation as for the Wind Flame Dragon Fierce formation. It was naturally overseen by Han Li and the young man with the surname Su. It is indeed quite ironic that Han Li and the Tianlan Sacred Hall, who were originally sworn enemies, were now compelled to join forces. The young man with the surname Su gazed at the distant grayish barrier ahead, raised one hand, and sent forth a milky white orb of light that struck the barrier. However, the orb did not explode. Instead, it hesitated for a moment before hovering on the surface of the barrier, flickering and becoming an exceedingly conspicuous target. In a moment, let us all strike at this point, Su declared without hesitation. The others remained silent, tacitly agreeing to this course of action. Noticing this, Su turned to glance at Han Li, who was within the formation, and nodded slightly. Han Li smiled faintly and, without a word, formed a hand sign. His fingers flicked outward, unleashing a series of magical seals that shot forth in an instant. Dozens of magical flags around them shimmered with various ethereal lights, producing a resonant hum. Su inhaled deeply, his hand emanating a fiery red glow. Suddenly, he pressed down onto the ground, sending waves of red light radiating from his position toward the array plates buried deep beneath. The ground trembled, followed by several explosive sounds as over 10 crimson fire pillars shot skyward within the formation, each as thick as a bowl and radiating intense heat, seemingly igniting the surrounding air. Everyone felt a parched sensation in their mouths. This moment, Han flipped his palm, revealing a pale blue array plate. He struck the plate, causing the azure light to flicker, which promptly resonated with the formation, revealing numerous points of spiritual light. After several booming sounds, over 10 azure wind dragons coalesced within the array, each targeting a fire pillar under Han Li's incantation, leaping upward. Instantly, wind and fire intertwined, transforming into a dozen wind-fire dragons. With wind as their bodies and fire as their skins, the flames propelled by the force of the wind, both elements surging together, attack. Upon witnessing the formation of the wind-fire dragons, a flicker of delight crossed Su's face as he shouted sternly. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and expelled an azure orb that spiraled above his head, while the Lingxi peacock flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of 5-colored spiritual light that enveloped the orb and shot toward the barrier with astonishing momentum. The Silver-Winged Night Demon, Lin Yiping, and others also activated their auxiliary formations, employing divine abilities or summoning magical treasures to assault the barrier in a certain mystical sequence. Thunderous roars erupted from the barrier ahead as giant spiritual orbs exploded one after another, their magnitude reverberating throughout the space. Han Li, with a flick of his sleeve, sent dozens of golden flying swords soaring into the sky, subsequently manifesting hundreds of sword lights that dazzled with golden brilliance, nearly obscuring the entire sky. Those nearby, including the young man with the surname Su and other cultivators, felt their expressions shift at the sight of such might, their apprehension toward Han Li deepening further, especially when recalling the earlier sharpness of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. Han Li, however, paid no heed to the opinions of others. Under the incantation he invoked, the beams of light from his sword swiftly coalesced into a massive giant sword over 10 zhang in length. A spell struck its surface, and a layer of golden arcs flickered along the blade, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Despite the sword's formation, Han Li did not hastily wield this treasure. Instead, he uttered a low command and abruptly cast it from his hand. Then, with a swift hand gesture, he punctuated this several times. Instantly, the trembled violently in midair before emitting a muffled explosion, casting a vast expanse of azure light that cascaded downward and vanished into the formation in an instant. The surrounding array flags, having absorbed the azure light, erupted with astonishing spiritual brilliance, causing the more than 10 wind-fire dragons soaring above the array to roll in unison, each emitting a dragon's roar as their forms swelled several times in size. Lunging forward with claws bared, the 10 or so wind-fire dragons, propelled by an impressive momentum, formed a straight line and crashed forcefully against the barrier one after another. This time, the grayish barrier finally quivered violently, beginning to twist and warp. When the last windfire dragon detonated against the barrier, transforming into a colossal fireball, a flash of blood light surged forth, morphing into a gigantic blood blade that struck the same spot. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of breaking porcelain, a crack measuring approximately a zhang appeared on the barrier, albeit only a foot deep, indicating it had not yet been breached. However, just as the crack glimmered with black light, seemingly on the verge of sealing, the young man with the surname Su and the silver-winged night demon would not allow such a golden opportunity to slip away. Immediately, numerous treasures assailed the fissure like a torrential storm, barely staving off the sealing effect for the time being. At this juncture, Han Li made his move. The massive sword, already charged and brimming with energy, transformed into a bolt of golden lightning amidst a deafening roar and struck fiercely at the crack. The sword light erupted within the fissure like a golden sun rising, causing the zhang-sized crack to dissolve and expand several times in size. The impact of this strike seemed to surpass that of all previous assaults combined. Not only did the others stand in stunned silence, but Han Li himself was taken aback. What was happening? Given the earlier scenario, it appeared that the divine thunder was precisely countering the barrier. Could it be that the Black Wind banner was, in fact, a magical treasure of the demonic path? If so, such a phenomenon would not be implausible. Just as Han Li pondered this, the golden light subsided, revealing a faint white glow emanating from the barrier, which now seemed to consist of only a thin layer. Upon witnessing this, everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts, but before others could promptly unleash their magical treasures against the barrier, a small black flying dagger, merely an inch long, silently materialized before the crack, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that instant, the barrier emitted a soft pop, and the thin layer of the barrier instantly displayed a black gleam, followed by a complete shattering, revealing a gaping hole several zhang wide, exposing a scene that everyone recognized all too well. Upon seeing this, all present rejoiced, but a flash of silver light revealed a figure that had eerily appeared before the barrier. Swiftly darting through the newly formed opening. It was none other than Han Li's humanoid puppet. The others, who had hesitated for a moment, were now in a flurry, not pausing to think as they all employed various escape techniques. Dashing towards the soul exit with fervor, behind Han Li, a pair of silver wings emerged, yet he did not immediately teleport away. Instead, a flicker of unusual color flashed in his eyes, and his lips parted slightly. Originally, Gui Ling had transformed into a wisp of black and white energy, appearing before the barrier, but suddenly a look of doubt crossed her face, causing her to hesitate momentarily. It was in this brief delay that Su's group and the demon managed to slip past the barrier first. At that instant, an exceedingly blinding flash of blood light erupted outside the barrier, and countless black threads hissed through the air, darting past the opening. The thunderous roar of the Su youth and Lin Yinping's furious shout arose almost simultaneously, followed by a cacophony of explosions outside, thick blood energy surging forth, alongside the sinister laughter of the scattered real person. "Let us go," Han Li commanded decisively, then with a powerful flap of his thunderous wings, transformed into a silver arc and swiftly escaped through the opening. Although Gui Ling harbored profound doubts, she followed suit without a second thought. The moment Han Li's figure emerged beyond the barrier, a torrent of blood energy surged towards him, yet he seemed to have anticipated this, as he swiftly evaded the crimson tide, appearing over 100 yards away in another location, coming to a halt. He gazed back towards the exit. To his astonishment, he noticed that just outside the rapidly shrinking opening, a vast sea of blood had materialized, its dense crimson mist swirling like liquid, exuding a nauseating stench. Floating gently above the blood sea were several entities, including the silver-winged night demon, a lion beast, and a towering creature entirely covered in white fur. This creature, clad in the attire of the scattered real person, emanated an overwhelming aura of death. Suddenly, it turned its head, its eyes ablaze with green fire, revealing a grotesquely emaciated bare face. At that moment, this creature was manipulating the blood light formed from blood blades, forcefully pinning down a figure submerged in the blood, preventing any chance of escape. This figure, now reduced to a mere half, with one arm and one leg missing, struggled desperately to wield a green orb and a silver hook-shaped artifact to fend off the encroaching blood light and surrounding blood energy. His face contorted with vengeful fury. It was none other than the great master from Tianan Prairie, the Su youth. Not far from him, the powerful spiritual Xiang Conke was equally ensnared by the purple mist conjured by the lion beast. barely managing to protect itself. Lin Yingping's situation was no better. She was besieged by countless soul-harrowing threads unleashed by the silver-winged night demon, frantically defending herself. Had it not been for her silk handkerchief's silver silkworm technique, which momentarily countered the relentless gray threads, she would have surely been captured by now. Yet, it was evident that her defeat was merely a matter of time. That it, exclaimed Gui Ling, her eyes wide as she suddenly recognized the white-furred monster. Having emerged alongside Han Li due to his warning. So, you know this corpse refiner? Han Li inquired, glancing back with a flicker of interest. I suppose you could say that, Gui Ling replied, hesitating for a moment. What do you mean? Han Li's gaze flickered as he turned back to her. It had not transformed into a corpse before. It was originally a spirit beast, with whom we had shared a bond in the past. Its master was also a human cultivator who descended from the spirit realm to the human realm. However, since we were sealed within Kunwa Mountain, we have not seen it again, nor do we know how it became a corpse. Gui Ling explained. So, it was originally a spirit beast from the spirit realm. Han Li's expression shifted. Indeed, the cultivators who descended from the spirit realm to the human realm could not possess excessively high cultivation levels, and thus the spirit beasts they brought along were similarly restricted. The few of us who accompanied them to the human realm were permitted to descend only after our original memories were erased. Gui Ling sighed. Erased memories? You do not recall anything at all? Han Li's heart tightened, only to be followed by a sense of disappointment. He had hoped to inquire about matters concerning the spirit realm from Gui Ling. Aside from knowing that he had descended from the spirit realm, he retained no memories regarding it whatsoever. Gui Ling also displayed a hint of melancholy. Han Li fell into silence, but as his thoughts shifted, he recalled Silver Moon. Silver Moon's identity was not simple. She should possess some memories of the spirit realm. His mind began to stir again, but he quickly suppressed this thought, realizing that it was not the time to ponder such matters. His instinctive gaze swept across the surroundings. Upon emerging from the barrier, the space had become somewhat peculiar. It was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Not only was the eighth spirit ruler, which had originally hovered above the palace, nowhere to be seen, but even the black wind flag that had previously restrained them had vanished without a trace. No wonder they had managed to break free so easily. The ground was littered with vast, deep pits and claw marks several zhang long, as if some colossal beast had ravaged the area. A portion of the palace had been utterly shattered into ruins, bearing the marks of an extraordinarily fierce battle. Han Li's spiritual sense had already swept across the remnants of the palace. However, the barriers designed to isolate spiritual perception still remained, preventing him from uncovering anything. Yet, this also brought him a sense of relief, for the pressure exerted upon him by the Yuancha Saint Ancestor had been overwhelmingly great. If he were to confront this demon head-on, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, the only remaining teleportation array had confined him within the space of the Black Wind Flag's barrier. And leaving this place would require alternative means. As his gaze flickered, Han Li began to contemplate strategies for escape. Han Daoist, if you are willing to lend your assistance to Su and me, I can take full responsibility as a saintess to resolve the grievances between you and the Tianlan Sacred Hall. Lin Yingping suddenly called out to Han Li anxiously, her voice imbued with concern. I have already been pursued by your abrupt group for such an extended period. What grievances remain to be resolved? I have no interest in intervening. Han Li's expression turned wooden as he resolutely declined. Do not forget, Han brother, we arrived in the Great Jin because of you. If Su Xianshi and I were to fall here, do you think the other three great immortal masters would easily relent? Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled softly and cast a glance at the blood sea. Lin Yingping was currently channeling the silken handkerchief in her grasp, its silver light dazzling, momentarily forcing back the malevolent soul threads. Though her complexion was exceptionally pale, clearly beginning to employ secret techniques to enhance her artifact's power, the young man bearing the surname Su found himself ensnared in a sea of blood. Having been ambushed first, and though the two magical artifacts he wielded were formidable, they now appeared on the verge of collapse. In stark contrast, they, radiant with five-colored spiritual light, seemed to be in the best condition. This ancient spiritual bird, though unable to extricate itself from the purple mist, was simultaneously beyond the reach of the lion-like beast. After all, the most potent attack of this ferocious creature, the golden waves, was effectively countered by the five-colored spiritual light. No matter how many golden waves struck the luminous barrier, they dissipated instantaneously. Present, Lin Xinzi spoke with extravagant eloquence. yet I remained unmoved to intervene. To be candid, had it not been for the two individuals appearing to be inescapably trapped, I would have considered taking advantage of the situation that I asked for the three celestial masters, should they truly come seeking me. I would not hesitate to engage them in a contest of abilities. Han Li replied with an air of composure, neither hurried nor flustered. His words were not mere bravado. After vanquishing the ancient demon, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. With the aid of several near-clone puppets and the wholly obedient Gui Ling, he felt confident enough to contend with 3 or 4 late-stage Yuaning cultivators without suffering a significant disadvantage. Moreover, it was improbable that all 3 of Tianlan's celestial masters would abandon the grasslands to seek him out, unless they were willing to sever the fate of their own kin. After all, a Tianlan grassland devoid of celestial masters would likely spell disaster for the two people if such news reached them. Fully aware of this, Han Li regarded the threat posed by the Tianlan Saintess with utter disdain. The previously apprehensive white-haired corpse refiner, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed and broke into a series of strange chuckles. Taoist Han is indeed a person of reason. I have not laid a hand on Brother Han. So how could he fall victim to your trivial schemes? You too should surrender without further ado. Han Li maintained a stoic expression, but inwardly scoffed at the remark. Previously, within the barrier, this transformed figure, the scattered true man, had unwittingly revealed a hint of his corpse-refining identity through some secret technique, only to be immediately detected by the soul-screaming beast in his pouch. Upon realizing this, he naturally became aware of the communication between this demon and the silver-winged night demon. Relying on his superior spiritual sense, which surpassed that of late-stage Yuaning cultivators, he discreetly eavesdropped on a portion of their conversation. To avoid detection, he refrained from forcefully intruding into their consciousness, settling for mere snippets of overheard information. Yet even this vague understanding informed him that the white-haired corpse refiner intended to conspire with the silver-winged night demon. Once they breached the barrier, they would exploit the others' lowered guard to strike at the human cultivators who ventured out of the valley with them. Whether those humans were two or allied with Han Li was of no consequence to them. Han Li had intentionally delayed his exit, allowing that young man bearing the surnames Su and Lin Yinping to encounter misfortune. Thus, he felt no inclination to show kindness to his adversaries, although he had never previously encountered this white-haired corpse refiner. Given its late-stage Yuaning cultivation and distinctive appearance, it was evident that it could only be the famed 10,000-year-old corpse bear from the Myriad Demons Valley. This demon, renowned among the great Jin's demon clan, had cultivated into a spirit countless millennia ago, establishing a notorious reputation. As the myriad demons of the Myriad Demon Valley stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Tai sect and the Heavenly Demon sect. The presence of this demon, taking the form of a human rogue cultivator as the Vice Valley Master, is indeed intriguing. The identity of this demon's manifestation, the Scatterer, remains shrouded in mystery. Whether this rogue truly existed and was slain, thereby becoming an illusion, or if it is merely the demon's guise to traverse the realm as a human cultivator. The concealment technique employed by this demon is remarkably exquisite, so much so that even he cannot discern its true identity as a corpse. However, this seems to have imposed significant limitations on its cultivation. Otherwise, during its initial ambush on the black-clad elder of the Yin Luo sect with that bloodblade, it would not have allowed the elder's nascent soul to escape so easily. Han Li observed the ancient corpse bear, floating ominously in the blood sea, its entire being radiating a ghastly aura, his expression impassive as a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Though he had no intention of intervening to rescue a former adversary, he would not permit the bloodblade to effortlessly consume the flesh and essence of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, thereby enhancing its might before turning against them. The moment the Su youth meets his demise would mark the opportune instant for Han Li to seize the bloodblade. Surely, even if the transformation of the blade's power is swift, there must be a period of delay in between. This interval would present the prime opportunity for him to acquire this sinister treasure. Such a malevolent artifact should undoubtedly remain in one's own possession for greater security. Han Li had long since made his decision with icy resolve. Without revealing his intentions, Han Li subtly moved his lips a few times. Beside him, Gui Ling's gaze flickered, yet her demeanor remained unchanged. Brother Han, should you extend your hand to assist, I am willing to impart the secret of transforming the gold-devouring insect into its mature form. Surely, this condition would sway a fellow cultivator, declared the taciturn Su youth. Inhaling deeply and addressing Han Li with a commanding tone, the gold-devouring insect. Han Li paused, a look of perplexity crossing his features. Don't know. The method for its final transformation is a closely guarded secret of our sacred hall. It cannot be easily divulged to outsiders. Lin Yinping interjected with sudden alarm upon hearing this. With our lives at stake, what does it matter for such a secret? The Su youth retorted, his countenance ashen. Are you truly willing to be consumed by this blood blade, forfeiting even the chance for rebirth? Moreover, should we fall, the Mulan people will seize the opportunity to retaliate against the grasslands. A mere secret technique pales in comparison to the survival of our clan. He interrupted Lin Yinping before she could voice further objections, his face a mask of fury. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yinping turned pale as a ghost but ultimately fell silent. The ancient corpse bear, observing Han Li's contemplative demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding. Without regard for conserving its magical energy, the demon swiftly formed hand seals, channeling its power into the blood light emanating from the blood blade. Instantly, the sanguine glow surged tremendously, morphing into a colossal ghostly visage, its gaping maw opening wide as it lunged toward the Su youth below, intent on devouring him. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding blood mist roiled violently, waves of crimson surging to form a blood-red vortex that ensnared the Su youth inescapably. Alarmed, the Su youth's heart raced as he realized the peril, forcing himself to unleash the powers of his azure orb and silver hook, striking fiercely towards the ghastly face. Yet, in a flash, the blood glow within its mouth flickered, and a torrent of blood threads erupted forth, ensnaring the two treasures with unwavering grip, swiftly drawing them into its maw. The Su youth's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. The grotesque visage opened its maw once more, revealing a set of jagged fangs as a chilling, sinister laugh echoed forth, lunging towards the unfathomable sea of blood below. Now devoid of any obstruction, the young man of the Su clan gritted his teeth, and at that moment, his primordial spirit's eyes widened, preparing to escape from his corporeal form. Chapter 1049. Spirit birds and primordial spirits. Just then, a golden arc suddenly appeared, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. With a resounding boom, the golden brilliance erupted. The grotesque entity let out a wretched scream as a significant portion of it disintegrated. Yet the remaining fragment grew more ferocious, seizing the opportunity while the Su youth's face was alight with joy, and abruptly lunged downwards, sinking its teeth into his neck. Layers of sanguine light enveloped him, seemingly on the verge of consuming the young man entirely. Feeling his body rapidly eroded by the bloodlight, the young man was seized by panic and hurriedly chanted a peculiar incantation. Instantly, a layer of yellow light erupted from his remaining form, swelling and contracting before exploding outward in an instant. The bloodlight was pierced by countless beams of radiance, becoming fragmented and disarrayed. Subsequently, a diminutive primordial spirit flickered and vanished, teleporting to a height of several dozen feet in the air. There, the protective spiritual light shimmered once more, transforming into a yellow rainbow as it prepared to flee. Thinking to escape, a cold snort escaped the mouth of the corpse bear, which then lunged forward with a powerful grasp into the void. Immediately, a mass of dark energy materialized above the primordial spirit's head, and with a flash of light, it morphed into a massive hand that reached for the spirit. Before it could descend, the power contained within that hand enveloped an area spanning over 10 feet around it. The Su youth, witnessing this, could not help but silently lament. Had he not been ambushed, he could have effortlessly teleported away multiple times, or even relied on the innate abilities of his primordial spirit to forcibly break through such esoteric bindings. After all, a late-stage cultivator's primordial spirit, once solidified, was far superior to that of early or mid-stage practitioners. Even without a physical form, he still possessed the strength to contend with others. However, his primordial spirit had already exhausted its spiritual energy in the blood sea, leaving him with little capability to counteract his adversary's technique. Meanwhile, Han Li stood several dozen feet away, hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had unleashed a single golden arc and would not intervene further. Left with no other choice, the Su youth resolved to fight back desperately. He suddenly summoned the remnants of his magical power. The primordial spirit opened its mouth and expelled a token that resembled gold, yet was not, preparing to utilize his life-bound treasure in a final, desperate strike. But at that moment, a flash of silver light appeared above the dark hand, manifesting an enigmatic figure. Raising a hand, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated, as a green light flickered, and a beam of emerald radiance, intertwined with golden brilliance, shot forth with a speed that rivaled lightning, striking the dark hand. With a resounding crash, the golden arc flashed wildly, and the hand was instantaneously punctured, creating a gaping hole. Countless slender arcs of electricity rained down, causing the hand to dissipate into a cloud of darkness. The figure within the silver light then moved, effortlessly crossing the distance of several dozen feet to the vicinity of the Sioux youth's primordial spirit. Having narrowly escaped death, the young man's heart was filled with both fear and elation. Without a moment's thought, he summoned his spiritual light, transforming it into a dazzling rainbow and fleeing swiftly. Although the figure in the silver light appeared to be his savior, he dared not allow his primordial spirit to fall into anyone else's grasp. Fortunately, the silver figure seemed to regard him with indifference, coldly facing the distant corpse bear and its companions at that moment. The Lingxi peacock seemed to have received some command from the young man with the surname Su. Suddenly, it quivered its body, and several exceptionally long, brilliantly colored tail feathers shot forth with great force, bursting into a radiant explosion. The five-colored brilliance surged forth, startling the lion-like beast, which dared not confront it head-on and retreated instead. The purple mist was instantly illuminated by the five-colored spiritual light, dissolving and disintegrating, revealing a gaping hole several zhang wide. Seizing this opportunity, the spiritual bird flapped its wings furiously. Its form twisted like wisps of smoke before it mysteriously appeared outside the purple mist. Without a backward glance, it sped directly towards the young man with the surname Su, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man was elated and allowed his Yuan Ying to approach without hesitation. The two entities immediately converged. An astonishing scene unfolded. The spiritual bird opened its beak, and the Yuan Ying of the young man with the surname Su vanished within, leaving no trace behind. Immediately, a clear cry rang out, and the remaining long feathers of the Lingxi peacock suddenly rose, fanning out and displayed. In an instant, the five-colored spiritual light became blindingly brilliant, engulfing the form of the spiritual bird, rendering it indistinguishable. Simultaneously, above the battlefield where the silver-winged night demons and Lin Yinping were engaged, a surge of black and white energy suddenly erupted, and the figure of Gui Ling emerged. Upon seeing the hideous woman, the silver-winged night demon's expression hardened. Gui Ling, displaying no emotion, merely cast a glance at the demon before remaining still, lips subtly moving as she conveyed a few words. The silver-winged night demon's countenance shifted slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he let out a long sigh. Abruptly, he waved his hands, and the malevolent soul threads that had tightly ensnared the Saintess Tianlan were drawn back in a dense swirl, liberating the long-imprisoned Lin Yinping. Overjoyed, Lin Yinping was about to take flight, but Gui Ling, with a hint of cold amusement, suddenly appeared beside her, transforming a silver giant axe into a streak of silver light that descended rapidly. This caught the Tianlan merchant by surprise, and without a moment's thought, she pointed at the brocade scarf before her, attempting to fend it off. However, in a flash of eerie light, an illusion of a one-horned giant tiger materialized atop the giant axe and lunged downward. With a resounding crack, the brocade scarf was sliced cleanly in two within the silver radiance. The tiger's shadow then shimmered and instantly transformed into a massive yellow gas that enveloped her. Lin Yinping was assailed by a putrid stench. Realizing the peril too late, her head felt heavy, and she collapsed. Gui Ling, without any courtesy, formed a hand seal, causing the yellow gas to constrict and bind her tightly. Then, the black and white energy swirled, and in an instant, Lin Yinping vanished from the spot, reappearing beside Han Li after a few flickers. Throughout this process, the corpse bear made no attempt to intervene, merely gazing coldly without uttering a word. Once Gui Ling had retreated, the humanoid puppet within the silver light moved stiffly, darting to Han Li's rear. Han Li, however, did not cast a single glance at the captured Saintess Tianlan, but instead looked in astonishment towards another direction. There, the five-colored spiritual light was dazzling, having expanded to more than double its previous size. Han, my friend, what is the meaning of this? A voice like rolling thunder reverberated from within the radiant light, sounding somewhat like the voice of the young man with the surname Su, albeit much hoarser and imbued with a wild essence. Nothing. I merely assisted in rescuing Len. Han Li replied, his expression unchanged. With a nonchalant tone. If that is the case, it seems Su has been overly suspicious. The voice of the man from the five-color spirit light sect softened, and the ethereal light receded, revealing the spirit resonance peacock. However, at this moment, the divine creature appeared to have grown significantly larger than before. Moreover, a milky white visage materialized upon the peacock's head, faint and almost illusory, resembling that of the young man surnamed Su. Yet, this visage gazed intently at the unconscious Lin Yinping, anxiety flickering across its features. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Taoist Lin. Rather, I have several matters to inquire of you first, and I trust you will not disappoint Han. Han Li inquired with an impassive demeanor. Brother Han, are you attempting to threaten Su? The face formed by the ethereal projection suddenly darkened, revealing a hint of anger that a threat is hardly the case. Has Taoist forgotten so soon how you agreed to my terms just moments ago? Taoist Lin is here merely to ensure that Brother Su does not act irresponsibly. Oh, you truly wish to break your word? Han Li let out a cold laugh, his expression turning ominous. If you genuinely wish to ask something, you must first deal with the few demonic creatures before us. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the young man surnamed Su finally regained his composure, and the eyes of the illusory visage shifted slightly as he spoke. Deal with them? Very well. That is precisely my intention. Han Li stroked his chin and readily agreed. The nonchalant demeanor displayed by Han Li took Su by surprise, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Han Li smiled slightly, then turned to issue a command to the Gui Ling before promptly soaring forth side by side with his humanoid puppet. Upon nearing the Blood Sea, the two halted their radiant escape. After casting a glance at the 10,000-year-old corpse bear, Han Li remarked coolly, as the deputy leader of the Myriad Demons Valley, I assume you have other pressing matters to attend to here at Kunwu Mountain. I still have use for these two, so I shall temporarily take my leave with them. I trust you have no objections. Although his words were framed as a discussion, Han Li's tone was unyieldingly assertive. This provoked great anger from the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast nearby. Your name is Han Li, correct? A cultivator from the southern heavens? The previously silent corpse bear finally spoke, posing a somewhat perplexing question. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but soon a languid expression crossed his face. Indeed. Do you intend to seek revenge against me in the southern heavens later? I harbor no interest in revenge. Brother Han, your rescue of these two from Tianlan this time can be overlooked, but this shall be the only occasion. Should you disrupt our Myriad Demons Valley's affairs again, I assure you, it will not be so easy to resolve. Even if you have these two to aid you, returning alive to the southern heavens will be impossible. The 10,000-year-old corpse bear's eyes blazed with green fire, though he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Han Li's lips twitched slightly, yet he merely smiled without responding. The 10,000-year-old corpse bear, however, expressionlessly formed a hand seal and then abruptly pointed towards the distant bloodlight. Instantly, the crimson glow surged, coiling in the air before transforming into a colossal, blood-colored blade. The blade spun rapidly and then plunged into the depths of the Blood Sea. The sanguine light shot up towards the heavens. And the visage of a ghostly face, previously scattered by Han Li's strike, emerged upon the blade. With a sinister grin, it opened its mouth wide, and the Blood Sea below instantly transformed into a blood pillar that was entirely consumed. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the blood blade appears to have retained its original form, yet the overwhelming stench of blood is enough to induce nausea, as it is intensely acrid. Subsequently, the ancient corpse bear summoned the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast beside it, and without further ado, they made a beeline for the palace. In an instant, the three demons vanished into its depths with great audacity, revealing that the corpse bear indeed harbored ulterior motives. It remains a mystery how this creature managed to persuade the silver-winged night demon and the other demon to follow its lead. Moreover, it seems that there are hidden agendas within the palace itself. Han Li squinted slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Very well, Brother Su, you may now answer my questions. Han Li suddenly turned, calmly addressing the Lingxi peacock behind him. Chapter 1050. The mark of the sacred beast. What does Brother Han wish to inquire about? The Lingxi peacock, glancing at the humanoid puppet and the Lin Yinping held in Gui Ling's grasp, hesitated momentarily. Upon discerning the tone of his companion, he continued, the golden eating insect ultimately evolves into its mature form not merely through its own efforts. This is rather peculiar, as far as I know. Such extraordinary insects were notorious in ancient times, and none have manifested in the realm of cultivation without a master, due to their insatiable hunger and near indestructibility, which instilled great fear for quite a prolonged period. The golden-eating insects of your sky-blue sanctuary likely originated from ancient insect eggs, granting you the opportunity to command this spirit insect. Han Li swayed slightly before returning to Gui Ling's side. Regarding the visage of the phantom with an impassive demeanor, the humanoid puppet, however, shimmered with silver light, its form becoming indistinct before vanishing from sight. If one were to rely on conventional methods, it would take tens of thousands of years for the golden-eating insect to gradually evolve into its mature form. Yet, how long do we cultivators truly live? Even if the lineage were to be passed down through generations, few families or sects could endure such an extensive period, particularly when the golden-eating insect is on the verge of its final evolution. The protracted duration of this process can easily dissuade one from nurturing it. As you to command this insect, you must be acutely aware of the vast disparity between the mature and immature forms. To say it is a chasm would not be an exaggeration, the young man named Sue stated solemnly. Your words carry some truth, my friend, and why golden-eating insect has stagnated at its current stage for nearly several years without any discernible growth. It is indeed likely that your sky blue prairie possesses some secret method to cultivate mature golden-eating insects that I wonder, how much can your technique reduce the time required for their evolution? Hanley exhaled softly, inquiring with a hint of detachment. It can be reduced to a mere third of the original time. Moreover, should you be willing to spare some rare materials and focus on nurturing only a select few, the time could be shortened even further. Sue replied without hesitation. A third, indeed, would justify my efforts. However, how do you intend to share this secret with me without fearing that I might leverage it against you? Hanley suddenly chuckled. Surely you jest, my friend, that I have heard of Brother Han's swarm of golden-eating insects. Though they have reached the brink of their final evolution, they clearly have yet to begin their transformation into the mature form. Even if you were to acquire our cultivation secret, without thousands of years of devoted nurturing, success would remain elusive, Sue retorted. The matters of millennia hence are hardly within our purview. The young man of the Sioux clan candidly expressed his thoughts. Your forthrightness is commendable. Indeed, the events of thousands of years in the future, whether these golden-devouring insects will still reside in the hands of Han's descendants, is a matter open to debate. It is even possible that the esteemed individuals aware of this matter have already devised countermeasures. A faint smile played upon Han Li's lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. If you, my friend, contemplate such a notion, there is no fault in your reasoning. Pray tell, do you no longer desire this secret technique? If other conditions were to arise, I would want it. Why would I not? Even if I am unable to cultivate a mature specimen within my lifetime, there is still much to glean from it. I have always held a keen interest in nurturing spiritual insects. Han Li licked his lips, crossing his arms. Very well, my friend, please hold on a moment. I shall inscribe this secret into a jade slip forthwith. You must have cultivated this insect for many years. I trust you can discern its authenticity with a mere glance. The young man of the Sioux clan, with his transformed visage, exhibited a flicker of surprise, yet showed no inclination to retract his words. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his form vanished into the body of the Lingxi peacock. Han Li smiled faintly, seizing the opportunity to shift his gaze towards the distant palace. After the three fiends entered, the interior remained eerily silent, as though it were still devoid of life. Observing this bizarre situation, Han Li furrowed his brow and suddenly conveyed some inquiries to Gui Ling. The homely woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded in kind. After nodding, Han Li's expression darkened. Very well, Brother Han, continue. Suddenly, the spirit bird opposite opened its mouth, and a beam of white light shot forth. Han Li's eyes sparkled. With a flourish of his sleeve, a swirl of azure mist emerged, swiftly enveloping the object into his grasp. As the white light receded, it revealed a palm-sized white jade slip. Without hesitation, Han Li grasped the object with one hand and gently pressed it against his forehead, immersing his consciousness within. His expression began to stabilize, yet gradually morphed into one of astonishment, followed by a dawning realization. It appeared he was on the verge of comprehending the techniques inscribed within the jade slip. After a full tea's worth of time, Han Li finally withdrew his consciousness from the slip, exhaling softly as he raised his gaze to the young man opposite, exclaiming, Su Dao Yu, might I inquire as to which esteemed figure of your abrupt clan conceived this method for cultivating the golden-devouring insect? I must admit, I hold a measure of admiration for this ingenuity to conceive of infusing the quintessence of the 5 elements into the spirit insect's body through the infusion method, thereby hastening its maturation. Is not a feat that just anyone could devise. Even if one could conceive of it, I suspect it would require immense effort and countless trials, with an unknown number of failures. ever since the temple acquired the golden devouring insect eggs. They have been diligently researched by the elder proficient in insect manipulation, dedicating over a millennium to uncovering this viable method. Alas, the scarcity of the insect eggs remains an unresolved issue, and the requisite auxiliary materials are exceedingly rare, rendering large-scale cultivation impossible. The young man replied with a sense of resignation. Hanli nodded in response, feeling no surprise, were it not for his mysterious vial and the wondrous properties of the rainbow grass. He too might have struggled to repeatedly cultivate and evolve such a multitude of golden devouring insects. Having successfully rescued both of you, I now expect the verdict to be rendered in my favor. The prior transaction is thus concluded. Now, my dear Sue, do you intend to achieve your own dissolution, allowing me to guide your soul towards reincarnation, or shall I take matters into my own hands, reducing both your ethereal form and nascent soul to mere ashes? At that moment, Han Li's expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon the lynxy peacock, a fierce aura manifesting upon his countenance. No sooner had he uttered these words than a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Revealing a pair of silvery wings, he clenched his fists. A resounding clash reverberated through the air, and a layer of golden lightning attire materialized around him, crackling with a terrifying intensity. Almost simultaneously, behind the lynxy peacock, a humanoid puppet appeared silently, its hands aglow with crimson light, a small bow shimmering with emerald radiance aimed directly at the ethereal creature. The lynxy peacock trembled in fear, spreading its wings wide, encased in a protective barrier of five-colored spiritual light. That it then opened its mouth, releasing a burst of yellow light, which turned out to be the Sioux surname youth's nascent soul. Swiftly landing atop the peacock's head, casting a rueful glance towards Hanli. Friend, I implore you to cease this hostility. Our paths need not converge in such a cataclysmic manner that we can certainly negotiate peace. Even if you are unafraid of the pursuit by the other three great masters, do you not consider the safety of your sect and descendants? Do you wish to compel me to annihilate all your esteemed masters within my lifetime? Upon hearing this, Han Li's demeanor shifted momentarily, yet he replied coldly, Why must you speak so? Previously, when the Saintess and I pursued you, it was purely due to the prevailing hierarchy of the cultivation realm. You, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, have slain and injured so many high-tier masters on our prairie. Thus, our holy temple had no choice but to apprehend you. Later, your retrieval of the sacred beast's avatar further transgressed our sacred edicts, necessitating our pursuit into the realm of Djinn. However, the circumstances have altered. You now command two late-stage cultivators, your abilities rivaling those of great masters, placing you on equal footing with our holy temple. We have no desire for mutual destruction. Thus, a truce would indeed be prudent. Moreover, the dangers within Kunwa Mountain are extraordinary. It would be wise for both parties to unite for mutual protection. The Sioux surname youth, observing that Hanli had not interrupted his discourse, felt a slight sense of relief. He hastily articulated his premeditated arguments in one breath. Have you concluded? Hanli inquired, having listened intently to the youth's words, his expression remaining unyielding. Do you doubt the veracity of my statements? The Sioux surname youth, sensing Han Li's demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously queried, The cessation of hostilities is not out of the question. But what assurance can you provide that your intentions are genuine? Are mere words or verbal oaths sufficient? Hanli chuckled derisively, a trace of scorn upon his visage. Certainly not. Our holy temple Saintess is present and can employ secret arts to summon the true spirit of the Tianlan sacred beast. Thereby imbuing you with the mark of the sacred beast, we would extend an invitation for you to become an honorary elder of our holy temple, that in this manner, as long as you return the sacred beast's avatar to us. We can provide an account to others upon our return, and our temple would have no cause to turn against its own. The Sioux surname youth hastened to articulate this proposition. The mark of the sacred beast. I have indeed heard whispers of it while traversing the prairie. That it is said that those who bear this mark are the very core of the sacred temple, bound by an unbreakable vow against harboring murderous intent towards one another. Should such treachery arise, the mark shall unleash its curse, inflicting an incessant, excruciating pain upon the spirit, rendering existence a living torment. Upon hearing this, Hanli was taken aback, pondering for a moment before replying. As long as Taoist Han is aware of this matter, that suffices, my companions, and I do not wish to reach the point of life and death enmity with you, primarily due to the capture of the sacred beast's avatar. As for the fallen immortals, In light of your current strength, they are but trifles. The young man of the Sioux clan, a Yuaning cultivator, noticing Han Li's wavering resolve, continued to press his case. Han Li, however, furrowed his brow, his expression shifting between shadows of doubt and determination at this juncture. The Sioux youth wisely fell silent, waiting for Han Li's decision, though a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. He understood all too well that if Han Li truly intended to annihilate them, even their combined efforts would offer no escape for a mere Yuaning. Thus, despite being a late-stage Yuaning cultivator, his heart raced with trepidation, as if he were treading on the edge of a precipice. Chapter 1051. The thunder of commanding thought, while I harbor no fear of your heavenly lawn's sacred temple. The matter of bearing the sacred beast's mark and joining your ranks is out of the question. How can I trust that this so-called mark holds no hidden dangers, as long as your temple refrains from troubling Han? All shall be well. Of course, should you persist in your foolishness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Han Li fixed his gaze upon the Sioux youth, speaking with an icy calmness. Naturally, with your current prowess, how could we of the heavenly lawn's sacred temple ever contemplate breaking our word? Might I request that you release our sacred maiden first? The Sioux youth exclaimed, his voice brimming with hope. Do not rush. My conditions have yet to be fully articulated. Han Li replied with a huff, irritation evident in his tone. What other conditions might you have, Han brother? Please, do share. The Sioux youth was momentarily taken aback, his heart suddenly gripped by apprehension that I shall return the sacred beast's avatar to you. But this cannot be accomplished immediately. It may take several years. Rest assured, I will guarantee its safety. That a peculiar expression flickered across Han Li's face. Unable to return the sacred beast's avatar immediately? This complicates matters. The Sioux youth hesitated upon hearing this. This is merely one aspect. Secondly, as a guarantee that you shall not renege on our agreement, I require that I place some restrictions upon you and this sacred maiden of yours. Fear not. It is not the kind of divine binding technique you might dread at our level of cultivation. Such methods would bear little efficacy. That I have recently acquired the ancient secret of crafting thunder of commanding thought. You need only allow the Yuaning to ingest a grain of this thunder imbued with my consciousness. Han Li regarded the Sioux youth with an air of indifference, casually replying, the thunder of commanding thought is absolutely unacceptable. The Sioux youth's heart leapt in alarm, and without a moment's thought, he retorted loudly. Should you refuse, I shall erase both of you from existence. Then swiftly journey to the heavenly lawn prairie to eliminate the three immortal masters one by one while they are isolated. Upon my return to Tiannan, I shall inform the Mulan people, and I believe they would be quite pleased to reclaim their place upon the prairie at that moment. The mention of the Tianlan sanctuary was irrelevant. The very existence of the two clan in this world was a matter open to interpretation. Han Li spoke in a leisurely manner. Do you dare to act in such a way? Upon hearing these words, the young man of the Sioux clan, in the Yuaning stage, felt a chill run down his spine and exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury, why would I not dare? Your earlier proposition to join the sanctuary and bear the mark of the sacred beast was merely an attempt to bind my hands and feet. There are indeed several methods to circumvent this mark and deal with you differently. Moreover, I have never been one to be controlled by others. All that I possess must be governed solely by myself. If you are unwilling to be marked by the true thunder of rebuke, I cannot easily let go of this opportunity. You must be eradicated from this world entirely. Very well. I shall grant you one final chance if I fold my 5 fingers and you have yet to utter a word of consent. I shall take it as a refusal of my conditions and will act immediately. Without any intention of prolonging the matter, Han Li slightly raised one hand, retracting his thumb, and spoke ominously. How can I know that after marking you with the true thunder, you won't take the opportunity to strike against us? The young man of the Sioux clan, somewhat panicked, still refused to concede easily. Oh, I really need to go through such elaborate measures to eliminate you? Han Li let out a cold laugh, uttering a single word, and bent another finger down. However, the Yuaning stood atop the peacock's head, murmuring incessantly while his eyes darted around, seemingly seeking an opportunity to escape. Unbeknownst to him, Gui Ling had already positioned herself on the opposite side of the lynxy peacock, her gaze fixed on the Yuaning with a predatory intensity. The heart of the young man from the Sioux clan sank suddenly. With the three of them locking onto him simultaneously, the notion of escaping in his Yuaning form was nothing short of a delusion. In the blink of an eye, Han Li bent down his 4th finger, leaving only his pinky extended. That moment, Gui Ling and the humanoid puppet no longer concealed their overwhelming aura. An astonishing spiritual pressure began to bear down on the Lingxi peacock. With a wave of her hand, a silver axe appeared in Gui Ling's grasp, while the humanoid puppet brandished a thunderfire bow that radiated a brilliant red light, its golden lightning arrows shimmering erratically, all aimed directly at the distant Lingxi peacock. Meanwhile, Han Li, with a stoic expression, flipped his other hand, causing the three-flame fan to materialize before him. With a gentle flick, runes surged and rolled across the fan's surface, a tricolored halo expanding forth, accompanied by a melodious phoenix cry. Witnessing this from within the protective multicolored light, the young man of the Su clan felt his Yuan Ying face drain of color, yet his lips remained tightly sealed. The cold light in Han Li's eyes was as sharp as a blade. His lips moved, about to utter a 5-character incantation. Very well, Su shall allow you to be restrained under the Yuan Ying. Finally, the young man discerned Han Li's unwavering resolve from the murderous intent on his face, and could only grit his teeth in resignation. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded with a flicker of approval in his gaze, then formed a hand seal, intoning an ancient incantation. After a moment, his face paled as he squeezed out a small, bean-sized white light from between his brows, seemingly enveloping something, which floated gently towards the Yuan Ying of the young man from the Su clan. Meanwhile, the three-flame fan continued to emit a low hum. As Han Li did not withdraw a single ounce of his spiritual power, clearly, this was to guard against any sudden moves from the young man of the Su clan, a precautionary measure firmly in place. Gui Ling and the humanoid puppet remained equally vigilant. In fact, under the perception of the Su surname youth, their aura seemed to intensify even further, firmly locking onto the location of the Yuan Ying. Leaving no opportunity for maneuver, the Su surname youth let out a quiet sigh, casting a wary glance at the white orb of light. Outside, a hazy white mist enveloped the orb, yet within, 5-colored spiritual lights flickered. Resembling the legendary Qi Nian True Thunder from ancient times, unmistakably, so did I in an instant. The Qi Nian True Thunder approached, only to be repelled by the barrier of 5-colored spiritual light. After a moment's hesitation, meeting Han Li's icy gaze, the Su surname youth reluctantly allowed the white orb to enter the spiritual light. As a result, the orb flashed and vanished into the Yuan Ying's body without a trace. The Su surname youth quickly employed his divine sense to scrutinize the condition of his Yuan Ying, but found no abnormalities. It was as if the Qi Nian True Thunder had simply ceased to exist. Witnessing this, instead of feeling reassured, the Su surname youth grew increasingly alarmed. According to legend, this Qi Nian True Thunder was formed from the condensation of a cultivator's divine sense, capable of appearing and disappearing without a trace. If this were indeed true, how could he hope to dispel it in the future? At that moment, Han Li spoke coolly. My friend, do not entertain the notion of forcibly removing it. This ancient secret technique cannot be undone merely through sheer magical power. As long as you behave yourself, I, Han, shall not activate this restriction. Otherwise, should it trigger, do not blame me for not having warned you beforehand. Upon hearing this, the Su surname youth Yuan Ying naturally paled in response. Han Li turned his gaze to the unconscious Tianlan Saintess, furrowing his brow momentarily before shaking his head. He proceeded to perform the same technique, embedding another Qi Nian True Thunder into her Yuan Ying. Alas, the poor woman, still in a state of unconsciousness, had unwittingly been subjected to a restriction by Han Li. Are you not going to kill us? Do you intend to use this restriction to continually threaten and manipulate us? The Su surname youth inquired resentfully after searching his Yuan Ying once more without any results. Manipulate you? Perhaps so. However, rest assured, as long as you obediently assist me in Kunwa Mountain, once we leave, we shall part ways. You will remain the elders and saintess of Tianlan Sacred Hall, while I will return to Tiannan to continue my secluded cultivation. But as for this Qi Nian True Thunder, it will lose its efficacy in 300 to 400 years. Han Li replied nonchalantly. 300 to 400 years. The Su surname youth was rendered speechless. Very well, we have already delayed here for quite some time. It is time to take action. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the still unconscious Lin Yinping, gently flicking his sleeve, causing a plume of azure mist to envelop her as the mist descended upon her. Lin Yinping stirred slightly, gradually opening her beautiful eyes. However, upon catching sight of Han Li beside her, she was startled, instinctively swaying her body and retreating several dozen feet away, immediately releasing a silver flying sword in a state of heightened vigilance. Lin Daoyu, wait. The Su surname youth Yuan Ying would not allow Lin Yinping to act recklessly. urgently calling out to her. He quickly conveyed a message through subtle lip movements. Han Li made no attempt to intervene. Standing impassively with his hands clasped behind his back, Gui Ling returned to Han Li's side, while the humanoid puppet vanished once more at the behest of his divine sensed eye in an instant. The holy maiden of Tianlan seemed to grasp that she had been ensnared by the curse of the true thunder of reprimand. Her delicate features suddenly paled, and her eyes betrayed an unmistakable hint of panic. Observing this, Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, and just as he was about to utter a few words, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The entire space quaked violently, and as Han Li stood momentarily stunned, a massive sword aura abruptly pierced through the barrier that had previously confined them. Following a slight tremor, a gaping hole, approximately 10 feet wide, materialized, and two radiant figures shot forth from within, after a graceful arc. One descended near Han Li and his companions, revealing two individuals. Brother Qi Miao, Lin Yinping exclaimed upon spotting the scholar clad in a black robe, a flicker of joy appearing on her face. Ah, so it is a fellow Taoist. What brings you here? Lin Fairy, the black-robed scholar, possessing a hawk-like nose that lent him an air of sternness and depth, expressed his surprise upon seeing Lin Yinping. This individual was none other than Qi Miao, an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Due to the mutual interest between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Tianlan Holy Palace, this elder had developed a certain rapport with Lin Yinping. The Holy Maiden of Tianlan, the exquisite Miao Sound treasure mirror, capable of piercing through illusions, had originally been lent to her by this old demon. Beside him stood an elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion, exuding an ethereal aura, none other than Swan Kingzi of the Tai sect. Upon seeing Lin Yinping, the elder approached with a warm smile, yet his eyes swept over Han Li and his companions, gradually revealing a look of astonishment. Lin Fairy, who are these two Taoists? He inquired, his smile fading slightly. Where is Brother Su? I do not see him, though his spiritual bird is here. Upon hearing Swan Kingzi's words, Lin Yinping cast a glance at the Lingxi peacock, then looked back at Han Li. Just then, a flash of white light erupted from the head of the Lingxi peacock, and the visage of a young man named Su reformed, eliciting expressions of surprise from the scholar and the elder. With a wry smile, he spoke. There is no need to seek me out. My physical form has been destroyed. I now exist solely as a nascent soul residing within this spiritual bird. How can this be? Brother Su is a late-stage cultivator. How could his body be so easily destroyed? Has the ancient demon sovereign imprisoned here managed to escape? Swan Kingzi exclaimed, his expression turning pale with shock. From your tone, it seems you are already aware of the nature of the creatures imprisoned within this demon-suppressing tower, the young man replied, his countenance darkening. Do not misunderstand, fellow Taoist. Initially, I was unaware. It was only after receiving news from my sect that I gained some understanding of the situation here. The matter concerning the ancient demon sovereign is of great importance. I hope you will enlighten us further. Swan Kingzi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect suspicion. The young man, named Su, held skepticism in his heart, but recognized that, as a nascent soul, he could not press too hard for answers. With a resigned sigh, he replied, indeed, the ancient demon sovereign has managed to escape. However, it was not destroyed by him, but rather fell victim to the machinations of the 10,000-year corpse bear from the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts? Impossible. I have been guarding the perimeter. How could that bear have infiltrated? Was it present before we entered the mountain? Swan Kingzi paused, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he recalled the possibility. Indeed, that corpse bear not only entered before us, but also, through some unknown arcane means, transformed into a figure resembling a cultivator, all the while concealing any trace of its corpse energy. Otherwise, how could I, Su, have fallen victim to its treachery? The thought of my body being devoured by that blood blade fills my heart with immense pain. If that corpse bear indeed had a companion who attacked me from the shadows, it seems quite plausible. The Lord of the 10,000 Demon Valley possesses a treasure known as the Illusion Pearl. It is said that consuming this pearl allows one to alter their appearance at will while also masking demonic and corpse energies, rendering them undetectable to ordinary cultivators. Even my precious miraculous sound mirror lacks the ability to counteract this treasure's divine power. The Seven Wonders real person furrowed his brow and remarked, this brings to mind a certain truth. The 10,000 Demon Valley does indeed possess such a unique treasure. However, I have heard that those who consume this pearl will have their magical prowess severely limited. Otherwise, the pearl's powers would dissipate. Su, did the corpse bear reveal its true form while it was ambushing you? The Swankingzi elder suddenly realized. Upon hearing the words of my two companions, it seems increasingly likely. The corpse bear indeed displayed its identity as a corpse forger only after it had ambushed me. Su's face twisted with bitterness. It is fortunate that you managed to escape the infant stage despite the corpse bear's ambush. Moreover, you have not yet undergone a soul transfer, right? Once you return and find a suitable body. With 100 years of diligent cultivation, I am certain you can fully restore your powers, said the middle-aged scholar, casting a scrutinizing glance at the Lingxi peacock, seemingly discerning something, and smiled. Brother Qimiao possesses truly discerning eyes. While I can temporarily reside within the spirit bird's body, it is not a sustainable solution. I must find a suitable vessel at the earliest opportunity. Su sighed softly in response. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar ceased to speak further, redirecting his gaze towards Gui Ling with a serious expression. Esteemed friend, you appear unfamiliar. May I inquire your name? The Seven Wonders real person slowly asked, the elder beside him. Swankingzi also observed the ugly woman with keen interest, for Gui Ling's cultivation as a level 10 demon beast could not be concealed from these two eminent cultivators of the same rank. The ugly woman bore no expression, yet Han Li suddenly smiled and interjected. This is my companion, Gui Ling, who, like myself, was inadvertently transported into this mountain due to triggering a restriction. The occurrence of being transported here by triggering a restriction is indeed quite rare. May I ask which sect you belong to, fellow Taoist? I do not recall having seen you before, Swankingzi remarked, noticing the ugly woman's silence and her evident reliance on Han Li, his earlier indifference towards Han Li swiftly transforming into intrigue. And he replied with a smile that I am merely a loose cultivator, so it is not surprising that you are unaware of my identity. However, being in the company of the Seven Wonders real person from the Heavenly Demon sect surely indicates that your background is noteworthy. If I may be so bold, how did both of you enter the 8th layer? As far as I know, the transportation array over there seems unable to be activated for some reason. Han Li had never encountered Swankingzi before, but having listened to their conversation, he had an inkling that the other party was likely an elder from one of the top 10 sects. Thus he remained vigilant. I truly am forgetful. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Swankingzi of the Tai sect. They asked for how I entered. We did not employ any teleportation array. Rather, we utilized the boundary-breaking talisman of our Tai sect to breach the barrier of the 8th layer and forcibly entered. Swankingzi remarked nonchalantly. The boundary-breaking talisman? This talisman is capable of shattering spatial barriers. Upon hearing this name, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently display a look of skepticism. Relying solely on the talisman is certainly insufficient. It must be complemented by specialized secret arts and our sect's celestial, a divine sword. However, I did not anticipate that upon entering this place, I would become ensnared in another realm. The old man turned to glance back at the space restricted by the black wind flag from which he had previously escaped. Chuckling softly, the renowned boundary-breaking talisman of Tai sect and the illustrious celestial, a divine sword. I've long heard tales of their grandeur. Lin Yinping sighed. It is rather amusing, indeed. The spatial barrier that leaves us utterly helpless has been regarded as inconsequential by you two esteemed friends. Tai sect and the celestial demon sect truly deserve their reputation as the foremost sects of the great Jin. Swankingzi, stroking his beard, responded courteously. Dear Lin, you jest. The treasures of your Tianlan Holy Palace are not to be underestimated. It is merely that our divine sword possesses certain spatial, transcending capabilities. Upon hearing the old man's humble words, Lin Yinping could not help but smile wryly. Although the Tianlan Holy Palace may not lag behind the two great sects in terms of high-tier cultivators, how could it possibly compare to the treasures that have been inherited since ancient times from the two venerable sects? By the way, where's old demon Qian? I heard from my friend Swankingzi that this old demon has also entered this mountain. The middle-aged scholar suddenly scanned his surroundings, his expression shifting as he inquired. Old demon Qian. Both the Su surname youth and Lin Yinping could not help but glance at Han Li upon hearing this. After all, the Lady Mu of the Transformation Immortal sect had once mentioned the confrontation between Han Li and old demon Qian. Initially, they did not believe that the old demon would fall to Han Li. But after witnessing Han Li's prowess, they could not help but harbor some doubts. This expression did not escape the notice of Swankingzi and the Seven Wonders' true person, who exchanged glances, their gazes also settling on Han Li's countenance. Han Li sighed inwardly but maintained an air of calm as he replied. After parting ways with Daoist Qian in the Kunwu Hall, I have not seen him since. Perhaps he has gone elsewhere in search of treasures. Speaking of which, I have yet to encounter any other members of the Yinfang sect. You refer to Daoist Gu and the others, correct? No need to think too much about it, Brother Han. Daoist Gu and his companions were ambushed by the elder of the Yi family on their way here and have perished. Their nascent souls reduced to nothingness. The Su surname youth stated dully. "I Han Li responded, a sense of realization dawning upon him. This Kunwa mountain is indeed fraught with peril, with so many cultivators having fallen. Swan Kingzi seemed to sense something, his gaze lingering on Han Li for a moment before he remarked, it is perhaps for the best that the Yinfang sect members are not present, as they would only hinder our efforts. My esteemed friends, shall we first discuss the matters concerning the ancient demon saint? The middle-aged scholar cast a solemn glance at the remnants of the distant palace. What Seven Wonders has said holds true. To be frank, we have come here primarily for the Yi family and that ancient demon. This matter pertains to the entire cultivation world, and I hope each of you esteemed friends can cooperate. Swan Kingzi said with a smile directed at Han Li and the others. Upon hearing this, the Su surname youth and Lin Yinping did not immediately respond, but instead exchanged glances that conveyed a strange expression. Now, they were bound by restrictions and, unaware of Han Li's thoughts, naturally dared not speak recklessly. For a moment, both Lin Yinping and the transformed visage of the youth with the surname Su wore expressions of fluctuating emotions. Gue Ling remained silent throughout. Consequently, Han Li's unusually calm demeanor appeared rather jarring in the eyes of these two formidable cultivators. Swan Kingzi and the other exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of surprise, as they evidently perceived that the youth with the surname Su and the holy maiden of Tianlan seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Han Li. This realization sent a shiver down their spines. Since my esteemed companions wish to inquire about the ancient demon, allow me to elaborate, Han Li said, his gaze shifting as he spoke with tranquil composure. Very well, esteemed Taoist Han. Since you, Swan Kingzi began, smiling and ready to respond, when suddenly an earth-shattering roar erupted from the direction of the palace. A dozen beams of milky white light erupted forth from within the palace. The old Taoist's expression changed instantly, his words abruptly cut off. Following this, the entire eighth layer of space trembled violently. A resounding hum filled the air, the ground began to crack, and the space shimmered with white light, everything distorting and morphing. This is dire. The ancient demon ancestor is unsealing the ninth layer, he exclaimed, panic evident on his face. The ninth layer seal? Han Li was taken aback by this revelation, but seeing the space around him seemingly on the verge of collapse, he instinctively summoned his spiritual light, and the Yuan Gang shield shot forth, enveloping him in a silvery barrier. Yet, before he could take further action, the beams of light from the palace suddenly shifted in hue, transforming into an inky blackness, and then expanded and contorted, shooting out in all directions. Where they passed, the space tore apart, white light and black shadows intermingling in a chaotic dance, space rifts. Witnessing this scene, Han Li could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his palm over, revealing a fiery red talisman which he pressed against himself, causing a crimson dragon silhouette to materialize around him before it vanished. In the blink of an eye, Han Li transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. At that moment, amidst Lin Yinping's startled exclamation, a dark rift suddenly appeared before everyone. Han Li felt a flash of black light, and an overwhelming darkness engulfed him, leaving no avenue for escape. Chapter 1053. The ninth layer. Having previously experienced the devouring nature of a spatial rift, Han Li, though still wary of it, found himself fortified by the enhancement of the descending spirit talisman. His magical power reaching the pinnacle of the mid-Yuan infant stage, that he immediately channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the Yuan Gang shield, transforming it into a blinding silver radiance. This rift was vast. As long as he avoided its edges, with the power of the Yuan Gang shield, he should be safe for the time being. Han Li could only think anxiously in this manner. The darkness enveloped him in an instant, and after a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself in a void. Fortunately, having experienced the light before, Han Li quickly regained his senses and scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. To his astonishment, he realized he was in the ninth layer. Without needing to deliberate, he muttered to himself. This place was evidently another independent space, a vast expanse spanning several miles in the center. Surrounded by a hazy, golden mist that swirls restlessly, the area appears shrouded in a somber gloom, its vastness an enigma. Beneath him, however, lies a colossal altar towering over 100 feet high, its base wide and tapering towards the top. Shaped like a four-sided trapezium, meticulously crafted from pristine jade, exuding an air of grandeur and exquisite artistry. Encircling this altar is a formidable formation of towering stone pillars, each radiating a brilliant light as if ignited by an unseen force. Atop the altar stands a gigantic, two-headed wolf, reminiscent of a small mountain. One of its obsidian heads spews forth an endless stream of black mist, confronting several adversaries suspended in the air with fierce intensity. These so-called adversaries are the cultivators and demons that vanished from the 8th layer. Among them, the enchanting roaming, the flower heaven demoness, dances with her hands, striking down upon the black mist with a flurry of pearly white hands. The ancient corpse bear and the silver-winged night demon also stand resolutely among them. The only notable absence is that of the esteemed elder of the Yi family and the peculiar creature known as the big-headed monster. It remains uncertain whether they have met their demise or are simply absent from this realm. What astonishes Han Li is the presence of a human cultivator beside the colossal wolf. Wielding a shimmering silver shuttle to assist the beast, this individual is none other than the exquisite woman from the Transformation Immortal sect, at this moment. She is enveloped in black mist, her eyes vacant, as she directs her treasures in a fierce struggle against the enraged Lady Mu, seemingly lost to her true nature. Meanwhile, the others unleash their divine abilities, relentlessly assaulting the formidable wolf before them. Above the giant wolf, a tempestuous yellow wind swirls, concealing a dark, serpentine dragon that exhales black winds, countering a silver lotus and the phantoms of 8 ferocious beasts. The immobile silver lotus, radiant in its brilliance, constantly releases a torrent of intricate Buddhist scriptures that cascade from its petals. Each palm-sized rune that collides with the dragon's black breath erupts with a thunderous explosion, scattering the seemingly ferocious black winds in all directions. Black Wind Flag, 8th Spirit. Han Li instantly recognized the two celestial treasures, simultaneously taken aback by the predicament of the two women from the Transformation Immortal sect. Previously, Gui Ling had informed him that they seemed to be arranging some sort of formation underground, hinting at a hidden scheme. Had he not been in a rush to escape the black teleportation array, he would have undoubtedly followed them to uncover the truth. Yet now, one of the women appears to be ensnared by the ancient demonic ancestor's enchantment. Even more astonishing to Han Li is the sight of the giant wolf, facing such a multitude of opponents, yet still gaining the upper hand, forcing its challengers to retreat in disarray, unable to approach the altar even a fraction. The black mist expelled by the colossal wolf is slick and dark, resembling a viscous liquid, and apart from the blood light emanating from the blood blade wielded by the ancient corpse bear, which lashes out frenziedly at the black mist, the others, be they human or demon, are seen tightly encasing themselves in their treasures, reluctant to let even a trace of the malevolent mist touch them. They dare not unleash their own distant attacks against the black miasma, instead resorting to various spells and ranged assaults to disperse the encroaching blackness. Consequently, they find themselves in a dire predicament, at a distinct disadvantage. Were it not for the flower heaven demon and the corpse bearer absorbing much of the giant wolf's onslaught, and the silver lotus, transformed from the 8th spirit, diverting a significant portion of the wolf's attention, they would have surely succumbed long ago. Ultimately, it appears that neither the malevolent soul threads of the silver-winged night demon nor the golden waves spewing forth from the mouth of the lion-like beast have any effect on this pitch-black demonic aura. However, with a fleeting glance, Han Li discerned an oddity. This two-headed giant wolf seemed unable to leave the altar, remaining steadfastly anchored at its summit, not daring to budge an inch. This revelation caused Han Li to feel a swell of astonishment within. Just then, an irate voice echoed from a short distance away that it was alarming. The seal had indeed been breached. How could this ancient demon possess the means to unlock such an enchantment? Han Li was momentarily taken aback and turned to investigate the source of the sound. There, 20 or so zhang away, Swan Kingzi was fixated on a specific spot on the altar, exclaiming in astonishment, while beside him, the Seven Marvels' true person bore a similarly dark expression. Han Li soon realized that it was not only these two. Lin Yinping, the Lingxi peacock, Gui Ling, and the humanoid puppet had all manifested, some close and some distant, within the 9th layer of space, all appearing unscathed. It seemed that the recent spatial rupture was no mere accident. but rather triggered by some restriction, thereby transporting everyone to this layer. Nonetheless, Lin Yinping's countenance was somewhat pale, indicating that the earlier anomaly had indeed startled her considerably. Han Li's gaze briefly flitted over the scene before settling on the location where Swan Qingzi and the others were focused. Upon closer examination, Han Li couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Behind the giant wolf stood 2 stone tablets, several zhang high, gray and unremarkable in appearance. Yet, upon seeing these tablets, a look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. As a familiar sensation washed over him, instantly recalling the name of the rare material, Shiling Ruanyi, he had encountered similar stone tablets beneath the boundless demonic abyss in Tiannan before, though those had been shattered into numerous fragments. In contrast, these 2 remained intact, one of which housed a verdant seal half embedded within, emanating a faint black glow and quivering incessantly. Han Li's expression shifted as he noticed that the flickering spiritual light on the tablet corresponded with the array surrounding the altar. Seemingly serving as the fulcrum of the formation, it appeared that the giant wolf was steadfastly guarding the tablets, remaining tethered to the altar for that very purpose. Han Li gazed at the tablets in a daze. His mind momentarily clouded. Swan Qingzi, Brother Qimiao, your arrival is fortuitous. This ancient demon ancestor is in the process of dismantling the seal on the altar, and it seems something is being suppressed beneath it. Though I know not what it is, we cannot allow this fiend to succeed, exclaimed Lady Mu, her voice filled with joy upon seeing Swan Qingzi and the others. I have already taken note of the situation. Swan Qingzi replied that we must act swiftly. The circumstances appear dire. The 7 Marvels' true person, his expression grave, called out to Swan Qingzi before swiftly flicking his sleeve. Instantly, various colorful spiritual lights burst forth from within, launching 7 treasures into the air, including a blade, a sword, a pearl, and a mirror, among others. Notably, one of the copper mirrors was the Miao Yin mirror, which Lin Yinping had borrowed previously. These treasures, the 7 true treasures of the formidable scholar of the Great Jin, transformed into 7 distinct beams of light, hurtling towards the giant wolf below. Swan Qingzi, with a sigh, did not hesitate to draw forth a yellow ancient sword, still sheathed, from his sleeve. The sword, upon being drawn from its sheath, appeared dull and unremarkable, as if it had aged beyond recognition. However, as the old Taoist uttered a chant, a burst of vital essence erupted onto the blade, instantly awakening it, as if from a deep slumber. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated, piercing the heavens, while the sword's body glimmered with a blinding radiance. With a deft gesture of one hand, the old Taoist pressed 2 fingers solemnly against the sword, directing a graceful sweep downward. From the ancient blade surged a colossal sword qi, extending over 10 zhang, as if it were a divine weapon reaching for the sky, its momentum formidable as it cleaved downwards. Before the deep yellow sword qi could land, it emitted a thunderous roar, splitting the vast sky asunder and leaving a long, white scar in its wake. The colossal wolf, a manifestation of the Yuanjia saint ancestor, had long been aware of the presence of Han Li and his companions. Upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, a flicker of malevolence flashed in its wolfish eyes. Instantly, it shook its body, and a layer of black mist rapidly ascended from its 4 claws upon the altar, vanishing into its form in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, the wolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of thick, liquid-like black mist that surged into the air. Be cautious. That demonic energy is exceedingly potent. It must not taint our treasures, or they will be immediately corrupted and lose their divine abilities. The wood lady shouted as a warning to at this moment. The 7 luminous orbs and the gigantic sword qi were poised to collide with the demonic mist. The middle-aged scholar, upon hearing her words, changed countenance and instinctively reached for his treasure in the void. In an instant, the 7 luminous orbs halted just before contact, merging into a singular entity that released vibrant spiritual radiance, sweeping once more towards the demonic mist. Yet, the colossal sword qi had already made its way into the heart of the demonic energy. The intertwining of sword light and black mist erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless yellow sparks bursting forth, riddling the demonic energy with gaping wounds. Following closely, the 7 treasures of the 7 Miao real person surged in as well, seemingly poised to disperse the demonic mist and strike at the giant wolf below. However, with a series of resounding hisses, the 2-headed giant wolf mercilessly expelled several blasts of black mist, The dense, swirling black energy engulfed the vibrant yellow spiritual radiance, which flickered briefly before being utterly extinguished, falling silent. Observing this from the air, the old Taoist felt a jolt of alarm and hastily gestured to summon the sword chi below, but to no avail. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. The old Taoist's expression shifted slightly. In that instant, the black mist surged towards the figures in the sky, overwhelming and formidable, launching an attack even against Han Li and his companions. Sensing the peril, the seven Miao real persons swiftly performed a hand gesture, recalling the seven treasures. Meanwhile, Swan Kingzi wielded the ancient sword, striking multiple times until, under a hazy yellow sword curtain, he temporarily halted the advance of the demonic energy before turning to the scholar with a grave expression. Brother Qi Miao, it appears that ordinary treasures are insufficient to contend with this demon. We must employ that artifact at once. The seal's activation seems to require more time. We cannot afford to delay any longer. I shall protect you. Understood. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Xianqing. The Qi Miao real person replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. He then promptly tapped his storage pouch, and a flash of white light illuminated several palm-sized green rings that materialized in his hand. Meanwhile, Han Li unleashed dozens of golden flying swords, transforming them into a myriad of sword shadows. Before the demonic aura could draw near, the swords flashed with a golden arc, accompanied by a thunderous roar, dispersing all traces of the malevolent energy. In the 1054th chapter, titled The Ban on Magic, Gui Ling wielded a massive silver axe, from which a spectral image of a fierce tiger emerged, exhaling a noxious yellow mist. Meanwhile, Lin Yinping and the young man surnamed Su were gathered with the Lingxi peacock, sheltered under the veil of five-colored spiritual light, managing to protect themselves just barely. Han Li merely cast a fleeting glance at these individuals before furrowing his brow at the eighth spirit ruler and the black wind banner hovering in the sky. These two spiritual treasures, one temporarily corrupted by demonic influence and the other unclaimed, were unable to manifest their true potential. Consequently, the sizable silver lotus and the serpentine black python, amidst the swirling black winds and fluttering silver patterns, were evenly matched in their contest. However, with these spiritual treasures positioned so conspicuously in the high sky, even though Han Li's heart stirred with desire, they remained tantalizingly out of reach. Not only would the colossal wolf, transformed from the ancient devil's progenitor, not allow him to seize the treasures, but neither would the others stand idly by. Ever since the ancient devil's progenitor escaped, realizing that its powers were beyond his capacity to withstand, Han Li promptly resolved to retreat, intent on vacating this treacherous locale. Yet, these areas were all enclosed spaces, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Thus, Han Li was compelled to steel himself, striving to avoid being unwittingly drawn into the fray. Although he discerned the efficacy of the exorcising divine thunder against the inky black demonic aura, he merely employed it to safeguard himself, resolutely refraining from recklessly charging ahead for the sake of glory. Should the ancient devil's progenitor take notice of him and target him specifically, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, if the progenitor truly managed to break free, it would surely spell misfortune for the great gene cultivation world first. He had no intention of shouldering any risks on behalf of the great gene cultivators. As Han Li pondered these matters internally, his spiritual sense quietly extended towards the altar that As anticipated. The moment his perception swept across the altar's surface, it was repelled by an inexplicable barrier, preventing him from penetrating any further. Han Li let out a silent sigh and instinctively directed his consciousness downward, only to be momentarily taken aback. Beneath the altar, buried 100 feet deep, he sensed a golden sphere about a foot in diameter, which turned out to be the group of gold-devouring insects he had secretly released earlier. These spiritual insects had also somehow arrived at the 9th layer. When he initially unleashed them, it was to seek out the barriers of the 8th layer, hoping to identify any weaknesses for exploitation. However, due to the emergence of the black teleportation array, he had ceased communication with these insects. Now it appeared that they had also been transported to the 9th layer in the moment of spatial rupture. Likely, since these gold-devouring insects had originally been situated underground in the 8th layer. Once transported, they had quietly settled beneath the altar in the 9th layer without drawing anyone's notice. Han Li surveyed the enormous altar, surrounded by the flickering massive stone pillars, and after a moment of contemplation, he silently issued a command to the gold-devouring insects. Instantly, The golden sphere shimmered and disintegrated, transforming back into thousands of gold-devouring insects that scattered in all directions that as for the ancient corpse bear and Huadianki on the surface. It is evident that they are reluctant to remain in a stalemate. From time to time, someone strikes fiercely at the colossal stone pillars in the distance, attempting to dismantle this magical formation. However, apart from the blood blade wielded by the corpse bear, which occasionally leaves 1 or 2 shallow gashes on the pillars, the other attacks seem utterly ineffectual, leaving the pillars unscathed. Even Huadianki's seemingly formidable pale white fist can only cause the stone pillars to tremble slightly. It remains a mystery what materials these pillars are forged from, as they exhibit such remarkable hardness that, of course, if the likes of the corpse bear or Huadianki, possessed by the dreaming demoness, had the luxury of time to deal with a specific pillar, it would not be entirely impossible to destroy it. Yet the crux of the matter is that whenever any of them harbors the intent to retreat, the two-headed giant wolf immediately unleashes a torrent of dark energy, its demonic aura surging forth to ensnare those who attempt to distance themselves from the altar. Startled, they are compelled to turn back and confront the demonic energy with all their might, rendering any genuine escape unfeasible. Han Li, while nonchalantly fending off the onslaught of demonic energy, keeps his gaze darting left and right, seemingly in search of a path to extricate himself to this moment. Under the protection of Xinyiangzi, 5 jade-green circular rings have been summoned into the air by the 7 Wonders' real person. Incantations flow from the scholar's lips as his fingers deftly flick, sending successive spells crashing into the rings. The 5 rings emit an eerie chorus of fluctuating sounds, simultaneously shimmering with mystical light and trembling gently. The two-headed giant wolf, having ensnared the airborne figures with a spout of dark energy, had initially shifted its focus back to Huadianki and the ancient corpse bear near the altar. In the eyes of this demon, these two are the true adversaries. There is no need to elaborate on Huadianki. The dreaming demoness and he have long been engaged in a fierce competition for the silver wolf's body, each acutely aware of the other's strengths and weaknesses, thus fostering a profound sense of wariness. As for the suddenly appearing corpse bear, though its cultivation is merely at the late stage of the Yuaning realm, the blood blade in its possession is extraordinarily powerful. Not only does it show no fear of the demoness aura, but it also possesses a subtle restraining effect. Were it not for the significant disparity in cultivation between the corpse bear and the demon with the silver wolf's body, it is likely that it could indeed breach the demonic energy with its singular prowess. This reality compels the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor to exercise heightened caution. In truth, had it not been for the unexpected risk it took on the 8th floor of the palace, where it seized control of a human female and inadvertently acquired the dragon transformation seal, which governs the 9th layer's altar formation, it would not have ventured to this 9th layer at all. Instead, it would have long considered escaping the demon suppression tower before the demonic energy was fully depleted. Now, having initiated the altar's seal, although it has not yet succeeded completely, merely unsealing a narrow gap, it can continuously absorb pure demonic energy as long as its 4 limbs remain in contact with the altar. This not only allows it to gain the upper hand over numerous cultivators, but also enables the once dormant demonic essence to gradually revive. Thus, the demon becomes increasingly reluctant to take risks, opting instead for a cold and steady approach, patiently awaiting the moment when the seal is completely lifted. However, as the green light in the air begins to exert its influence, the wolf suddenly senses a familiar, yet terrifying spiritual energy from the past, and cannot help but look up in alarm. The moment the colossal wolf discerned the 5 emerald rings suspended in the air, a glimmer of trepidation flashed in its dark eyes, with a thunderous roar erupting from its ebony maw. It opened its jaws wide, as if preparing to unleash a formidable force. However, at that very instant, the enigmatic figure of Kimiro Zenrin in the sky completed an incantation. With a grave expression, he pointed towards one of the emerald rings and uttered a single word of prohibition. Although his voice was barely audible, the ring instantly erupted with blinding radiance, vanishing in a fleeting moment. In the next heartbeat, a resonant hum filled the air as a verdant aura materialized from the void, wrapping itself around the neck of the black wolf's head, transforming into a massive ring. The surface of the ring shimmered with runes, contracting rapidly. The malevolent energy that the wolf intended to expel was abruptly stifled, eliciting a mournful cry from its throat. In a panic, one of its claws swiped at the ring, glistening with a chilling light. seemingly intent on tearing it apart. Yet, a brilliant emerald light flared, and with a muffled grunt, the wolf's claw was repelled. The ring tightened once more, rendering the colossal wolf incapable of vocalizing its anguish, leaving it to emit low, sorrowful whimpers, its eyes filled with unbearable torment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers near the altar rejoiced, each deploying their powers to relentlessly assault the malevolent energy. Indeed, as the colossal wolf became preoccupied, the might of the malevolent energy diminished significantly, allowing the attackers to shatter it into disarray. The cadaverous bear and Washianshi rushed towards the center. As the silver-winged night demon and the lionbird sought to approach, they suddenly received several telepathic messages from the cadaverous bear. Exchanging glances, they swiftly diverted towards the surrounding stone pillars. Before they could reach the pillars, they unleashed a murky mist of malevolent soul threads and golden sound waves, targeting one particular pillar. The celestial figure of Swankingzi and Kimio Zenrin, upon witnessing this, were filled with elation. The old Taoist immediately channeled his entire magical essence into his sword and fiercely slashed at the encroaching malevolent energy. A colossal beam of sword light shot forth, revealing a clear path ahead. Simultaneously, under the scholar's precise gestures, the remaining 4 emerald rings also vanished in a flash, materializing upon the limbs of the colossal wolf. As the 4 rings emitted a flickering light, they tightened simultaneously, causing the massive wolf to lose its footing on the altar and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Observing this development, Hanli blinked, a memory surfacing of an ancient treasure, the 5 Elements ring, acquired in the Hall of Void Heavens. Apart from their differing powers, the binding magic ring wielded by the remarkable Kimio Zenrin bore an uncanny resemblance to the 5 Elements ring. Could it be that the latter was merely a replica of this binding magic ring? At that moment, Swankingzi suddenly bellowed in fury, "Bear Master, do you dare?" With a swift motion, the old Taoist transformed his sword into a radiant yellow arc, shooting directly towards the malevolent energy above. Meanwhile, the middle-aged scholar disregarded the colossal wolf on the altar, morphing into a swirling gray mist, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. It was then that Hanli realized that Washianshi and the white-haired cadaverous bear had, upon plunging into the malevolent energy, unexpectedly transformed into 2 enormous hands, one white and one green, reaching for the black wind flag that had morphed into an ominous serpent and the silver giant lotus above. Yet, Madame Mu found herself relentlessly entangled by her junior apprentice, unable to move an inch. Observing this scene, Hanli merely pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing in contemplation, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, 2 streaks of escape light shot forth, none other than Lin Yinping and the Lingxi peacock, which was attached to the young man of the Su clan, hurtling through the air with the same aim directed at the 2 spirit treasures above. As for the demon Guiling, it cast a sidelong glance at Hanli, hesitating briefly before choosing not to join the fray. The sky was a cacophony of flashing spiritual lights and intertwining roars. Just moments ago, those who had banded together to confront the ancient demon now turned against one another in pursuit of the 2 spirit treasures. Hanli's gaze, however, was fixed upon the altar, where he beheld the colossal wolf seemingly ensnared by the magic restraining ring. His expression suddenly darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden small swords erupted from his cuff, emitting a resonant whine. Chapter 1055. The Crimson Drum. At the very moment Hanli unleashed his flying swords, he pondered, if I were to sever that black wolf's head, I could temporarily expel the ancient demon's divine manifestation. Surely, I would not be mistaken, lest I inadvertently create complications. Why did that Ling Ming not seize the body first? Rest assured, since it is bound by the magic restraining ring, it indicates that this demon cannot extricate its internal demonic energy from the ring's control. Nor can its demonic soul escape the wolf's head, as long as the demonic soul temporarily departs. I am confident I can reclaim the original body. As for Ling Ming, while her consciousness is immensely powerful, she lacks a weapon infused with gung metal. Ordinary treasures cannot harm the silver wolf's body in the slightest. Furthermore, she would not dare contest control of the body while it is suffused with demonic energy. In such a case, she is highly likely to find herself at a disadvantage. Of course, she never anticipated that the master possessed such a multitude of gung essence flying swords. Otherwise, how could she so easily relinquish this opportunity in favor of contending for some celestial spirit treasure? Silver Moon explained swiftly. Upon hearing this, Hanli took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. After all, Silver Moon was his spirit tool, If he could reclaim his body, his strength would increase significantly, and he would be more than willing. With a decisive gesture, he formed a hand seal, and instantly, all the flying swords soared into the sky, coalescing into a magnificent golden giant sword. With a single hand, he lightly pointed at the colossal sword. Immediately, a deep rumble echoed, as golden arcs of electricity enveloped the sword, and from its tip, a burst of silver radiance erupted, revealing a silver wolf's head that flickered into existence before vanishing once more. Silver Moon had directly attached herself to the giant sword in her spirit form, augmenting its power and ensuring that after severing the black wolf's head, she could seamlessly merge into the wolf's body. With the incantation activated, the giant sword shimmered and transformed into a golden arc that slashed into the demonic mist. Wherever it passed, sparks of electricity flickered, and the black mist was repelled. After a few flashes, it ascended above the altar, poised to strike down upon the immobile giant wolf. Such an astonishing maneuver from the golden sword naturally left the beings, both human and demon, engaged in their chaotic struggle over the two spirit treasures momentarily stunned. The demoness Ling Ming, possessing the guise of Huadiyanqi, was initially taken aback by this spectacle, only to then curl her lips into a cold smirk. She certainly did not believe that a mere mid-stage nascent soul-flying sword could inflict any harm upon the silver wolf's form. Yet, as this thought lingered in her mind, an astonishing scene unfolded below, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The formidable giant sword descended with overwhelming force, poised to deliver a decisive blow upon the neck of the black wolf. The beast, which had appeared utterly immobilized, unexpectedly sprang into action, deftly evading the arc of the sword's light. All the cultivators, including Han Li, were rendered speechless in astonishment. This creature was merely feigning helplessness. The anti-magic rings have not truly bound it, exclaimed Xin Xingzi, a sudden realization dawning upon him. The expression on Qi Qiao Jinren's face darkened considerably, yet undeterred, he hastily formed hand seals and recited incantations to once again activate the 5 emerald rings encircling the giant wolf. Instantly, the radiance of the 5 rings surged forth, constricting tightly once more. However, this time, the black wolf merely lowered its head to regard the rings upon its form, a flicker of derision gleaming in its eyes. Instead of emitting a mournful cry, it forcefully stomped its 4 paws upon the altar beneath it. Immediately, a darkness as deep as ink erupted from around the wolf, enveloping it entirely, and then, as if in communion with some unseen force, it vanished into the colossal body of the wolf. In an instant, the once resplendent silver fur of the wolf dulled to a dark hue, transforming into a shadowy black save for one remaining silver head. When had it completed its transformation into a demonic form? Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on Hua Tianqi's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. Almost simultaneously, the black wolf raised its neck and expelled ripples of darkness from its maw. These waves emerged silently, seemingly devoid of power. Yet, as they enveloped the 5 emerald rings, a flicker of light signaled their shattering, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. The golden giant sword, which had previously missed its target and spiraled back into the sky, now retreated as if confronted by a venomous scorpion. The wolf unleashed a piercing howl, and the previously dissipated demonic energy coalesced anew, ensnaring the giant sword in a desperate bid to bind it. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked a sword technique with one hand, directing a sharp command towards the giant sword ensnared in the demonic energy, unleashing a significant portion of the exorcising divine thunder contained within. Amidst the thunderous roar, a colossal sphere of golden arcs materialized upon the sword's surface, erupting with a cataclysmic sound that shattered the air. Countless slender arcs of lightning erupted, causing the surrounding demonic energy to dissipate as if it were melting away, revealing a vast expanse. The residual demonic energy, now riddled with holes, became alarmingly sparse. Seizing the opportunity, the ensnared giant sword emitted a resonant hum, transforming into a golden rainbow that pierced through the remnants of the demonic energy. Swiftly returning to Han Li's side, the exorcising divine thunder was indeed formidable beyond measure. The giant wolf, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but display a hint of surprise, casting a deep glance towards Han Li. Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor, though a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. The peculiar black waves that erupted from the wolf's mouth, though powerful, were evidently too slow and lacked the ability to extend far. They dissipated entirely after traveling 30 paces from the wolf's form at this juncture. Qiqiao Jinren and the other cultivators were drenched in cold sweat, inwardly lamenting their narrow escape. The incarnation of the Yuanxia Saint Ancestor was indeed exceedingly cunning. It could have easily shattered the anti-magic rings upon itself, but deliberately feigned weakness to provoke a conflict among them. Had it not been for Han Li's inadvertent strike moments ago, which forced the true form of their foe to reveal itself, they would surely have faced imminent casualties in their pursuit of the spiritual treasure. In such a scenario, the remaining individuals would undoubtedly be gravely weakened, rendering them utterly incapable of confronting this malevolent entity. Now, exchanging glances, they promptly dispersed like a rainbow. While the heavenly spiritual treasures are indeed rare, none possessed the confidence to subdue them swiftly. It was only natural that they should first deal with the formidable adversary. At that moment, the great wolf's violet eyes flashed with a chilling light, and its claw was suddenly raised, slashing towards the void beside it. 5 elongated claw lights, each approximately a foot long, shot forth, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Immediately thereafter, a woman's anguished scream echoed. The others looked on in shock, witnessing the unfortunate Mu Lady, who, entangled in a struggle with her senior sister over the golden shuttle, was caught unawares and was abruptly cleaved in half by the suddenly manifested claw light. The protective silk scarf and spiritual barrier she had summoned failed to provide even the slightest defense. The infant soul hastily fled from the dismembered remains, briefly hesitating as it glanced at the golden shuttle in midair, seemingly wishing to summon the treasure back before making its escape. However, this moment of delay proved fatal, as a surge of demonic energy nearby suddenly coalesced into a massive black hand, darting towards the infant soul with lightning speed. Alarmed, the soul attempted to teleport away, but the distant wolf let out a piercing howl. The shriek was sharp and jarring, causing the soul's internal energy to freeze momentarily, leaving it susceptible to the grasp of the black hand, which drew it back into the swirling demonic miasma, rendering it invisible. Stop. Witnessing this scene, the usually composed and ethereal Su Qingzi's countenance turned ashen, and with a furious shout, he channeled his entire energy into the sword he wielded, unleashing a barrage of strikes downward. In an instant, the Tiana divine sword in the old Taoist's grasp manifested numerous sword shadows, as countless deep yellow sword lights converged into a mountain of blades, exerting an astonishing pressure downward. Seemingly determined to rescue the Mu Lady's infant soul at all costs. Seeing this unfold, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the others were naturally pleased to witness the old Taoist's fervent determination to take the lead. After exchanging glances, Hua Tianqi and the corpse bear launched a simultaneous assault from either side, bathed in bloodlight and accompanied by a colossal white hand. Observing the old Taoist's fervor, the seventh marvel, however, furrowed her brow, recalling certain rumors concerning the Mu Lady and the old Taoist, a peculiar expression emerging on her face. After a brief contemplation, she flipped her hand, producing a small drum roughly half a foot in diameter. This drum, entirely crimson, shimmered with threads of red light, as if forged from blazing flames. Upon its emergence, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, leaving all beings within its influence parched, as if they were standing beside a roaring furnace. The red resonance drum, having suffered a minor setback in the recent struggle for the spiritual treasure, caused Lin Yinping to exclaim in surprise upon seeing the fiery drum. The spirit peacock, which the youth surnamed Su was bonded with, circled above the woman, its eyes equally wide with astonishment. Han Li, casting a glance over the drum, sensed the terrifying fire's spiritual energy contained within it, seemingly rivaling that of the three-flame fan. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through him, and thoughts of imitation heavenly spiritual treasures flitted through his mind. Taoist Han, your talismanic thunder is remarkably effective against this demonic aura. Do unleash your attacks simultaneously. I shall provide you with some cover using this drum. The middle-aged scholar lightly cradled a small drum in one hand, yet suddenly turned to Han Li and spoke with a blank expression. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's pupils involuntarily constricted that moment. The astonishing sword energy released by the old Taoist collided with the surging demonic energy below, resulting in a tremendous roar. The intertwining of sword light and demonic energy momentarily created a stalemate. As Huadianki's white hand and the blood blade of the corpse bear joined the fray, the colossal wolf opened its maw and unleashed a series of dark beams, effortlessly countering the assaults of the two. Not only that, The entirely blackened giant wolf suddenly tossed its head and spewed forth two dark, nebulous entities. As these entities struck the ground, they immediately rolled within the demonic aura, transforming into two avian humanoid fiends. These fiends, seemingly resembling young men, bore a pair of jet-black wings and sported hooked noses, each wielding a dark, massive blade. With a sweep of their wings, they surged toward the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast, which had already devastated a significant portion of a stone pillar. Before even nearing the two fiends, the creatures swung their black blades, sending a series of dark blade lights hurtling toward them. Upon witnessing the approach of these seemingly demonic entities, the silver-winged night demon vanished into thin air without a moment's hesitation. The lion beast, however, unleashed its ferocity, pivoting to launch a golden wave toward one of the fiends. The fiend merely raised its large blade to block, yet was instantly engulfed by the golden wave, its body shattering into ethereal wisps of demonic energy. The other fiend, with a flick of its wrist, released a blade of energy roughly the size of a foot, and the silver-winged night demon inexplicably materialized behind it. With a snap of its fingers, 10 threads of grayish soul energy shot forth, piercing through the fiend's form and reducing it to mere fragments. Despite the effortless annihilation of these two fiends, the silver-winged night demon furrowed its brow, revealing an expression of solemnity as it stared at the demonic aura before it. Clearly, this creature did not believe that the two fiends had been so easily dispatched. Indeed, the demonic energy before them surged and roiled, and amidst the flickering black light, the two fiends reformed once more. As soon as they materialized, one of them lunged ferociously, opening its mouth to unleash waves of demonic energy toward the silver-winged night demon. The latter furrowed its brow, raising one hand as the soul threads shot out once more, entangling with the black energy. The other fiend, however, transformed into a massive eagle, swiftly closing in on the lion beast, its dark claws and iron-like beak poised for a direct melee. Instantly, black and purple feathers rained down between the two colossal avians. The lion beast clearly held the upper hand, yet the black giant eagle, regardless of the severity of its injuries, would immediately recover under the swirling black light. Seemingly embodying an immortal essence, the similar phenomenon occurred with the silver-winged night demon. No matter how many times the soul threads obliterated the fiends, they would coalesce and reappear in the blink of an eye. Evidently, these two magical entities resemble some form of external incarnations. As long as the primary body remains unvanquished and is bolstered by abundant magical energy, they are essentially immortal. It is no wonder that the Yuansha holy ancestor utilized them to ensnare the two fiends. Clearly, the expectation was not for these entities to defeat them. Rather, the aim was to entangle the two fiends so that they could no longer wreak havoc upon the stone pillars. The silver-winged night demon was equally aware of this situation. Yet despite the poor defenses of these two magical beings, the magical energy they exhaled was indistinguishable from that of the colossal wolves. The two fiends found themselves reluctantly compelled to evade and defend, leaving them unable to concentrate on anything else. Meanwhile, the stone pillar, which had been damaged significantly, began to mend itself in the flicker of spiritual light, swiftly restoring the shattered portions to their former glory. This left the silver-winged night demon feeling increasingly frustrated. The plight of the two fiends did not escape the attention of the corpse bear, who was equally astonished. Hua Tianqi was currently conjuring several massive hands with his spiritual will, relentlessly striking downwards into the swirling magical energy, when he suddenly transmitted a cold message to the corpse bear. Do not be concerned. The temporary division of spiritual will to forge external incarnations is a magical technique that, for a mere division of spirit, can produce only two at most. Otherwise, this demon would not need to engage in such a protracted battle with us. It could simply unleash several more, and our defeat would be inevitable. What is crucial now is that this fiend has forcibly corrupted my body with magical energy. Although it is merely temporary, the continuous siphoning of pure magical energy from the altar, relentlessly refining my body, will eventually lead to a permanent state of corruption. At that point, the fusion of demonic soul and body will render me incapable of reclaiming my form. With the full restoration of this demon's powers, we, as a collective, would stand no chance against it. It appears I must take a risk. The corpse bear was taken aback, but inquired respectfully, I shall employ secret arts to infiltrate this wolf's body, forcefully contesting control over the corporeal form with the demonic soul. Although the body has been corrupted, and I am unlikely to gain the upper hand. It may temporarily cause the silver wolf's form to lose its control. What should be done next is surely clear to you that I comprehend the intentions of the princess. The corpse bearer responded, albeit hesitantly. But is this not too perilous? As he wielded the bloodlight to cleave through a large mass of magical energy below. He hesitated. Perilous? If we do not take a risk now, once the seal of the altar is lifted, we will truly have no chance whatsoever, Longming retorted sharply. What manner of entity lies sealed beneath this altar that the princess seems to dread so profoundly? Could it be the remnants of the ancient demonic realm's formidable artifacts left in the human realm? The corpse bearer could not help but inquire. If it were indeed some artifact, it would be manageable. Should this demon be seized, regardless of its might, we could retreat and summon other human cultivators to besiege it. We would certainly find a way to vanquish this fiend. Would I remain here to endure? What lies sealed beneath the altar is likely the true demonic essence transmitted from the ancient demonic realm after it opened the passageway to the human realm, Longming stated, her expression darkening. The true demonic essence from the ancient demonic realm. The corpse bearer gasped in astonishment. Before you transformed into a corpse, you must have been aware of the formidable nature of the true demonic essence. Unlike ordinary demonic energy, these forces not only corrupt the spiritual veins and energies of the mortal realm, but if they were to spread in large quantities, both common humans and low-level cultivators would gradually succumb to demonic transformation. In time, this could even transmute the mortal realm into an existence akin to the ancient demonic realm, Longming said gravely. However, I have heard that after the great battle of Ur, these demonic energies were thoroughly purified by the ancient cultivators. How can they still persist in the mortal realm, especially beneath this altar? The corpse bearer expressed disbelief. Purification? While ordinary demonic energy can certainly be cleansed by the might of ancient cultivators, true demonic energy contains the very essence of the ancient demonic realm. Originally intended to convert the celestial energies of the mortal realm, the it cannot be easily eradicated, that in our spiritual realm. Perhaps there are methods to completely eliminate it, but in the mortal realm, it is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Before my sealing, I heard the three elders of Kunwa mention that after the war, the majority of true demonic energy needed to be collected and confined, distributed to the most spiritually abundant locations in the mortal realm, where pure spiritual energy could suppress it. Moreover, I once merged with the ancient demonic ancestor's spirit and can faintly perceive that the energy sealed beneath the altar is indeed this type of demonic energy. This is not surprising. Kunwa Mountain was the most renowned mountain of celestial spirits in the mortal realm at that time. Utilizing the spiritual veins of this mountain to suppress the demonic energy is only natural. They hoped that through the cleansing of pure spiritual energy, these demonic forces could be gradually worn away. Indeed, the spiritual energy of this mountain has diminished significantly since the time of my sealing. It appears that their efforts have not been in vain. However, without a million years, these demonic energies cannot be completely purified. If they were to be unleashed now, it would be a delusion for human cultivators to think they could reseal them. Not to mention, once this ancient demonic ancestor absorbs the true demonic energy, it is likely that no one in the mortal realm would stand a chance against them. Longming paused for a moment before divulging everything in one breath. Upon hearing this account, the corpse bearer was utterly astonished, his expression shifting between uncertainty and turmoil. Even if the mortal realm were to be entirely demonized, what of it? What does it concern us? Back in the day, the demon race and humans sent royal consorts and us down to expel the ancient demons crossing over, that we have already succeeded in that. Now, if anything were to arise, we cannot be blamed for it. It would be better if we did. A glint of coldness flickered in the corpse-bearer's eyes as he hesitantly suggested that I knew it. You, this corpse-bearer, were once a spiritual beast of humanity. How could you so eagerly rush into the demon suppression tower to save me? You still wish to rely on the reverse spiritual passage to return to the spiritual realm, don't you? However, your cultivation has yet to surpass the transformation stage. Even if you entered, you would merely be erased by the forces of space. Moreover, how would you know that I am aware of the location of the reverse spiritual passage? Longming suddenly asked with a cold smile. The royal consort is jesting. Being a spiritual beast of humanity was a matter before I awakened my spiritual intelligence, for how I intend to traverse the passage. Please rest assured, royal consort, I have prepared for many years and possess a degree of assurance, the consort of the heavenly Kwai Demon King. If you are still unaware of the passage's location, then I am even less certain that anyone else knows of this matter. The 10,000-year-old corpse-bearer's furry face revealed a hint of a forced smile. Humph, I shall begrudgingly place my trust in you. To be frank, only by fully reclaiming my original body can I hope to rediscover the location of the reverse spiritual passage. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. It is best to sincerely follow the words of the noble consort. Ling Ming stated without reservation. Indeed, as long as the consort can fulfill her promise and truly agree to bring us back to the spirit realm together, we will naturally strive with all our might for her. The corpse-bearer declared with a wide grin, unhesitatingly communicating his intent. This will suffice. First, protect me. Ling Ming nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the flower spirit, Huadian Q, possessed by her, suddenly formed hand seals, radiating a blinding silver light around her. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the Seven Wonders real person, Han Li, without a second thought, rubbed his hands together, unleashing a barrage of exorcising thunderbolts downwards, dispelling the swirling demonic energy. However, the colossal wolf, facing the combined efforts of the cultivators, seemed to grow even stronger. Its demonic flames surged, and dark energy spewed forth continuously from its maw, pushing back the yellow sword aura and bloodlight attacks relentlessly. As the demonic energy swelled, nearly occupying half the space, it threatened to encircle everyone within its overwhelming grasp. At this juncture, the stone pillars surrounding the altar began to emit a dazzling brilliance. Resonating with a deep, rumbling hum, ancient, unfamiliar runes flickered to life on the surface of each pillar, quivering slightly. Those who observed this scene were taken aback in astonishment. The Seven Wonders real person, holding a crimson drum, grew solemn. Although he had not overheard the exchange between Ling Ming and the 10,000-year corpse-bearer, an unsettling premonition surfaced distinctly in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he finally tossed the small drum into the air while shouting sternly, "Swan Kingzi, what are you waiting for? Quickly summon your newly acquired artifact. Otherwise, calamity will surely befall us." Chapter 1057. The three treasures unite after enduring a series of violent attacks. The elderly Taoist, holding an ancient sword, realized that the prolonged inability to breach the demonic energy likely spelled doom for the wooden lady's nascent soul. Upon hearing the words of the Seven Wonders real person, a flicker of grave concern crossed his face. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, and a small, earthy yellow seal shot forth, hovering above his head. This treasure was square and smooth, exuding a gentle warmth akin to jade. Yet its surface flickered with layers of golden and silver runes, emanating a vast, tranquil spiritual energy. Han Li's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this object. Pingshan seal. A woman gasped in surprise. Han Li turned his attention. And indeed, Lin Yingping was covering her mouth in astonishment, staring intently at the small seal. This treasure was none other than the renowned Pingshan seal, a replica of the legendary spiritual treasure he had encountered once at an underground auction. Although he had withdrawn midway through the auction, he later learned that this item had fetched an astronomical price, claimed by an unknown cultivator. Little did he expect it to have fallen into the hands of the Tai sect. Truly, this sect was affluent and influential, deserving of its title as the foremost righteous faction. Upon the revelation of the Pingshan seal, the Seven Wonders real person let out a wild laugh, then raised one hand. Flicking his finger towards the small drum suspended in the air, a deep, resonant sound erupted from the drum. Almost simultaneously, a crimson glow flickered, and a round of red light subtly emerged around the drum. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged scholar did not hesitate to extend another finger, producing yet another resounding thud. In that instant, the glaring crimson light intensified, expanding in size. The sound of drums echoed in succession. As a sunset-like red sun gradually emerged in the high sky, its sanguine radiance, coupled with the deep, resonant beats of the drums, allowed everyone present to acutely sense the terrifying power contained within the red sun. Meanwhile, the Swan Kingzi's throne fan Tianyin had already transformed into a towering small mountain exceeding 20 zhang, as he chanted incantations and executed spells. Layers of intricate formations and symbols densely adorned the surface of the jade seal. The surrounding resplendent yellow mist further enhanced its ethereal aura, making it appear as though it were a celestial treasure. The sudden appearance of these two artifacts drew the attention of others. Washianshi, radiating a silvery glow, could not help but glance sideways at the two astonishing spiritual pressures, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. A fleeting, Peculiar expression crossed his eyes before he composed himself and closed them once more. The enormous wolf on the altar also observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, its expression turning grave. Do they truly believe that mere replicas can vanquish this holy ancestor? Such a delusion. A cold glint flashed in the wolf's eyes as it let out a disdainful snort. Opening its mouth to release a surge of dark energy, a black sphere gradually emerged, hovering before it, pulsating gently. The wolf then expelled a series of black beams, which consecutively merged into the sphere, causing it to swell rapidly until it reached a size comparable to a house, floating majestically above the giant wolf's head. This sphere, dark and profound, evoked a sense of eerie dread in those who beheld it. As it continued to expand. With a sullen expression, Swankingzi pointed solemnly at the immense seal in the sky, initiating the attack. The Pingshan seal erupted in a myriad of golden rays, transforming into a yellow meteor hurtling directly towards the giant wolf on the altar. Simultaneously, the red sun trembled and descended swiftly. Both artifacts, shimmering with extraordinary brilliance, unleashed an astonishing force. Upon contact with the dark energy, they shattered through it as if it were made of paper, proving the previous demonic energy utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the two treasures. Though merely replicas of spiritual artifacts, the synergy between these two had rendered their strike as formidable as a standard blow from a genuine spiritual treasure. Witnessing this, the giant wolf wasted no time, unleashing a stream of luminous mist that directly merged into the colossal sphere above its head. Instantly, the black sphere quivered, emitting a low rumble akin to a tsunami, before surging forth towards the two treasures in the sky. As it passed, all demonic energy was swept within the sphere, creating an astonishing spectacle. Finally, the three extraordinary entities collided silently in the air. A deafening crash reverberated throughout the space, as black light, yellow mist, and crimson radiance erupted simultaneously, transforming into a clearly defined barrier of spiritual energy. One side was as dark as ink, reminiscent of an endless starry expanse, while the other shimmered in intertwining shades of yellow and red. As vibrant as a dreamlike realm, the boundary between them resounded with a thunderous roar, resembling both the rumble of thunder and the clash of countless weapons. The two forces intermingled, fluctuating in intensity. At times, the black light overpowered the yellow and red hues, and at others, the vivid yellow and red pushed back against the black. The two adversaries found themselves momentarily locked in a bizarre stalemate. However, this precarious equilibrium lasted but an instant. As the colossal wolf unleashed a torrent of immense beams of light, the ominous black radiance ultimately overpowered the yellow and red glow, compelling it to retreat step by step. Witnessing this scene, Swankingzi and Kimiozenran's expressions shifted dramatically. It was evident that they had not anticipated that the opponent, having transformed into a demonic form, could withstand their two treasured artifacts solely through innate powers. As they fervently channeled their magical energies into the Pingshan seal and the chiming drum, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment. The strength of this ancient demonic progenitor far exceeded their expectations. Not only had the previously infallible demon restraining ring proven ineffective, but their ultimate treasures seemed powerless to suppress their adversary's intent. Furthermore, the seal upon the altar appeared on the verge of being undone. Though the nature of the impending revelation remained unclear, it was evident that it was of significant consequence. Just as a sense of foreboding enveloped the two, Han Li, observing the unfolding chaos, suddenly tapped his waist with a single hand. A burst of tricolored spiritual light erupted forth, spiraling before settling into his grasp, revealing the formidable three-flame fan. He gazed intently at the looming contest of power, reminiscent of the balance between yin and yang. Inhaled deeply and summoned forth the concealed humanoid puppet, which promptly materialized behind him. Without hesitation, Han Li rubbed his hands together, causing the fan to expand dramatically until it transformed into a colossal artifact several zhang in size. Although he had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with the ancient demonic progenitor concealed within the giant wolf, he was acutely aware that, should Swankingzi and his companion falter, his fate would be equally grim. Thus, upon witnessing their struggle and the deployment of such potent artifacts, he could no longer restrain himself from lending them his assistance. The resonant hum emanated from the giant fan as the tricolored flames surged forth. With Han Li pouring nearly all his spiritual power into it, now was not the time for restraint. He yearned to amplify the fan's potency further. The remarkable surge of energy from the three-flame fan immediately captured the attention of Swan Kingsley and the middle-aged scholar, who turned their heads in unison. Upon catching sight of the fan in Han Li's hands, Swan Kingsley gasped in astonishment, "My friend, your artifact." Yet Han Li offered no explanation. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of tricolored flames erupted from the fan's surface, coalescing into a magnificent firebird, measuring 4 to 5 zhang, which soared forth with a triumphant cry, its wings unfurling as it charged toward the distant yellow and red lights. In a breathtaking display, the tricolored firebird detonated, unleashing a vibrant tricolored halo that enveloped the yellow and red radiance. Massive golden and silver runes tumbled forth, and in an instant, the tricolored halo vanished from sight. The yellow and red lights surged with newfound vigor, revealing tendrils of golden and silver flames, and the previously disadvantaged forces immediately countered the black light, swiftly advancing with renewed intensity toward the giant wolf's head. At this moment, the Silver-Winged Knight Demon and Lin Yinping, among others, were somewhat familiar with Han Li's use of the three-flame fan, having witnessed it beforehand. However, the ancient corpse bear, after a brief pause, cast a curious glance at Han Li, its eyes flickering with surprise. Swan Kingsley and the marvelous Junren were filled with mixed emotions of astonishment and delight. Although they were unaware of the exact nature of the three-flame fan in Han Li's possession, it was evident that its power was not inferior to that of the Pingshan seal or the chiming drum. Without hesitation, the duo promptly urged their treasures, amplifying the yellow-red radiance in preparation to seize this rare opportunity. Hoping to vanquish the ancient demon-s fragment in one fell swoop with the combined might of their artifacts, as Han Li unleashed a strike with the fan, his complexion turned pale. He swiftly waved his long sleeves, conjuring a shimmering jade vial into his grasp, and hastily poured a drop of spiritual liquid into his mouth, instantly replenishing his previously depleted spiritual energy. Just as he completed this, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the air, causing a shiver to race down his spine. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to witness the colossal wolf on the altar enveloped in a blinding layer of dark radiance. The howl emanating from within, yet no one could discern the happenings inside. Even as Han Li's expression shifted and his pupils glimmered with azure light, activating his Mingqing spiritual vision, he too was unable to penetrate the veil of darkness, prompting a frown to crease his brow. Suddenly, Han Li sensed a flicker within the darkness, and then his silver barrier trembled as a burst of cold light erupted forth, as if something unfathomable had cleaved through it. He barely had time to react. "This is bad." Realizing the bizarre situation, Han Li's heart sank, and without a moment's thought, he flickered away. However, a crisp shattering sound pierced his ears, followed by 2 more dull thuds. Han Li's form jolted as he was forcefully propelled backward. A soft gasp of surprise emanated from the dark radiance on the altar, followed by a cold snort as something else flickered into view. "Master, evade quickly. This is the celestial wolf drill." The panicked voice of Inu resonated within Han Li's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, a figure darted before him. With a series of muffled impacts, the figure staggered back several steps. It was the humanoid puppet that had been lurking near Han Li. Its azure robe, at that moment, revealed 2 peculiar short blades protruding from its chest and dantian, half embedded in the puppet's form. Chapter 1058. The demon image. After being sent reeling back several yards, Han Li felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. In a fit of anger, he condensed his internal magical power. Yet, upon glancing down at his body, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. The silver barrier formed by the Yuan Gang shield and the azure protective spiritual light had simultaneously been pierced, creating a fist-sized hole. Moreover, his long robe was torn, and the resplendent battle armor crafted from devouring gold insects was similarly breached, exposing the dark inner armor beneath. This inner armor bore a gash several inches long, with a peculiar silver blade embedded within, having penetrated his lower abdomen. A flicker of green energy crossed Han Li's face as he uttered a low shout, causing a layer of faint golden light to envelop his entire being. The strange blade, as if struck by an immense force, was instantly rebuffed, shooting skyward with a swift whoosh. With a swift motion of his body and a flick of his arm, Han Li seized the monstrous blade, finally able to discern its true form. Measuring about half a foot in length and slightly curved, it resembled a remarkably sharp crescent blade. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was, in fact, a razor-sharp claw from a wolf. A chill ran through Han Li's heart as he turned his gaze back to the wound on his lower abdomen. There lay a gash a few inches deep, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Instead, the exposed flesh glimmered with an extraordinary luster, subtly interwoven with faint golden threads. This was the effect of having cultivated the first layer of the Ming Wang Ju, rendering his body nearly as resilient as fine iron. Otherwise, had he been struck by such a blow even with his numerous layers of protection, it would have likely pierced his dantian, causing him to collapse instantly. Indeed, the so-called heavenly wolf drill was terrifying beyond belief. Feeling a surge of alarm, Han Li lifted his gaze towards the humanoid puppet before him. He observed that where the puppet had been struck by two other enormous wolf claws, vibrant five-colored spiritual light flickered incessantly. Though the claws had penetrated halfway into its body, it appeared undisturbed. This sight. Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the puppet's body, crafted from silver and refined with 5 elemental jade, was not so easily destroyed. The ancient demon ancestor, cloaked in dark mist, was equally astonished that what should have been a guaranteed strike had failed consecutively. One must understand that the heavenly wolf drill was one of the mightiest abilities of this silver wolf. Each use necessitated sacrificing one of the silver claws, each honed through countless years of arduous cultivation, with a power so formidable that even a core formation cultivator would not dare underestimate it. Of course, now it was being wielded by the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor, whose magical prowess had significantly diminished its strength. Nevertheless, to have 3 of these strikes absorbed by a mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivator left the ancient demon ancestor in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, as the dark mist on the altar receded, the colossal wolf's massive form vanished without a trace, revealing a live figure, the black-robed woman who had transformed from the giant wolf. However, she was no longer clad in a black robe. Instead, she was enveloped in a layer of sinister battle armor. This armor was glossy and jet black, emblazoned on the front with the visage of a horned demon's head, while several foot-long black spikes protruded from her shoulders and limbs, shimmering with a chilling radiance that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The black-robed woman cast a cold glance at Han Li. Han Li inhaled sharply, realizing that this was the true demonic armor of the ancient demons. As long as one possessed a demonized body, they could condense vast amounts of true demonic energy into this armor, which not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also amplified one's abilities through the energy contained within. During the ancient wars, both our demon clan and human cultivators had suffered greatly at the hands of this armor. Fortunately, it appeared that such powers were limited to only a select few ancient demons. Most did not possess this ability. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been far less certain, as Silver Moon gravely explained to Han Li. Such matters you also recall, Han Li remarked with surprised that moment. With a flicker of thought, the humanoid puppet moved, deftly withdrawing the 2 silver blades from its body before swiftly stowing them away. Immediately, vibrant rays of multicolored light began to swirl around the wound, gradually knitting itself together. Almost simultaneously, the golden devouring insect armor on the lower abdomen twitched and returned to its pristine state. As for the silvery shield, Han Li swiftly retracted it, transforming it back into a small silver shield that now guarded his front. I was also uncertain about the unfolding events. It seemed that past memories were slowly awakening, with once vague recollections now becoming vividly clear, alongside a multitude of unfamiliar elements. With a bitter smile, Inu replied. Han Li's gaze flickered uncertainly, and he fell into silence. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet swayed slightly and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. At that moment, the woman in the black robe shifted her gaze from Han Li to the ominous black light above, which was being weighed down by 3 extraordinary treasures, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Suddenly, she formed a hand seal, her voice ringing out with a clear and melodious incantation, followed by a flick of her slender fingers. 10 Inconspicuous, delicate black threads struck the nearby stone tablet embedded with the dragon transformation seal, causing it to resonate with a swirl of dark energy, followed by a loud hum. The stone pillars surrounding the altar seemed to respond, shaking even more violently. A fierce expression flashed across the black-armored woman's face, her hair standing on end, her visage contorting into a terrifying grimace. Instantly, the altar beneath her trembled slightly, and portions of its surface began to shatter under the flickering black light, releasing countless tendrils of pitch-black demonic energy that surged skyward. Witnessing this, the black-armored woman could not help but reveal a frenzied gleam in her eyes, erupting into triumphant laughter. She then pointed skyward, and uttered a sharp command. The sound pierced the air as the black mist emanating from the altar coalesced and intertwined above, swirling and forming a colossal black demonic statue. This figure was as large as a tower, its physique robust, and clad in armor identical to that worn by the woman, though its head bore the visage of a fair-faced woman adorned with a pair of delicate short horns. Her eyes tightly shut. Yuansha, holy ancestor. Upon sighting the statue, the corpse bearer, who was guarding Huadiyanki in midair, turned pale, exclaiming in shock. Han Li and Swan Kingzi, too, were taken aback. In that fleeting moment, the gigantic statue slowly opened its eyes, revealing orbs that resembled two shimmering purple stars against an endless night sky. Just then, the black light atop its head could no longer withstand the combined might of the three treasures. Collapsing entirely into countless shards of darkness that cascaded downward, the yellow-red light, unimpeded, surged downwards with overwhelming force, creating an immense curtain of yellow-red radiance above the altar, a sight of astonishing grandeur. The statue seemed to sense the anomaly above, lifting its gaze coldly to the descending yellow-red light, and casually raised a hand to lightly clap in the air. With a thunderous roar, a massive black claw materialized in midair, reaching upwards like a deep-sea diver grasping for the moon. In an instant, the black light flickered, and the 5 fingers left behind 5 enormous, dark claw marks upon the yellow-red canopy. Subsequently, as the 5 claws closed together, the enormous seal and the crimson drum bizarrely appeared between the fingers. In the next moment, the vast expanse of yellow-red light vanished without a trace, leaving all who witnessed this spectacle utterly dumbfounded. The golem lowered its head to observe the treasured artifact in its grasp. Under the flicker of purple light, an unfamiliar feminine voice emanated, cold as ice and laced with a hint of confusion. This is the human realm. At that moment, high above, Hua Tianqi, with his eyes closed, felt a silver radiance coalesce into the form of a silver wolf's head on his back, as if poised to leap forth. However, upon catching sight of the golem from afar, the wolf's head recoiled in shock and vanished back into his body. Following this, Hua Tianqi's form trembled violently, his eyes snapping open as a piercing scream of terror escaped his lips. This is the true divine thought of the Yuansha ancestor. This exclamation caused the countenance of all cultivators to shift dramatically. Swan Kingzi and Shimiao Jinren turned ashen, for the golem, having manifested its demonic claws, swiftly clenched its fist, causing the earthen yellow seal and the crimson bell to explode violently. 2 replicas of heavenly treasures were thus shattered into oblivion. The golem then disregarded the onlookers above, stretching its arms as it slowly turned to regard the black-armored woman beneath. The woman, her expression devoid of emotion, returned the gaze. After a brief exchange of glances, the golem spoke. Indeed, you are still alive. My efforts to transport you to the human realm were not in vain. This time you called upon me to deal with these mere ants. Do you not find it a waste? You should be aware that this is the 3rd time you have summoned me. Following this invocation, the soul imprint I planted within your divine thought will vanish entirely. The true demonic energy expended in summoning me is sufficient to directly refine a group of our ancestral kin. You are me, and I am you. Were there any other options, I would not resort to such a strategy. Without the true demonic energy leaking from beneath this altar, I would be utterly incapable of calling you forth again. The black-armored woman retorted, raising an eyebrow coldly. I see. No wonder this manifestation has proven so taxing. It was not your own demonic energy that summoned me across realms. It appears I must act swiftly. I wonder how long this demonic energy will sustain my form. The immense golem nodded, surveying the inky demonic energy continuously pouring into its feet from the altar, and spoke languidly. It then raised its gaze to the crowd. All the demons, under the golem's cold and merciless purple eyes, felt a shiver of dread, their caution intensifying, with some even beginning to retreat silently. Yet, the golem seemed to smirk slightly before raising a hand, extending a gigantic demonic finger toward a specific direction and giving it a gentle flick. With a piercing sound, something vanished in the blink of an eye. The lion beast, trembling in conflict with the giant eagle-like creature, suddenly let out a chilling scream, its body swelling dramatically before erupting with a thunderous boom, inexplicably self-destructing. Chapter 1059, The Unmatched Might of the Demon. This scene left the silver-winged nightshade, engaged in battle with another demonic entity nearby. Trembling in fear, and without a moment to think, it flapped its wings and executed the wind escape technique. The golem snorted coldly, and, without hesitation, reached into the void where the silver-winged nightshade had vanished. With a resounding crash, a massive demonic claw, glimmering with dark eyes, materialized in the air, descending gently to grasp that a surge of azure light erupted within the grasp of the demonic claw, shattering the wind escape technique with astonishing ease, revealing the form of the silver-winged night demon. Yet, at this moment, this reanimated corpse found itself ensnared by a faint black aura, rendering its silver wings and body utterly immobile in the presence of the claw. In a fit of rage and desperation, the silver-winged night demon unleashed a piercing shriek as countless gray threads erupted from its body, each one detonating upon separation. The gray radiance flickered, accompanied by a resounding roar that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. However, as the 5 fingers of the claw converged, a flash of black light extinguished the gray brilliance, and the explosive sounds as if they were mere illusions, leaving no trace behind. The silver-winged night demon was engulfed in black demonic flames, its formidable corpse disintegrating into a vast cloud of ashes, with even its primordial spirit unable to escape in time. Subsequently, the claw vanished into thin air. 2 entities of equivalent strength to the late stage of the nascent soul had been effortlessly obliterated by the demonic statue, dispelling any lingering doubts among the onlookers. Even if this statue was not the manifestation of the revered Yuansha saint ancestor, it was undoubtedly a being from the ancient demon realm, beyond their capacity to resist. A chill settled in their hearts as they scattered in disarray, seeking refuge, fearing that they might be the next targets of the demonic statue. Han Li, too, dared not linger, and with a rumble of thunder behind him, he swiftly transformed into a silver arc of lightning, darting away. Yet, as he reappeared several dozen feet away, a panicked voice of a woman reached his ears. "Shui Ling, quickly release her so we can merge into Linglong. Only in this way do we stand a chance to preserve our lives." It was the voice of Long Meng, who had possessed Hua Tianqi, now sounding alarmed amidst the statue's appearance, even unsettling this usually composed demoness. Merge. Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, his face reflecting uncertainty. Just then, the gaze of the demonic statue shifted, landing upon the distant spirit resonance peacock, eliciting a soft exclamation. "Ah, the spirit resonance peacock. With its 5-colored spiritual radiance, I never expected such a rare spiritual avian to exist in the human realm. Perfect, I have need of this spiritual light," the statue mused aloud, pointing unhesitatingly toward the ancient peacock possessed by the youth surnamed Su. The possessed Su was struck with panic, urging the spiritual bird to flee toward a corner of space while resolutely channeling the true essence from his nascent soul into the peacock. A muffled thud resonated as the 5-colored spiritual radiance intensified, forming a thick, almost tangible barrier around the peacock, its brilliance akin to the sun, blinding to behold. Observing this, the statue's lips curled into a cold smirk, flicking its fingers lightly before casually grasping with its other hand. With a thunderous crash, the 5-colored barrier caved in, and the peacock, along with its protective dome, was sent hurtling away, before it could stabilize its form. A massive demonic claw flashed through the void, seizing the spirit resonance peacock in an instant. "Brother Su," Lin Yingping gasped, her complexion draining of color at the sight, yet beneath the suffocating embrace of the demonic claws, the 5-colored light shield appeared to be struggling to endure. Observing this, the golem's purple eyes glinted with malevolence. As its black radiance flickered, the claws swiftly clenched together, causing the light shield to contort and deform as though it were mere dough. With a sorrowful wail, the 5-colored shield was forcefully shattered. "No!" the starry youth cried out in terror. However, as the essence of the Lingxi peacock materialized, it was immediately crushed and obliterated by the demonic claws. In a swift motion, the Su youth's nascent soul seized a fleeting opportunity, teleporting out from beneath the claws, only to materialize over 20 zhang away in the next instant. Yet, the golem seemed to have anticipated his precise location, launching an attack in that very direction beforehand. This time, the Su youth did not even have the chance to scream. His nascent soul bizarrely self-destructed. Thus, the esteemed master of the Tianlan grassland vanished completely from existence. Witnessing this, even the elders of the foremost righteous and demonic sects, Shuangqingzi and the marvelous Zhenren, began to display signs of panic. The golem's powers were overwhelmingly formidable. Under such demonic might, they found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. If this continued, it would not be long before they were all annihilated in an instant. Han Li's complexion turned slightly pale, yet his gaze retained a semblance of calmness, with a hint of cold brilliance flickering within. "What are you waiting for? If you do not release Shuling now, it will be too late," a voice urged in his ear. The anxious Ling Ming, the demoness, persistently implored Han Li to release the Silver Moon's nascent soul for fusion. Han Li's expression darkened, but he remained silent. "Very well, I shall comply." Suddenly, a faint voice of the Silver Moon echoed in Han Li's consciousness. "Silver Moon, what nonsense are you speaking? How can you be certain that we will truly restore ourselves after merging? Your consciousness is currently far weaker than that of the opponent. After merging, it will be dominated by them," Han Li exclaimed, taken aback. "Master, we cannot afford to ponder such matters now that if Ling Ming and I do not merge our nascent souls, we will soon face grave peril. In that case, it is better to take the risk," the Silver Moon responded calmly. Subsequently, with a flick of Han Li's sleeve, a white fox shot forth, darting towards Washianshi. Upon seeing this, Washianshi also joyfully sped to meet it. Han Li remained where he stood, his expression grim, yet his lips pressed tightly together, ultimately refraining from further comment. After all, what the Silver Moon had suggested was indeed the optimal choice. At that moment, as the Su youth's nascent soul was obliterated, the Lingxi Peacock's nascent soul, piloting the demon core, attempted to flee from the demonic claws. However, before it could escape, a wave of black radiance enveloped it, rendering it entirely non-existent. Yet, the remnants of the peacock were engulfed by the raging demonic flames, and in an instant, its remains turned to ash. Nevertheless, amidst the claws, a fragment of five-colored spiritual radiance emerged. This luminous haze was exceptionally crystalline, shimmering as if it were substantial. The moment it appeared, it was swiftly grasped by the demonic claws, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a sinister claw suddenly manifested above the golem's head, gripping the resplendent light in midair, rendering it motionless. The golem raised its gaze to the multicolored radiance, and an expression of delight unexpectedly crossed its visage. Opening its mouth, it expelled a thick, ink-like demonic wind. This wind enveloped the multicolored light, which rapidly condensed and shrank, transforming in the blink of an eye into a thumb-sized, multicolored spiritual orb. Observing this orb, the golem reached out and grasped it in its hand, then turned to throw it to the black-armored woman behind, casually stating, "This orb holds some utility for me. Seek an opportunity to transmit it back to the ancient demon realm next time. Do not let it slip away easily." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise briefly crossed the black-armored woman's face, yet she unhesitatingly caught the orb. After a cursory glance, a flash of dark light enveloped her hands, and the orb mysteriously vanished from sight, its whereabouts unknown. After completing this action, the ancient demon's gaze swept around, abruptly landing on Han Li, who was subtly emanating a silver arc from behind. A hint of cruelty surfaced on the demon's refined features as it raised its finger once more, pointing directly at Han Li. A heaviness settled in Han Li's heart. With a flicker of thought, a humanoid puppet swiftly appeared to shield him. Subsequently, with a single hand, he grasped the Yuan Gang shield that had been floating before him. And with a shake of the shield, a blinding silver light enveloped both him and the shield. Meanwhile, with his other hand forming a seal, vibrant multicolored light pulsated around him, as Han Li swiftly flipped one hand, conjuring the three-flame fan into existence, while the other pointed at the massive sword swirling above. Instantly, the giant sword emitted a resonant hum and disintegrated, releasing hundreds of golden sword lights that danced around the silver shield in a mesmerizing spiral. The sword lights, akin to a mountain's descent, subtly transformed into a golden lotus that blossomed around Han Li, exceedingly resplendent. Amidst the petals, thunderous roars erupted, and golden arcs flickered. Han Li uttered an inexplicable incantation, causing a golden light curtain to materialize around him, his flesh shimmering with a faint golden hue. He had indeed activated the formidable protective power of the Vajra shield meant to defend against the five sons of demons, pushing the Ming Wang Ju technique to its utmost limit, transmuting himself into a diamond-like body. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. Yet even so, Han Li felt no sense of security. He was acutely aware that these seemingly impregnable defenses could easily be shattered by the movements of this Yuan Sha saint ancestor, for the greatest reliance against the oncoming assault resided within him. In the form of two restless entities, Han Li pondered gravely, exorcising divine thunder. The golem's purple eyes flickered as it observed the golden arc dancing atop the golden lotus, its tone tinged with surprise. Nevertheless, its finger showed no sign of hesitation as it struck two sharp points towards Han Li, the sound echoing with a crispness, though the noise was not loud. After the first strike, a massive gash inexplicably appeared in the golden lotus formed from the Qing Zhu Feng Yun sword, simultaneously causing the blinding silver shield to cave in and fracture inch by inch, ultimately colliding with the golden light curtain formed by the Vajra shield. This golden curtain flickered violently a few times before. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces. In that fleeting moment, Han Li's blue pupils glimmered. Finally discerning the nature of the incoming force, he waved the three-flame fan to meet this object. An expression of disbelief involuntarily crossed his face. Chapter 1060. The ancestor Shao. Upon shattering the golden light barrier, there emerged a pearl of milky white, no larger than a broad bean, glistening with a translucent brilliance. This was, astonishingly, the manifestation of the ancestor Yuansha's compressed divine consciousness. The magnitude of spirit required to achieve such a feat is indeed formidable. No wonder this demonic figure could effortlessly dispatch even 10th-level beasts and advanced cultivators. A surge of fear gripped Han Li's heart, yet the three-colored halo upon his San Yin fan flickered vigorously as flames erupted forth, coalescing into a fire shield that materialized before him. This shield, adorned with swirling gold, silver, and red runes, exuded an aura of profound mystery. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a ball of azure light that enveloped a small cauldron, propelling it outward. Almost simultaneously, the golden light barrier finally succumbed to total collapse, and the milky white pearl darted towards the tricolored fire shield. With a thunderous roar, the shield failed to offer any resistance and shattered under the impact. The three-colored flames proving utterly ineffectual against the pearl, which plunged directly into the azure glow. Within the azure light, the small cauldron trembled as an explosion of azure threads erupted forth, weaving a net that ensnared the pearl. Halting its advance amidst the chaotic flickers of azure light, Han Li's expression lit up with joy, while the demonic figure froze in surprise, its purple eyes widening as they fixated on the ethereal cauldron. Xian Xingzi and the corpse bearer wore expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated that Han Li would meet the same fate as the silver-winged night demons, annihilated by the self-detonation in an instant. Xian Xingzi even clutched a pale yellow barrier-breaking talisman, contemplating whether Han Li could breach this spatial barrier and make a hasty escape. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that such an action might provoke the wrath of the demonic figure. Meanwhile, the small fox, transformed from silver moonlight, soared to Huadiyanqi's side, releasing a burst of silver light that swiftly merged with Huadiyanqi's body. Huadiyanqi trembled, becoming immobile in midair. How intriguing, to withstand a blow from my divine consciousness. Let this holy ancestor see what treasure you possess, the demonic figure remarked coolly, before directing a single hand towards Han Li in the distance. With a resounding crack, a massive, obsidian hand, resembling a small mountain, emerged above Han Li, descending silently. A chill coursed through Han Li's heart. He summoned the thunderous escape technique. However, as the silver light materialized behind him, he felt the surrounding air congeal, dark energies manifesting around him, rendering his wind and thunder wings utterly ineffective. Realizing the futility of escape, Han Li reluctantly urged the ethereal cauldron before him, and countless azure threads surged upward to confront the descending hand. Simultaneously, the humanoid puppet beside him raised a hand, unleashing a cacophony of thunder as a streak of emerald light, shimmering with golden arcs, shot forth toward the black hand. Though the azure threads from the ethereal cauldron were remarkably resilient, their power was limited under the first layer of the Tongbao decision. Consequently, they only managed to momentarily impede the demonic hand before being severed inch by inch. The emerald light struck the hand, creating a gaping hole several feet wide, yet the darkness flickered, and the breach vanished without a trace. Ignoring the attack, the colossal hand descended, seizing Han Li's form with an iron grip, and without hesitation, it squeezed with immense force. With a resounding bang, a flash of azure light erupted, and Han Li's body shattered into pieces. The demon statue, satisfied, relaxed its clawed fingers and reached for the void heaven cauldron once more. However, at that moment, a deafening thunderclap resonated, and a silvery arc flickered wildly, instantly teleporting from beneath the demon's grasp. After a few flashes, it appeared several dozen yards away, revealing a silhouette that unmistakably belonged to Han Li. Yet, at this juncture, his complexion was extraordinarily pale, exhibiting clear signs of having suffered severe depletion of his magical energy. Meanwhile, the remnants of his body beneath the demon's claw glimmered with azure light, transforming into a myriad of spiritual sparks that coalesced into a blue talisman. Unexpectedly, the void heaven cauldron vanished from its original position, only to reappear hovering above Han Li's head. This talisman, now dimmed in its spiritual radiance, was the spirit transformation talisman that Han Li had obtained from the Heavenly Talisman sect. Although he had cultivated it within his body for several years, he was still far from truly refining it. Nevertheless, with the support of the spirit descending talisman, and considering this talisman possessed a wood attribute, he could forcefully activate its divine power despite the depletion of his energy in that critical moment. He had transformed it into a decoy, narrowly evading disaster as the demon's claw descended upon him. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. However, the demon statue merely sneered coldly, raising a hand once more to aim at Han Li. Its fingers curling slightly, Han Li's heart sank. He was now devoid of magical artifacts and had no confidence left to withstand the next wave of assault. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, channeling his remaining magical energy into the void heaven cauldron, causing the artifact to swell dramatically to a size of around 10 feet, positioning itself before him. Simultaneously, arcs of golden light and violet flames surged around him, forming a protective barrier of spiritual light. The humanoid puppet also flickered and appeared in front of Han Li, its hands clasped together, surrounded by swirling five-colored radiance that dazzled the eye, transforming itself into a defensive artifact. Observing Han Li's series of actions, the demon statue's purple eyes flashed with disdain as it flicked its fingers lightly. Yet, in that instant, several strands of silvery light flickered before the demon, and a series of white bursts erupted into existence. As the demon's divine intent was suddenly shattered by an unseen force, the demon statue paused momentarily, and then, between it and Han Li, a figure shimmered into view, a graceful silhouette with cascading silver hair and pointed ears. Coldly gazing at the demon statue was a strange woman clad in a flowing white gown. "Who are you?" the demon statue assessed the figure before it, revealing an expression of surprise. "Silver Moon," Han Li gasped upon glimpsing the woman's back. Hearing his voice, the silver-haired woman slowly turned her head, revealing an expressionless yet stunningly beautiful face, her dark, shining eyes evoking both familiarity and strangeness in Han Li. She stared blankly at him for a moment before suddenly raising her palm and slashing through the air towards him. Startled, Han Li instinctively dodged as a brilliant silver light descended from above, narrowly grazing his shoulder. The protective barrier formed by the exorcising divine thunder and violet inferno was effortlessly cleaved apart, offering no resistance whatsoever. Han Li could almost feel a faint chill emanating from his shoulder. His complexion shifted dramatically to "I am the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon Clan, Linglong. You should be fully aware of what you have done to my fragment of consciousness. Should you dare to invoke the name of Silver Moon again, I will kill you," the woman declared coldly. Although Han Li had miraculously escaped unscathed, his expression grew exceedingly grim. After the silver-haired woman finished speaking, she disregarded Han Li entirely, turning instead to gaze into the distance at the demonic statue. "Silver Moon Clan, what connection do you have with that old wolf Ao Shao?" To everyone's astonishment, the demonic statue did not rush to attack the woman. Instead, it narrowed its eyes and inquired, "The demon king Ao Shao is my ancestor." The silver-haired woman replied numbly, "You are the granddaughter of that old wolf." The demonic statue furrowed its brow, clearly taken aback by this revelation. "Oh, you know my ancestor?" Linglong's expression shifted, her voice tinged with an unusual note. "I cannot say that I know him well, but during an expedition to the spirit realm years ago, we clashed twice. I hold a certain admiration for that old wolf's howling moon demon art." The demonic statue responded slowly. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired woman raised an elegant brow but fell into silence. "Since you are a descendant of that old wolf, I shall refrain from bullying the weak." "Very well, you may leave this place. I will not impede your departure, provided you swear by your grandfather's name that you will not obstruct this holy ancestor's avatar in carrying out its affairs in this realm." The demonic statue hesitated for a moment before speaking in a softened tone, clearly exhibiting wariness towards the venerable Ao Shao. "Let me go, holy ancestor. You seem rather overconfident. If you were to unleash your full divine essence in this realm, I might consider turning to leave. However, with the mere fraction of demonic energy you have released, accepting even 1/10 of your divine essence would be a significant advantage. Why should I depart?" Linglong replied with a cold laugh, her tone unapologetically bold. The demonic statue's countenance darkened upon hearing her words that a mere junior at the late stage of divine transformation, lacking even a physical form, dares to be so ungrateful, even with just 1/10 of my divine essence. Extinguishing you would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Since you have spoken so defiantly, do not expect to leave. This holy ancestor shall obliterate both your body and spirit. The demonic statue seemed incensed by Linglong's words. Without further hesitation, it reached out towards the silver-haired woman, its hand slicing through the air with a sharp sound as it opened its fingers. A series of hissing sounds echoed, and countless beams of crystalline radiance erupted from its hand, flooding the space with a dazzling brilliance and an astonishing aura. Observing this, Linglong wasted no time. She opened her mouth and expelled a palm-sized circular disc from her fragrant lips. Though the disc appeared pitch black, it suddenly revealed specks of starlight within as it expanded, exuding an air of profound mystery. As the crystalline beams approached, the disc rotated slightly, emitting a series of resonant vibrations, while an intangible force emanated from it. The seemingly extraordinary beams of light, akin to moths drawn to a flame, altered their course and surged into the disc. In an instant, the once splendid brilliance was swept away entirely. Reverse star disc. The demonic statue gasped in astonishment, its body trembling at the sight, its face a mask of surprise. In the distance, the ancient corpse bear, guarding the shell of Huadiyanqi, fixed its eyes on the circular disc before Linglong, an expression of curiosity crossing its features. Meanwhile, Zuani Yingzi and Kimio Zenrin, who had been somewhat dazed since the arrival of the silver-haired woman, exchanged glances of shock upon hearing the name of the reverse star disc, their expressions transforming into one of greed as they fixated on the distant circular disc. What is your relationship with the 7 demon kings of the demon race? Only the 7 great demon kings and the 3 emperors among humans are deemed worthy to possess the reverse star disc. After the initial shock, the formidable figure of the magic puppet barked sternly. I implore you, do not disclose this to them. Suddenly, Zhang Ziyu heard Mu Fan's voice beside his ear, startling him once more. This Yutian is truly formidable, yet perhaps excessively arrogant, for he disregards even the legacy of the Heavenly Inquiry's true emperor. One cannot help but wonder who this Yutian truly is. A towering and majestic Buddha apparition manifested in the sky, emanating boundless light that struck fear into countless vengeful spirits. It cleansed their grievances and restored their consciousness. To his surprise, she was held tightly and could not be released. No matter how fiercely she resisted, he effortlessly carried her with remarkable speed. Shortly thereafter, 2 prominent figures swiftly approached, their sinister aura and white radiance intertwining, while terrifying energies surged above, creating an imposing atmosphere. The dense clouds and frigid weather imparted a sense of oppression and despair. Beneath the vast sky lay myriad entities from the outer realms. In this critical moment, a long, pristine hand unexpectedly emerged from his side, firmly utilizing the long blade opposite him. Astonishingly, not only did the sharp edge of the blade fail to inflict any harm upon this hand, but the terrifying force of the leading brute, now in a frenzy, also proved ineffective against it. Some establishments had reached their closing time, promptly shutting their doors, except for inns that offered lodging, which remained open a bit longer, though not past the hour of the ugly. After all, he stood on equal footing with Zhu Wan. Yet, one could only ponder to whom the legacy of the Heavenly Inquiry's true emperor would ultimately be bestowed. With this thought, both Shui Wan and Zhu Wan felt a mix of anxiety and quiet anticipation. This marked the first time he harnessed the power of the Dark Essence after condensing the Dark Essence stand to execute the Yellow Tear illusion technique. Mu Fei observed with utmost clarity as the figure of Hua Zisher appeared as if confronted by a ghost. Clutching his head with a look of incredulity, exuding an air of frantic desperation, the sect sought rare spiritual herbs, crystalline stones, and magical beasts while exploring certain mysterious realms, concocting spiritual tools and elixirs, and so forth. Liu Yunwan's gaze dimmed as she slowly reached out to caress a vibrant rose petal before her, pondering what expression her elder brother would wear upon encountering that visage. As the founding emperor of the world, he had swept through the 6 realms with the legacy of 6 generations, directly achieving the grand unification of the land of Huaxia. Su Xingzhang chuckled lightly, shaking his head. How could he not recognize that his sister was merely tending to her own emotions by intentionally changing the subject? Yet her blood coursed through his veins, and as long as she had not committed any unforgivable transgression, He could choose to turn a blind eye. Yun Huai and Yun Lan walked side by side, two childish spirits who found each other irksome, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, until Chu Mi pushed him out of the Chu family gate. Chu Zhengin remained blissfully smiling. In an instant, pale blue flames began to spread from within, their intensity modest. However, under the searing heat, the structures near Feng Xian ignited in a fierce blaze. That I cannot allow this. I must take Shuer away. I cannot let her perish like this. With that, Dou Chunfeng rose and strode towards the door. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhichuan continued his earnest prattle, entirely oblivious to the cunning glint that flickered in Feng Qingqing's eyes. Upon hearing this, Angela's eyes widened momentarily, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. They exchanged a glance, clearly bewildered by the situation at hand. The power of the first tier was insufficient to attract the attention of other forces. The other experts within the team continued their slumber or focused on their cultivation. In Chapter 1061, The Resurgence of the Great War. You believe I would respond? The silver-haired woman pointed a finger, halting the disc before her. Since you belong to the demon clan, it is evident that you have no ties to the three sovereigns of humanity. The 7 demon kings have repeatedly joined forces to invade our ancient demon realm, slaughtering countless members of my sacred lineage. Given your connections to them, I see no reason to show any deference to Ancestor Ao Shao. I can simply annihilate you without further ado. The demon figure spoke with a face full of murderous intent, then rubbed his hands together, unleashing a surge of spiritual pressure that swept outward in all directions. Instantly, the previously indistinct form of the demon became sharply defined. Rays of crystalline light shot forth from the demon's hands, not directed at the silver-haired woman, but coiling around itself with a hissing sound. In the blink of an eye, the demon transformed from a cloud of black mist into a towering crystalline giant, its eyes still gleaming with a fearsome purple light. Do not presume that a mere reverse star disk can allow you to act arrogantly before me. I am eager to see if you can truly withstand my strike. The giant's voice resonated ominously as it raised one hand, the light within its palm swirling as if something were about to be unleashed. The silver-haired woman, Ling Long, observed this scene with no hint of panic. Instead, she smiled charmingly, as if winter had melted away, giving rise to a blossoming spring, her demeanor vastly different from the earlier frostiness, as if she had transformed into another person entirely. You think you still have time to linger in this realm? What do you mean? The crystalline giant's purple eyes flickered in surprised that moment. The previously flickering stone pillars surrounding the altar suddenly dimmed, with several of them losing their spiritual light. The super array that had been activated promptly ceased. The dark demonic energy that had been continuously supplied to the demon figure from the altar came to an abrupt halt. Upon witnessing this, the crystalline giant's expression shifted to one of astonishment and fury. It had consumed all of its original true demonic energy in crystallizing its form, and now, with the final supply of demonic energy cut off, it was all too aware of the dire consequences that would ensue. Letting out a great roar, it raised its hand, and a beam of light surged forth, resembling a thick pillar. However, just as this pillar was halfway ejected, the Yuan Sha ancestor emitted a few unwilling roars, and the crystallized form began to shatter into fragments. The consciousness of the Yuan Sha ancestor, now unsupported by a physical body, dissipated into the ether, vanishing entirely from this world. The half-formed crystalline pillar then shot towards the silver-haired woman in a flash. Yet, prepared for this moment, she swiftly raised her hand, unleashing a silver spell that struck the disc before her. In an instant, the disc expanded dramatically, its starry light flickering chaotically, and the half-crystalline pillar was drawn in with a powerful suction. Nevertheless, this attack was evidently extraordinary. Despite being an incomplete assault, it caused the reverse star disc to hum loudly, trembling as it was propelled backward. The expression on Linglong's delicate face shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised a hand, and a flash of silver light shimmered as it gently struck the rear of the approaching disc. However, the disc merely hesitated for an instant before erupting with radiant starlight, and an astonishing crystalline column shot forth from its back, striking Linglong squarely in the abdomen. The silver-haired woman was evidently unprepared for such a development. Startled, her entire being glowed with silver light. Yet the crystalline column pierced through her form without any hindrance. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she staggered, her visage contorted in pain, but she quickly pressed her hand against the wound, obscuring the nature of her injury from view. Originally, Her corporeal form was forged from a powerful and concentrated mental essence, rendering her largely impervious to ordinary attacks. Yet, the crystalline column was composed of an even more formidable concentration of mental essence. So her grievous injury was hardly surprising. The dazzling spectacle that had just transpired left the onlookers in stunned silence. Swan Kingsley and the others, witnessing the defeat of the demonic figure, were overcome with joy. While the black-armored woman, a manifestation of the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor's divine essence, struggled to comprehend the events that had unfolded, she had exerted tremendous effort to summon her true essence, only to see it effortlessly shattered. The stone pillars, undeniably resilient, had not been subjected to any assault, so how could they have failed? Infuriated and perplexed, the black-armored woman scanned the shattered remnants of the pillars, her expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, she reached out towards one of the seemingly intact pillars. Grasping at the air, with a resounding roar, the column was wrenched from the ground and crashed heavily back down. Swan Kingsley and the others, intrigued by the black-armored woman's peculiar behavior, turned their attention to her. They beheld the end of the column that had been pulled from the earth, which was now pockmarked and uneven, clearly resembling something that had been violently gnawed through. The black-armored woman's expression darkened as she unleashed a furious punch towards the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a deep pit several yards wide. Amidst the scattering debris, glimmers of golden light shot forth in all directions. With a swift motion, the black-armored woman pressed her palm towards the source of the golden light, redirecting it effortlessly into her grasp. At a glance at the resplendent golden beetle revealed its identity, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Golden devouring insect. So, it was you lying in ambush beneath." Suddenly, she turned her gaze sharply towards Ling Long, whose complexion had paled slightly. The silver-haired woman, however, merely let out a cold laugh, retracting her hand from her abdomen, revealing that the previously penetrative wound had vanished entirely. The reverse star disc, Swan Kingsley mused aloud. Could it be the legendary artifact capable of transcending realms and neutralizing a significant portion of spatial force? Swan Kingsley, my friend, what do you mean by that question? Do you dare to entertain any misguided thoughts? The blood-red blade of the ancient corpse bear hovered ominously before him as it spoke. "Ha, bear friend, you jest. With this malevolent creature still at large, how could we possibly entertain such notions? Our primary concern remains this demon before us. The prior summoning of the true essence must have exhausted a considerable amount of its magical energy. Now that the formation has been destroyed, it presents us with an excellent opportunity to eliminate this fiend. Fellow friends, let us join forces." The esteemed Qimiao Jinren let out a light chuckle, his gaze shifting to the woman in black armor. The figure, a manifestation of the Yuan-Tian Holy Ancestor's divine essence, suddenly broke into a cold smile upon hearing his words. "You demon, what is there to find amusing? Now that the Holy Ancestor has departed from this realm, do you truly believe you can still contend with us?" Swan Kingsley's expression darkened, and he bellowed fiercely. "Heh, if you really believe that, you would have already launched an attack against me, rather than merely making noise. Even now, though my situation is dire, how much better off are you? Not only have your treasures been utterly destroyed, but your magical powers are likely diminished as well. Do you genuinely think that by destroying a few pillars, this formation can no longer be utilized?" The woman in black armor spoke with an eerie expression, then suddenly flickered, appearing before the stone tablet. With a sweeping motion of her 5 fingers, she pressed down upon the dragon transformation seal embedded within the stone. The stone tablet, which had returned to stillness after the destruction of the pillars, flickered with black light and began to tremble once more. Almost simultaneously, from the ruins of the shattered pillars, a swirling demonic wind arose, and several black gas columns erupted from the ground, their resonant hum filling the air. The other pillars shimmered again with spiritual light, and the entire formation appeared poised to reactivate. "Not good. Quickly stop this demon." Upon witnessing this scene, Swan Kingsley's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished the Tiane divine sword, unleashing waves of deep yellow sword energy that sliced through the air, while simultaneously propelling himself towards the altar. The corpse bear and Qimiao Jinren did not lag behind. They unleashed a torrent of bloodlight and 7 clusters of spiritual brilliance that surged forth in unison. Gui Ling swung his massive axe, sending forth silver flashes the size of cartwheels. Even Lin Yingping flicked her fragrant sleeves, transforming a pair of crescent red blades into 2 fiery arcs aimed at the foe. After witnessing the devastation wrought by the black-armored woman's summoned demons, all the cultivators united in their enmity. fearing that this demon might break the seal and invoke some terrifying existence once more, the experience of being utterly at the mercy of another, with no means of retaliation, was one they all wished to avoid reliving. Meanwhile, the two eagle-winged demons also lunged toward them, and in an instant, the vicinity of the altar was engulfed in chaotic demonic energy and erratic spiritual light, signaling the onset of yet another fierce battle. However, at that moment, two individuals remained uninvolved, standing merely a dozen paces apart, facing each other. "What did you say?" Hanli felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon unexpectedly receiving the other's transmission. "I said I wished to borrow your void celestial cauldron for a moment," the silver-haired woman replied calmly, her gaze locked on Han Li's. "Humph, why should I lend it to you?" Han Li's pupils constricted as he scoffed. The silver-haired woman before him, though perhaps holding fragments of Silver Moon's memories, had undoubtedly become a stranger, causing Han Li to be exceedingly cautious. "Why? I merely wish to utilize the avatar of the Tianlan sacred beast within that cauldron." The so-called Tianlan sacred beast is a notable figure in the spirit realm. Its condensed avatar would serve as a temporary vessel for me. Otherwise, relying solely on my current spiritual body and human form would put me at a disadvantage against my silver wolf form. The silver-haired woman stated nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Swan Kingsley and the others. "I refuse." To the astonishment of the delicate fairy, Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily before he resolutely declined. "What did you say?" The silver-haired woman, her bright eyes chillingly cold, suddenly exuded an aura of menace. "Since that venerable Yuancha saint's true essence is no longer present, I fail to comprehend why we must engage in such futile endeavors." Han Li retorted, fixating on her with unabashed frankness. "Are you seeking death?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, Linglong erupted in fury, her anger transforming into a mocking smile. With a graceful lift of her slender fingers, a crystal radiance burst forth, shimmering and undulating from her fingertips, as if poised to be unleashed at any moment. Just then, a menacing howl emerged from the swirling demonic energy near the altar, followed by a tumultuous surge of dark mist, revealing the vague form of a colossal three-headed, six-armed demon. Chapter 1062. The battle with the demon of the Jialu and the silver-haired woman's expression shifted dramatically upon sighting the monstrous entity. As the luminous aura in her hand flickered and vanished, she sternly admonished Han Li, "If you do not lend me that cauldron, none of us shall withstand this demon." No sooner had Linglong uttered these words than a thunderous roar echoed from the mist. A massive jet-black beam of light piercing through the air, aimed directly at the elderly Taoist, Swan Kingsley. Startled, the old man whirled his ancient sword, unleashing a torrent of yellow sword chi, managing to barely fend off the attack. Yet, at that moment, the demonic energy surged violently, and the enormous demon shadow abruptly lunged forth from the mist, only to vanish in an instant. In a moment of bewilderment, Swan Kingsley noticed a silent, dark gleam flash above him, and the three-headed demon shadow materialized from thin air. Having battled countless foes, Swan Kingsley's experience was extraordinary. He sensed the imminent threat the instant the shadow appeared. Without hesitation, he swung his ancient sword backward while simultaneously executing a swift maneuver, transforming into a streak of radiant essence and fleeing. With a sinister laugh from the demon's two side heads, a gaping maw opened, unleashing two beams of black light. One of the sword energies emitted by the ancient sword disintegrated upon contact with one beam, while the other, inexplicably, pursued the fleeing essence of Swan Kingsley, effortlessly engulfing it. The protective barrier formed by an 8 trigrams mirror and a jade pendant dissolved in an instant within the light beams, proving utterly inadequate. In a state of panic, the old man frantically wielded his ancient sword, encasing himself within a blinding sword radiance. However, a deafening explosion erupted from the black light. After a few flashes of yellow radiance, it vanished without a trace. Following a heart-wrenching cry from the old man, silence enveloped the scene. Where he once stood, naught remained, as if both his treasures and his primordial spirit had been completely obliterated from existence by that beam of light. The others, witnessing this, were left in stunned disbelief. After enduring such a prolonged confrontation unscathed, the old man had been so effortlessly annihilated in this brief skirmish. The abrupt shift was nothing short of astonishing. As they gasped in shock, they also discerned the true form of the three-headed demon, and a chill gripped their hearts. Indeed, the demon bore a striking resemblance to the dark-armored woman, towering at 3 to 4 meters. Her central head retained its previous exquisite beauty, while on either side, Two ominous wolf heads, as large as water barrels, loomed terrifyingly. The demon's body was largely encased in dark battle armor, yet the exposed portions were shrouded in long, slender wolf fur, dark and foreboding. The 6 arms were adorned with scales of a dark bluish hue, and the palms were utterly devoid of substance, yet the fingertips were extraordinarily sharp, flickering with a chilling black radiance. This demon, whether judged by its form or by the recent, devastating strike that annihilated Swang Kingzi, left the onlookers in a state of profound astonishment. However, it was evident that this demon had expended a considerable amount of its vitality. While the wolf heads on either side appeared relatively unscathed, the central female figure's complexion had turned ashen, her violet gaze dimmed significantly. The two eagle-winged, human-like demonic entities, which had previously been spewing forth clouds of demonic energy, vanished without a trace upon the emergence of the 3-headed demon. That it was unclear whether this transformation rendered the demon incapable of sustaining such a vast amount of demonic energy. Witnessing the demon in such a weakened state, the corpse bearer and the middle-aged scholar exchanged glances and, without a moment's hesitation, launched another assault. Despite their uncertainty regarding the cause of the demon's terrifying transformation, they were resolute in their refusal to be defeated individually. In an instant, a torrent of bloodlight, silver brilliance, and crimson radiance surged forth, encircling the demon and denying it even the slightest opportunity to catch its breath. After demonstrating its formidable power once, the 3-headed demon seemed truly incapable of delivering a similar attack. It could only exhale black mist and flail its 6 arms in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman, who had been demanding the Shutian Ding from Han Li, underwent a drastic change in expression. With a low exclamation, she vanished from her original position as if engulfed in a blur. Instantly, she reappeared above the altar, enveloped in demonic energy, gazing down at the swirling darkness, her brows arched in surprise. And, shielded by a layer of crystalline light, she plunged headfirst into the demonic mist. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, despite his previous firm refusal to engage with her. He bore no fear of the enchanting demoness' potential aggression, having discreetly tested the situation beforehand. He had confirmed the presence of the weapon spirit within his numerous innate flying swords. It seemed that even after merging with the Silver Moon's primordial spirit, the status of a portion of her primordial essence as his weapon spirit had remained unchanged, although her consciousness was overwhelmingly vast, rendering him incapable of exerting any control over her. It was clear that she too harbored reservations. Who could tell what bizarre consequences might arise should she unleash a devastating attack against Han Li? After all, the phenomenon of a portion of one's primordial spirit becoming another's weapon spirit must have been entirely foreign to her. Now, witnessing the silver-haired woman abandon her pursuit of him, Han Li's mind was filled with puzzlement as he turned his gaze to the altar shrouded in inky demonic energy. Despite possessing the Mingqing Lingmu, he found himself unable to discern any clarity. Frowning slightly, he surveyed the 3-headed giant demon, which was reduced to mere defense, lacking the capability to retaliate. Upon glancing at the surrounding stone pillars, which shimmered faintly with spiritual light, he noted that the demonic energy on the altar showed no signs of increasing. That a spark ignited within him, and without further contemplation, he rubbed his hands together and flicked his fingers. The flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a series of deep, rumbling thunderclaps. Several arcs of forbidden energy shot forth, targeting the dozen or so pillars formed from black mist. As the electric arcs pierced the pillars, a deafening crack resounded. And amidst the dazzling golden glow, these black mist pillars disintegrated and vanished, as if they were mere illusions conjured by a mirage. Not only Han Li, but the expressions of the others also shifted dramatically. Almost simultaneously, a chilling voice erupted from the altar, belonging to the silver-haired woman. Yuan Sha Xingzu, your true form is indeed here. How do you find my heavenly wheel's transformation into demonic energy? The individual possesses commendable qualifications, not unworthy of the arcane techniques I initially employed to seal him away. Regrettably, the duration of infusing true demonic energy has been rather brief, preventing him from fully transforming into the 3-headed form of the celestial battle demon. However, adorned in my demonic armor and fused with my essence, he is capable of delivering a strike that is on par with that of a deity-transcending practitioner. Alas, the true demonic energy within the armor is limited. Otherwise, relying solely on him would suffice to annihilate all of you. To my astonishment, the sound of triumphant laughter emanated from the black-armored woman near the altar. the Seven Wonders' real person, along with Gui Ling and others besieging the three-headed demon, were momentarily taken aback. That moment, a surge of black light enveloped the three-headed demon, causing its features to undergo a dramatic transformation. The central head morphed into that of a man with a single horn, his eyes flashing with a red-violet brilliance, unmistakably the visage of the previously missing large-headed creature. The heads on either side bore the countenance of the eagle-winged humanoid demon, three distinct entities forcibly merged into one. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, even the seasoned Seven Wonders' real person and other practitioners, who had encountered countless terrors, could not help but reveal their astonishment, their offensive momentum faltering. The demon, now revealing its true form, let out a fearsome roar, its face contorted with malevolence. The black armor expanded violently, swiftly enveloping the entire demon, including its three heads, in a tight embrace. With a mere flick of its 6 arms, it conjured 2 obsidian-long knives, 2 black spears, and 2 dark swords, all materializing in its 6 hands. Following a chilling snort filled with murderous intent, the demon lunged ferociously at the Seven Wonders' real person and others. Just then, a series of muffled sounds emanated from the distance within the demonic energy, followed by a cacophony of explosions that shook the entire altar. Yuan Sha Saint Ancestor, what are you planning? A silver-haired woman's voice rang out, laced with anger. What do I have to fear? As long as I can destroy the seal, my mission will be accomplished, came the resolute reply. Without the intervention of the spirit realm, how could this world hope to contain true demonic energy? It is merely a matter of time before it becomes a part of our ancient demonic realm. That as soon as the black-armored woman finished her derisive taunt, the surrounding demonic energy surged toward the center as if drawn by a magnet. Within a few breaths, the nearby demonic energy vanished entirely, all coalescing into the figure standing upon the altar, the black-armored woman herself. Although her armor had disappeared without a trace, she cradled a black sphere the size of a head in one hand. The surface of the sphere flickered with dark radiance, expanding and contracting unpredictably. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to contain a shimmering quintessence of 5 colors within. All the demonic energy had been absorbed into this sphere. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's mind sparked with insight. Recalling the 5-colored spiritual light that had been extracted from the Lingxi peacock during the Yuan Sha Saint Ancestors' divine consciousness manifestation, could it be that this object was the very source? Meanwhile, the black-armored woman, her form eerily shifting, was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, one hand supporting the glowing sphere, while the other chanted incantations. An ethereal silhouette materialized around her, strikingly similar to the previous demonic image. This apparition mirrored her movements, one hand outstretched in a supportive gesture while the other performed intricate hand seals. This moment, Ling Long, her figure graceful, floated beside the altar, gazing skyward, her countenance etched with astonishment and fury. Han Li gazed in astonishment, and only then did he realize the astonishing phenomenon occurring with the black wind banner, which had been confronting the 8th spirit ruler high in the sky. This spiritual treasure, which had transformed into a colossal black python, had inexplicably morphed into an immense, nebulous black sphere. This sphere, seemingly as large as a loft, contained countless swirling black vortices within, spinning erratically and inducing a sense of vertigo in anyone who dared to look upon it. Yet it emitted not a single sound. The numerous silver runes cascading from the giant lotus, upon contact with the sphere's surface, immediately vanished within, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, utterly silent. The presence of these 2 black spheres, one large and one small, appeared so eerily in juxtaposition that Han Li was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding premonition. Even though he was unaware of the intentions of the armored woman, the overwhelming malevolent energy and spiritual power contained within the 2 spheres were terrifyingly formidable. He could not allow them to take any further action. In an instant, Han Li made a decision. With a flicker of his consciousness, one of his humanoid puppets raised a hand, unleashing a profound dark radiance that shot forth with incredible swiftness, aimed directly at the colossal wind sphere. Chapter 1063, Vortex. This flying dagger, with its unparalleled speed, was the swiftest among all of Han Li's treasures. As soon as it was released, it struck the wind sphere with tremendous force, akin to cool water being plunged into a boiling pot of oil. The moment the dagger vanished within, the wind sphere came to life, its internal black vortices quivering and distorting, emanating a thunderous roar. As the surface of the sphere began to undulate erratically, the surrounding chaotic spiritual pressure resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode. This scene abruptly silenced the triumphant laughter of the armored woman, while the silver-haired woman, after a moment of contemplation, recalled something, her beautiful eyes lighting up with joy before she exhaled a sigh of relief. Impossible! How could a single flying dagger disturb the Black Wind banner? The armored woman exclaimed, still in disbelief. However, witnessing the imminent explosion of the sphere above her, she could no longer afford to wait. With a swift gesture, she directed her hands towards the black sphere floating above her, gently tapping it. An inconspicuous gray spell darted into the sphere. With a soft hiss, the sphere quivered slightly before a black beam of light erupted from within. Vanishing into the air above, the once trembling sphere instantly stabilized. Han Li's expression darkened, yet the humanoid puppet, too, urged the black magic flying dagger that had penetrated the sphere, causing it to expand wildly. Amidst the flickering black light, it began to thrust aimlessly within the wind sphere, once again stirring the previously calm sphere into instability. You seek death. The armored woman, seething with fury, directed a grasping motion towards Han Li's location. An immense pressure of spiritual energy descending upon him like a storm. Han Li's heart sank, and just as he prepared to cast a spell to evade, the delicate figure floating above the altar had already made her move. This woman, with a gentle motion towards Han Li's direction, clapped her hands lightly. With a resounding boom, a black claw collided with a creamy white hand, resulting in an explosion in midair as the black and white energies intertwined, producing a sizzling sound as they tore through the air. With me here, do you think you can easily kill that man? The silver-haired woman chuckled softly, her starry eyes fixed intently on the armored woman without a blink. The armored woman's expression darkened like water, yet she remained silent. She was acutely aware that the silver-haired woman, despite lacking a physical form and having previously endured a significant blow from her own divine consciousness, appeared to be grievously injured. However, to truly vanquish this formidable adversary, it would require more than just a fleeting moment. Success would not come easily. Initially intending to wait a while for a greater chance of victory, she realized that time was no longer on her side. The woman clad in black armor cast a glance at the enormous tempest in the sky that seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control. Taking a deep breath, she murmured a few incantations before her form suddenly flickered, dissipating like ethereal smoke, vanishing without a trace. Linglong was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes swiftly flashed with determination. Her silvery hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, erupted towards a certain void near the tempest, casting countless silver threads. Yet, before the silver strands could descend, a surge of dark energy erupted from below, rapidly coalescing into the shape of a double-headed black wolf, roughly 10 feet in size. Upon seeing the multitude of silver threads, the wolf's expression shifted, displaying an unexpected surprise. However, this was quickly replaced by disdain as it lightly shook its body. Instantly, a sound akin to a powerful bowstring being drawn reverberated from its back, followed by a barrage of dark, glistening projectiles shooting forth, directly targeting the dense web of silver threads. The two forces would soon intertwine in the void, unleashing a cacophony reminiscent of clashing weaponry. Seizing this opportunity, the black wolf lunged into the tempest. In an instant, the tempest trembled violently, the thunderous roar subsiding, as calm enveloped both the interior and exterior. Almost simultaneously, Han Li, through his puppet, sensed that the previously agile black dagger had become sluggish. As though ensnared in an inescapable mire, startled, he quickly rubbed his hands together and then thrust them upwards, unleashing two massive arcs of golden energy at the same moment. The myriad flying swords that circled before him quivered in response. And with a series of thunderous cracks, countless golden arcs sprang forth from each sword, coalescing into a golden electrical dragon over 20 feet long. This dragon flickered with erratic light and emitted a deep rumble from within, its claws poised for attack. Aside from the minimal energy required to propel the thunder-winged flight, Han Li summoned forth all the protective thunder from the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, its overwhelming force drawing the attention of all present. Without a moment's hesitation, as the electrical dragon took form, it charged fiercely towards the significantly smaller black orb below. Unlike the colossal tempest above, this orb was composed entirely of pure demonic energy. Even if it possessed some peculiarities, upon being struck by such an onslaught of protective thunder, it would be instantly obliterated. The silver-haired woman, engaged in a stalemate with her silver threads against the black projectiles. Couldn't help but let out a soft gasp upon sighting the electrical dragon. Although she wielded the essence of the silver moon, witnessing such a full manifestation of protective thunder was an unprecedented experience for her. The sheer might of the electrical dragon left her somewhat astonished. Within the swirling tempest, the two-headed black wolf ensnared the black mist flying daggers with a mass of semi-transparent gelatinous substance. Upon witnessing this, both heads of the wolf were taken aback, their eyes transforming into a fierce crimson in unison. They unleashed a spray of blood-red beams, which collided with the electric blood columns in an instant, resulting in a chaotic display of arcane light and a foul stench of blood that permeated the air, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the numerous exorcising divine lightning bolts. Oh, you dare to obliterate my true form? Upon seeing the sanguine beams, Linglong's delicate brows furrowed in furious indignation. The crimson columns were, in fact, the direct manifestation of the silver wolf's essence, unleashed by the division of the Yuanxia Saint Ancestor spirit. Inciting the wrath of the silver-haired woman, the original owner of the body, you are on the brink of annihilation, yet you still concern yourself with this vessel, mocked the black-armored woman, her voice laced with a chilling laughter that nonetheless betrayed a hint of frailty. Linglong's fury dissipated upon hearing these words, replaced by a profound silence. Do not be so arrogant. Your level of divine consciousness is merely at the transformation stage. Do you truly believe you can detonate the Black Wind banner? Even if you succeeded, whether it can breach the seal remains a matter of debate. You shall soon discover whether it is achievable, the black-armored woman retorted, as she observed the luminous sphere below finally expelling all malevolent energy into the tempest. A sinister smile graced her lips as she began to invoke her divine powers. The entire tempest emitted a blinding black radiance, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Within, all the swirling vortices bizarrely coalesced into a massive whirlpool with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang, where dark light flickered, revealing the formidable forms of the two-headed giant wolf at its center. Both heads expelled an eerie black glow, enveloping a cluster of obsidian banners, the very Black Wind banner itself. With the formation of the whirlpool, an astonishing spiritual pressure emanated forth, releasing waves of five-colored brilliance. As the iridescent light surged forth, specks of white luminescence began to materialize in the surrounding space, hurtling towards the center of the whirlpool in ever-increasing numbers, creating a formidable spectacle. The Silver Lotus, transformed from the eight-spirit ruler, seemed to sense something amiss, its ethereal radiance dimming as it reverted to a green wooden ruler. With a low hum, it shot upwards, flanked by the phantoms of 8 spirit beasts, vanishing into the thick clouds above in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this development, Linglong's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she formed a series of hand seals and summoned a circular disc, the reversed star disc. With a mere touch, the artifact began to spin rapidly, expanding to several feet in size. The silver-haired woman lifted her jade hand, splaying her fingers against the back of the disc, causing her entire being to radiate an extraordinary crystalline glow, while the golden starlight upon the disc surged forth. As if countless stars were erupting from its center, the two-headed black wolf, ensconced within the dark whirlpool, regarded this with disdainful expressions, seemingly dismissive of her actions. Meanwhile, a torrent of white light surged into the whirlpool, causing the surrounding space to reverberate with a low hum, with certain areas beginning to twist and contort as if a flat sheet of white paper had suddenly crumpled. The closer one drew to the whirlpool, the more pronounced the distortion of space became. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Hanli involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Having previously encountered the formidable nature of spatial rifts, he immediately flickered and, without uttering a word, propelled himself toward the edge of this dimension, with his humanoid puppet closely following his every move. Simultaneously, he did not forget to issue a few whispered incantations, the expressions of Gui Ling and Lin Yinping, who were engaged in an intense confrontation with the three-headed demonic entity that had transformed from the large-headed creature, shifted dramatically in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, both women executed a swift retreat, vanishing into the distance. The ancient corpse bear and the seven-wonder real person had, of course, overheard the exchange between the Black Wolf and Ling Long. As they beheld the eerie black vortex, they too recognized the dire situation. The moment the two women made their move, the human and the demon swiftly coalesced into a burst of crimson light and a streak of azure radiance, fleeing the scene in haste. Suddenly, the area was devoid of any enemy presence. leaving the three-headed demon momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, it erupted into a furious rage, and with a flicker, it bizarrely materialized before the seven-wonder real person. With a sweep of its 6 weapons, waves of black light surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, effectively intercepting the seven-wonder real person's escape. Naturally, she was engulfed in a mix of alarm and fury, pushing her 7 treasures to their utmost limits, transforming them into 7 incessantly rolling orbs of light, desperately striving to break free while her figure darted and flickered, attempting to shake off the demon. Yet, whether due to the brief time the large-headed creature had spent transforming into a demon, or an inherent flaw in humans becoming ancient demons, this particular demon appeared somewhat lacking in intellect. Seemingly fixated solely on the middle-aged scholar, relentlessly teleporting with an expenditure of magical energy, it ensnared the seven-wonder real person tightly, preventing her from straying too far from the altar. The middle-aged scholar felt a profound heaviness in his heart. Chapter 1064. The Black Hole. Suddenly, in the center, a starburst flickered, and countless orbs of light, each the size of a fist, surged forth as if thousands of stars were cascading, instantaneously tearing through space and leaving behind trails of golden remnants. Reminiscent of a waterfall reversing its flow or the Milky Way in reverse, evoking a sense of enchantment in those who beheld it, the two-headed monstrous wolf, positioned at the vortex's center, paid no heed to this assault, merely urging the black vortex to absorb even more white light points, accelerating its own compression. Yet, in the next moment, the black wolf was taken aback. The celestial golden starlight grazed the vortex's apex without striking it. A miscalculation? Absurdity. With divine consciousness as a guiding force, such a ludicrous occurrence could not possibly transpire. The two-headed giant wolf felt a wave of astonishment, but suddenly sensed something amiss. One head turned back to assess the situation, and it was immediately startled. Abruptly, the other head unleashed a rapid sequence of incantations, causing the 5-colored radiance spewing from the vortex to spiral upwards, effectively severing the golden starlight that passed by. However, a chilling voice resonated from Ling Long. Realizing this now is far too late. He has already been released by me. As her words fell, a massive gathering of starlight coalesced several dozen feet behind the black vortex. Following this, a figure flickered within, coalescing into form after a few moments. Soon after, the individual drifted out from the starlight, wearing an expression of bewilderment as they surveyed their surroundings, appearing quite suspicious. Just as Hanli had reached the edge and turned to glance back, he was taken aback upon recognizing the figure. I asked him, how could this person appear in this place? Hanli felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The seemingly shrewd old man was none other than Xiangji Li, who, upon entering Kunwa Mountain, was banished to the ethereal celestial phenomenon by the newly formed spirit essence, a fusion of the demonic soul and the Ling Minged at that time, the newly composed spirit essence. Supported by the body of a silver wolf and simultaneously proficient in various arcane arts of both the ancient demons and the spirit realm, possessed powers that far surpassed the current demonic soul and Ling Ming, reaching nearly several times the pinnacle of their respective prime. In fact, it was said to be close to the terrifying cultivation level of the early stage of void refinement. This formidable power allowed him to transmit spiritual energy from within the confines of the seal, temporarily subduing Xiangji Li. The ethereal celestial phenomenon itself was an ancient secret technique long lost to the human realm. Essentially, it was merely a method of sealing a person within a spatial rift created temporarily by immense divine power. This rift could not persist for long, and the practitioner could not enter it themselves. Due to the nature of the spatial rift, it bore numerous names, such as the Dream Nightmare Cage or the Immortal Trapping Abyss, among others. However, the actual efficacy of this technique against an opponent depended on the cultivation levels of both the adversary and oneself. Yet, should a low-level cultivator be ensnared by a high-level one using this spell, they were almost certain to face dire consequences. They could only await the day when the spatial rift would dissipate on its own or rely on some potent artifact to forcibly breach the spatial barrier. Otherwise, they would remain trapped until the spell was lifted. Despite some exceptional circumstances, the practicality of this technique was rather limited. After all, high-level cultivators had numerous other divine abilities at their disposal to easily deal with those of lesser rank, rendering the consumption of significant spiritual energy and mental focus for this method unnecessary. Conversely, if a low-level cultivator attempted to employ this technique against a high-level one, the latter could effortlessly shatter the spatial barrier with their own divine prowess. Thus, This technique was predominantly utilized among cultivators of similar ranks. However, if the timing and situation were not precisely calibrated, it would be exceedingly challenging to accurately ensnare the opponent within the rift. Furthermore, to execute this spell, one must at least possess a mid-stage transformation into the divine. Such numerous restrictions likely contributed to the obsolescence of this secret technique within the human realm. Interestingly, the mental focus and spiritual energy required to dispel this spell were relatively minimal. With the assistance of the reverse star disc, Ling Long could barely manage to lift it. Although Xiang Zhili was not well versed in this secret technique, he had heard some related rumors. During the day spent trapped within the ethereal celestial phenomenon, Gui Er remained obediently seated within the rift, for any movement would almost certainly plunge him into the illusion. Yet, just as he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly found himself in this location, filling his heart with joy while leaving him somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Xiang Zhili blinked his small eyes, scanning his surroundings in a daze. However, the two-headed giant wolf, with a fierce glint in its eyes, exhibited no hesitation as it simultaneously opened its jaws, unleashing two pillars of black light that struck the black wind banner before them. Instantly, the banner trembled and erupted into countless strands of black silk, swirling outward from the center of the vortex in all directions. The black vortex, which had already shrunk to about 10 feet in size, suddenly contracted towards the center, transforming in an instant into a hole approximately a foot in diameter. The center of this hole was pitch black, devoid of any light, while the surrounding area oscillated in size unpredictably, continuously devouring everything in its proximity. The space nearby, already contorted beyond recognition, suddenly manifested signs of being torn apart. Such a bizarre spectacle was truly terrifying. It seemed that only a spiritual treasure like the Black Wind Banner, imbued with spatial powers, could accomplish such an inconceivable feat naturally. Xiang Zhili's gaze was immediately drawn to the strange phenomenon of the black hole, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in alarm. In a panic, he opened his mouth and a triangular crimson talisman burst forth from his body. In an instant, this treasure radiated a golden flame, which then transformed into a magnificent golden fire beast. This creature, adorned in armor, bore two horns atop its head and was enveloped in layers of golden flames, resembling neither a bull nor a tiger. Yet, upon manifesting, the beast leaped forward without hesitation, transforming into a golden rainbow that shot straight towards the black hole. Simultaneously, the seemingly inconspicuous robe draped over Xiang Zhili's form shimmered with brilliant light, and a layer of purple misty shield materialized above him. As he anxiously gazed towards the black hole, to his dismay, just as the fiery wolf was about to reach its target, a shrill laughter erupted from within the black hole, followed by the sudden sinking of the void, which inexplicably shifted downward to hover just above the altar, before expanding and bursting open. In Han Li's eyes, as the black hole on the altar exploded, countless fissures, some as thick as several zhang and others as slender as mere inches, instantly emerged in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in flight, extending outward like lightning in all directions. From afar, it appeared as though a colossal mirror had shattered, sending chills down one's spine. Han Li's complexion paled slightly. Could he be on the brink of experiencing another spatial collapse? Yet, the previous collapse on the 8th level merely triggered an ancient restriction, thus posing no real danger. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. The emergence of these spatial rifts exhibited no discernible pattern. They varied wildly in size and flickered ominously with strands of black light, presenting an exceedingly unstable appearance. Even if one were to be fortuitously drawn into a larger rift, survival was far from guaranteed, unless, by some stroke of luck, one could traverse to a stable, smaller space as before. There would be no hope of escape. Before his very eyes, the Seven Marvels' true person, too close to the altar, was cleaved apart by several rifts, his body and protective treasures shattered into fragments, while the fleeing nascent soul was engulfed by an even larger rift, vanishing without a trace, not even a scream escaping its lips. Meanwhile, Han Li found himself in dire straits, as numerous rifts of varying sizes converged upon him in the blink of an eye, trapping him in a perilous embrace from all directions, leaving no avenue for evasion. At that moment, a cry of anguish echoed, seemingly belonging to Gui Ling. However, Han Li could scarcely afford to spare a glance. Consumed by his own predicament, gritting his teeth, he swiftly devised a plan, propelling himself into a rift that was merely a few inches wide, while the void celestial cauldron, hovering before him, leapt forth to confront the fissure directly. With no other options, Han Li could only gamble on the hope that this cauldron, also a spiritual treasure, would withstand the rift's deadly severing. That a scene that filled Han Li with immense joy unfolded before him. A slender fissure struck the void heaven cauldron, and with a flash of azure radiance, the small cauldron emitted a low, resonant hum, causing the fissure to abruptly halt. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his escape light to swiftly evade the fissure. Upon glancing back, he beheld that the place he had just vacated was now intersected by several black fissures, transformed into a dark abyss. This sight sent a chill of dread coursing down his spine. Suddenly, the black fissures began to tremble violently, and a surge of dark radiance erupted from within, causing Han Li's expression to darken. The sense of relief he had just felt was instantly replaced with anxiety. Yet, what transpired next left Han Li utterly stunned. After the black radiance flickered within the fissures, they unexpectedly shrank and retreated as if time itself had reversed, rapidly contracting backwards in the blink of an eye. The fissures surrounding Han Li vanished without a trace, as though the earlier spectacle had merely been a figment of his imagination. Han Li's heart lightened considerably, only to be reminded of the earlier cries for help. Prompting him to hastily glance towards the location where Gui Ling had stood, his dismay. Everything remained unchanged, except for the complete absence of the hideous woman. A shiver ran down Han Li's spine as he focused his spiritual sense inwardly upon the demon's life token, which, to his astonishment, had indeed vanished into thin air. This creature had truly been consumed by the fissure. Han Li let out a quiet sigh, momentarily setting aside his contemplations as his gaze swept across the entire space. Seeking to ascertain the current circumstances. To his surprise, he discovered that Lin Yinping and the corpse bear, although not having escaped to the periphery like him, remained entirely unscathed. The corpse bear was enveloped in a blinding bloodlight, maintaining a surprisingly calm demeanor, while Lin Yinping appeared exceptionally pale, her beauty marred by fear. The fact that she had survived the near brushes with several fissures was nothing short of miraculous. One could only wonder if the so-called celestial lawn sacred beast truly possessed extraordinary powers, covertly safeguarding this saintess. Chapter 1065. Escape. However, Han Li merely glanced briefly at the two figures before his attention fixated on the distant altar. The earlier act of the Yuan Sha saint ancestor detonating the Black Wind banner was evidently directed towards the seal. Above the altar, a massive, dark, piercing radiance enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. Yet it was apparent that most of the surrounding stone pillars had been obliterated during the recent spatial rending, leaving only a scant portion standing forlornly. Under Han Li's narrowed gaze, the distant dark radiance flickered several times before rapidly diminishing, only to abruptly and mysteriously vanish. What was revealed sent Han Li's pupils contracting in shock. The altar, once towering over 100 feet high, now stood at a mere 50 or 60 feet, its upper half seemingly cleaved away by an unseen colossal blade, leaving only the lower segment intact. Floating nearby were two objects and one person. The individual was Xiang Zhili, enveloped in a protective violet light, which now appeared precariously on the verge of collapse, as if a mere breath could shatter it. Xiang Zhili himself was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, as though he had just emerged from an intense battle. Among the two objects, one was a reverse star disk, approximately a foot in diameter, spinning in the air, shrouded in a mysterious, gelatinous golden light. The other hovered directly above the altar, a small, dark object that appeared ominously foreboding. The peculiar shape momentarily startled Han Li, but he soon recognized it as the remnants of the Black Wind banner. Reduced to a mere fragment, the majority of this spiritual treasure had vanished without a trace due to a prior self-detonation. Yet, the remaining portion still flickered with a black light, suggesting it had not been entirely destroyed. As Han Li scanned his surroundings, he noticed the absence of Ling Long and the Black Wolf, and just as he was filled with perplexity, the reverse star plate stirred, emitting a beam of golden light from its center. A graceful figure emerged alongside the golden glow, her cold gaze fixated on the Black Wind banner. It was none other than Ling Long herself. Almost simultaneously, the small fragment of the Black Wind banner underwent a transformation. A surge of black energy erupting from it, coalescing into a double-headed black wolf several feet in size. The wolf's fur was dark and its four eyes devoid of vitality. Upon seeing this wolf, Xiang Zhili's expression darkened. He took several deep breaths, and his previously pallid visage suddenly brightened. Without further ado, he raised a hand, extending two fingers to point at the creature, with a couple of soft sounds. A golden and a red sword light shot forth from his fingertips, instantly transforming into colossal forms resembling two celestial dragons, intersecting as they raced toward the black wolf to strike. Xiang Zhili displayed remarkable cleverness. Although he was unaware of the preceding events, it was evident that this creature, imbued with demonic energy, was undoubtedly a being suppressed by the Demon Suppression Tower. Naturally, he sought to seize the opportunity while the foe was in a state of extreme weakness. The Black Wolf's countenance twisted with fury, and both heads unleashed beams of black light, momentarily holding back the massive sword lights. However, upon contact, it became clear that it was outmatched, as the recent explosion of the Black Wind Banner had nearly depleted its demonic energy. Yet, the wolf remained undeterred. Instead, it cast a chilling glance at the altar below and suddenly let out a piercing howl that could shatter stone. From a distance, Han Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he witnessed an incredible scene unfold. The towering altar, standing dozens of feet high, shattered instantaneously, as if it were mere sand on a beach, disintegrating into nothingness with the force of the howl. Almost concurrently, from the remnants of the altar, surges of pitch-black demonic energy erupted, swiftly spreading throughout the space. This was dire. The seal had been broken. The ancient corpse bear was struck with alarm. Upon witnessing this scene, Linglong's expression turned somber. Although Xiang Zhili was initially clueless about the preceding events, the sight of such a vast amount of demonic energy surging forth triggered a recollection, rendering his countenance exceedingly grim. Observing the outpouring of demonic energy, Han Li's lips twitched slightly, without uttering a word. He pointed at the golden giant sword hovering above him. It emitted a resonant hum before transforming into a golden arc, slicing toward a nearby barrier. With a resounding roar, the barrier erupted in blinding golden light, only to be met by a myriad of crimson arrows raining down, launched by a humanoid puppet wielding a Thunderfire BOW in an instant. The entire barrier shuddered, yet it was clear that it was still far from being breached. Han Li's expression grew as dark as water. He flipped his hand, summoning the three-flame fan into his palm. However, before he could take a deep breath and wield the fan, a blinding stream of bloodlight and two crescent-shaped flying daggers shot forth simultaneously. Striking the barrier, Han Li's startled gaze swept the area, revealing that the ancient corpse bear and Lin Yingping had also arrived nearby, their faces etched with anxiety as they prepared to intervene. It appears that they are acutely aware that if they do not shatter the barriers and escape swiftly, they will undoubtedly succumb to the encroaching demonic energy. Whether they aspire to ascend to the spirit realm through the power of Linglong or have their eyes set on the celestial treasures, their foremost priority must be self-preservation. Han Li remained silent, as the three-flame fan in his hand radiated brilliance, from which a tricolored firebird emerged with a resounding cry, striking fiercely against the barrier. In the next moment, a halo of three colors manifested, with various runes flickering, as the barrier emitted a deafening roar and began to twist and contort. Other treasures unleashed their assaults with equal ferocity. As the barrier warped to its utmost limit under the barrage of attacks, it stubbornly refused to shatter. Han Li's expression darkened. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial and consumed the spiritual liquid to restore his magical energy. While his mind raced to devise alternative offensive strategies at that moment, a flash of yellow light shot forth, revealing a yellow talisman that adhered itself to the barrier. Instantly, a layer of yellow light enveloped the barrier. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, still grappling with the situation when a dazzling golden light, wrapped around something, descended from the heavens like a shooting star. A monstrous creature, shrouded in layers of golden flames, materialized near the barrier. With a tremendous tremor, the barrier shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which several strands of white light streamed in. Overcome with excitement, Han Li, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a streak of radiant light and surged through the opening. The humanoid puppet similarly vanished in a flash. As his surroundings brightened, Han Li found himself in a somewhat familiar hall. Several beams of escape light closely followed him, spiraling in the air before materializing into forms. Aside from the ancient corpse bear and Lin Yingping, another figure was unexpectedly Xiang Zhili, who had just emerged from the vicinity of the altar. Remarkably, this hall was the 7th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Han Li gazed at Xiang Zhili in surprise, who responded with a grin, seemingly about to speak. However, at that moment, a golden beam erupted from the barrier, converging into a massive light orb, within which a silver-haired woman wielding the reverse star plate appeared. The old man's mouth, which had been ajar, promptly closed, swallowing the words he had almost uttered. Meanwhile, the hole in the barrier rapidly shrank, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The few individuals within the hall fell into a tense silence, eyeing each other warily, exchanging glances. Humph, if you continue to dawdle here, while that demonic entity absorbs enough demonic energy, we will have no choice but to meet our demise. That Linglong's icy gaze swept over Han Li and Xiang Jilin before she spoke first. Are you the senior Ling Ming? Xiang Jilin inquired hesitantly, uncertain. After all, the soul that had imprisoned him within the illusory, celestial phenomenon was a fusion of Ling Ming and the demonic soul, which felt entirely different from Linglong. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. Did the three elders of Kunwu leave you any messages? However, that so-called Ling Ming is merely a fragment of my being, Linglong replied brusquely. This intricate relationship left Xiang Jilin blinking in confusion. Momentarily dazed, with a delicate furrow of her exquisite brows, Linglong subtly moved her lips to convey a message. After just a few exchanged words, Xiang Jili initially appeared astonished, then gradually enlightened. His gaze hurriedly roamed over Linglong once more. And upon confirming with his spiritual perception that the silver-haired woman before him bore not a trace of demonic energy, he visibly relaxed and clasped his hands in a salute, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Princess Linglong. On your liberation today, regarding matters of the princess, the three elders indeed imparted some guidance to us juniors back in the day. The events of that time left the three elders with no choice. After all, the essence of the dreaming fairy had tragically fused with the demonic soul. They simply could not allow her to depart unchallenged. Humph, this matter shall be addressed upon my return to the spirit realm. You should ponder how to control the demonic energy. If my body were to be immersed in true demonic energy for more than 3 days, it would irrevocably solidify into a demonic form. By then, should this demon regain its former powers, bolstered by the inexhaustible demonic energy from the altar, escaping this place would render it trivial to reconstitute an army of demons. The human realm would once again witness the chaotic scenes of ancient warfare. Linglong stated coldly, "No need for Princess to remind me. I am somewhat aware of this myself. Not to mention the terror of true demonic energy. Should this demon recover its astonishing cultivation, there would likely be none in the human realm capable of restraining it. However, the 9th layer is now saturated with demonic energy, and even if we wish to strike while it is vulnerable, we would hardly possess the capacity to do so. This demon is continuously replenished with demonic energy. And as long as we remain evasive, we would have no choice but to retreat once more. Additionally, the broken boundary talismans I obtained from Tai's sect are now reduced to merely 2. Xiang Jili said, rubbing his hands together with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired woman recognized the truth in his words and fell into contemplation. If that is the case, can we not reseal the demonic energy? Lin Yinping interjected. Such a task is far from simple. The original sealing formation has been destroyed, and the dragon transformation seal, which could control the restrictions of Kunwa Mountain, was shattered by this demon before my departure. Otherwise, had we been able to seize this artifact, we could activate an alternate formation to suppress the demonic energy once more. But now, Xiang Jili shook his head, letting out a sigh to this pronouncement. Silence once again enveloped the hall. If there exists an alternate formation, it stands to reason that the ingenuity of ancient cultivators would not rest solely upon the dragon transformation seal as a control artifact. Would it? Han Li, who had remained silent, spoke calmly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xiang Jili was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, stating, "Indeed, while there exists an alternate formation, this artifact is unlike the dragon transformation seal. It has been lost to time since ancient days, rumored to be hidden in some unexpected location within this mountain. Only another descendant of the 3 elders of Kunwa knows its whereabouts. Yet that descendant has long vanished without a trace. Where are we to search? Another descendant? Humph, I see. Those 3 individuals are indeed quite cautious," Linglong scoffed, quickly grasping the intentions of the 3 elders of Kunwu. Lin Yinping and the corpse bear both displayed expressions of concern upon hearing this. Han Li also furrowed his brow, casually inquiring further. "Another artifact is a treasure. Could it possibly be a similar seal?" "Not at all. Rather, it is a stone tablet known as the celestial crystal steel. That if this steel exists, it would summon the auxiliary formation," Xiang Jili replied casually. The celestial crystal steel. Han Li's expression remained unchanged. Yet his heart jolted in surprise, as he suddenly recalled the similar object he had obtained at the mountain gate. The ancient script inscribed upon it bore this very name, did it not? Almost simultaneously, he sensed a gaze sweep over him. It was Linglong, seemingly glancing at him inadvertently. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. There was no other option. We must leave this place for now. That demonic creature, lacking the means to escape this space for several days, presents us with an opportunity. I will gather all the cultivators from the southern wilderness to set up some grand formations, temporarily sealing Kunlun Mountain once more. Then, we shall invite the entire sect of Djinn to converge here. The demon is still alone, even if it absorbs demonic energy and becomes formidable. Countless cultivators acting in unison should be able to vanquish it. As for the true demonic energy, it remains a lifeless entity. At worst, we can designate a vast area within 10,000 miles as a forbidden zone and gradually devise a solution. Xiang Li, being a cultivator of the transformation stage, succinctly proposed a feasible plan. Your words, Taoist Xiang, hold considerable merit. Let us proceed as such. I shall return to Wanyao Valley and report this matter to the Valley Master. This is not solely a concern for you human cultivators. Our demon clan will also dispatch aid. The corpse bear exhaled deeply, speaking with genuine sincerity. If your valley intervenes, our chances of success will undoubtedly increase. Especially with Taoist Che from your valley. I have long admired his illustrious reputation since my own cultivation began, though I have yet to encounter him despite several attempts. It seems Taoist Che has been in seclusion all this time. Xiang Li exclaimed with delight. The 10,000-year corpse bear chuckled softly but did not provide an immediate response. However, after a slight shift of its eyes, it suddenly turned respectfully towards Ling Long and said, Princess Ling Long, our Valley Master is also someone you were acquainted with in the past. He is at this point. The corpse bear fell silent, its lips moving as it transmitted sound. Ling Long, initially indifferent, had her expression shift slightly after hearing just a few words. A flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. It is him. No wonder he knew I was sealed beneath the demon suppression tower. Ling Long murmured a few words, seemingly reminiscing about some past event, her brows revealing a hint of melancholy. Since the princess is already aware of our Valley Master's identity, why not accompany me to Wanyao Valley for a brief stay? We possess countless unique spirit birds and extraordinary beasts, any of which could serve as a suitable vessel for the princess. The corpse bear spoke earnestly. Visiting Wanyao Valley holds no interest for me. I shall not depart from Kunlun Mountain. In a short while, I intend to return to the space we were in earlier. The silver-haired woman uttered words that nearly led everyone to believe they had misheard. The princess intends to return? How can that be? The 10,000-year corpse bear exclaimed in shock. Indeed, but I shall not go alone. This person's exorcising divine thunder is of some utility to me. He will accompany me back. Ling Long cast a glance at Hanli, speaking softly with a flick of her finger. Hanli's expression shifted, yet he quickly resumed an impassive demeanor. Senior Ling Long, could you be jesting? Why take such a perilous risk? Xiang Li cast a surprised glance at Hanli, unable to restrain his curiosity, his expression mirroring a similar reluctance for the woman to venture into danger once more. I am unlike the rest of you. My essence originally descended from the spirit realm into this world. Even if my cultivation were to restore to the late stage of transformation God, I would still lack the capacity to ascend a second time on my own. The sole pathway back to the spirit realm lies in reclaiming my true form and returning through the reverse spirit passage. This time, I shall prepare the innate divine abilities of our Silver Wolf clan. As long as I can approach this demon, I am confident I have a 50% chance of reclaiming my body. Ling Long coldly asserted. Your Highness, perhaps you should contemplate this matter further. The ancient corpse bear responded, revealing a look of hesitation, clearly troubled. Xiang Li hurriedly echoed the sentiment. The silver-haired woman, with her delicate fingers, swept her hair, which shimmered like pure silver, and a hint of derision played upon her lips. I am aware that you wish to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the reverse spirit passage from me. You fear that should I go, I may seal your hopes within, she remarked. Upon hearing this, the corpse bear displayed an awkward expression, while Xiang Li maintained his composure, his countenance betraying no hint of the misunderstandings that lingered unspoken. Very well. Regardless of your thoughts, those who traversed this passage to descend into the mortal realm years ago were numerous. Yet truly few are those who grasp the details. The reverse spirit passage in the spirit realm is not accessible to ordinary cultivators. The so-called reverse spirit passage does not genuinely exist, nor is there an exact location to speak of, the silver-haired woman stated lightly, leaving Xiang Li and the corpse bear momentarily stupefied. Hanli's gaze flickered with interest, as if attentively listening to the discourse of those before him. Yet his consciousness quietly infiltrated his storage pouch, discreetly examining the celestial crystal tablet. Meanwhile, Lin Yinping found herself utterly captivated by the secrets of the reverse spirit passage, listening with rapt attention. What does it mean that it does not truly exist? Xiang Zhili, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired with a serious countenance. It is simple. The reverse spirit passage is merely a temporary conduit forged by our spirit realm utilizing the forces of heaven and earth. After those individuals descended into the mortal realm, it ceased to exist, Ling Long replied coldly. Impossible. If that were the case, how did those who returned to the spirit realm after the ancient war manage to do so without the reverse spirit passage? The corpse bear insisted, unwilling to accept the notion, hastily questioning. Have you forgotten how, during the initial invasion of the ancient demon realm into the human world, the ancient cultivators of the mortal realm sought our spirit realm for assistance? Ling Long responded indifferently. The transmission incense. Xiang Zhili furrowed his brow. Indeed, when those individuals retreated, they naturally reignited the incense to notify the spirit realm, reopening the passage once more. Do not presume that even if you still possess this incense, the spirit realm would be inclined to reopen the passage for a mere few of you. Each activation of the reverse spirit passage consumes an exorbitant amount of top-tier spirit stones, a burden that even your human race and our demon clan combined would find overwhelming. Ling Long's words shattered the corpse bear's last glimmer of hope. Then, Your Highness, once you reclaim your body, how do you intend to return to the spirit realm? Xiang Zhili seized upon the pivotal question, inquiring with a composed demeanor as the consort of the Celestial Wolf King and the Grand Princess of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. I naturally differ from the other practitioners of the lower realms and the demon tribes. The reverse star plate's mark has been inscribed upon both my true form and my divine consciousness. Once I return to my physical body and activate the power of this mark, even if there lies a realm between us, the specialized formation set by the elders of my clan will immediately unleash the true might of the reverse star plate, forcibly opening a small reverse spiritual passage to bring me back. This passage can accommodate only myself. Should anyone else attempt to enter, the mismatch mark would cause the passage's power to shatter into oblivion. Had I not been suddenly possessed by the Yuansha Holy Ancestor's split spirit, forcing my divine consciousness to separate, I would have long since returned to the spirit realm, and there would be no reason for me to linger here until now. Ling Long retorted sharply. Mark, so the reverse star plate in your hand is not a physical entity? I inquired, bewildered. I had heard that this spiritual realm treasure possessed immense power, yet it seems far diminished from what I had imagined. The corpse bear gazed at the circular plate in Ling Long's grasp, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiang Zhi's smile vanished, and a shadow of gloom fell across his countenance, as anyone would feel disheartened when their hopes nurtured over centuries suddenly turned to vapor. At this moment, Han Li's vigilance heightened, and he quietly withdrew a few steps. He was unaware of the desperate actions the shattered dreams of others might provoke. Was there truly no other way to ascend to the spirit realm besides progressing to the later stages of transformation into a deity? The current state of spiritual energy in our human realm should be well known to the princess. The possibility of cultivating to the later stages was nearly non-existent. The corpse bear sighed deeply and, holding on to a final glimmer of hope, turned to the silver-haired woman with a question. Of course not. Besides the reverse spiritual passage accessible from our human realm, there exists another method to enter the spirit realm. However, this method is only theoretically feasible, and throughout history, very few have succeeded. Truly a path fraught with peril. Do you wish to hear it? Ling Long regarded the eager expressions of the two men, and to her surprise, she broke into a light laugh, exuding an enchanting charm that rendered Han Li, who was watching coldly from the side, parched and astonished. He hurriedly activated the great transformation technique to stabilize his mind. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Naturally, we wish to hear it. Even if it is fraught with danger, it is still better than waiting idly in this human realm, Xiang Zhi exclaimed with renewed spirit. The ancient corpse bear nodded in agreement. I can certainly share this with you, but as a price, I require each of you to lend me something to assist in reclaiming my physical body. A glint of cunning flickered in the silver-haired woman's eyes. Lend something? Xiang Zhi and the ancient corpse bear were taken aback. Indeed, I require the blood blade, a replica of the demon dragon blade, and the two remaining dimensional breaking talismans that you, my friend Xiang, possess. Ling Long replied with a charming smile. Chapter 1067. The Sealing Spirit Technique. Upon hearing Ling Long's words, the corpse bear exhibited a moment of hesitation, yet ultimately steeled himself and nodded. Though the blood blade was precious, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to enter the spirit realm, a fact the demon clearly understood. Moments later, two earth-toned mysterious talismans and a half-foot-long blood blade materialized in Ling Long's hands. The woman meticulously examined these items, playfully toying with the blood blade in one hand. After a chaotic swirl of crimson light, she finally felt satisfied and meticulously gathered it all. Turning to Xiang Ji Li and the others, she proclaimed, "In this world, apart from the temporary reverse spirit passages, there exist certain inherently weak spatial nodes in the human realm that connect the two realms. The boundary power at these locations is significantly weaker than in other areas, and some are even situated within spatial rifts between the two realms. Provided there is sufficient external force, it is possible to forge a path to ascend to the heavens." The ancient demon realm's invasion of the human realm was facilitated by the fortuitous discovery of such a node between the two realms. Otherwise, no matter how formidable those ancient demon ancestors were, they could not have easily traversed into this realm. Node, Xiang Jili murmured. The others, upon hearing her words, donned expressions of contemplation. However, given the vastness of the world, these nodes are not easily located. In the past, ancient cultivators scoured the earth and found merely a handful, around a dozen at most. Some of these nodes could shift locations at will, while others remained fixed in place. Regardless of their nature, all nodes are characterized by extreme instability, existing in a state that could collapse or materialize at any moment. Thus, the paths open through them are perilously treacherous, far surpassing the danger posed by reverse spirit passages. The greatest threat when traversing these paths is not the boundary power but rather the spatial storms generated by the instability of the passage. Once caught in such a tempest, even the most powerful beings would meet certain doom. However, this is something for you to ponder later. The pressing matter at hand is to accurately locate these nodes. Although I still recall a few locations, the passage of years has likely resulted in their disappearance or collapse. New nodes will necessitate your own search efforts. Of course, prior to that, I shall impart to you the locations of the original nodes, the methods to locate them, and their specific characteristics in detail. Ling Long spoke with a serene demeanor. Then we are in your debt, Princess, Xiang Ji Li and Shi Xiong exclaimed with delight, each producing a blank jade slip to hand to the silver-haired woman. She then copied the information for both of them before returning the slips. Lin Yinping observed enviously from the side, but dared not approach to request her own. Very well, the information has been provided. With your experience, discerning its authenticity should pose no challenge. I must now return to the 9th level of space. If you wish to avoid being caught up in this, it would be wise to depart promptly. I cannot guarantee that the ancient demon will not seize the opportunity to break free, Ling Long remarked. Upon hearing her words, which bore a semblance of an eviction, Xiang Shili and Shi Xiong, after a few unsuccessful attempts at persuasion, ceased further conversation and took to their escape at as for Lin Yinping. After casting a glance at Han Li, she too silently transformed into a ball of silver light and departed. In the blink of an eye, only Han Li and the silver-haired woman remained in the grand hall. Han Li squinted slightly, fixating his gaze on her without blinking, his expression one of indifference. The woman, on the other hand, stared at the hall's exit, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a brief moment, she exhaled deeply. These two fellows have enough sense not to probe with their divine consciousness. Now, I can finally reveal the heavenly crystal tablet. As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to Han Li. Are you so certain that what I possess is indeed the heavenly crystal tablet? Han Li sighed inwardly and replied coolly. If it were anything less than the heavenly crystal tablet, it would be quite the rarity. Do not forget, part of my primordial spirit was once your spirit tool. And I have also glimpsed the ancient script inscribed on the crystal tablet. This time, should you assist me in reclaiming my physical form, I shall no longer desire the small cauldron in your possession. And that extraordinary 8th spirit shall also be yours. Although the celestial treasure is exceedingly precious, it is not the pinnacle of treasures within the spirit realm. However, I find it rather peculiar, as it seems I have a vague recollection of another significant treasure you possess. Yet I cannot recall what it is. Have you perhaps meddled with my? As Ling Long spoke these words, her gaze suddenly turned icy. Could it be that the esteemed senior is jesting with your formidable divine consciousness? What could a mere mid-stage yuaning cultivator like myself possibly do? Han Li's heart raced, yet he responded nonchalantly. Humph, do not feign ignorance. Your spirit tool contract remains unbroken, and I have a memory linked to you that is evidently sealed. It appears to be closely tied to another treasure you possessed. I am rather curious as to what treasure could possibly hold more significance in your eyes than The silver-haired woman let out a cold laugh, surveying Han Li with a malicious glint in her eyes. And what if you do know? Do you intend to capture me and press for answers anew? Han Li's expression darkened. Suddenly, the humanoid puppet beside him shifted. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him, its form emanating a faint silver glow, Han Li had already made a decision in his heart that if this woman truly wished to delve into the matter of that small vial, he would have no choice but to activate the spirit tool and see if he could forcibly awaken the Silver Moon. However, it was more likely that before the Silver Moon could awaken, he would be subdued by this woman. After all, the powers of the transformation stage were beyond his current capabilities. He might be captured in just a few moves. This was still under the condition that the other party was restrained and dared not cause him harm. Hearing Han Li's retort, the silver-haired woman's expression grew even colder, her delicate brows gradually furrowing into a frown, as a layer of malevolence subtly emerged between her brows. Han Li warily regarded her, one hand concealed within his sleeve gripping the three-flame fan, while the other discreetly gestured a spell. Simultaneously, a small bow faintly materialized in the hand of the humanoid puppet, suddenly, with a soft laugh. The silver-haired woman's beauty blossomed, and she broke into a joyous giggle, revealing a voice that Han Li found eerily familiar. "Silver Moon, is that you?" Han Li was momentarily stunned, before exclaiming in disbelief. "Master, you are indeed cunning. You managed to temporarily seal away the memories of the small vial even before my fusion with Ling Ming. Were it not for Ling Long suffering significant damage to her divine consciousness in the explosion within the space, forcing the Ling Ming-dominated consciousness into a deep slumber, allowing me to seize control of this divine consciousness vessel and reawaken that seal, I fear I would have truly been deceived by you." The woman smiled as she spoke. "You did agree to the matter of sealing memories, did you not? Otherwise, how could it have been so effortlessly executed?" Upon discerning that the Ling Long before him was indeed dominated by the consciousness of Silver Moon, Han Li's spirits lifted, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Although I have regained control, my divine consciousness is still far inferior to that of Ling Ming. Should she rest for a while, or if this divine consciousness vessel suffers further damage, she may very well reclaim control." Fortunately, she had noticed the matter of the sealed memory earlier, yet chose not to investigate it further, or else this rudimentary sealing method would have proven utterly inadequate against serious scrutiny. If the master truly wishes to keep the matter of the small vial confidential, it is imperative that I employ the sealing technique. This intricate method of sealing, when executed with my cooperation, will only encapsulate a singular aspect pertaining to the vial, ensuring absolute security. Unless one of us meets with a misfortune or formally relinquishes the identity of the vessel spirit, there should be no hindrance even in the spirit realm. Silver Moon's demeanor grew serious. "This is the only course of action. However, speaking of this, once you reclaim your corporeal form, can you truly return to the spirit realm?" Han Li's expression dimmed, his joy waning as he posed the question. Deliberately omitting any mention of why this woman chose to assist him, "I must return to the spirit realm. Otherwise, it is impossible for Long Ming alone to summon the reverse spirit passage. Moreover, Long Ming, I, and Ling Long share a symbiotic relationship. The identity of the vessel spirit can only be truly cast off once you also ascend to the spirit realm, granting me the opportunity to employ the secret technique." A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Silver Moon's bright eyes as she conceded. For a moment, Han Li fell silent. "Master, it is best for you to begin the incantation. Time is of the essence. I will then utilize the dimensional breaking talisman to breach this barrier and ensnare that individual with my blood blade. You should take the opportunity to infiltrate and activate the celestial crystal tablet. As long as we can suppress the demonic aura, I will use my soul-devouring divine ability to forcibly return to my original body. Once we can consume the fragment of the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor, everything will be manageable." Silver Moon ultimately spoke slowly. "Very well. I shall first arrange a temporary formation to prevent those two from returning." Han Li nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a stack of talismans, which he then launched one by one into the surroundings until they vanished from sight. A layer of azure radiance immediately emerged, enveloping a portion of the hall within its bounds. Seeing this, Silver Moon remained silent, seated in place. Han Li then moved, sitting cross-legged opposite her. Gazing at her exquisite countenance, he calmly stated, "I am about to commence the incantation. Please exercise caution." After delivering this warning, Han Li formed hand seals, and an array of azure light began to emanate from him, accompanied by the recitation of ancient incantations. Moments later, the azure light radiating from Han Li became blindingly brilliant, completely shrouding both individuals, rendering them indistinguishable. After a considerable interval, the recitation of the incantation abruptly ceased, followed by a gentle exclamation from Silver Moon, and then the azure light retracted. The figures of the two re-emerged, with the graceful silhouette pressing a hand to her forehead, a trace of pain flickering across her jade-like visage. "Are you all right?" A glimmer of concern surfaced in Han Li's gaze as he hastily inquired. "I am fine." The secret technique was successful. Even if Long Meng regains control, she will not be able to unravel this seal. Without further delay, let us depart. We do not know when Long Meng will awaken again. It is best to hurry to the 9th level. The silver-haired woman shook her head, her expression slightly recovering, and then smiled warmly at Han Li. In that moment, her smile resembled a newly blossomed rose. Delicate and vibrantly beautiful, Han Li regarded her for a moment, confirming that Silver Moon was indeed unscathed before he nodded with slight hesitation. The two then rose, and with a flick of her hand, the silver-haired woman propelled a yellow talisman into the void. As it ascended, a flash of spiritual light erupted in the sky, and a translucent spatial barrier materialized out of thin air. Chapter 1068. The seal as a streak of crimson light struck the barrier. A single hand waved, and three colored flames along with a massive sword aura erupted in succession. The lightning firebow held by the humanoid puppet unleashed a torrential rain of fiery arrows, all converging upon the same point. Finally, the barrier twisted violently before being forcefully shattered by overwhelming power. An enormous gaping hole suddenly emerged, from which torrents of malevolent energy surged forth. With a commanding shout, Inu soared into the fray enveloped in a shroud of bloodlight. As her thunderous wings unfurled behind her, Han Li swiftly teleported into this realm within a silver arc. Just as his form materialized, countless tendrils of demonic energy surged towards him. Frowning slightly, he summoned the Yuan Gang shield from his sleeve with his other hand. It shimmered momentarily before enveloping him in a layer of silvery light. Upon contact with the pitch-black demonic energy, the surface of the shield emitted a hissing sound of corrosion, causing its protective brilliance to dim slightly. Observing this scene, Han Li's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Back when he ventured into the boundless depths of the demonic abyss, the malevolent energy there was not nearly as terrifying as it was here. Regrettably, the remaining power of the evil-dispelling divine thunder was scarce, and it seemed that the Yuan Gang shield would not endure long against the demonic energy. A swift resolution was imperative, with this thought in mind. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Inu. The woman was currently enveloped by the bloodlight emanating from that bloodblade, unable to approach too closely due to the swirling demonic energy. It appeared that her borrowing of the blade from the corpse bear was not without justification. With a call, Inu shot directly toward the center of the space. Han Li, in contrast, shimmered and ascended into the skies, his escape light gradually fading, concealing his whereabouts at that moment. From the direction of the distant altar, a series of delicate laughs from Inu rang out, followed by a chorus of wolf howls, soon accompanied by the cold voice of the black-armored woman. "Humph, you dare to return. This is splendid. I shall turn you into a demon." With the utterance of these words, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Han Li's spirit surged, and he silently flew back toward the original altar. In a brief moment, he found himself amidst thick clouds, gazing coldly downward at this moment. His Mingqing Lingmu divine eye was operating at its peak. Even through the dense layers of black demonic energy, he could discern the situation below with clarity. As long as he was not specifically isolated by the Yuan Sha saint ancestor, he beheld the location where the altar once stood now bore a cavern over 100 feet wide, from which streams of malevolent energy continuously billowed forth. The interior was shrouded in darkness, seemingly unfathomable. Above this chasm, a dance of bloodlight and dark radiance interwove in a relentless pursuit, intermittently unleashing bursts of explosions that sent shockwaves of spiritual pressure rolling through the surrounding demonic energy. Akin to two ferocious dragons locked in combat, stirring the very seas. In that moment, it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Seeing that Inu was unharmed, Han Li felt a degree of reassurance. His pupils flickered with blue light as he began to search the vicinity around the black hole. Although the previous spatial explosion had utterly obliterated the altar, the two stone tablets forged from the soft jade of the spirit-commanding essence, due to their material properties, should not easily vanish. One of these tablets should indeed serve the purpose of activating the heavenly crystal tablet. Without wasting much time, Han Li soon discovered the traces of the two tablets beneath a heap of rubble through his perspective. One tablet bore the remnants of a half-destroyed dragon seal, while the other lay there intact. A surge of elation coursed through Han Li's heart as he cast a glance at the ongoing fierce battle between the black shadow and the crimson light. Without hesitation, he activated the technique of concealment once more, minimizing his aura to the utmost degree before silently descending. His descent was utterly soundless, and the combatants remained oblivious to his presence. once his feet landed steadily upon a patch of debris. Hanli deftly produced a jade talisman with a flick of his wrist. A faint yellow glow shimmered briefly around the protective barrier, and he mysteriously sank into the ground beneath him. As he grasped the stone tablet in his hand, a weight lifted from his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind, and a misty blue orb shot forth from the storage pouch at his waist. It was the heavenly crystal tablet. Observing the half-foot-long object, he tossed the jade talisman above his head and, with a single hand, reached into the void to draw the item towards him, while firmly clutching the stone tablet with his other hand. He began to channel his spiritual energy vigorously into the blue crystal, which trembled slightly as its entire form shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. With a grave expression, Hanli gently pressed the crystal tablet against the immense stone tablet, which yielded effortlessly as though it were tofu, allowing the crystal to silently merge into it. However, before a smile could grace Hanli's face, an unexpected change occurred. The stone tablet suddenly radiated a layer of blue light, and, as if weighed down by an immense force, it sank heavily downward, slipping from Hanli's grasp and plunging into the ground. Standing upright, the upper half emitted a resonant hum. The furious roar echoed ominously above the black hole, sending a chill down Hanli's spine. Without a moment's thought, he pointed to the Yuan Gang shield, causing the light barrier to expand exponentially. Almost simultaneously, a black beam of light shot forth in a flash. Following a thunderous explosion, the massive orb erupted, engulfing a radius of over 10 zhang in a shroud of black mist. The chaotic stones rapidly disintegrated into nothingness, while the silver barrier was overshadowed by the encroaching darkness. The silver light flickered violently amidst the black, with the two colors starkly contrasting. Hanli's expression shifted dramatically. With both hands, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing multiple spells upon the barrier. Instantly, the surface of the shield became remarkably smooth, causing a significant portion of the black light to slip away at last. The silver shield stabilized once more. Meanwhile, the distant Yuan Sha Saint ancestor had only just managed to unleash this strike before being ensnared by the silver moon. Had he attempted one or two more strikes, the barrier would undoubtedly have shattered. However, this counteraction came too late. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and from every corner, dozens of brilliant beams erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into towering stone pillars. Each pillar shimmered with spiritual light, their surfaces adorned with variously colored, massive spiritual rings that spun rapidly. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The pitch-black demonic energy that had pervaded the space surged toward the rings like moths to a flame. Drawn in by their rotation, simultaneously, countless delicate strands of light emerged high above the black hole, intertwining densely like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, a colossal luminous spiritual mass took shape, its size reminiscent of a small mountain. Upon witnessing this scenario, Hanli instinctively understood that the backup formation had been activated. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to channel his spiritual power into the stone tablet. The spiritual rings on the stone pillar immediately thickened, dramatically increasing the rate at which it absorbed demonic energy. Within mere breaths, the entirety of the spatial demonic energy was nearly consumed, vanishing without a trace into the stone pillar. Consequently, the two-headed black wolf, which had relied on the demonic energy to contend against the silver moon, found itself at a disadvantage. Amidst the black haze, the wolf's howls echoed incessantly, yet it was forced to retreat under the pressure of the blood-red light. Hanli felt a sense of relief in his heart. With a single hand gesture, he executed another spell aimed at the stone tablet. The tablet emitted a deep, resonant hum, while the white spiritual orb hovering above the altar descended with formidable force. Before it even approached the black opening, the overwhelming spiritual pressure astonished the two-headed black wolf still locked in combat, compelling it to abandon its struggle with the silver moon and retreat in unison. The silver moon let out a cold snort, her form flickering before she vanished into thin as the spiritual orb descended. A veil of milky light instantaneously enveloped the entire opening, and as the spiritual radiance receded, the black void inexplicably disappeared without a trace. In its place, an exceptionally crystalline barrier emerged, re-imprinting the demonic energy beneath it. The black wolf, an incarnation of the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor's split soul, recognized the dire situation. However, as its gaze swept across, it quickly fell upon the stone tablet beside the seal. Having previously utilized the dragon transformation seal, the wolf almost immediately discerned the underlying mystery, its expression turning ferocious. With a low growl from its wolf head, its form became indistinct amidst the black radiance, and in an instant, it transformed into three identical wolf shadows, charging directly at Han Li and the stone tablet. A burst of blood light erupted beside Han Li, and a vast sea of blood materialized amidst the splattering crimson, sweeping outwards in all directions. Amidst the thick, bloody scent, the three wolf shadows, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared within the blood sea. Almost simultaneously, a flash of silver light shimmered above the blood sea, and with a thunderous roar, a barrage of fiery arrows erupted from the silver light, enveloping the three black wolves beneath a torrential downpour. Startled, the three black wolves raised their heads, unleashing a stream of black light from their mouths to form a barrier against the oncoming fiery arrows. Han Li's eyes glinted coldly. With a flick of his palm, three flame fans materialized in his hand, which he swung fiercely toward the black wolves. Instantly, a clear ringing sound resonated as three firebirds, each merely a foot in size, shot forth from the fans, hurtling towards the three black wolves. Before they even reached their targets, the intense heat had already begun to evaporate the surrounding blood sea. Releasing wisps of steam, one of the black wolves exhibited a look of panic, while the other two remained utterly stunned. Observing this, the Silver Moon's face lit up with joy, and with a quick gesture, she rolled her form, transforming in a flash of silver light into a massive silver wolf over 10 feet in size, pouncing towards the exposed black wolf. Upon seeing the Silver Moon also adopt the form of a giant wolf, the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor's split soul recalled something with a sudden flash of realization, and with a face that betrayed his horror, he shouted, "You intend to use soul devouring? Not a chance." Suddenly, the wolf inhaled deeply before exhaling forcefully, releasing a plume of crimson mist that instantaneously enveloped itself in blood-red flames. As these flames made contact with the nearby sea of blood, they melted away as if they were mere ice in the warmth of spring. In that moment, the wolf regained its freedom. A flicker of black light emanated from its form, propelling it skyward. Yet, scarcely had it darted away for several dozen feet, when a thunderous crack echoed above, followed by the sudden appearance of a silver arc. Before the wolf could react and alter its course, countless strands of azure light shot forth from the silver arc, binding the creature in an intricate web. Chapter 1069. Soul Devouring. The black wolf, taken aback, hastily urged the flames of blood that enveloped it. However, to its utter astonishment, a chilling scoff resonated from within the silver arc, and the azure strands, shimmering with ethereal brilliance, showed no signs of being consumed by the flames. That a heavy dread settled in the heart of the demon at that moment. When it found itself momentarily immobilized, a silver wolf darted forth in a flash, leaving it no chance to evade. With a flicker of light, the silver wolf vanished into its body, disappearing from sight. The massive wolf shuddered violently, both of its heads emitting a piercing wail. Its form convulsed dramatically. One head suddenly fell into a stupor, only to regain its fierce gaze moments later, swiftly tilting to bite the neck of the other. In that fleeting instant, the fur of the head transformed into a shimmering silver hue. The black head, unwilling to succumb, opened its jaws wide and retaliated, leading to a brutal clash between the two. At that moment, a figure emerged from the silver arc. Han Li, holding the celestial cauldron, stepped forward and regarded the two-headed giant wolf with a hint of concern. Although the silver head had gained the upper hand, as soon as the wolf's body returned to normalcy, an intense black light surged forth, and layers of demonic energy rushed into the black head, emboldening it further. Han Li's expression darkened at this sight. Abruptly, he flicked his hand towards the celestial cauldron, producing a clear ringing sound. The azure strands that bound the giant wolf radiated a brilliant light, tightening their grip and rendering the creature utterly immobile. Then, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a golden arc that struck the ferocious black head. The golden light erupted, and delicate arcs of electricity danced and flickered, dispersing the demonic energy that had enveloped the black head. After a wretched cry, the demonic energy diminished significantly. Seizing this opportunity, the silver head lifted its neck, and a phantom of an identical silver head suddenly emerged, swallowing the black head whole, then pulling forth a shadowy figure from within. The shadow, shifting and amorphous, resembled a mass of sludge, yet the myriad of ghastly visages it morphed into were all wicked and menacing. Continuing to gnaw at the silver phantom, from within the silver figure came a chilling, bone-deep scoff, followed by a blinding silver light that surged forth, causing the silver figure to swell dramatically before engulfing the black shadow entirely. It then contracted once more, vanishing into the silver head. In an instant, the previously frantic black head ceased its struggle, its eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, while the silver head disregarded it entirely. retracting and trembling gently as if enduring immense agony. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. He tossed the small cauldron towards the colossal wolf's massive form and swiftly tapped it several times. A vast expanse of azure mist surged forth, enveloping the giant wolf in an instant, transforming it into a colossal sphere of light. Then, sweeping his gaze across the entire space, Han Li's expression shifted, and he suddenly darted toward the vicinity of the seal. Moments later, he found himself hovering above another pile of altar remnants. With a casual gesture, he struck downward, unleashing several crimson fireballs that shot forth. Following a series of explosions, a large pit materialized before him, within which dark light flickered, suggesting the presence of something within. The humanoid puppet reached into the void and effortlessly seized the object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fragment of the Black Wind flag. Although this spiritual treasure was largely destroyed, it still emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, indicating that its sentience had not entirely faded. After scrutinizing the item, Han Li flipped his palm and unceremoniously stowed it away in his storage pouch. Even though he had no idea how to restore a celestial spiritual treasure, or whether it could indeed be restored, the materials used for its creation were already long extinct in this realm, rendering it invaluable. After securing this item, Han Li did not return to the giant wolf's side, but rather resolutely sped toward a corner of the space, ascending ever higher until he once again vanished into the clouds. Halting abruptly, Han Li's expression turned grave. Not far ahead, a pale green orb floated in the air, within which a verdant wooden ruler slowly rotated. This was another celestial spiritual treasure. The eight-spirit ruler. Though this treasure remained intact, being a relic of the Buddhist sect, it possessed a significant restraining power against demonic arts. Consequently, the Yuancha saint ancestor could only watch helplessly, unable to immediately utilize it for his own purposes. Of course, if this demon were to regain its full powers, the situation would be entirely different. Han Li, gazing at the eight-spirit ruler, dared not act recklessly. When he had reclaimed the Void Heaven Cauldron, he had nearly lost his life to the Qianluan Ice Flame. Who could say what other secrets lay within the eight-spirit ruler? Contemplating this, Han Li's mind stirred, and he promptly directed the humanoid puppet to swiftly approach the eight-spirit ruler. In a flicker, it shot toward the treasure and grasped it without any apparent resistance. Han Li was overjoyed as he took the treasure from the puppet's hands and examined it briefly. The object felt exceptionally smooth, as cool as jade, with strands of green light shimmering as it moved. However, when he infused it with spiritual energy, there was no unusual reaction. Han Li paused momentarily, surprised. Just then, a dull rumble erupted from the luminous sphere encasing the giant wolf, followed by a burst of spiritual light as it exploded. Startled, Han Li quickly stowed the eight-spirit ruler and pointed toward the distant Void Heaven Cauldron with urgency, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. With a swoosh, the Void Heaven Cauldron shot toward Han Li, transforming into a swirl of azure light as it landed in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Han Li fixed his gaze on the distance as the green light dissipated. An elegant silhouette gradually stood up. It was the giant wolf. However, its two heads had merged into a single cranium, its entire body now gleaming a silvery hue, radiating an extraordinary brilliance as it looked up at Han Li. Overjoyed, Han Li immediately began to retreat, but as he flew halfway, upon meeting the wolf's icy gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. The figure of the colossal wolf flickered and transformed amidst the silvery light into a graceful and enchanting woman, resembling the delicate beauty of a masterpiece. This woman, with an expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at Han Li, a trace of a cold smile gracing her lips. "You are Long Ming." Han Li inhaled sharply, his demeanor turning grave as he inquired. "To say I am Long Ming is not entirely inaccurate. After all, at this moment, I am indeed predominantly infused with her consciousness," replied Ling Long, raising her slender jade-like hands, although she attempted to maintain a facade of calm. A glimmer of excitement in her eyes unmistakably betrayed her current emotions. "What has become of Inu?" Han Li's complexion shifted through various shades, ultimately licking his lips as he asked with an air of composure. "She is unharmed, merely exhausted from expending considerable spiritual energy during the soul devouring, and has fallen into slumber. Otherwise, I would not have been able to emerge so effortlessly," Ling Long responded, her excitement gradually diminishing. Yet her tone remained as nonchalant as a gentle breeze. "What are your intentions now?" Han Li, sensing a subconscious relief at Inu's safety, inquired with an icy calmness. "What else? Naturally, to return to the spirit realm. Or do you wish to keep Xueling here?" Ling Long raised an elegant brow, her voice turning frigid. Upon hearing her unabashed words, Han Li's face flushed slightly, but he quickly averted his gaze, regaining his composure. You should be well aware that you intended to return to the spirit realm all along. I will not impede her, nor am I capable of doing so. Your wisdom is commendable. That is indeed for the best. Originally, I intended to reclaim the spiritual treasure you possess. However, considering your assistance during the devouring of the demonic soul and Xueling's prior agreement as the Grand Princess of the Inyu clan, I am not one to forget favors and grievances. Therefore, let the small cauldron and the 8-spirit scepter remain in your possession. Yet, from this day forth, any ties of favor or resentment between you and Xueling shall be severed. Should you ascend to the spirit realm in the future and dare to appear before me, I will not hesitate to end your life. Xueling gazed intently at Han Li, a sudden glint of menace flickering in her brow. Han Li's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly masked his reaction, neither promising nor refusing anything aloud. The silver-haired woman made no effort to compel Han Li into making a pledge. She merely conveyed her sentiments. Then, with a graceful motion, she sent forth a beam of black light. Initially startled, Han Li soon found solace upon recognizing the object. Silently reaching out into the void, he grasped it into his hand. It was none other than the black marrow flying dagger that had been seized by the Yuan Cha saint ancestor. The woman had returned it to him, and Han Li accepted it graciously. Tossing it to the humanoid puppet behind him. At that moment, Linglong disregarded Han Li entirely, moving to the center to inspect the seal there, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, after casting a cold glance at Han Li. She suddenly approached him once more. Give me a few drops of your 10,000-year spirit liquid. I require it to open the reverse spirit passage, Linglong stated without a hint of politeness. Han Li's lips twitched as he reached for his waist, producing several small vials that he silently tossed towards her. With a graceful sweep of her long sleeves, Linglong effortlessly collected the vials into her possession, the entire motion executed with an exquisite silence. Subsequently, the woman approached a nearby desolate area, gracefully settling into a cross-legged position while forming intricate hand gestures. The melodious incantations flowed from her lips, and her form began to levitate, enveloped by shimmering silver light. The brilliance was so dazzling that it gradually obscured her figure, and from a distance, it appeared as though she had truly transformed into a radiant silver moon. At that moment, Linglong abruptly opened her previously closed eyes, and with a swift movement, expelled a disc formed from the imprint of the reversal starplate. Han Li, observing from afar, furrowed his brow. No matter how he examined the disc, he could discern no irregularities. It bore no semblance of an imprint and was suffused with concentrated spiritual energy, rivaling that of top-tier treasures. Just as Han Li was lost in contemplation, the disc spiraled gracefully before ascending to hover above the head of the silver-haired woman, where it settled with remarkable steadiness. Upon witnessing this, Linglong immediately directed her 10 fingers towards the treasure, unleashing a series of diverse-colored spells that struck the disc one after another. The treasure absorbed each of them in turn. In the blink of an eye, a momentous change erupted. In Chapter 1070, Escape, the disc surged immensely amidst the brilliance of starlight, rapidly expanding into a luminous well several zhang in diameter, rotating with a mesmerizing shimmer. Suddenly, it quaked violently, and a golden beam, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from its center, piercing through the layers of yellow clouds above. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, and the surrounding clouds swirled tumultuously, causing the entire 9th layer of space to tremble. Where the golden beam penetrated, a transparent radiance illuminated the area, accompanied by the crisp sounds of barriers shattering. Numerous dark fissures materialized within the radiant core, multiplying rapidly until they became densely clustered. Following a breathtakingly beautiful celestial melody, a colossal passageway emerged, perfectly accommodating the golden beam, while countless fist-sized luminous orbs floated and danced around it, each resplendent in its unique hues. At that moment, a disc roughly the size of a foot gracefully emerged from the passage following the golden beam and paused at the entrance. Its surface shimmered incessantly, unmistakably resembling the disc that Linglong had expelled. Could this be the true reversal star plate? Han Li observed the emergence of the passage and the disc with an impassive expression, though his heart raced with astonishment. Meanwhile, the silver light enveloping Linglong gradually dissipated, revealing her form once more. She lifted her delicate head to gaze at the passage above, a hint of solitude flickering across her exquisite features. Suddenly, she swayed and descended onto the luminous wheel above her, slowly soaring towards the vast passageway in the sky. As she and the wheel approached, the immense passage seemed to sense their presence, and the orbs within emitted a harmonious humming sound. The genuine reversal star plate also quivered slightly, beginning to rotate, as if it were enlivened by the proximity of the luminous wheel, exhibiting a remarkable vitality. Observing this behavior from the reversal star plate, Linglong smiled faintly, casting a lingering glance at Han Li below. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand, unleashing 3 beams of light, yellow, blood red, and white, that shot forth in a flash, arriving before Han Li in an instant. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet he discerned no malice in her demeanor. Instinctively, he swept his sleeve that a veil of azure mist swept across, gathering 3 beams of light into its grasp. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a white jade slip, a blood blade, and the last boundary-breaking talisman. Han Li's heart surged with tumult. Before he could voice any inquiries, he heard the silver-haired woman exhale a soft sigh. This contains information regarding the reverse star passage and spatial nodes. Slightly more than what was given to those two. Perhaps it may prove useful to you in the future. The boundary-breaking talisman and the blood blade will be of no use in the spiritual realm, so I shall bestow them upon you as well. Furthermore, carrying a spiritual treasure away from this mountain will likely pose a challenge. Allow me to assist you one last time. Han Li stood in a daze upon hearing these words, still grappling with the meaning of her offer, when Linglong extended a slender, jade-like finger and gently tapped the reverse star disk within the passage. Instantly, a melodious chime resonated, and as the disk subtly shifted, its center aligned with Han Li. A flash of brilliance, a golden beam erupted forth, and as if by some teleportation, it bizarrely reached Han Li in the blink of an eye, enveloping him and the humanoid puppet behind him in its embrace. Almost without a moment to react, both Han Li and the puppet vanished without a trace, oblivious to where the reverse star disk had transported them. After completing this act, Linglong did not hesitate to step into the passage. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted within the passage, swiftly enveloping both Linglong and the reverse star disk. A thunderous roar resounded as the passage trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, the woman vanished without a trace. The entrance of the passage promptly began to fragment, and after a blinding flash of light, it completely collapsed and dissipated. Moments later, the 9th layer of space resumed its former appearance, devoid of any presence, silent as though nothing had ever transpired. At that moment, Xiang Zhili, the 10,000-year corpse bear, and Lin Yingping had just emerged from the chasm surrounding the demon suppression tower. As Han Li vanished from the 9th layer of space, Xiang Zhili glanced upward in surprise, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. What is it? Have you discovered something? Was Xiang, the 10,000-year corpse bear, though lacking in cultivation compared to Xiang Zhili, was a creature that had survived since the ancient wars and bolstered by a formidable backing. It dared not offend Xiang Zhili, yet was not intimidated by the possibility of him turning hostile upon emerging. Nothing of consequence. Perhaps I merely sensed something amiss. It felt as though the seal outside Kunwa Mountain was momentarily disturbed, but upon probing with my divine sense, I found no other anomalies, Xiang Zhili remarked, stroking his sparse beard, his brow furrowing slightly. That could be a transient fluctuation resulting from the seal's natural weakening. Such a grand seal is beyond the reach of mere mortals to unsettle. The corpse bear chuckled. Perhaps you are right. By the way, earlier you both mentioned that this incident was orchestrated by the Yi family. Have all the Yi family cultivators perished? The grand elder of the Yi family is also a Yuanian cultivator, possessing considerable abilities. Where might he be now? Xiang Zhili suddenly inquired with a change in demeanor. All others from the Yi family have been slain by that fiend. As for the Grand Elder, I did not encounter him upon entering the 9th layer. He must have surely fallen at the hands of that monster. The corpse bear replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly chuckled in response. Regardless, it matters not whether he is truly dead. He added, since this calamity has arisen, the Yi family has no reason to continue its existence. Upon our return, the foremost family of the Great Gene should undergo a transformation. Surely, the Wanao Valley has no objections. Right? Xiang Zhui coldly scoffed, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. This moment, the cunning demeanor that once adorned his face had vanished entirely, revealing the true nature of a transformation cultivator. The ancient corpse bear's heart skipped a beat. Yet he resolutely replied, naturally. Although the Yi family has had some ties with our valley, the grave mistake they committed this time warrants their eradication, and it is indeed time to appoint new overseers of the secular realm. It is best that you think so, my friend Xiang. By the way, Lin Daoyu, once we emerge from this situation, you should return to Tianan immediately. It seems you have been in our Great Gene for quite some time. However, This place is not the Tianlan grassland, and it would be prudent for your esteemed palace to dispatch fewer individuals to Great Jin in the future. Xiang Zhili's tone shifted, suddenly addressing the previously silent Lin Yinping with a cold voice. I shall heed your words. After we leave, I will promptly return to the grassland, Lin Yinping replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Upon meeting Xiang Zhili's unyielding gaze, a chill coursed through her, and she dared not utter a word of dissent. Furthermore, she was bound by Han Li's restrictions. Regardless of whether he could survive amidst that demonic aura, it was undoubtedly best to avoid further encounters to prevent being coerced. She also fantasized about returning to the Holy Temple, gathering the numerous nascent soul cultivators within, in hopes of breaking this restraint. Seeing Lin Yinping respectfully acquiesce, the chill in Xiang Zhili's demeanor lessened slightly. Just as he was about to speak further to her, a flash of white light suddenly streaked through the endless sky, arriving above the three of them in the blink of an eye. The corpse bear was taken aback, and with a flicker of spiritual light emanating from his body, he prepared to defend himself. However, the air around him suddenly thickened, making his form feel as heavy as 1,000 pounds, while a calm voice from beside him remarked, "There is no need for alarm. My friend, this is merely the flying sword communication from the Tianma sect to this old man." Soon after, Xiang Zhi raised his hand and beckoned to the white light. Instantly, the white light spiraled and landed in his palm, revealing a delicate, pale white sword. The immense pressure on the corpse bear dissipated in an instant. Although this creature had been startled for no reason, it too was drenched in cold sweat from the surprise. Xiang Zhi clasped the small sword between his hands, remained silent for a moment, and then tossed it back into the high sky, where it transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from sight. Let us depart. The calling friend has already entered this mountain. We shall rendezvous with him and immediately summon the various sects of the southern region to seal this mountain once more. Xiang Zhi stated calmly, gazing at the spot where the white light had disappeared. The corpse bear and Lin Yinping naturally had no further objections. It seemed that all three had entirely forgotten about Ling Long and Han Li. On a picturesque peak somewhere in the southern region, several Qi refinement cultivators were seated in a small pavilion, engaging in animated discussions about the enormous seal that had recently stirred the entire southern region into a state of unrest. Just as a middle-aged man in a white robe was eloquently speculating about what lay beneath this seal, a flash of golden light illuminated the top of the stone pavilion, followed by a thunderous crash as a beam of light shot from the void, slicing off a significant portion of the pavilion at an angle. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of several individuals, a figure clad in azure robes and a shimmering silver silhouette simultaneously emerged from the golden light. The azure-robed cultivator stumbled slightly, appearing somewhat unsteady. However, with a mere wave of his hand, the silver figure abruptly vanished from sight. The low-ranking cultivators were left utterly dumbfounded. Where exactly were they? Once the azure figure steadied himself, he cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze landing squarely upon the group, and without a hint of politeness, he inquired. Though his tone was unremarkable, the underlying authority in his words brooked no refusal. He was none other than Han Li, who had been transported by the reverse star plate. The low-ranking cultivators finally snapped back to reality, their consciousnesses scanning the enigmatic Han Li, and their expressions changed drastically as they realized they could not discern his cultivation level in the slightest. This is Jin 2 Mountain. May I ask who the esteemed senior is? The white-robed cultivator, the most accomplished among them, stammered in response, his heart filled with trepidation, yet he forced himself to speak. Jin 2 Mountain? I have never heard of it.is this still part of the southern wilderness. Han Li showed no inclination to divulge any information, his expression remaining impassive as he pressed further. This is the Zhonglu prefecture of the southern wilderness. Another, shorter cultivator interjected hastily. It is Zhonglu prefecture. Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. Zhonglu prefecture was indeed adjacent to the Puyin prefecture, where the ceiling was located. It seemed he had not been transported too far after all. Chapter 1071. The icy cold realm. The several Qi refinement stage cultivators before him were either from minor clans or were solitary practitioners. Witnessing Han Li's inscrutable demeanor, they were acutely aware that someone who could render their cultivation levels indiscernible was almost certainly at the foundation establishment stage or higher. Such high-ranking cultivators typically paid no heed to Qi refinement stage practitioners, who could only gaze from afar without the privilege of approaching for conversation. Naturally, they were all on edge. After inquiring about their location, Han Li's expression softened momentarily, but suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, Several streaks of azure light shot forth, piercing into each individual before him. The chi refinement cultivators immediately fell silent, collapsing without a hint of resistance. Without further ado, Hanli raised his hand again, pulling one of them towards him, his fingers gripping the individual's head. The azure light flickered intensely for a brief moment, and then, as the glow receded, the individual slipped from his grasp, sinking back into unconsciousness. Hanli then seized another person and performed the same action, in the span of merely a TS worth of time. Hanli had methodically dealt with all of them. After tossing the last individual to the ground, he cast a cursory glance at the group and murmured to himself, "If I were a touch more ruthless, erasing your existence from this world would be a more secure course of action. For now, merely erasing your recent memories will suffice. Consider yourselves fortunate." With that, Hanli raised his gaze, fixing on a particular direction, and in a blur, transformed into a streak of azure light, hastily departing the scene. An hour later, the group of cultivators simultaneously regained consciousness. Upon witnessing their peculiar circumstances, they all cried out in bewilderment, unable to recall their previous encounter with Hanli. Yet, the fear they felt compelled them to abandon the mountain without delay. At this moment, Hanli had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away, gradually slowing his escape speed and directing his thoughts into the exquisite white jade slip that had been thrown to him by Ling Long upon her departure. It was unclear how much time had passed when Hanli let out a soft sigh, retracting the jade slip and falling into a contemplative silence, his brow furrowed in thought. The information contained within the jade slip was divided into two parts. One detailed the reverse spiritual passage, accompanied by an extraordinarily intricate array formation, which was employed by spiritual practitioners from the spirit realm to establish such a passage. Naturally, the complexity of this formation was beyond mere words. It required top-grade spirit stones, and the sheer quantity demanded left Hanli utterly speechless, his heart racing in alarm. However, despite the impracticality of this formation for use in the mortal realm, with diligent effort and research, it might be possible to devise a simpler version. In such a case, it could indeed be feasible for fellow practitioners. The second part of the information naturally pertained to the spatial nodes within the human realm. It meticulously described the unique characteristics of these nodes, the regions and environments in which they were likely to manifest, and provided a detailed account of more than a dozen previous nodes within the human realm. This was far more comprehensive than the scant knowledge possessed by the two individuals whom the lady had spoken of, who only knew a few superficial details. After a moment of deep contemplation amidst his fleeing light, Hanli finally returned to his senses, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the importance of the information contained within the jade slip for his future endeavors, the most pressing matter at hand was to advance his cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul. After all, according to the information presented, entering through those spatial nodes would require at least an initial stage of the transformation stage cultivation. Only at that juncture could a practitioner's nascent soul truly solidify, rendering them impervious to the immense boundary pressures within the nodes. Otherwise, without any other dangers, a practitioner below the transformation stage would be instantly crushed by the boundary force upon entering the node. Now that he had obtained the infant nurturing pill and the method to lift the soul-sealing curse, it would seem logical for him to set out immediately to return to Tiannan. Yet, the lifting of the soul-sealing curse required the refinement of a supplementary pill to serve as a catalyst. This auxiliary spirit medicine, known as the Xianbing pill, was a cold attribute pill akin to the Shuopa pill. Of course, the effects of the two pills were distinctly different. The primary ingredient for the Xianbing pill was a spirit herb known as the Xianbing flower. Although this Xianbing flower was exceedingly precious, it was not something entirely rare in the world. The only complication was that this flower grew exclusively atop the Xianbing that had existed for millennia and once plucked from the ice. It would dissolve into a puddle of clear water within a mere quarter of an hour, losing all its medicinal properties. There was no effective method for preservation. Thus, while this flower was an extremely rare cold attribute spirit herb, it was practically only accessible to a handful of cultivation sects that thrived in frigid environments, and it would not even appear at the auctions in the Great Gene. Furthermore, because this pill could only be used for the soul-sealing curse, even the notorious Qian Laoma did not carry such a pill with him. Naturally, the Yin Luo sect possessed a few vials of this pill. However, despite Hanli's confidence in his abilities, he had no intention of brazenly assaulting the stronghold of a major demonic sect, not to mention the throngs of demonic cultivators inside. He would be unable to overcome the restrictive formations within on his own. After all, There was a world of difference between a formation without a master and one that was being manipulated. According to the formula for the Xianbing pill, although one could employ other cold attributes spiritual herbs to concoct it, the efficacy would diminish significantly. To ensure success, Hanli naturally intended to make a journey to the frigid lands. Thus, during his previous stay in Kunwa Mountain, he had mentioned to Bai Yao his plan to visit the North Knight's little polar palace. This little polar palace, situated in the icy expanse of Baiming Ice Island, is renowned for its extreme cold, and the practitioners there would undoubtedly have no trouble locating the Xianbing flower. Moreover, aside from this matter, he harbored thoughts of the Han Sui herb, hoping to fortuitously discover any tidings regarding the sun essence fire within the little polar palace. After all, this sect had preserved the Han Sui for many years, and even if they had not acquired the sun essence fire, there should be some clues in that regard. However, Hanli would not set off for Baiming Island immediately. He needed to avoid the current turmoil surrounding Kunwa Mountain first. Additionally, to be prudent, there were other matters he needed to attend to. It seemed he would have to remain in seclusion for a few years. After contemplating for quite some time, Hanli finally reached a decision and promptly altered his course. Heading northward, traveling northward, traversing over a dozen prefectures, Hanli finally arrived at a large jurisdiction known as Frost County. Although this county was not the northernmost in the Great Jin, it was close enough. Here, the landscape was blanketed in snow, with flurries of goosefeather snow falling nearly 7 or 8 days out of 10. Consequently, the mortal realm in this county was sparsely populated, and the spiritual mountains and veins were few and far between, with their quality inferior to those found elsewhere. Thus, the sects of the Great Jin seldom established roots in this region. Rather, numerous small families and wandering practitioners congregated here, despite Frost County's harsh environment. Its vast territory ranked among the top 5 in area among the 36 counties of the Great Jin, and it was known for producing notable cold attribute spiritual herbs and materials. Most practitioners in this county cultivated ice-cold attribute techniques, with many gathering here to leverage the local chill to enhance their cultivation. Naturally, should conflicts arise with practitioners of other attributes, they would hold a slight advantage. Unlike the southern regions or the chaotic Star Sea he had visited later, which were predominantly spring-like, places like this, enveloped in ice and snow, were indeed rare. Nevertheless, having reached Han Li's level of cultivation, his body had long since become impervious to the extremes of cold and heat. Thus, although he initially found the heavy snowfall intriguing, after several days of travel, he soon regarded it with indifference. Along the way, he encountered other practitioners, but with Han Li's current level of cultivation, he vanished from sight before they even noticed him, leaving them no chance to detect his presence. Therefore, on the 5th day of entering Frost County, Han Li finally paused in an inconspicuous and desolate mountain range. Though this range was modest in size, it possessed a reasonably good quality spiritual vein. Hovering above a certain peak, Han Li sensed the density of the spiritual energy in this area. Revealing a satisfied nod, with a cold snort, a powerful aura surged from him, ascending into the sky before cascading downward, enveloping the entire mountaintop. The immense spiritual pressure generated by this imposing aura instantaneously caused the myriad flowers, grasses, and trees across the mountainside to tremble as if touched by an invisible force. Some small beasts and birds even toppled over, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. For certain cultivators practicing in the mountain, chaos ensued. Those of lower cultivation felt as though their bodies were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, collapsing to their knees, while those of slightly higher cultivation experienced sudden difficulty in breathing. As if bound by an invisible restriction, shouts of alarm echoed through the mountains, and then 3 beams of light shot up simultaneously from various points within the mountain, hurtling towards Han Li. Upon sensing the approach of others, Han Li immediately activated his protective azure light, his visage shifting in a blur, transforming into that of a ferocious old man with a goat-like beard. During this time, the shimmering aura surrounding him rendered him unconcerned about the identities of the incoming cultivators. As the brilliance before him faded, 2 elderly men in black robes and a robust man in gray appeared before Han Li. The younger-looking man soared ahead, while the 2 elders followed closely behind. Han Li raised an eyebrow, finding nothing amiss, for the man evidently possessed mid-stage core formation cultivation, whereas the 2 elders were merely late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, their techniques seemed remarkably similar, suggesting a profound connection among them. Before Han Li could speak, the gray-robed man, filled with fury, swept his divine sense over Han Li, and his expression changed dramatically, his anger instantly dissipating. replaced by a forced smile. I am Li Zhongtian, a descendant of the Li family residing at Shiwelian Peak. I am unaware of what instructions the esteemed elder has for me, but I shall do my utmost to comply, he said with utmost deference, though he could not help but feel an unsettling apprehension upon locking eyes with Han Li's fearsome Fade. I care not for your Li family, Han Li rasped, his voice icy and cutting, colder than the frigid winds sweeping through the air. I have set my sights on this mountain. Vacate it at once. You have half a day's time to prepare. After that, I shall claim this place as my own. Upon hearing these words, the robust man felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but dared not show anger. Instead, he forced a smile and explained. Esteemed elder, our Li family has settled here at Shiwelian Peak. Naturally, if you desire to take possession, that is your prerogative, but might I suggest informing Elder Long first? Elder Long, you seek to use him to intimidate me? Regardless of who he may be, if he defies me, let him come forth. However, should anyone remain here half a day hence, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Han Li's eyes flashed, and his expression turned menacing. The robust man's countenance paled, and just as he attempted to utter further words, Han Li, unwilling to engage in prolonged discourse, flicked his sleeve. The torrent of azure wind surged forth, overwhelming the robust man. Startled, he activated his protective aura, yet felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure descend upon him, rendering his intended words stifled under its might. The two elders, relying solely on their magical artifacts to ascend, were utterly unprepared and were swept away by the fierce wind. Spinning helplessly in the air, unable to stabilize themselves. In their terror, the two elders desperately sought to cast protective spells. However, within this tempest, their magical energies seemed inexplicably stifled, as if directly restrained. In that moment, the two elders truly felt their souls flee from their bodies. Fortunately, the wind dispersed and vanished in an instant, and when the two elderly men steadied themselves and gazed forward, they were met with an empty expanse. Han Li had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Elder ancestor, when did this person point? One of the black-robed elders, trembling with fear, turned to the gray-robed man, eager to inquire. Command everyone in the clan to gather their belongings immediately. We must leave this mountain within 2 hours, the man with the gray robe said, his countenance grim. He too was aware of when Han Li had slipped away. What? Are we truly relocating from Shiwelian Peak? Our Li family painstakingly defeated the 7 friends of Shiwelian to claim this spiritual land, and it has barely been a century since. Moreover, given this person's tyrannical behavior, surely Elder Long will not stand idly by. A black-robed elder exclaimed in disbelief. The other elder, though silent, wore an expression of uncertainty. It seemed he too was reluctant to relinquish the hard-won foundation they had established. You two are foolish. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. To dare act so brazenly, he must have some backing. The spiritual pressure he exudes surpasses that of Elder Long by a considerable margin. He is likely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, with such a formidable practitioner. Even if Elder Long has some ties to us, he will certainly feign ignorance. Why would he risk himself for a minor clan like the Li family? Furthermore, while this individual may be domineering, he has at least granted us time to depart. Otherwise, he could have indiscriminately annihilated us. Do you think anyone would come to our aid? Let us not forget that the world of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. When we first occupied this mountain, it was only because we were slightly stronger than the 7 friends of Shiwelian that we gained recognition from other forces. As long as the core disciples of the Li family remain, we can always seize another spiritual mountain elsewhere. This is far preferable to confronting a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and inviting our own destruction, the gray-robed man said, his expression darkening as he reprimanded his 2 nephews. The 2 elders, awakening from their stupor, nodded vigorously in agreement. The 3 of them then swiftly descended, vanishing into the depths of the mountain. Within the span of a meal, the mountain erupted into chaos. Figures raced across the ground or soared into the air on their flying instruments, weaving through the various pavilions, caves, and trails scattered throughout the mountain. Panic was etched on every face, yet their actions remained relatively organized, avoiding any significant turmoil. After more than an hour, 2 groups of cultivators split into 2 routes, departing the mountain in a grand procession, numbering over 200 to 300, though the majority were merely chi refining stage cultivators. Only about 20 individuals possessed the ability to fly. Their pace was swift, and in the blink of an eye, they had distanced themselves from the mountain, heading towards the outer peaks. Such a large-scale movement naturally caught the attention of other cultivator factions in the vicinity, who, astonished, dispatched individuals to inquire about the situation. The Li family, devoid of any reservations, candidly disclosed the truth. Upon hearing that Shiwelian Mountain had been seized by a nascent soul cultivator, the onlookers were taken aback. Hastily returning to discuss countermeasures, the sudden arrival of such a profound and powerful elder was a matter of great uncertainty for them, fraught with both peril and potential fortune. However, considering the forceful occupation of Shiwelian Peak, it seemed that the latter was more likely to prevail. In the vicinity, the various factions of cultivators were engulfed in a state of panic, their hearts racing amid the chaos. Yet, Hanli had silently appeared atop a colossal boulder on the peak of Shiwelian Mountain, extending his spiritual sense to meticulously inspect whether any hidden cultivators remained within the mountain's depths. After a brief interval, he reopened his eyes, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Without uttering a word, he flipped his palm, summoning a stack of array flags into his hand. Then, with a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of azure light, rapidly circling the mountain before returning to the summit. His hands now devoid of any array flags or discs that moment. A myriad of white mist suddenly rose around him, swiftly enveloping the entire spiritual mountain in a shroud of dense fog, rendering the landscape a uniform expanse of white. Observing the restrictions formed by the array before him, Hanli nodded approvingly. This set of formations, extracted from the storage bag of the old demon Qian, was a relatively high-tier array device. While it posed little challenge to a nascent soul cultivator, it would surely prove to be a considerable obstacle for any core formation cultivator who unwittingly stumbled into its confines. Yet, he did not cease his preparations. Reaching for a spirit beast pouch at his waist, he casually tossed it into the air, with a flick of his fingers and a series of hand seals. The pouch's opening gaped wide, releasing an icy gust. From within, a dozen crystalline white, winged centipedes, known as the six-winged frost centipedes, burst forth. As these centipedes spiraled around Han Li's head, they emitted low, continuous chirps, their excitement palpable. Han Li smiled faintly. It appeared the frigid climate had invigorated these spiritual insects. With a thought, he directed the 12 six-winged frost centipedes to dart into the mist, where they vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. With the aid of this illusionary array, in the presence of these centipedes, which were comparable to core formation cultivators, it was assured that even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to breach the mountain's defenses. Once he had firmly set his intentions, Hanli wasted no time. Utilizing his spiritual vision, he pinpointed the most concentrated area of spiritual energy within the mountain's core, employing earth escape techniques. He burrowed into the depths and carved out a space to release his Tianji mansion, which floated gently into the cavern. After arranging the spiritual insects and beasts, he promptly entered a secluded chamber designated for meditation. Sitting cross-legged, he slowly closed his eyes and began to enter a state of tranquility. This meditation lasted a full day and night. When Hanli finally reopened his eyes, his demeanor was calm and composed, his thoughts as still as a placid lake. Pressing a hand to his storage pouch, he summoned a crimson gourd. Upon tilting it, a thumb-sized pill rolled into his palm, glistening with a verdant hue and exuding a fragrant aroma. It was the coveted cultivation pill he had sought during his previous journey. According to the wealthy elder of the Jiuyo sect, refining this pill required no less than 6 months. Thus, Han Li was determined not to delay any further. The sooner he could refine this pill, the greater the benefits it would bring to his future cultivation and combat endeavors. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the green pill, feeling as though he had consumed a cool, soothing essence, swiftly followed by a wave of warmth radiating from within. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes once more, stowing the gourd away, and began to meditate again, his hands forming intricate seals as he delved deeper into a state of focus. This moment, if other cultivators were to peer into Han Li's inner state, they would discover that his Yuan Ying, now measuring over 2 inches in height, had opened its eyes and was exhaling wisps of azure infant flame, enveloping the luscious green elixir within, gradually refining it. The chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it were devoid of life. Days turned into months, and before one could realize, more than half a year had slipped by. The sanctum remained undisturbed. Yet outside the Snowlian Mountain, several groups of individuals had made their way there during this period. Among them were the Golden Core cultivators from nearby sects, as well as advanced rogue cultivators who had come from distant lands. And there was even a solitary visit from an elderly man clad in silver robes. This individual was the only early-stage Yuan Ying cultivator among the visitors, however, regardless of who they were. Upon encountering the dense, misty barrier and calling out in vain, they could only retreat helplessly. The silver-robed elder, somewhat discontented, had once dared to penetrate the white fog, but after a brief moment, he was forced to retreat amidst a cacophony of piercing insect cries. One of his arms had turned crystalline and transparent, seemingly encased in a layer of frost. Although he appeared to be unscathed, the elder dared not attempt to breach the barrier again, returning with a sigh of defeat. He understood well that the formidable spiritual insects arrayed within the formation were clearly intent on keeping outsiders at bay, and the sheer potency of these insects indicated that the individual within was undoubtedly a Yuaning cultivator whose abilities far surpassed his own. Thus, he would refrain from provoking such a being. Before long, the news of a transcendent senior visiting Snow Lien Peak spread among the various factions of cultivators within 100,000 miles. Even the venerable Long, who had dominated this region for centuries, seemed hesitant to provoke him. Consequently, all factions cast wary glances in that direction. Within 1,000 miles of Snow Lien Peak, a zone of exclusion spontaneously emerged, with all passing cultivators taking great care to navigate around it, fearful of disturbing the senior's tranquil cultivation and thus inviting significant troubles upon themselves. Fortunately, as months passed, Snow Lien Mountain maintained the tranquility it had initially exuded. This senior appeared disinterested in interfering with local affairs. This left the other factions in a state of anxious unease, yet they breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, on this particular day, unbeknownst to all, Han Li, who had been in seclusion within the chamber, finally finished refining the nurturing elixir and opened his eyes that a radiant glow illuminated his face, suggesting a substantial advancement in his cultivation. Chapter 1073. Treasures of the secluded chamber. Rising slowly to his feet and stretching his limbs, Han Li flipped his palm, conjuring a sphere of azure light, which he promptly condensed and compressed, transforming it into a luminescent orb the size of a chicken egg, shimmering with ethereal brilliance that it seemed that as his Yuaning grew, so too did his magical power. Gazing intently at the pure spiritual energy manifested as the azure sphere, he murmured softly. With a flick of his hand, the sphere dissipated into nothingness. Following this, he struck his heavenly crown with a single palm, causing a surge of azure energy to burst forth, spiraling and coalescing into an infant that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Notably, the Yuaning, which had originally stood at 2 inches tall, had grown an additional half-inch during the past 6 months, and its form had solidified significantly, appearing more distinct than before. The nascent soul cradled a small azure cauldron in its hands, while a verdant talisman spiraled above its head. Surrounding it were dozens of finely crafted flying swords, akin to delicate embroidery needles, twirling gracefully in hues of gold and azure, creating an extraordinarily captivating spectacle. Upon emerging, this nascent soul appeared to be brimming with excitement, frolicking in the secluded chamber for the better part of half an hour, before seemingly succumbing to fatigue and returning to its corporeal form. Han Li, whose eyes had been tightly shut, finally reopened them, revealing a look of satisfaction on his countenance. Prior to consuming the nurturing elixir, due to the solidity of his nascent soul, he could only freely roam outside for a brief half-hour. Beyond that, his form would destabilize, leading to a significant depletion of his nascent soul's essence. It was rumored that only upon advancing to the late stage of the transformation god realm could the nascent soul truly solidify, free from the trepidation of the worldly winds, and roam independently from the body at will. This was also the primary assurance for cultivators aiming to ascend to the spiritual realm in the later stages of transformation god. However, despite his considerable enhancement in magical power, he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage. Strangely, after the refining experience brought about by the nurturing elixir, he could distinctly sense that with a century of diligent meditation, he could cultivate his magical power to this level without encountering any apparent bottlenecks. This peculiar sensation was, undoubtedly, a cause for celebration for Han Li. Once he returned the nascent soul to its rightful place, he adjusted the vital energy within his body and, opening his mouth, expelled 2 beams of golden light. After a brief dance in the air, they transformed into 2 golden flying swords, albeit appearing somewhat dim. These were the 2 azure bamboo becloud swords that had been taken by the ancient demon and had undergone a period of demonic transformation. Although their innate spirit had not been utterly lost, and they could still manage to emit a feeble defense, they were clearly insufficient for forming the Grand Gung sword array. Thus, Han Li prepared to dedicate some time to refining these 2 flying swords anew, restoring their full potency for his use. With a flicker of his consciousness, the 2 small swords floated before him a few feet away, Suspended in midair, he then exhaled, releasing a ball of azure flame that instantly enveloped the two swords. Gazing intently at the flickering azure flames, Han Li waved his sleeve, causing several small jade boxes he had previously retrieved to shoot forth, each opening autonomously. Various powdered materials of differing quantities merged into the azure flames, transforming into an array of ethereal lights before ultimately coalescing upon the two flying swords. Han Li, unwavering in his focus, deftly manipulated the process of refinement with his fingers, casting numerous incantations. The refinement of the flying swords persisted for 3 days and nights. When Han Li's complexion turned exceedingly pale, and he coughed up a ball of essence blood, which split in two and permeated the swords, the entire process finally concluded at that moment. The two azure bamboo cloud swords shimmered with brilliant golden light. Their residual demonic energy completely refined away, drawing them back into his body. Han Li promptly entered a state of rest. After a day had passed, his magical power was fully restored. Sensing the replenishment of spiritual energy within him, Han Li contemplated briefly, and with a flash of green light, a half-foot-long emerald ruler materialized in his hand. Running his fingers over the ancient and intricate patterns adorning it, he displayed a contemplative expression. It goes without saying that this object was indeed the 8-spirit ruler treasure. During his time in the Demon Suppression Tower, Han Li had already sensed the profound nature of this artifact. It appears that ordinary spiritual energy has little effect on this treasure. Of course, due to the urgency of the situation at that time, he had not conducted a detailed study and had not truly confirmed this matter in his mind. Now, holding one end of the 8-spirit ruler in one hand, Han Li allowed the azure light to swirl around his 5 fingers as he began to slowly infuse spiritual energy into it. Indeed, the situation mirrored that of before. The spiritual energy flowed visibly within the wooden ruler, yet it exhibited no alterations whatsoever. The faint green light emanating from its surface was merely the innate spiritual radiance of the treasure itself. After infusing 1/10 of his spiritual energy with no discernible effect, Han Li decisively severed his magical power and lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly raised his other hand and extended a finger. A dazzling array of 7 colors flickered between his fingers, and Han Li surprisingly expelled a wisp of Buddhist light from his Vajra shield. As the Buddhist light flashed, it instantly vanished into the ruler. The previously tranquil wooden ruler suddenly radiated a gleam, and a stream of azure light erupted from it, transforming into a verdant script in the void, resembling the form of a mantra. Han Li was taken aback, but quickly focused his gaze. Indeed, it was as he suspected. After merely glancing at it a few times, he exhaled deeply, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. The 8-spirit ruler was a treasure of the Buddhist sect. It was evident that only Buddhist light could activate it. The script revealed by the Buddhist light was precisely the mantra of the 8-spirit ruler. Han Li's cultivation had always primarily revolved around Taoist techniques, with a supplementary practice of certain demonic arts. The only Buddhist technique he had ever cultivated was the Ming Wang Ju. However, although this technique was among the pinnacle of Buddhist practices, it primarily focused on body refinement, making it exceedingly arduous to cultivate. With the pain of marrow washing being unbearable for most, he had only cultivated to the 2nd layer and could not produce any Buddhist light. Nevertheless, the Buddhist light within the Vajra shield was exceptionally abundant, making it possible for him to utilize it to practice the 1st layer of the 8-spirit ruler's mantra. With thoughts racing like lightning, Han Li quickly reached a decision, even if the 8-spirit ruler could only lend a fraction of its power. As a celestial treasure, its potency was naturally formidable. Having made up his mind, Han Li infused additional Buddhist light into the wooden ruler until the green light screen became even clearer. And then he began to concentrate and memorize it intently. The mantra of the 8-spirit ruler was indeed vastly different from that of the Su Tian Ding, yet it was not difficult to cultivate. It seemed that the 1st layer could be perfected in merely a year or so. After committing it to memory, he flicked his sleeve, and the 8-spirit ruler was once again stored away amidst the azure mist. He turned his palm. The black wind banner, now reduced to just over half its original length, reappeared. This remnant treasure, now lacking a significant portion of its pole and with the flag itself reduced to only a few tattered strands, appeared utterly beyond repair. Yet, despite this, the banner still flickered with black radiance, indicating that it had not completely lost its spiritual essence. This suggested how potent the treasure's spirit must have been in its entirety. However, Han Li did not retrieve it with the intention of researching methods to restore it. Rather, he was greatly intrigued by such spatial treasures. He wished to discern whether he could glean any unique insights from it. For spatial treasures, let alone celestial ones, were exceedingly rare among even ordinary artifacts. As for the most basic spatial tool found within storage bags, there was nothing of significance to explore. Regrettably, the celestial treasures of the highest order are far beyond Han Li's current comprehension. After laboriously studying the remnants of the Black Wind banner for several days, he ultimately gleaned nothing of value. With a heavy heart, he stowed it away and instead retrieved the colossal flame cauldron acquired from the Spirit Transformation Palace. Examining it closely, although this artifact had inadvertently gained sentience, it undoubtedly qualified as an exceptionally rare ancient treasure. Within the cauldron, it could simultaneously produce thousands of blazing fire crows, a power not to be underestimated. Accompanying this cauldron were a nameless transparent material, a dozen fiery pillars, and 3 pieces of black crystal, 2 small and 1 large, discovered within the Inyang cavern, all of which were valuable materials. Han Li recognized their extraordinary rarity but lacked the time to address them now. He did, however, recall the scroll obtained from the Kunwu Palace and the earthen yellow demon-slaying staff procured from the storage bag of the ancient demon Qian. Both were renowned treasures once wielded by the 3 elders of Kunwu, possessing immense power that could be harnessed with minimal refinement, a fact Han Li would not easily forget. In contrast, when he examined the Bloodblade, an item he had anticipated with great eagerness, disappointment washed over him. This Bloodblade was evidently forged from black marrow, presumably one of the 2 that had surfaced in an underground auction. Initially, it had demonstrated terrifying power by devouring the flesh and souls of several nascent soul cultivators. Yet now, it had reverted to an exceedingly ordinary artifact. With Han Li's current experience, a brief contemplation led him to a profound understanding of its nature. This imitation of the demon dragon blade, while capable of enhancing its power through consumption, could not sustain such might indefinitely. Over time, its augmented strength would inevitably wane. As a mere imitation, it bore significant flaws, rendering it incapable of competing with the true demon dragon blade. Disheartened, Han Li could only temporarily set aside this lackluster treasure. After pondering for a moment, he slapped the back of his head and expelled a golden bubble, which transformed into the indestructible shield of the diamond relic. Within it, 5 resplendent golden orbs materialized. Gazing at the golden orbs, a solemn expression crossed Han Li's face for the first time, tinged with a hint of hesitation and uncertainty, as if he contemplated a course of action but found himself wavering. However, he quickly seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow and gesturing towards the diamond shield. Immediately, the golden bubble quivered and expanded. Within, the 5 golden orbs erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a flurry of delicate arcs of electricity that revealed 5 humanoid skeletons adorned with talismans. Each of these skeletons contained a dark skull within its chest cavity, similarly ensconced in various talismans, rendering them immobile. These were the 5 demonic avatars cultivated by the Grand Elder Qian of the Yin Luo sect. Chapter 1074. Subduing demons. Each of these 5 demonic avatars possessed the cultivation of the early nascent soul stage, and having been refined through demonic arts, they could resonate with one another. Proficient in cooperative and fusion demonic techniques, that if he could successfully bind them to his will, they would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. However, the fear lingered that these 5 demons might prove difficult to tame, especially considering they had previously rebelled against their master, making their subjugation a perilous endeavor. Han Li sighed softly, murmuring a few words to himself. With a single hand, he patted the storage pouch at his waist, causing a dark jade slip to soar from the pouch and land in his grasp. Ignoring the 5 demons ensconced within the diamond shield, he immersed his mind into the jade slip. Fortunately, although the protective divine thunder had dissipated from the 5 demons, they remained in a state of lethargy, having been enveloped for an extended period by the luminous aura of the diamond shield. Compounded by the multitude of restrictive talismans affixed to their bodies, they appeared almost devoid of their former ferocity. Time passed unmeasured until Han Li's expression shifted, extracting his consciousness from the jade slip. He raised his gaze, fixating on the 5 demons before him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This black jade slip contained an unnamed demonic scripture he had acquired from the storage pouch of the old demon Qian. Although the scripture seemed somewhat incomplete, it indeed recorded several formidable secret techniques of demonic cultivation, among which was the method for cultivating the 5 children of the same heart demon. According to the scripture, for the successful cultivation of the 5 children of the same heart demon, one must first locate the corpses of 5 recently deceased Yuan Ing stage cultivators. Their Yuan Ing must have completely dissipated, leaving only the lingering resentment entwined around their remains. With these, one could refine the corpses using various rare materials, subsequently burying them deep in a place thick with Yin energy. Each month, a cultivator practicing Yin attributes must be slain. Their flesh and essence used to nourish the 5 corpses. After a century or more, the 5 children demon could awaken, gaining sentience. Further, through special secret techniques, if the 5 corpses were simultaneously refined over several decades, the initial stage of the 5 children of the same heart demon could be achieved. However, at this preliminary stage, it would only possess the cultivation of the core formation period, and further advancements in divine abilities would depend on the blood and effort expended by the practitioner. Generally speaking, once the 5 demons reached the late core formation stage, further progress would be nearly impossible. Yet, the old demon Qian was undoubtedly gifted. Somehow, he managed to elevate the 5 demons, allowing them to advance to the early Yuan Ying stage. Perhaps it was this very progression that ultimately led to the 5 demons losing control and turning against their master at a demon at the core formation stage, under the auspices of the old demon Qian's prowess. Would have been manageable. According to the method for refining the 5 children of the same heart demon, Han Li knew that he could not control these 5 demons, as he had not begun their refinement from a young age. However, another technique mentioned in the scripture, which involved forcibly implanting various special restrictions on the 5 demons and periodically nourishing them with his own blood, suggested that it might indeed be possible to exert some control over them. Though this method would be less effective than the old demon Qian's ability to command the 5 demons as if they were his own extensions, and he could not seamlessly merge his Yuan Ying into the bodies of the 5 demons without risking severe backlash, an outcome far more perilous than that experienced by the old demon Qian, should his strength wane or he fail to provide the necessary nourishment. The 5 demons would mercilessly retaliate. Nevertheless, this method offered a distinct advantage. It did not require the simultaneous refinement of the 5 demons' main souls with his own Yuan Ying, even in the event of backlash. Han Li would still have the opportunity to escape, avoiding a sudden and lethal encounter with the 5 demons. While this approach bore its own dangers, the immense benefits of subduing the 5 demons were simply too enticing for Han Li to resist. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely bit his tongue and expelled a surge of essence blood. Several incantations were swiftly unleashed upon it, vanishing into the sphere without a trace. The blood mass surprisingly emitted a golden glow. Han Li's complexion turned somewhat ashen, suggesting that this essence blood was extraordinary and had significantly drained his vitality. However, he did not immediately seek to recuperate. Instead, he waved his hand in a flash of azure light. The essence blood transformed into 5 blood orbs, each the size of a thumb. With another flick of his sleeve, the orbs rose unbidden, soaring towards the 5 sons of magic as Han Li focused his consciousness. The blood orbs flickered and, as if devoid of substance, entered the golden bubbles, gradually drifting towards the 5 skeletal frames. The previously feeble black skull, the manifestation of the main soul of the 5 sons of magic, suddenly fixated its gaze on the blood orbs as they approached, its eyes shimmering with green light. Then, seemingly stimulated, it began to thrash wildly within the skeletal chest cavity, each skull exhibiting an unprecedented fervor. Yet, upon contact with the densely arrayed talismans on the skeletal frames, they were naturally repelled by the surging spiritual light, rendering them even more agitated and ferocious, emitting a cacophony of unsettling clicks as they gnawed with their jagged teeth. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He raised a hand, and 5 golden small swords shot forth from his sleeve, appearing before the 5 black skulls that in an instant, they firmly pinned the skulls in place, rendering them immobile. The skulls roared incessantly, their green light fluctuating ominously. Han Li, maintaining an impassive demeanor, formed a peculiar hand sign, and with a crack of thunder, a remnant of the exorcising divine lightning erupted from the 5 small swords. With a flicker of slender golden arcs, the 5 skulls trembled, their sounds shifting to mournful wails. The ferocious flames of malice diminished substantially. Observing this change, Han Li revealed a satisfied expression, and the 5 blood orbs swiftly darted into the skulls' mouths. Upon ingesting the blood orbs, the skull's green light surged, seemingly restoring a significant amount of vitality. Han Li then closed his eyes, executing an intricate hand gesture to gradually extend his consciousness, establishing a mental connection with the 5 demons through the power of the essence blood. To Han Li's surprise, mere moments later, the 5 demons' gazes softened, and their brutal aura noticeably dissipated. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Han Li reached into his storage pouch and produced 5 shimmering silver needles. which he held aloft, sending 5 silver threads into the black skulls, disappearing from sight. He then recited an incantation, expelling 5 streams of azure energy. These azure energies, morphing and transforming in response to his chant, ultimately took the form of 5 pale blue figures, complete with limbs and features. Upon witnessing the formation of the azure figures, Hanli ceased his incantation and, with a low shout, reached into the ground beneath the stone chamber, extracting 5 wisps of pale yellow earth energy that rolled into the small figures, rendering them as agile as 5 yellow serpents. With a command uttered from his lips, the 5 azure figures immediately surged forth towards the 5 demons, vanishing within the skulls once more. Yet, having accomplished all this, Hanli did not relent. He retrieved a stack of silver circular rings from his storage pouch. These magical artifacts were meticulously crafted using a secret technique from the demonic scriptures during their swift journey here. The materials were forged from the remnants of rare silver, rendering them exceptionally sturdy. With a flick of his wrist, over 20 circular rings emitted a haunting shriek as they were summoned into the air, vanishing in an instant only to reappear at the necks and limbs of 5 skeletal figures, before mysteriously disappearing again, as if they had never existed. After accomplishing this task, Hanli let out a sigh of relief. With another gesture, a golden bubble shimmered and rapidly diminished in size, autonomously flying back into his hand. Meanwhile, the 5 skeletons and the black skulls remained eerily still, as a flicker of gray light danced about, causing the talismans affixed to the skeletons to be consumed by an unnamed demonic flame, one after the other, while 5 golden flying swords returned with haste. The moment the 5 black skulls regained their freedom, they swiftly transformed into 5 wisps of grayish-white energy, merging seamlessly into the skeletons, disappearing without a trace. Observing this, Hanli silently chanted the incantations inscribed in the demonic scriptures. And with a shift of his consciousness, the 5 skeletal figures wobbled to their feet and gradually floated towards him, weightless as if devoid of substance. With another thought, the skeletons halted, yet their eyes glimmered with a faint green light, seemingly still desiring to draw nearer to Hanli. His expression darkened, and suddenly, he uttered an incantation. 5 silver rings simultaneously materialized around the skeletal figures, engulfed in fierce azure flames, releasing a burnt odor that compelled the 5 demons to recoil, emitting frantic screeches, appearing utterly alarmed. Upon hearing the incantation, the azure flames extinguished immediately, yet the astute 5 demons remained rooted in place, adopting an unusually docile demeanor. Hanli inwardly nodded. He had never anticipated that he could manipulate these 5 demons with complete autonomy. As long as they obeyed his commands to confront adversaries, that would suffice. With this thought, he activated the demonic control technique once more, causing the skeletal figures to rapidly shrink, ultimately transforming into 5 wisps of grayish-white energy suspended in the air. With a swift motion of his hand, a small black vial soared from his grasp, and the 5 wisps of grayish-white energy spiraled obediently into it. Once the last wisp had entered, Hanli promptly sealed the vial, and with a flash of spiritual light, affixed several restrictive talismans onto its surface. He then carefully stowed the black vial into his storage pouch. From then on, as long as he periodically nourished it with his own essence blood, he would remain untroubled. However, this was only feasible because Hanli possessed ample medicinal elixirs to replenish his vitality, allowing him to undertake such a daring endeavor. Otherwise, even the most formidable cultivator would hesitate to plan for an extended period of bloodletting to sustain a demonic entity. After all, human essence blood is the foundation of vitality, and prolonged depletion is unsustainable. Even the renowned master of demonic arts who developed the control technique was able to explore this secret due to his prowess as an alchemist, frequently replenishing his blood energy through elixirs. Having successfully subdued the 5 demons, Hanli felt a surge of elation, yet an important task remained. He needed to refine the true fire obtained from the fire attribute giant cauldron, preparing it for use in combat. As for the fusion with the purple extreme fire, that was not something he could accomplish in the short term, and Hanli was not inclined to contemplate it at present. Chapter 1075. Biming Island. Since the moment Shuelian Mountain was enveloped in an endless white mist, it has become common knowledge that a highly skilled practitioner resides here in quiet meditation. Naturally, no one dares to disturb this sacred area, allowing the mountain to remain tranquil, preserving the same serenity that greeted Hanli upon his arrival. Observing that this enigmatic figure merely seeks a spiritual sanctuary for cultivation, the local factions have likewise settled into a state of peace over the years. Apart from advising their disciples to refrain from entering this region, they have continued with their respective affairs. One day, a heavy snowfall suddenly descended upon the skies near Shuelian Mountain. Enormous snowflakes, reminiscent of dandelion seeds, cascaded from the howling winds, shrouding the entire mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned a uniform white, devoid of any other hue. Almost instantaneously, the thick layer of snow on the ground swelled by a foot. Such a ferocious storm is seldom seen even in the frost-laden territories. Ordinary cultivators are reluctant to venture outdoors in such inclement weather. However, from atop Shuelian Peak, a brilliant azure rainbow pierced the sky, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, disappearing without a trace into the nearby heavens. After a considerable span of time, the azure rainbow re-emerged thousands of miles away, having escaped the tempest's grasp, appearing above a different desolate mountain range. As the light subsided, a young man clad in azure robes materialized, his dark skin and unremarkable features revealing him to be none other than Hanli. After more than a decade of intensive cultivation and seclusion, he had finally refined all his treasures, including the elusive Tying True Fire, which he had successfully absorbed into his being. Feeling adequately prepared, he believed he could navigate the human realm and safeguard himself, provided he did not encounter a multitude of advanced nascent soul cultivators or formidable beings of the likes of the Yuansha Holy Ancestor. With the assistance of his 5 demonic entities and humanoid puppets, his prowess and abilities had vastly improved compared to before his foray into Kunwa Mountain. He was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage even against several advanced nascent soul practitioners. Given the passage of so many years, he surmised that matters related to Kunwa Mountain had likely settled down, and thus, he did not hesitate to take advantage of the weather to set forth towards Biming Island. A full half-month later, the nearby cultivators occasionally noticed that the white mist surrounding Shuelian Mountain had dissipated, leaving it entirely deserted, as if abandoned. In their astonishment, these factions naturally ignited a renewed struggle over the ownership of this now vacant spiritual land. Biming Island is merely a peninsula adjacent to the interior of the Great Jane, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with one side connecting to the inland, separated from Frost County by only a single state. In truth, it would be more accurate to describe it as being encircled by ice rather than sea, for this is the furthest northern land accessible to mortals, where the weather is so frigid that water freezes upon contact. Even cultivators of lower ranks would not dare to venture outside in such conditions. In this icy climate, the 3 seaward sides have transformed into boundless glaciers. The vast expanse of icebergs and snowfields is nearly impossible to gauge in its true breadth. Biming Island itself spans merely 1,000,000 miles, and at its northernmost point stands a colossal ice city, known as the Bei Shaojing Palace, reputed to be the foremost sect in the northern territories. To speak candidly, in terms of sect strength, the Ziyajigong is not inferior to the top 10 righteous and demonic sects of the Great Jane. However, due to the remote location of Biming Island, most sects in the Great Jane do not acknowledge this palace as part of their domain, instead considering it a wilderness and regarding it as a sect of overseas cultivators. Consequently, it has been excluded from the rankings of the Great Jin's major sects. Yet, in the sparsely populated and vast northern regions of the Great Jin, the renown of the Ziyajigong is perhaps only surpassed by the Tai sect and the Tianma sect, truly earning the title of the foremost sect in the northern territories. In these regions, the Ziyajigong is also referred to as the Basian Palace. Countless wandering cultivators and lower-tier practitioners aspire to join this esteemed palace. The Ziyajigong recruits disciples in 2 categories: internal and external disciples. Internal disciples are exclusively selected from several prominent cultivator families residing on Biming Island, while external disciples are chosen from smaller families and wandering cultivators outside the island. Naturally, if an external disciple demonstrates exceptional talent or accomplishes significant feats, they may have the opportunity to be promoted to an internal disciple. As for the internal disciples, those who consider themselves lacking in talent but wish to join the external disciples must traverse the frigid expanse surrounding the Ziyajigong, which spans 100,000 miles on foot. Upon entering this area, due to prohibitions, lower-tier practitioners cannot utilize flying artifacts and must rely solely on their own cultivation and abilities to withstand the unrelenting cold and snow. Anyone who can traverse this region to reach the Ziyajigong will be accepted as an external disciple. After all, whether they manage to cross the area through cultivation, artifacts, or elixirs, it indicates that they possess some merit. However, the number of those who succeed is naturally quite limited, as many cultivators succumb to the freezing conditions. Nonetheless, in pursuit of their future paths to immortality, numerous lower-tier practitioners still throw themselves into this challenge each year. akin to moths drawn to a flame. On this day, in an area several thousand miles away from the Ziyagong, more than 10 figures cloaked in various colors of fur, their bodies radiating a shimmering light, pressed onward against the howling wind and snow, taking arduous steps forward. They had been traversing in such weather for a full half-month, with several individuals already pale-faced and unsteady on their feet. Yet, none dared to pause even for a moment. After all, this was not a place where one could recuperate. They could only rely on the spirit stones in their hands and the mana within their bodies to endure. However, one individual appeared particularly unwell, his breaths uneven. After a while, he gritted his teeth and pulled a red Dan medicine from his robe, pouring it into his mouth, instantly restoring some color to his previously pallid face. "Gu, my friend, how many Fire Yang pills do you have left? If you continue to consume them so frequently, it will be impossible to reach the Ziyagong. The hailstorm ahead is several times more treacherous than this." A middle-aged man, enveloped in a deep yellow light shield, replied without turning his head, seemingly well aware of the situation behind him. "Fear not, Brother Gu. I still have a spare bottle. Thy tea is sufficient to pass through this area." The young cultivator who had taken the elixir responded with a forced smile, revealing a hint of trepidation towards the middle-aged man. "If that's good, I would not wish to advance alongside someone with no hope of making it." The middle-aged man appeared satisfied with the youth's reply, and under the flickering light of the protective shield, he continued to stride forward, seemingly unaffected by the raging snowstorm above. Upon witnessing this, the other individuals hastily followed suit, seemingly believing that only by closely trailing this person would they have any hope of reaching the Ziyagong. However, after just a few steps, the middle-aged man suddenly uttered a soft exclamation, halting his progress. He then gazed upward in astonishment. The others promptly followed his gaze, only to discover, amidst the swirling white snow, a faint azure figure suspended in the air, having appeared unbeknownst to them. Strangely, within a radius of 30 to 40 zhongs centered around this figure. All the wind and snow were inexplicably repelled by an unseen force, rendering them unable to penetrate the area. It was this peculiarity that led the middle-aged man to notice the figure above. A sudden shock gripped everyone, and their expressions changed dramatically. Disregard the restrictions of this region, which even a core formation cultivator might struggle to achieve. Could this individual truly be a legendary nascent soul cultivator? Or perhaps a high-ranking practitioner of the Ziyagong? But their attire seemed strikingly familiar. In that moment, they exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Are you the wandering cultivator seeking to enter the Ziyagong?" The azure figure spoke suddenly, its voice suggesting a youthful age. Although the middle-aged man possessed limited cultivation, he had encountered significant figures on several occasions. Thus, upon being questioned by the figure, he was jolted back to his senses, promptly bowing deeply and replying, "I am Gu Tianqi, a participant in the trials. May I inquire if you have any instructions, esteemed senior?" The middle-aged man's face was adorned with utmost respect as he spoke. "You possess some discernment. It is nothing of great consequence. This place seems rather peculiar, and even I am somewhat uncertain of the direction forward. Yet, you appear quite certain in your path. Do you possess some guiding artifact?" The azure figure inquired casually, as if merely making small talk. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression visibly relaxed, yet he dared not show any sign of complacency and quickly responded, "It seems, esteemed senior, that this is your first visit to Baiming Island, hence your unawareness of this matter. While other areas of Baiming Island are relatively straightforward, this particular region falls within the confines of the Ziyagong's forbidden Great Array. This array utilizes the renowned treasure of the cultivation world, the Mirage Stone, as its focal point, capable of randomly diverting a cultivator's spiritual sense from its actual location. Those unaware of this would find themselves forever lost should they follow the direction indicated by their spiritual perception. As for us, we procured a guiding yuan plate at the market near the entrance of Baiming Island prior to our journey. By adhering to the direction indicated by this artifact, we shall not lose our way." Guiding yuan plate. The azure figure seemed momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is this item. Though not particularly rare, it requires one to have a clean background and a guarantor to purchase it from the Ziyagong shop. And only 30 pieces are sold each year. After a year, the artifact's efficacy will diminish. In anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, I acquired 2 pieces at once, and I would like to offer this one to you. Esteemed senior. I hope you will graciously accept it. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered momentarily before he suddenly waved his sleeve, causing a pale yellow disc to fall into his hands. The azure figure stroked its chin, chuckling softly before nonchalantly reaching out into the void. With a flash of yellow light, the guiding yuan plate was drawn into its grasp. The azure figure, of course, was Hanli, who had finally arrived at the icy expanse of Biming Island after over half a month of travel. He initially believed that, with his formidable abilities, he could effortlessly traverse the area cloaked in restrictions and directly reach the location of the Ziyajigong. However, to his utter astonishment, as soon as he entered this zone, his spiritual awareness faltered repeatedly, rendering him incapable of locating the Ziyajigong. This revelation sent a chill through him, filling him with a sense of frustration. He had come here seeking someone. Otherwise, he could have easily shattered these barriers with his powers. Just as Hanli contemplated alternative strategies, he fortuitously encountered a group of individuals before him. Chapter 1076. Ice City. Are these individuals your companions? Hanli inquired, having scrutinized the disc in his hand, which he promptly stowed away, casting a glance at the few people behind him. These fellow cultivators are acquaintances I recently made. We sought to enter the Ziyajigong together, hence our journey in unison. Is there something amiss? Gu Qianqi was taken aback, a hint of unease creeping over him. It is not a matter of being amiss. Rather, it is one individual among you who raises concern, Hanli retorted, fixing his gaze upon a strikingly beautiful female cultivator among them, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What? Gu Qianqi was left bewildered. There is a demon among you. Would you not consider that problematic? Hanli remarked coolly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Demon? Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened to glance at the female cultivator. The other cultivators were similarly alarmed, instinctively retreating a few paces from her, their faces etched with surprise. Senior, you jest. I am a disciple of the Ning family from Shuangjuan. How could I possibly be a demon? The young woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock, hastily stammering her defense. Indeed, Senior, you must have misunderstood. Ning Daoist is indeed from the Ning family. I have encountered her on several occasions, interjected a youth who had previously taken a medicinal pill. Noting the young woman's distressed demeanor and unable to refrain from defending her, the others also displayed expressions of uncertainty. However, Hanli merely scoffed, as if ignoring their protests. A mere fragment of a spirit dares to masquerade before me. Come forth. With this command, Hanli reached out with one hand, and in an instant, a flicker of spiritual light appeared above the young woman's head, revealing a massive azure hand that descended to seize her. The once aggrieved expression on her face vanished, replaced by a look of malice and resentment. In a sudden motion, she transformed into a streak of light, darting away and reappearing 20-odd zhang away in midair. This was no mere qi refining stage cultivator. Even a core formation practitioner could not achieve such astounding speed. Hanli's lips curled into a cold smile as he waved his sleeve, sending forth a flash of yellow light that vanished and then reappeared above the young woman's head, morphing into a demon-subduing staff of about a foot in length. Under Hanli's incantation, the staff swelled in size, manifesting a colossal phantom that descended with great force. Startled, the young female cultivator could not evade in time. She opened her mouth to unleash a stream of black, demonic energy in a desperate attempt to defend herself. Yet, with a thunderous crash, the yellow light flickered, and the black mist was swiftly dispersed, failing to impede the demon-subduing staff even for a moment. The staff's phantom struck her directly on the crown of her head. With a piercing scream, the young cultivator's body crumpled to the ground. Yet, almost simultaneously, a faint shadow shot forth from the woman, spiraling before it sought to burrow into the ground. At that moment, a resounding thunderclap echoed, and a golden electric net mysteriously appeared above the shadow's head. Before it could react, the net descended with lightning speed. Instantly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the dark apparition emitted not even a whimper before being utterly obliterated by the golden light. This swift sequence left all present, including the middle-aged man, in a state of stunned disbelief. Hanli raised his hand, summoning the demon-capturing staff, which gently trembled and shrank back to its original size. Shooting back into his sleeve, having completed this, Hanli casually tossed a pale blue vial towards Gu Qianqi, who instinctively caught it. This elixir may assist you in traversing this place smoothly. Consider it my exchange for your Dinyuan plate, he stated impassively. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant azure light enveloped Hanli, transforming him into a dazzling streak that shot away. vanishing into the swirling snow in the blink of an eye. It was only then that the middle-aged man realized he was tightly gripping the small vial. A look of surprise dawning on his face. Nearby, exclamations arose from others, as the young female cultivator slowly regained consciousness. Remarkably, the earlier strike had inflicted no real harm upon her at this juncture. Hanli, guided by the plate in his hand, made his way toward the Ziyagong. Yet a faint smile played upon his lips as he recalled the earlier incident. The young woman had harbored a fragment of a high-level demon beast within her, possessing at least the strength of an 8th-tier beast's consciousness. This beast had demonstrated shrewdness, employing some form of sorcery to stealthily attach its consciousness to the female cultivator, who remained utterly oblivious. Should this continue, once they exited this area, an unwary cultivator from Ziyagong might inadvertently allow the demon to infiltrate their ranks under the guise of the woman. Having encountered this situation and considering it a trivial matter, Hanli naturally took action to eradicate the demon's consciousness, preventing it from stirring up trouble during their time on Biming Island. However, the beast's calculated efforts to infiltrate seemed driven by a desire for the cold essence. After all, he had learned that no reports had emerged regarding the loss of the cold essence from Ziyagong. Given the elapsed time, it was improbable that Ziyagong remained unaware of such a loss. It appeared that some special circumstance had led to the concealment of this matter. Contemplating this perplexity, Han Li's escape light surged forth with the speed of lightning, swiftly carrying him into an area rife with peculiar, fist-sized hailstones amidst the wind and snow. These hailstones sparkled with crystalline clarity, crashing against the protective shield with a deep, resonant thud, resembling the sound of colliding boulders. Yet, with Han Li's cultivation level, he paid no heed to these massive hailstones. After flying for half an hour, Han Li's eyes brightened as the hail and snow dissipated, revealing an ice city built against the mountainside not far ahead. From a distance, the city shimmered with iridescence, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, accompanied by wisps of pale mist that enveloped it, rendering the ice city reminiscent of a celestial realm, utterly unlike any earthly architecture. The hint of astonishment crossed Han Li's features. Yet his gaze quickly shifted to the colossal mountain rising behind the ice city. This mountain, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, appears to be extraordinarily immense, towering to an impressive height of 10,000 zhang. However, when compared to the colossal Kunwa mountain he had previously encountered, it seems rather insignificant. What truly astonishes Han Li is that this mountain stands as straight as a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, its surface shimmering with a crystalline brilliance, cloaked in an unknown thickness of ice. Were it not for the occasional hints of verdant green adorning its slopes, Han Li would almost suspect that the entire mountain is a frigid fortress of ice. Although he possesses keen eyesight, the distance renders him incapable of discerning the specifics atop the mountain. He can only vaguely perceive a vibrant cluster of structures glimmering at the summit, which seems to be the so-called Little Extreme Palace. As Han Li gazes at the distant icy citadel, he refrains from immediately soaring towards it, for between the ice city and himself lies a glacial expanse that, while seemingly unremarkable, conceals a multitude of invisible restrictions. Even someone as adept in the arts of formation as Han Li can sense the inherent danger lurking within. Should one recklessly venture into it, they would likely trigger formidable defenses. Moreover, as he steps out of the previous area, several beams of escaping light from the ice city have already shot forth, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Han Li raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something, and glanced down at the yuan stabilizing plate in his hand. A look of realization dawning upon his face. It appears that this plate not only serves the purpose of guiding him, but also enables the cultivators of the Little Extreme Palace to monitor the whereabouts of those possessing such a magical artifact. Just as he begins to comprehend this, several beams of light swiftly approach him. 3 figures clad in white robes emerge, 1 man and 2 women. The man, a cultivator at the core formation stage, is in his 30s. With a handsome visage, he casts a brief glance at Han Li, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he hastily bows and introduces himself, saying, "I am Shi Yun, a junior steward of the Outer Palace. May I inquire your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit to our palace?" The cultivator from the North Extreme Palace had noticed Han Li emerging from the swirling snow. Although he was already aware that the other was no ordinary cultivator, confirming him as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator still elicited a hint of anxiety. "There is no need to mention my name. I come to your esteemed palace to visit a friend, and an elder from your palace has some acquaintance with me. Han Li replied with composure, "An elder from our palace. May I ask which elder you seek?" "I shall promptly relay your message," the youth responded, his demeanor easing as he adopted a more ingratiating tone. "But I seek Fairy Bai Yao Yi, with whom I have had several encounters in the past. I wonder if she is present in the palace." Han Li said slowly. It is Master Bai. She has not left the palace. However, it seems she is currently in seclusion, that I shall immediately send a sound transmission to inform her." "Please wait a moment," Shi Yun replied, visibly more at ease upon hearing Bai Yao Yi's name. He then proceeded to release a transmission talisman in Han Li's presence. Throughout this exchange, Han Li remained unperturbed, standing in place while his gaze began to scrutinize the distant surroundings. The young man, noticing this, blinked and wore a beaming smile, about to speak again. However, at that moment, a blinding red light shot forth from the snowy region behind Han Li. Merely 100 zhang away from them, that a soft exclamation suddenly echoed through the radiant light, as the crimson glow transformed and shot directly towards Han Li and his companions. However, before the crimson light could reach them, a hearty laugh emerged from within. "This esteemed friend has come to visit our palace. May I inquire your esteemed name, and might I have the pleasure of knowing you?" As the brilliance receded, a fair-faced young man appeared before Han Li, his hair tinged with gray and his eyes shimmering with a sense of profound experience. Han Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the individual before him, and his spiritual sense revealed that this person was also a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, which took him by surprise. Before Han Li could speak, Shi Yun stepped forward with an expression of delight, respectfully clasping his hands and saying, "Disciple pays respects to Uncle Master Bai. May I ask if your journey has been fruitful?" "Underneath, my name is Han. I once had an appointment with Fairy Bai." Han Li replied with composure. "So you are Brother Han. Fairy Bai. Could it be that you refer to junior sister Bai Yao Yi?" The cultivator surnamed Ren pondered briefly before responding with a hint of realization. "Indeed, that is the case," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "How fortuitous. I am also returning to the palace to seek out junior sister Bai. Allow me to escort you, esteemed friend," the cultivator surnamed Ren said with unexpected enthusiasm. Han Li maintained his expression, though a trace of astonishment flickered within him. Before he could decide how to respond, a sudden flash of red light appeared in the distant void, darting towards Shi Yun. "It is the communication talisman from Uncle Master Bai," Shi Yun exclaimed as he swiftly grasped the fiery light, hurriedly explaining, "Senior Han, Uncle Master Bai is very pleased to hear of your arrival and has concluded his retreat. Please accompany me to Bai Ning Pavilion." "Bai Ning Pavilion." "Shi Yun, attend to your matters, fellow Taoist. Please follow me," the cultivator surnamed Rin interjected without hesitation. Shi Yun, hearing this, dared not voice any objections. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, but he refrained from rejecting the offer and merely nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Rin." "Haha, I share a bond akin to that of siblings with junior sister Bai, since you are a friend of hers. You are also a friend of mine. Please, esteemed friend," the cultivator surnamed Rin graciously stated, transforming into a crimson streak as he led the way ahead. Han Li followed suit without reservation. "It is your first visit to our little extreme palace, is it not?" the cultivator surnamed Rin suddenly inquired during their flight. "Indeed, it is my first time on Baiming Island. Your esteemed palace undoubtedly deserves its reputation as the foremost sect in the Northern Territories. Its grandeur is truly extraordinary," Han Li replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the cultivator surnamed Rin displayed a hint of pride on his countenance. "Brother Han, you flatter me. However, were it not for the remote location of our palace, it would not be difficult for us to rank among the top 10 sects of both righteous and demonic paths. By the way, junior sister Bai has only ventured out once in the past decade, spending the rest of her time in seclusion. You must have met her during her last departure, correct? And with such profound cultivation, may I inquire from which sect you hail, without concealing my thoughts from you?" "Esteemed friend, although my residence lies in the extreme north, I often traverse the vast expanse of the Great Jin and possess a modicum of knowledge regarding some renowned individuals of our kind." At this juncture, the tone of our conversation shifted, as I subtly inquired into the origins of Han Li. A light chuckle escaped Han Li's lips. "It is not unusual that you are unaware of my origins, for I hail not from the Great Jin, and if you seek a more detailed account, the White Fairy may possess some insights." Han Li regarded his interlocutor with a wry smile, responding with a hint of irony. "Ah, I see. I was wondering how a practitioner of such high caliber as Brother Han could remain so inconspicuous in the Great Jin." Rin Bai discerned a trace of displeasure in Han Li's demeanor and offered a few awkward chuckles, refraining from further inquiries. After all, discovering that he was not a practitioner of the Great Gene could be deemed a modest achievement at that moment. The two ascended to the entrance of the Ice City, their radiant auras retracting as they descended. Above the Ice City, a faint glow enveloped the area, shielding it entirely except for the towering mountains, indicative of a formidable restriction, standing beneath the Ice City. Han Li was increasingly captivated by its splendor. The 30-odd zhang high ice walls did not seem particularly imposing, yet their extraordinary clarity was utterly mesmerizing, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Even more astonishing was the fact that the entire structure was not composed of block-like ice, but rather, it appeared to be a single, seamlessly sculpted giant of ice. Flawless in its surface, the city gates stood over a dozen cultivators clad in white garments, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Their highest cultivation level barely reached the foundation establishment stage. However, what captured attention were the several white spirit beasts resembling monkeys that accompanied them, their long, pristine fur glistening like freshly fallen snow. Crouched in a half-squat, their green eyes radiating a chilling, eerie glow, these simian spirit beasts were a species known as the snow monkeys, native to the frigid regions, though their ranks were not particularly high. They were exceptionally intelligent and easily tamed, leading many practitioners in the northern territories to keep them. Yet, these snow monkeys appeared somewhat different. Each was significantly larger than the average, and their aura exuded a level akin to that of a 4th or 5th tier beast, nearly rivaling a foundation establishment practitioner. This intrigued Han Li, prompting him to observe them more closely. It seemed that the Shaoji Palace, being the foremost sect in the northern lands, must possess unique techniques for nurturing these snow monkeys. Upon noticing the arrival of the Ren cultivator, the guardians at the city gate promptly parted and stood respectfully to the sides, repeatedly addressing him as Master Ancestor. However, Ren Bai merely nodded indifferently, striding past with an air of nonchalance. Although the guards found Han Li's appearance unfamiliar, they dared not utter a word in the presence of this Master Ancestor. Yet, as Han Li stepped through the city gates, an unexpected occurrence transpired as he approached the snow monkeys. The creatures suddenly emitted a series of whimpering sounds, retreating in evident panic. The nearby Shaoji Palace cultivators were startled, immediately reprimanding the beasts in their beast tongue. Yet the snow monkeys paid them no mind, instead curling up with their arms over their heads, displaying a demeanor of profound reverence towards Han Li. Witnessing this scene, the Ren cultivator could not help but utter a soft gasp. Casting a curious glance at Han Li, might it be that you carry a high-tier simian spirit beast? Although these snow monkeys may seem trivial, their sensitivity to their own kind is remarkable, capable of instilling such fear. This suggests that your spirit beast is indeed extraordinary. The primate spirit beast I possess is indeed with me. However, it proves to be of little utility, as I seldom make use of it. Upon hearing these words, Han Li immediately discerned that the snow monkeys were exhibiting such fear due to sensing the wailing soul within the spirit beast pouch. Casually, he remarked without any intention of summoning the wailing soul. The Ren surname cultivator smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Thus, the two of them ventured into the Ice City. The main thoroughfare of the Ice City was exceptionally straight and broad, its surface covered by a thick layer of ice, leading directly to the city gates. From a distance, one could observe that the street was not overly crowded, predominantly occupied by low-tier cultivators clad in yellow and white garments. Along the sides of the street, the buildings were neatly aligned, and it would be more fitting to describe this place as a fortress rather than a city. Before Han Li could examine the surroundings in detail, the Ren surname cultivator transformed into a streak of light, soaring low towards the towering mountain. With a change of expression, Han Li followed suit, and shortly thereafter, they landed upon a frozen platform at the mountainside. From here, Han brother, you shall proceed on foot up the mountain, as the area above belongs to the inner palace, the Ren cultivator elucidated with a smile. Although he was also an elder of the inner palace, he too was bound by the palace regulations. Han Li nodded slightly in understanding, and the two ascended a glistening ice staircase that led upward. It was evident that there were not many disciples of the Zaijigang qualified to enter the inner palace, as they encountered only a few along the way. Upon seeing the Ren cultivator, each of these individuals approached respectfully to pay their respects, in contrast to his demeanor at the city gates. The elder of Zaijigang greeted all inner palace disciples with a smile, irrespective of their cultivation levels. Han Li observed closely and noted that regardless of their rank, each of these inner palace cultivators possessed remarkable talent. Moreover, along the journey, Han Li's expertise in formations allowed him to detect at least 3 or 4 formidable restrictions that would cause even him to feel a chill. That it seemed that Ziyagong must have at least one master-level formation grandmaster. This piqued Han Li's interest in Ziyagong even further, and he contemplated whether he should seek out this formation master for an exchange on formation matters in the future. While deep in thought, the Rin surname cultivator led Han Li down a winding and somewhat obscure path, ultimately arriving at the base of an ice wall towering several hundred feet high. Han Li examined the wall, his brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. That moment, the Rin cultivator raised his hand, producing a shimmering jade token. Silver radiance burst forth from the token, vanishing into the ice wall in a flash. After a brief moment, the ice wall trembled silently, gradually splitting down the middle to reveal a passageway 2 zhang wide. The Rin cultivator turned to Han Li and explained, "The structures atop the mountain that appear to be palatial are merely accommodations for the low-tier disciples of the inner palace. The true high-tier inner palace disciples reside within the coldly secret realm behind this wall. This is the true domain of our Ziyagong. Were it not for Han brother's friendship with junior sister Bai, I would not dare to easily bring outsiders here." Hearing the Rin cultivator's somewhat flattering remarks, Han Li offered a faint smile, though internally he remained unconvinced. The so-called coldly secret realm is likely well known among the cultivators of the northern lands. It has long ceased to be a mere secret. Otherwise, how could Bai Yao Yi have summoned me here directly, and how could she have so effortlessly led me to this place? This individual, who had never crossed paths with me before, now seemed to be making a strenuous effort to befriend me upon our first encounter. This peculiar behavior aroused a heightened sense of vigilance within Han Li. However, upon seeing the other party invite him inside, Han Li decided against being modest, and the two immediately walked side by side into the passageway. The corridor was not particularly long, spanning merely 100 zhang. As Han Li stepped out of the passage and cast a sweeping glance ahead, he could not suppress a look of astonishment. Lush greenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms surrounded him. He had stumbled upon a completely enclosed valley, encircled by towering walls. Exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished everywhere under the bright sunshine, creating an eternal spring ambience. This area stretched for several miles, entirely enveloped by verdant mountain walls, yet nestled against these cliffs were exquisite pavilions and towers. Crafted with unparalleled elegance, in the heart of the valley stood 3 grand halls constructed of white jade, occupying nearly 1/3 of the valley's expanse. Gazing at these 3 majestic structures, Han Li's expression subtly shifted, and a wave of trepidation surged within him. Chapter 1078. The Ice Spirit Fruit, the Void Sky Hall. Han Li inwardly exclaimed. These 3 white jade palaces, aside from their varying sizes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Void Sky Hall he had encountered amidst the chaotic star sea. Similarly fashioned from immaculate jade, they exuded an exquisite beauty and a faint iridescent glow. However, compared to the palace that had once floated in the void, these 3 halls were merely 1/3 of its size. Suppressing his astonishment, Han Li scrutinized the structures once more, ultimately confirming that he had not erred in his observations. The 3 grand halls undoubtedly bore some connection to the Void Sky Hall. Yet, the entrances were devoid of any plaques or inscriptions. With a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, Han Li casually remarked to the Rin surname cultivator, "Is this indeed the inner sanctum of the Shaoji Palace? It truly is a spiritual land of the mortal realm." However, these 3 halls seem to have aged somewhat. I wonder what stories lie behind their identical designs. What you refer to is the Void Spirit Hall, the Rin surname cultivator replied, casting a glance at the 3 grand halls. These halls have existed since the inception of our sect. It is said that they were constructed by the founding ancestor of our sect along with several friends using unfathomable powers, harboring a certain mystical essence within. Void Spirit Hall. Han Li muttered, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. That so? Brother Han, are you interested in them? However, unless a significant event occurs, these 3 halls remain sealed. Only with the unanimous consent of more than half of the elders can the Void Spirit Hall be opened. As for the reasons behind this, I must apologize for not being able to divulge such information lightly. The Rin surname cultivator said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he observed Han Li's fascination with the 3 grand halls. Noting the other party's expression, Han Li chuckled lightly and chose not to press further. Continuing to inquire could lead to suspicions of probing into the secrets of another sect, which was a considerable taboo. Moreover, even if the three halls were indeed connected to the Void Sky Hall, it bore no relevance to him. The most crucial treasure of the Void Sky Hall, the Void Sky Cauldron, was already in his possession. Daoist Han, please follow me. The Bai Ning Pavilion is over there. It appears that junior sister Bai holds Daoist Han in high regard. This pavilion is a place she has specifically designated for entertaining close friends, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. The Rin surname cultivator seems to possess considerable knowledge regarding Bai Yao Yi's matters. Is that so? I am truly taken aback. Han Li smiled faintly. The Rin cultivator chuckled softly and guided Han Li towards the side of the mountain wall, eventually landing in front of a 3-story pavilion. Each level towers over 10 zhang high, constructed entirely of verdant green wood, with a significant portion embedded within the mountain. Above the pavilion's entrance, a pale yellow plaque bears the 3 silver characters, Bai Ning Ge. As Han Li's feet touched the ground, a woman clad in white emerged from the pavilion to greet them. Greetings, Master Rin. Might this be Senior Han, the elegant woman, upon seeing the Rin cultivator alongside Han Li, paused momentarily before respectfully inquiring. Indeed, is Fairy Bai inside? Han Li replied with composure. My master has just concluded her seclusion and is currently stabilizing her spiritual power within the pavilion. She has specifically instructed her disciple to welcome Senior Han. I hope Senior does not take offense. The beautiful woman stepped aside to clear the path behind her, yet did not extend a similar courtesy to the Rin cultivator. Nephew Yin, I wish to see your master. There are matters I must discuss with her, the Rin cultivator stated without hesitation. Master Rin, this puts your nephew in a difficult position. You are aware that my master has long instructed not to meet with you again. Last time, when junior sister Gong allowed you to see her, she faced severe repercussions afterward. The beautiful woman did not appear surprised, but upon hearing this, she smiled wryly, her expression filled with concern. This time is different. I am here accompanying Brother Han. Surely your master would not refuse to meet him. The Rin cultivator's face flushed, but after a moment's thought, he boldly invoked Han Li's name. Han Li, taken aback, merely smiled. Unsure of how to respond, the beautiful woman displayed a hesitant expression. Yenner, allow your master Rin to enter. I would like to see him once more. A melodious female voice suddenly resonated from the pavilion. Unmistakably that of Bai Yao Yi. Command. Master Rin, please enter. The beautiful woman's demeanor relaxed. She stepped aside a few paces, no longer blocking Master Rin's path. Upon hearing Bai Yao Yi's voice, the Rin cultivator's face lit up with surprise. He immediately began to convey a message, seemingly attempting to communicate with Bai Yao Yi from outside the pavilion. Master Rin, if you have matters to discuss, it would be best to do so inside the pavilion. Leaving Daoist Han outside would not reflect well on our Shaoji palace. Bai Yao Yi's gentle voice echoed once more, showing no inclination to avoid Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li stroked his chin, smiling silently. This indeed has been my oversight. Brother Han, let us discuss further once we are inside. The Rin cultivator paused, then awkwardly addressed Han Li. Not at all. Brother Rin is clearly a person of genuine character. Han Li replied with a warm smile. Now he understood, at least partially, why the Rin cultivator had been so eager to establish rapport upon learning of his visit to Bai Yao Yi. It seemed he harbored deep feelings for her. This realization significantly eased Han Li's wariness. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, the two entered the Bai Ning Pavilion. The attic is not particularly spacious, measuring only a square area of slightly over 20 zhang in length and width. A modest set of bamboo table and chairs is present, with a delicate plate of pale yellow spirit flowers, unfamiliar to Han Li, placed in each corner. Each flower, the size of a fist, exudes a fragrant aroma, infusing the attic with vibrant spiritual energy, causing Han Li to steal a few extra glances. Bai Yao Yi has yet to descend immediately. But as soon as Han Li and his companion settle onto the bamboo chairs, a voice filled with apology drifts down from above. Brother Han, please wait a moment. My cultivation method is somewhat peculiar, and I will soon finish my meditation, allowing me to join my esteemed friend below. Brother Han, do not hesitate to sample our ice spirit fruit from the Shaojigong. As soon as this statement is made, a beautiful woman, well prepared, gently claps her hands. Instantly, two young women in white attire gracefully enter from the attic's exterior, each carrying a vermilion wooden platter adorned with a cluster of thumb-sized, glistening berries that resemble pearls in their roundness and allure. Setting the platters beside the bamboo chairs, The two women respectfully withdraw. The ice spirit fruit is a unique treasure of our Zhejiang. Even the elders within our sect receive only a few clusters each year. This fruit is deliciously sweet, containing an exceptionally pure icy spiritual energy. For cultivators practicing ice-related techniques, regular consumption can indeed be beneficial for their progress. Renbai glances at the fruit and begins to explain it to Hanli. She subsequently picks one and tosses it into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Observing her actions, Hanli naturally refrains from being courteous and similarly plucks a berry to savor as he bites down. A surge of icy energy swirls within his mouth. Undeniably a manifestation of pure icy spiritual power. Although Hanli does not cultivate ice-related techniques, possessing the violet extreme fire and the true yang fire, two of the coldest flames, he does not regard this slight chill with alarm. The moment this spiritual energy reaches his throat, it is absorbed completely. Instantly intrigued, he picks up another berry and tosses it into his mouth once more. Renbai, who has been observing Hanli, cannot help but change her expression slightly at this sight. That it is known that while the ice spirit fruit holds a significant reputation, its consumption offers benefits to any cultivator. However, for those not practicing both ice and fire techniques, there must be a transitional process to handle the icy energy. Otherwise, swallowing it recklessly could easily harm one's kidneys. Yet, Hanli, who previously emanated pure would attribute spiritual energy, boldly consumes this fruit without hesitation, which is quite unexpected. As for consuming two ice spirit fruits in succession, even a cultivator of fire techniques like him would not dare to do so, just as the Zhejiang elder is internally astonished. Footsteps resonate from the attic above, and a graceful woman in white descends the staircase. Hanli squints his eyes and immediately rises, laughing heartily. Fairy Bai, it has been over a decade since our last parting. I trust you are well. Sister Bai, you have finally deigned to meet me. Renbai exclaims joyfully as she stands. Since our last encounter, I knew Brother Han would not summon me without reason. I have been quietly awaiting your arrival in the sect for several years. Your visit today indeed exceeds my expectations. As for Brother Ren, if it were not for Brother Han, I would have truly preferred to avoid meeting you again. Bai Yaoyi smiled brightly at Hanli, but the moment she turned to face Renbai, her expression suddenly hardened, and her voice grew a touch brusque. This time, I have already found a solution. I will certainly not let my junior sister down, Renbai said, her words rushed and lacking context. Found a solution? If it's merely this matter, let us discuss it later, Bai Yaoyi replied, shaking her head. That is fine. In the future, I will seek another opportunity to elaborate on this matter with my junior sister. For now, I am already quite gratified that you are willing to meet with me. She continued. Renbai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication and said with a forced smile. Bai Yaoyi displayed no particular emotion, merely nodding as she took her seat at the main table of the loft. Hanli and the others followed suit, resuming their seats. Fairy Bai's cultivation has certainly advanced significantly compared to 10 years ago, Hanli remarked with a smile after observing Bai Yaoyi for a moment. Brother Han, you jest in terms of divine abilities. Even combining the strengths of two of us would still fall short of your prowess, Bai Yaoyi replied with a charming smile. She vividly recalled Han Li's performance in the Yinyang Cave in Kunlun Mountain. Hence her utmost respect and diligence toward him upon his arrival. Renbai's expression shifted upon hearing Bai Yaoyi's high regard for Han Li, prompting her to scrutinize him anew with a hint of surprise. Bai Yaoyi continued to Han Li. As early as 10 years ago, Brother Han mentioned visiting my palace. When you first spoke those words, it surely wasn't without reason, was it? Since you inquire so earnestly, I shall not withhold the truth. I have come to Shaoji Palace with a specific matter in mind, seeking to extricate myself from Fairy Bai's involvement, Han Li replied with a slight pause and a smile. Chapter 1079, Golden Wind Weasel. Brother Han, your assistance on that day was a tremendous favor. Please, do not hesitate to speak, Bai Yaoyi said without a moment's hesitation. For her, even if Han Li had not rescued her from the ice, the mere fact that he possessed formidable divine abilities comparable to those of later-stage cultivators would compel her to extend her utmost assistance. After all, she was more than willing to forge connections with such powerful practitioners. In truth, it is not a significant matter that I have heard that Beiming Island is abundant in Xianbing a type of spiritual herb, and I require it as a principal ingredient for a particular elixir. Thus, I had to make this trip, Han Li said nonchalantly. Xianbing is indeed not easy to find. While not many can utilize this spiritual herb, those that have aged considerably are still viable for harvesting. However, I can instruct my disciples to inquire whether any recent discoveries of Wan Yin Xianbing have been made, as this flower only thrives on newly discovered ice. This should not pose a problem. Bai Yaoi responded, her assurance evident upon hearing Han Li's request. It is truly wonderful that Fairy Bai is willing to lend her assistance. If this matter were left to me, it would certainly be quite troublesome. Han Li remarked, feeling a sense of relief as a smile spread across his face. This is but a trivial matter. However, it is likely that news will not emerge within a day or two. Since Brother Han has visited our Shaoji Palace, why not stay a while longer? I hold your divine abilities in the highest regard and would relish the opportunity to exchange knowledge with you, she said with a radiant smile. Han was also greatly intrigued by the esteemed palace's martial arts. It has long been said that among the various pinnacle techniques of the Zhejiang, those pertaining to the cold attribute are considered the finest in Dajin. Although my own cultivation does not align with the icy attributes, I believe that the myriad paths of the world are interconnected, and I would undoubtedly benefit immensely from your insights. Han Li smiled as he spoke thus. After exchanging a few words with me, the young woman and Han Li naturally fell into conversation. Given their similar realms of cultivation, it did not take long for them to engage in a discussion on their martial practices. Ren Bai, who was also in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, interjected at opportune moments, offering unique perspectives that enriched their dialogue. This led to a harmonious exchange among the three, where host and guest alike reveled in their conversation. After spending a good half-day in the loft, Han Li eventually felt that it would be inappropriate to intrude further on the young woman's time, having just emerged from her seclusion, and thus took the initiative to take his leave. Bai Yaoi, recognizing this, refrained from pressing him to stay, but immediately commanded the beautiful woman surnamed Yin to escort Han Li to the guest quarters for a temporary stay. She instructed that he should be notified at once upon receiving news of the Xianbing. Thus, Han Li received the young woman's assurance and, with a respectful clasp of his fists, followed the beautiful woman out of the loft. However, Ren Bai did not seem inclined to depart just yet, leaving one to wonder what further conversation might ensue between the two siblings. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman in the core formation stage, they headed straight towards another cluster of buildings adjacent to the mountainside. There, several exquisitely designed lofts of similar style awaited, presumably the so-called guest quarters. After surveying them from a distance, they approached one of the structures. The beautiful woman appeared well aware of Bai Yaoyi's regard for Han Li, thus maintaining a respectful demeanor towards him during their journey, answering his inquiries with candor that greatly pleased Han Li. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of a loft. Yet before they could step inside, a young maid with a cherubic face hurriedly emerged, dressed in the garb of a servant, her stature petite. "Greetings, Master Yin." The maid, seemingly recognizing the beautiful woman, rushed forward to pay her respects. "Hua Shizhi, this esteemed Senior Han is a distinguished guest of our ancestral master and will be residing here from now on. You must attend to him diligently, should there be any negligence. Our master will hold me accountable as well." The beautiful woman instructed with a serious expression that I shall do my utmost, the maid replied, startled by the gravity of her words. Unable to resist, she lifted her gaze to glance at Han Li, only to hastily lower her head again upon meeting his assessing look. Han Li smiled slightly at this. "Senior Han, if you find Hua Shizhi unsatisfactory, you may request a different attendant at any time," the beautiful woman said, turning to Han Li. "No need for that. She will suffice," Han Li replied, shaking his head as he strode into the loft. The two women promptly followed him inside. The loft was quite well appointed, but what pleased Han Li most was the presence of a simple barrier on the second floor, ensuring that any cultivator residing there could live without fear of being secretly observed. After dismissing the beautiful woman with a few words, Han Li settled in. To be honest, since departing from Zulianshan, he had hardly paused for breath, and it was indeed time for him to rest properly. Allowing himself to recuperate to his optimal state. For 2 consecutive days, with nothing pressing at hand, Han Li remained quietly seated on the second floor of the loft, diligently cultivating and refraining from wandering outside. For he was acutely aware that, while it appeared he was residing here at his leisure, unbeknownst to him, numerous high-ranking cultivators of the Zhejiang were secretly observing his every move. After all, the sudden appearance of an external cultivator at the Yuanying level in any sect would inevitably arouse suspicion. He had no intention of courting trouble. Even though his mind lingered on the news of the true Sunfire, he would not act recklessly until the Xianbing Dan was successfully refined in his estimation. The foremost priority was to lift the soul-sealing curse on Nangong Wan for the handmaiden assigned to attend to his needs. Aside from an initial exchange of words, Han Li had not given her any further instructions. Thus, as the third morning unfolded, he sat in tranquil meditation upon a cushion, motionless. Suddenly, a flicker of expression crossed his face, and azure light radiated from his being, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. As if something were shattering in succession around him, he then opened his eyes, his countenance darkening. Just moments prior, a brazen strand of spiritual consciousness had pierced through the restrictions of the loft, probing directly towards him, only to be rebuffed by his spell without ceremony. Yet, this consciousness was remarkably potent, seemingly on par with his own, likely belonging to a mid to late stage Yuanian cultivator. As Han Li's mind raced, contemplating how to address this situation, a delicate voice akin to that of an infant suddenly reached his ears. "Are you Han Dayu? I am the venerable Han Li Shangren. Would you care to meet?" Han Li's heart sank at the mention of Han Li Shangren, the esteemed elder of Zhejiang. This figure was shrouded in mystery. Although renowned throughout the northern territories for his formidable abilities, it was peculiar that no one had ever witnessed him in action. The ascent to the position of elder seemed to have occurred overnight. Although astonished, Han Li felt little trepidation towards a late-stage cultivator given his own prowess. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to meet the individual and responded to the hovering consciousness. "Since Han Li Daoyu extends such a warm invitation, how could I refuse? I shall pay my respects forthwith. Splendid. A spirit beast will soon arrive to escort you. Han Daoyu, please follow it to my abode. I shall await your esteemed presence." The elder, clearly pleased with Han Li's prompt agreement, adopted a much friendlier tone. In a flash of white light, the strand of consciousness dissipated. Han Li did not immediately set off. Instead, he remained on the ground, his gaze flickering thoughtfully for a while before gradually rising and descending the stairs. The doll-faced handmaiden was seated on a chair in the first level, engrossed in a jade slip. Upon noticing Han Li's descent, she was startled and rose abruptly. Han Li merely nodded at her and, disregarding her confusion, exited the loft. The handmaiden, utterly perplexed, was oblivious to the clash of spiritual consciousness that had just transpired above. Stepping outside, Han Li swiftly spotted what he sought. A small creature resembling a large cat, crouched atop a nearby sapling, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its fur shimmered as if crafted from pure gold. An extraordinarily striking sight. As he squinted to examine the small beast more closely, a look of astonishment gradually spread across his face. That a golden-winged lizard. This was indeed a remarkable creature. It is said that this creature is a twin beast. Whenever it stirs, it is invariably accompanied by both a male and a female. Its art of concealment is extraordinarily mysterious, yet I cannot discern the truth of this claim, Han Li mused to himself. His expression returning to normal, however, his gaze instinctively swept across the surrounding trees, finding nothing amiss. The golden-winged weasel seemed to have finally recognized Han Li's identity, emitting a low, murmuring sound. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared on a nearby small tree, from which another tiny beast sprang forth, measuring only half a foot in length, slightly smaller than the first. Han Li's heart tightened. Despite his formidable spiritual sense, he had failed to perceive how that small creature had concealed itself within the tree trunk moments ago. The two golden-winged weasels nuzzled their heads together before swiftly turning and darting off in a particular direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming it into a streak of azure light as he pursued the two beasts. In the midst of this chase, an astonishing scene unfolded. One of the golden-winged weasels momentarily flickered, vanishing without a trace right before Han Li's eyes. Startled, Han Li quickly cast his spiritual sense in the vicinity. Yet he could not uncover any sign of the creature. He inhaled sharply. Reluctantly, he infused his entire being's magical power into his eyes, causing his pupils to shimmer with a blue radiance as he scanned the area incessantly. At last, near the leading little beast, he detected an exceptionally indistinct figure that appeared almost invisible. It was the other golden-winged weasel, now cloaked in concealment. Realizing he could finally trace the movements of this elusive creature, Han Li let out a quiet sigh of relief. Otherwise, the presence of such an unknowable entity lingering nearby would have rendered him restless. The speed of the two golden-winged weasels was not particularly swift. They merely moved a fraction faster than the usual flight technique. Han Li found it effortless to trail them from a distance of about 10 zhang. Along the way, he encountered several cultivators from the inner palace. who paused in astonishment at the sight of Han Li's unfamiliar face. However, upon noticing the golden-winged weasels racing ahead, they quickly regained their composure and stepped aside, seemingly all too familiar with these creatures. Nevertheless, Han Li's nascent soul cultivation level elicited expressions of surprise from a few senior cultivators, though they dared not obstruct his path. Following the beasts, Han Li meandered through several buildings, ultimately arriving at a stone door set into the mountain's cliff. This stone door, while not particularly large, standing at 5 or 6 zhang, emitted a faint yellow glow, with runes continuously flickering across its surface, as though it had been sealed with an exceptionally powerful restriction. Han Li halted, narrowing his eyes as he ceased his pursuit. In the next moment, the pair of golden-winged weasels flickered and vanished into the stone door. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, the door shimmered and thundered open, revealing a crystalline passageway. The walls of this passage were encrusted with a thick layer of frost, resembling the entrance to an icy cavern. The two golden-winged weasels stood at the threshold of the passage, glancing back at Han Li with their twinkling eyes, exuding an air of intelligence. The previously invisible one revealed itself at that moment. Han Daoist, please enter. I am somewhat indisposed and cannot rise to greet you properly. A low chuckle resonated in Han Li's ear. Raising an eyebrow, Han Li wasted no time and strode forward, stepping into the passage. Upon catching sight of Han Li, the golden-winged lizard immediately turned and dashed down the corridor. Han Li, appearing calm yet anxious, followed closely behind. After navigating several twists and turns, he began to feel the chill within the passage intensifying. And suddenly it inclined downward. A thought flickered in his mind as he maintained his pace, unhesitatingly descending further. After a considerable span of time, when Han noticed that the temperature around him had plummeted to the point where his breath nearly crystallized, he finally arrived at the end of the passage. The golden-winged lizard swiftly darted into a misty hall. This grand chamber was entirely constructed of a semi-transparent jade-like stone, exuding a subtle cold radiance. Seemingly hewn from ancient ice, as Han Li stepped into the hall, he involuntarily shuddered from the sudden chill. However, his body soon ignited with a shimmering purple flame, rendering him unaffected by the temperature. Indeed, it was true. Han possessed the essence of extreme cold flames. A voice, tinged with surprise, resonated from the center of the hall. Startled, Han Li's gaze darted towards the source, and he involuntarily gasped, the Qianlan ice flame. In each corner of the hall stood a colossal crystal pillar, each large enough for a person to embrace, while in the center loomed a massive blue cauldron, measuring 5 to 6 zhang in diameter, from which wisps of pale blue flames wafted. The chilling aura and spiritual pressure emanating from it were unmistakably those of the Qianlan ice flame, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. Han Daoyu recognizes the Qianlan ice flame. Which surprises me even more, came a soft exclamation from behind the cauldron. A figure emerged, revealing a 3-foot-tall gnome, his face lined with deep wrinkles, a long white beard flowing from his chin, and clad in a blue robe, gazing at Han Li with a hint of astonishment. Are you the revered Han Li? Han Li's expression quickly returned to normal as he offered a slight bow. Indeed, I am Han Li. Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Han Li Shangren? Indeed, I am Han Li, the gnome replied. However, the name Han Li Shangren is merely a title bestowed upon the great elders of the Shaoji Palace throughout the ages. My true name is Shi Xiang, and few are privy to it. With a flicker of his gaze, the gnome addressed Han Li, then nonchalantly waved his hand, casting a spell upon one of the crystal pillars. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated several areas of the hall, and a few pale white cushions materialized in mid-air. I rarely entertain guests. I have not prepared any tables or chairs. I hope you can forgive me, the gnome said with a warm demeanor. Senior is too courteous. We practitioners of the Tao need not be so particular, Han Li replied with a gentle smile. Taking a few calm steps to settle upon one of the cushions, his gaze drifting back to the imposing cauldron, he then realized that the design of this cauldron bore a striking resemblance to the Su Tian Ding and possessed remarkable abilities. The Qianlan ice flame was contained within, its power restrained, with not a trace of its might escaping. Otherwise, this hall would have been frozen solid long ago, rendering entry impossible. Yet this only deepened the intrigue in his heart. Although we have yet to discuss anything in detail, my intuition tells me that you are most likely the person I have sought for many years. The gnome, Han Li Shangren, said sincerely, settling onto another cushion across from Han Li. Your words leave me quite perplexed. Might you elaborate on the purpose of my visit? Han Li inquired, suppressing the astonishment and uncertainty brewing within him. Brother Han, there is no need for excessive concern. I have invited you here because I have heard that you can nonchalantly consume 2 ice spirit fruits in succession, which pique my interest. However, seeing that you cultivate an extremely cold flame, there is no need for further testing. You are indeed the person I have been seeking, Master Han Li remarked with a broad smile. What does this imply? Han Li inquired, slightly pressing his lips together and furrowing his brow. May I first inquire about the name of the purple flame you possess? While I am familiar with several types of purple spiritual flames, I have never heard of one with an ice attribute. I hope you can enlighten me, Master Han Li asked with a serious demeanor. This bit of cold flame I possess was cultivated haphazardly. It lacks any formal designation. However, for convenience's sake, I refer to it as the purple extreme fire. It may not rival the Qianlan ice flame, but its potency is quite commendable, Han Li replied, lowering his gaze to the flickering purple flame on his body, speaking with a nonchalant tone, without understanding the true extent of the other party's abilities. He would not disclose the flame's genuine power. Yet, upon hearing Han Li's words, Master Han Li appeared quite pleased, responding with a smile that is not without merit. I observe that although this purple extreme fire seems to be unified, its icy spiritual power is rather mixed. It has indeed not undergone specialized refinement for ice attributes. Otherwise, its power could be enhanced further. Enhanced further? I specifically refined this flame back then. What more refinement is needed? Han Li expressed his surprise, momentarily taken aback. Haha, it seems Brother Han does not have a deep understanding of extreme cold flames. Such cold flames are rare in this world. However, each type can be further refined using special secret techniques to enhance their potency. Of course, the final increase in power depends on the level of refinement and the flame's inherent strength. Tio put it simply, if the Qianlan ice flame is refined to its utmost, it could easily amplify its power several times over. The dwarf said, stroking his beard and gazing proudly at the giant cauldron. Several times in power. Are you referring to flames that have undergone such purification? Han Li gasped, but then seemed to recall something. Suddenly raising a finger as a wisp of deep purple flame emerged, flickering incessantly. This was indeed a refined cold flame, though it appeared not to be completely purified. You must have forcibly compressed it using your magical power to achieve this. Correct? Such a reckless approach not only expends considerable magical energy, but likely only yields this single strand of pure flame. Master Han Li replied calmly, unfazed. Thank you for your guidance. Perhaps you could now elucidate the purpose of your visit? Han Li stated after a moment of silence, raising his gaze to the dwarf. Before addressing that, I have another question to pose. If you are familiar with the Qianlan ice flame, how did you recognize it at a glance? Have you encountered it elsewhere? Upon finishing his inquiry, Master Han Li's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on Han Li without blinking. Hearing this, Han Li felt a tumultuous surge within, yet maintained a calm exterior as he replied. I have merely seen a record of this ice flame in a certain tome. Due to its peculiar nature, it has remained etched in my memory. Upon discerning the intricate and nebulous connections between the Ziyajigong and the Shutian temple, and bearing the Shutian cauldron, he found himself reluctant to divulge such matters lightly. Observing Han Li's forthright response, Master Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet soon chuckled softly. It appears I have been overly cautious. The Qianlan ice flame can indeed be regarded as a unique possession of our Ziyajigong. It is highly improbable that such a flame exists elsewhere. Given this, I shall speak plainly. It is rather simple, and I trust you have surmised some aspects already. That I require the assistance of Brother Han's cold flame to aid me. As Master Han Li reached this juncture, his demeanor turned solemn, while Han Li listened intently, aware that he need not pose further inquiries, as the other party would undoubtedly continue. However, after a brief pause, Master Han Li's voice took on a note of curiosity as he inquired, Brother Han, what do you perceive regarding my cultivation level? Do you discern any distinctions when compared to the typical late-stage Yuaning cultivators? Distinct distinctions. It is without question that you are a late-stage Yuaning cultivator. Yet, in comparison to the formidable practitioners I have previously encountered, your spiritual sense and cultivation are markedly superior. In this regard, you seem somewhat different from the average late-stage Yuaning cultivator. Having received such an assessment, Han Li did not hesitate to scrutinize the other man with his spiritual sense, seemingly uncovering something, and hesitantly remarked, it appears that you have indeed reached the pinnacle of late-stage Yuan-ing cultivation, with but a half-step separating you from the transformation stage. However, You have lingered at this level for 3 centuries, employing various elixirs and secret techniques in an attempt to breach the bottleneck, ultimately placing one foot at the threshold of the transformation stage. The current state of your appearance is a consequence of a misstep in consuming an elixir. I see, Master Hanli replied calmly. You have already comprehended certain mysteries of the transformation stage. Hanli, astonished, found himself momentarily dazed. In this state, I am even more reluctant to make my presence known, having devoted myself to profound training and research into methods for transcending into the transformation stage. Yet, this thin veil separating me from advancement remains impenetrable. Nonetheless, the arduous efforts of these years have not been in vain. I have finally uncovered a method from several ancient texts that offers a chance of life after death. If executed correctly, I have at least a 30% chance of breaking through this bottleneck and entering the transformation stage. Is it the need for the extreme cold flame? Hanli inquired, maintaining his composure. If so, given the abundance of practitioners within your sect who cultivate ice and cold attributes, it should not be a challenge to find an elder skilled in the cold flame. Why then must you seek my assistance? However, this method necessitates the gathering of 5 Yuan cultivators, each trained in different cold flames, to assist me. Only with such ample stimulation from the extreme cold flames can I hope to seize the opportunity to advance to the transformation stage. Within Zhejiang, I can locate 2 more practitioners of differing cold flames. Among our allied sects and among scattered cultivators, I can find another 2. Yet, the final practitioner of extreme cold flame has eluded my search for decades. Until you, Brother Han, fortuitously appeared. Master Han Li's expression brimmed with excitement as he spoke. Chapter 1081. The 3 great cold flames. The requirement to gather 5 distinct types of extreme cold flames is indeed a remarkable endeavor. Otherwise, it would be quite improbable for sects such as Tai Gate or the Heavenly Demon sect to amass so many practitioners skilled in cultivating extreme cold flames. However, this method should only be effective for practitioners with a similar cultivation attribute. Correct? Hanli exhaled softly and inquired directly. Indeed, this method is indeed only effective for those who practice ice attribute techniques and possess extreme cold flames themselves. Among the other 4 individuals, 3 are also practitioners of ice attribute techniques. Only you and another individual have inadvertently obtained the cold flames, replied Elder Han Li with a furrowed brow. In that case, what price do you intend to offer for my assistance? Although I am unaware of the specific steps involved in this method of breakthrough, it undoubtedly poses a considerable risk to one's vitality, and there might even be dangers for the assisting party. A cold glimmer flashed in Han Li's eyes, though his face betrayed no unusual expression. Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness, Brother Han. Let us lay all conditions on the table for discussion. That would be most agreeable. As long as you are willing to lend your aid, feel free to propose any terms. I assure you, I will not refuse any request that I can accommodate, said Elder Han Li, his demeanor shifting from anger to delight upon hearing Han Li's words, seeing the other party's candidness. Han Li smiled lightly. Since you have spoken so openly, I shall not hold back. Firstly, for this method of stimulating a breakthrough, I require a detailed incantation that if the level of danger falls within my acceptable range, I shall certainly lend my assistance. Otherwise, even if you offer tremendous benefits, I would not take on excessive risks. Of course, the secret technique of this method would also serve as part of my remuneration for assisting you. No problem. I can guarantee that this method poses absolutely no danger and will not expose any assisting friends to risk. Naturally, some depletion of vitality is unavoidable. Elder Han Li confidently stated that a slight loss of vitality poses no issue for me. Furthermore, I trust you have heard of my purpose for this trip. I seek to procure some ice spirit flowers for alchemical purposes. Although I have already sought assistance from Fairy Bai, if you could also lend a hand, it would undoubtedly be easier, Han Li added with a gentle smile. This is but a trivial matter. I can mobilize the full resources of my sect immediately to help you find a sufficient quantity of ice spirit flowers. Elder Han Li responded without a hint of hesitation to Han Li's condition. Earlier, you mentioned the refined cold flame secret technique. I need to obtain a copy of the incantation to enhance the potency of the purple extreme fire. Certainly. Lastly, I have long heard that the Minor Extreme Palace is an ancient sect passed down since antiquity, that I harbor a keen interest in those ancient texts. Might it be possible for me to gain access to the scripture repository? Very well, I shall also agree to that. Elder Han Li hesitated briefly upon hearing Han Li's final condition, but after contemplating something, he ultimately nodded in acceptance. Given how readily you have agreed, it seems I must also contribute my efforts. Han Li's expression radiated satisfaction. Haha, please wait here for a moment, my friend, and I will first make a copy of the refined cold flame secret technique for you. The esteemed Master Han Li let out a dry chuckle. Appearing to seize the moment with fervor as he spoke, he then retrieved a white jade slip from his storage pouch and began to transcribe the incantation within. Han Li offered a subtle smile. Choosing not to interject, after a brief interval, Master Han Li completed his transcription, producing another jade slip alongside a jade pendant, which he tossed toward Han Li. Without hesitation, Han Li raised his hand and effortlessly summoned the three items into his grasp. The second jade slip contained a method devised by the old man for stimulating the realm. However, my friend, do bear in mind that this technique is exclusively beneficial for those at the late stage of the nascent soul. As for that jade pendant, possessing it grants you access to our esteemed Little Extreme Palace's scripture repository. Yet, I must clarify to you, dear friend, that while our repository boasts an immeasurable collection, each tome is safeguarded by special prohibitions against direct duplication. One can only memorize and peruse them at will. Furthermore, you shall be granted merely 10 days to glean what you can. After this period, the pendant will be reclaimed, and I trust you have no objections. Brother Han? Master Han Li regarded Han Li with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li found himself momentarily taken aback, yet upon glancing at the pendant in his hand, a wry smile crept upon his lips. 10 days it shall be. Then, having accepted these items, it would be unseemly to return them now. Had I foreseen this, I would have clarified matters beforehand. You truly are unwilling to incur even the slightest loss. My friend at IT, appears we are alike in this regard. Have you not also demanded rather exorbitantly at times? Master Han Li replied with a knowing smile, a visage of cunning wisdom. Having received these items, I shall not easily retract my decision. I shall first visit the scripture repository. Should any news of the ice spirit flower arise, you may seek me there. Han Li chuckled softly, subsequently rising to bid his farewell. I shall not impose on you to see me off. It will take me some time to gather the others. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to remain in our palace for a while. Should you have any requests regarding your cultivation, simply direct them to Sister Bai. I shall instruct her to do her utmost to accommodate your needs. Master Han Li stood as well, speaking earnestly. I appreciate your concern, my friend. Han Li replied politely, clasping his hands in gratitude, before enveloping himself in azure light and transforming into a streak of azure radiance that shot forth from the entrance. The azure glow vanished into the passage. The smile on Master Han Li's face gradually faded. That moment, two crystalline pillars in the corner of the hall shimmered with ethereal light, and from within emerged a man and a woman. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a blue scholar's robe and bore an unremarkable countenance. The woman, in her 20s, wore a white dress and possessed a striking beauty, bearing a resemblance to Bai Yao Yi. Yet her complexion was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, lending her an eerie quality. Master Han Li, this individual's purple flame has yet to be tested. Might there be complications? What if its potency proves insufficient? The man in the blue robe furrowed his brow as he spoke upon materializing. The cold flame within this person is somewhat mixed, but it appears to contain the Qin blue ice flame, whose power should not be underestimated. Alas, I can no longer afford to wait if I do not take this risk. I fear the opportunity may slip away forever. Master Han Li sighed deeply, shaking his head. Brother, is it truly impossible to extend your lifespan any further? As far as I am aware, it seems that the Valley of 10,000 Demons is once again stirring. For numerous disciples have begun to detect traces of low-tier demons around the periphery of Baiming Island. After all, among the recent batches of recruits and those returning to the palace, incidents of high-tier demons possessing individuals have also emerged. However, in accordance with your instructions, we have been secretly monitoring these individuals without alarming them. The middle-aged man in the green robe spoke with an expression of concern. Let us not act rashly and disturb the grass to reveal the snake. The timing seems opportune. It has been nearly a millennium since the last mass incursion of demons. The actions of the Valley of 10,000 Demons at this moment are not entirely unexpected. So there is no cause for alarm, the immortal Han Li remarked with a composed demeanor. Yet, at such a critical juncture, brother, is it not somewhat reckless to attempt a breakthrough? It would be wiser to repel these demons first before striving for advancement. The middle-aged man in green hesitated. Repel them? And how long must we wait for that? Throughout history, Whenever the Valley of 10,000 Demons has instigated an attack on our palace, it has not been uncommon for them to besiege us for over a decade with their demon formations. My lifespan, however, is but a fleeting few years. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Furthermore, if I achieve a breakthrough now, my fellow Taoist Ma and Li will also arrive at the palace, and with the addition of this Han surnamed Cultivator, we will have 3 more nascent soul allies at our disposal. Surely, they will not stand idly by while our palace is besieged by countless demons, the dwarf said calmly, stroking his beard. However, the cold marrow from our palace has already been stolen by that traitor. Would it not be more prudent to make this matter public? Why should we invite the wrath of numerous demons upon ourselves? The white-clad woman, who had remained silent until now, interjected with a voice as frigid as ice, reminiscent of a sculpture carved from frost. Junior Sister Bai, your perspective is far too simplistic. Not only would revealing this matter result in a loss of face for our palace, severely damaging our reputation as the foremost sect in the northern region, but do you truly believe that the demons would accept our claim that the cold marrow is gone? It would be utterly ineffective. You are all too aware that the millennial period is approaching once more, and the ice jade cave within the Void Spirit Palace is set to open. If fortune smiles upon us, we might yet gather some more cold marrow. The outside world speculates that our palace possesses only a single vial of cold marrow. Who knows that we have long begun utilizing the spiritual liquid for our cultivation? Otherwise, how could our 3 great cold flames continue to be cultivated by successive generations? The loss of that 1 vial of cold marrow occurred just before the opening of the Ice Jade Cave. Otherwise, for several generations to come, no one would be able to cultivate the 3 great cold flames. The immortal Hanli sighed, turning to gaze at the blue flames within the nearby cauldron, speaking with a hint of hope. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the green-robe cultivator could only manage a bitter smile. Very well. Both of you have made little progress with your refined black water ice flame and wind-departing ice flame. Once we obtain the cold marrow, you may take a few drops for yourselves. The greater the power of the cold flames, the higher the likelihood of my breakthrough. The immortal Hanli abruptly shifted the topic. Thank you, senior brother Hanli. The middle-aged man in green exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The white-clad woman maintained her icy demeanor, yet a flicker of delight shone in her eyes, indicating just how crucial the cold marrow was to them. Junior Sister Bai, please have Yao Yi investigate the background of this Han cultivator. He was also involved in the sealing event at Kunwa Mountain a decade ago, given that countless nascent soul cultivators perished during that incident. For him to emerge unscathed suggests that his abilities are indeed extraordinary. The immortal Hanli instructed the white-clad woman once more. I have informed my cousin about this matter. The woman in white replied coldly. That is indeed splendid. You two may also take your leave. The esteemed Master Hanli nodded in satisfaction. Consequently, the 2 women in white immediately bid farewell and transformed into 2 streaks of fleeing light. Soaring away, Master Hanli remained in place, momentarily entranced, before turning his gaze back, murmuring something towards the mouth of the colossal cauldron. Should anyone still linger in the hall, they would clearly hear the words Void Heaven Cauldron emanate from Master Hanli's lips. Chapter 1082. The Ice Sea Demon Beast Hanli, unaware of Master Hanli's utterance, found himself standing within a vast secret chamber. Before his eyes lay rows of exquisitely crafted stone platforms, each nearly a high, leaving him somewhat dazed. These platforms were densely packed, spanning 100 zhang at a glance, each adorned with shimmering multicolored light shields, within which lay several jade slips of varying sizes. At the opposite end of the chamber, a staircase leading upwards was prominently visible at the entrance. A thick, formidable barrier sealed it tightly. This was the esteemed palace's library. Hanli, taken aback, inhaled deeply before abruptly turning to an elderly man garbed in the attire of the Shaoji Palace, inquiring, "Is this true, senior?" "Indeed, esteemed one. Our library is divided into 7 levels, each housing distinct categories of texts, not necessarily implying that the higher levels contain more valuable tomes. Each level is separated by a barrier to prevent the jade slips from being confused by the disciples entering the library. Should you wish to access the next level, simply command me, and I shall remain outside awaiting your instructions," the elderly man replied, his demeanor humble, yet the spiritual pressure radiating from him revealed he was a mid-stage core formation cultivator. "Understood. You may take your leave." Hanli nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. "Yes." The elderly man respectfully acquiesced, retreating and deftly closing the stone door behind him. Now alone in the chamber, Han Li approached one of the light shields without reservation. Brandishing an item in his hand towards it, with a soft pop, the light shield shattered, revealing 3 jade slips upon the stone platform. Han Li casually picked one up, immersing his consciousness within it. At the same time, within the Bai Ning Pavilion, on the second level, 2 women in white stood facing each other. Engaged in conversation. One was naturally Bai Yaoyi, while the other was a female cultivator who had previously appeared at Master Han Li's residence. The two bore some resemblance, yet one exuded warmth and charm, while the other emanated an icy demeanor. I have already spoken with my second sister. As for this Taoist friend Han, my understanding is limited. Although he claims to be a wandering cultivator from overseas, later reports from the Yin Luo sect and the Tianlan Sacred Hall suggest he is a cultivator from the southern regions. His abilities rival those of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, having once contended with a silver-winged night demon in the Yin cavern without faltering. As for how he extricated himself from Kunlun Mountain, my knowledge is somewhat lacking, Bai Yaoyi remarked, standing by the window of the pavilion, one hand resting on the windowsill while the other gently caressed her lustrous black hair, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. Seventh sister, do not take offense. It is indeed astonishing that a mere mid-stage cultivator possesses such prowess, especially hailing from a remote place like the southern regions, which is truly hard to believe. The words of the woman in white, though delicately phrased, carried an icy chill, devoid of any emotion. Bai Yaoyi remained unfazed by her cousin's tone, understanding that it stemmed from her extreme cultivation methods. However, the woman's persistent inquiries about Han Li left a slight discontent in Bai Yaoyi's heart. My acquaintance with this individual is rather limited. We only met during my last outing, and thus I cannot divulge any further details. Nevertheless, what I previously conveyed to you was indeed the truth. What could have prompted the Grand Elder to take such an interest in Taoist Han? Taking a few steps away from the windowsill, Bai Yaoyi inquired languidly. It is nothing much. It is merely due to this person possessing an extremely frigid flame, which is precisely what senior brother Han Li has been seeking. Speaking of which, seventh sister should have been aware of this matter long ago. Why did she not mention it to us? The woman in white questioned with a cold glint in her bright eyes. I parted ways with him a decade ago and had no knowledge of whether he survived Kunlun Mountain. How could I rashly bring this matter to senior brother Han Li's attention? As for now, I initially intended to mention it after finding the ice spirit flower, but it seems that senior brother Ren has already discussed it with the Grand Elder. Bai Yaoyi replied dismissively. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Since this Taoist possesses such remarkable abilities, it would be prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with him, particularly regarding his purple cold flame. It is imperative to ascertain its true power. The woman in white spoke candidly. Understood. If the opportunity arises, I shall make an effort to probe into it. Bai Yaoyi's brows furrowed slightly as she begrudgingly acquiesced. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. There may be demonic creatures encroaching upon Baiming Island, so do remain vigilant. With that, the woman in white descended the stairs with an expressionless demeanor. Bai Yaoyi did not interject but gazed through the window, watching as the retreating light of the woman in white vanished from sight, her expression one of profound contemplation. Time passed swiftly. Han Li remained in the scripture pavilion of the little extreme palace for 7 or 8 days, not stepping outside even once, having perused numerous texts of great interest, which proved exceedingly beneficial. Yet, he had only managed to glimpse the 3rd tier of the texts. Reflecting on this, he could only lament the missed opportunities. The remaining time would likely suffice only for him to view the 4th tier of texts that on one particular day, while engrossed in a tome detailing rare spiritual herbs from ancient times. A flash of fiery light suddenly shot into the secluded chamber, appearing oblivious to the barrier at the entrance. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped at the void, drawing the fiery light into his hand, transforming it into a tumultuous fireball, a transmission talisman. Upon meticulously scanning the information within the flames with his spiritual consciousness, a look of delight spread across Han Li's face. He promptly placed the jade slip onto the stone platform, which immediately transformed into a streak of light as he descended the stairs. After a brief interval, a streak of azure light soared to the front of Bai Ning Tower, where a graceful woman stood elegantly, none other than Bai Yaoyi. As the light dissipated, Han Li materialized before her, urgently inquiring, "By Taoist, have you truly found the ice spirit flower?" "Indeed, it is true. I initially thought it would take at least a month to receive any news." Yet to my surprise, Han brother managed to persuade the Grand Elder. mobilizing such a considerable number of people to locate the position of this spirit flower. Consequently, the speed of the search has naturally increased several-fold. Bai Yaoi gazed at Han Li, a charming smile gracing her lips. This is splendid. Bai Xianzi is now quite at ease. Let us set forth at once. Han Li, suppressing the joy swelling within him, inquired. Of course, I am here precisely to guide you, Han Xiong. However, the location of the ancient ice we have discovered is rather distant, beyond the confines of Baiming Island. The journey there and back will likely take several days. Bai Yaoi pursed her lips playfully, letting out a gentle laugh. Hee, what is a mere few days? As long as we can procure the ice flower, Han shall certainly make the trip. After a hearty laugh, Han Li spoke without hesitation. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Bai Yaoi merely smiled, her expression bright and silent. Without further delay, the two departed from the Han Li secret realm and exited the ice city. They soared northward, and along the way, Bai Yaoi shared the specifics of the ancient ice with Han Li amidst their flight. "I in the lair of a pack of snow howlers," Han Li exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, the disciple who first discovered the ice was unfortunately detected by the snow howlers and was pursued over 100 miles, resulting in severe injuries, nearly leading to his demise. Bai Yaoi confirmed with a nod. "Oh, what level of beast are these snow howlers?" Han Li inquired, a flicker of interest igniting within him. "I fear I may disappoint you, Han Xiong. These beasts are merely 5th or 6th level and hardly worthy of your attention." Bai Yaoi replied with a smile. "5th or 6th level indeed lacks any significant value for capture," Han Li chuckled. "However, as we venture further, we shall be leaving Baiming Island behind, entering the Ice Sea. Here, it is far from being a realm dominated solely by beasts. Various creatures abound, and the farther we stray from the island, the higher their ranks become. Generally speaking, within a few days' journey, it is improbable for beasts above the 8th level to appear. So we needn't worry. Yet, deeper within the Ice Sea, many terrifying creatures dwell, and 10th level beasts are not unheard of. In fact, even the elders of the previous 2 generations have encountered a 10th level ancient ice phoenix in the depths of the Ice Sea. A true ancient spirit beast with a noble bloodline. Just one of these creatures could rival the majority of our Ziyagong's practitioners. Bai Yaoyi's tone grew grave. "A 10th level ice phoenix," Han Li exclaimed, startled by the revelation. "Fear not. Han Xiong. It is said that when our sect's founder established the school here, he had a fierce exchange with several of the most powerful beasts in the Ice Sea and established an agreement with them. Our Ziyagong is not to act against the high-level beasts of the Ice Sea, and in return, these high-level beasts are forbidden from venturing within 100,000 miles of Baiming Island. Should they do so, our Ziyagong's practitioners are free to deal with them. Lower-level beasts are not subjected to this agreement. Throughout the years, any beasts that have besieged our Ziyagong have come from other regions of the Great Jing. Were the beasts of the Ice Sea to intervene, our Ziyagong would have been trampled countless times by now. This has been the case from ancient times to the present. Otherwise, how could our Ziyagong stand firm on this peninsula until now?" Bai Yaoi elucidated. "Such a situation exists. If that is the case, our journey should pose little risk," Han Li remarked, astonished, yet a smile broke across his face. "That is not necessarily the case. Agreements are merely agreements." Bai Yaoi cautioned. From time to time, high-level demonic beasts would surge forth with a violent fury, recklessly intruding without a care for anything. Consequently, it has become almost an annual occurrence for disciples of the palace to meet their demise at the hands of these beasts. It is prudent for us to exercise caution on this journey." Bai Yaoi shook her head and remarked, "After only a few days of travel, we shall soon return. How could it be so fortuitous?" Han Li glanced down at the crystalline glacier and replied nonchalantly. Immediately, a brilliant blue light emanated from him, and his speed of escape surged by another third. In truth, Bai Yaoi shared a similar sentiment. She had merely been voicing her thoughts moments ago. Observing the situation, with her bright eyes shimmering, a chilling light radiated around her, and she swiftly caught up. Throughout their journey, they indeed encountered no signs of any high-level demonic beasts, and the vastness of the icy sea meant that even low-level beasts were scarcely seen. Thus, after 3 days and nights of relentless flight, they finally arrived above a massive ice crevice. Chapter 1083. The Ice Savage Beast. Is this the den of the snow howler beast? Han Li gazed at the unfathomable depths of the ice crevice, from which a piercing cold wind incessantly blew. Indeed, this is precisely the location described by the disciples of our palace. The enchanting Bai Yaoi floated beside Han Li, casting a few glances around before affirmatively stating, "In that case, Let us draw them out directly. Han Li nodded, forming a hand seal with one hand. Instantly, spiritual light flickered around him, and tiny sparks appeared before him. With a few soft pops, the sparks suddenly swelled into fist-sized crimson fireballs. Go! With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, dozens of fireballs were propelled forward, enveloped in a crimson glow, plummeting down into the dark abyss of the crevice. Vanishing from sight, Han Li and Bai Yao remained fixated on the depths below, not daring to blink. However, after a considerable duration, the crevice remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any explosive sounds, creating an unsettling silence. Han Li and Bai Yao exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of surprise. It is improbable that mere 5th or 6th level beasts could silently absorb these fireballs. It seems there are even more formidable beasts lurking below. Han Li stroked his chin and mused. Perhaps the disciple from our palace did not venture deep into the crevice. They merely glimpsed the ancient ice and ice flowers at the edge before being discovered by the snow howler beast. Bai Yao Yi's expression turned solemn. Hee, no matter. I shall use my spirit beasts to force them out. Han Li remarked casually, slapping a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, 12 beams of white light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling in the air to transform into a multitude of foot-long snow-white centipedes, each adorned with transparent wings, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Han Li emitted a low whistle, pointing towards the 6-winged frost centipedes in the air. As these flying centipedes waved their heads and tails, a series of chilling lights enveloped them, and they darted downward into the crevice. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Yao Yi's face. Yet she refrained from voicing any objections. Han Li was unperturbed by the potential dangers these 6-winged frost centipedes might face, for even when confronting an 8th-level beast, they could effortlessly extricate themselves as a united force. Indeed, it was not long before the sounds of a thunderous battle erupted from within the crevice, growing increasingly louder, as if something were about to emerge from its depths. Han Li pressed his lips together, and with a silent flourish of his sleeves, over a dozen golden rays shot forth from his cuffs, transforming into several golden swords, each about a foot in length, which then hovered majestically above the icy fissure. Shimmering brilliantly and remaining utterly still, Bai Yao Yi smiled, yet made no move to attack, clearly believing that Han Li could effortlessly handle the impending beasts emerging from below. Moments later, a peculiar roar echoed from below, followed by a blustering flurry of snow-laden winds, within which emerged several snow-white beasts resembling lions, each bearing an expression of sheer terror, as if fleeing for their lives. Han Li instantly recognized that these lion-like creatures were the so-called snow howlers. Without hesitation, he urged his sword technique, causing several golden swords to quiver and transform into radiant golden rainbows that shot downward with remarkable speed, cutting through the seemingly ferocious snow winds, reaching the vicinity of the beasts in an instant. Before the creatures could react, the golden rainbows encircled them in an eerie manner that a few anguished cries were heard as the beasts were cleaved in two, their remains cascading downwards, plummeting back into the icy depths. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from below, followed by a colossal sound as a massive whirlwind surged skyward from the depths of the ice fissure. Han Li squinted, gazing upwards, where he beheld a towering beast. Its eyes filled with fury. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the slain snow howlers, but had a shimmering silver coat and was easily over twice their size. This is not a snow howler, but an ice-fierce beast. How could such a high-tier creature appear here? Bai Yao Yi exclaimed in surprise, seemingly bewildered. Han Li's gaze flickered, and before he could say anything, over a dozen streams of white vapor erupted from the ice fissure, swiftly transforming into 12 snow-white centipedes, exhaling frigid air as they lunged toward the silver-haired beast. Although this beast appeared to be only a 7th-tier creature, it seemed impervious to the biting cold of the 6-winged frost centipedes, engaging in a ferocious melee, managing to stalemate against all 12 of them. Han Li raised an eyebrow, huffing coldly, his finger lifted as azure light flickered at his fingertip, preparing to command the flying swords above to descend and slay the beast. However, Bai Yao Yi suddenly interjected, "Wait, fellow Taoist, please show mercy. This ice-fierce beast is a rare specimen of ice wind attribute. Allow me to capture it for future use," taken aback by her words. Han Li swiftly dismissed the notion with a smile. "In that case, I shall assist you in subduing it. There's no need for you to intervene further." With that, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that transformed into a lifelike firebird, about a foot in size, which soared toward the top of the whirlwind with a vibrant cry. Upon seeing the approaching purple bird, the 12 snow-white centipedes scattered in fear, leaving the silver beast isolated in its plight. Though the ice beast was not fully awakened in intelligence, it possessed a certain degree of awareness. Upon witnessing the situation, it immediately sensed the terror of the purple firebird and was poised to harness the fierce winds to flee. However, at that moment, Han Li, who had been prepared, let out a cold snort, his eyes shimmering with a crystalline light. The beast instantly felt a piercing pain in its head, akin to being stabbed by a sharp cone, and let out a low growl before collapsing to the ground. Han Li had delivered a powerful mental strike, rendering the creature momentarily dazed. Even though he did not exert all his strength, his formidable divine sense, comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was more than sufficient for a mere 7th-level demon beast to withstand, thus ensuring his success with a single blow. Seizing this opportunity, the purple firebird swooped in front of the beast, swirling and dancing gracefully. A crackling sound erupted as a mist of purple light materialized, enveloping the beast within. The firebird then extended its wings and shot back, vanishing into Han Li's body. Once the purple mist dissipated, a massive block of purple ice, standing 10 zhang tall, emerged, with the ice beast encased within. As the tempest subsided due to the beast's confinement, the ice block began to plummet. White Yaoi, who had been somewhat astonished by Han Li's purple fire, instinctively reached out with a single hand, conjuring a large white hand that appeared above the ice block, grasping it firmly and drawing it directly towards her. "Thank you, Brother Han," she said with a gracious smile. "I shall not be polite." With a flick of her jade finger, a shimmering, faintly black spirit beast pouch suddenly appeared. She raised it into the air, where radiant light swirled forth, absorbing the massive ice block along with the silver demon beast into the pouch. As White Yaoi's face lit up with satisfaction, Han Li offered a subtle smile and pointed at the 12 snow-white centipedes swirling in the air. With a series of hissing sounds, these centipedes unleashed bursts of frigid air and swiftly concealed themselves from view. Observing this, White Yaoi was momentarily taken aback. Han Li casually explained, "When refining pills with ice spirit flowers, I prefer not to be disturbed by low-tier demon beasts, with these spirit insects guarding the vicinity. It should be much safer." White Yaoi naturally smiled sweetly, nodding in agreement. The two then transformed into azure and silver streaks of spiritual light, descending into the vast ice crevice. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with chilling winds swirling incessantly around them, reminiscent of their earlier venture into the Yin-Yang cave. However, as they neared the bottom, a faint, luminous glow began to appear along the crystalline walls of the crevice. These glimmers indicated the presence of ordinary profound ice, the material for crafting ice-based artifacts. Though not particularly rare, only 10,000-year-old profound ice could be deemed exceptional for refining. Naturally, Han Li and his companion had no interest in such inferior materials. Yet, upon setting foot at the bottom of the crevice, a crystalline vein radiating a milky white light revealed itself before them. Though uneven and only partially exposed, it was evident that these were veins of 10,000-year-old profound ice, vastly superior to the inferior specimens above. Han Li's gaze, however, was drawn to 3 delicate white flowers blooming along the crystalline wall. These delicate blossoms, no larger than a clenched fist, might easily be mistaken for ordinary wildflowers found along the roadside. Yet their roots are nestled within patches of exposed, ancient ice, partially revealed beneath the surface. Nearby, wisps of ethereal mist swirl around the petals, creating an enchanting atmosphere. 3 ice spirit flowers should suffice. Han Li exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, "The ancient ice here appears to be abundant. It seems that disciple has indeed made a significant contribution that I must reward him handsomely upon our return," he thought, as Bai Yao inspected the ice crystals, a smile gracing her features. "These ice spirit flowers must be refined into pills immediately. I have already prepared the other materials," she stated. "Are you planning to return first, or?" Han Li's gaze shifted from the ice spirit flowers to Bai Yao as he inquired, "Brother Han, how long will it take you to refine the pills? Perhaps I shall take a stroll in the vicinity. It seems peculiar that a 7th-level beast like the ice ferocious beast would appear so close to Baiming Island. I should take this opportunity to investigate." Bai Yao mused thoughtfully before responding gently, "That would be wise. However, do exercise caution, Miss Bai," Han Li replied, slightly taken aback, but refraining from further protest. merely offering a word of advice. Rest assured, Brother Han. I am merely taking precautions. Most likely, this 7th-level beast has inadvertently wandered into this area. Such occurrences are not unprecedented, she reassured him with a smile that revealed a hint of alluring charm. With that, she transformed into a streak of dazzling light, soaring upward and vanishing from sight. Chapter 1084. Two demons. Han Li looked up at the radiant streak until it disappeared from the sky, then lowered his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he tapped his storage bag, unleashing a flurry of colorful lights that darted into the surrounding crystalline walls, vanishing without a trace. The faint blue mist materialized, enveloping the nearby area. Upon completing this, a resonant hum arose as a swarm of golden insects erupted from Han Li, transforming into glimmers of gold that disappeared into the mist. With this, as long as he did not encounter a beast of overwhelming strength, he should be able to refine the ice spirit pills without hindrance. Feeling reassured, Han Li raised his hand and summoned a cauldron the size of a fist, shimmering with silver light, which gently settled before him. Subsequently, an array of wooden boxes and small bottles emerged from his storage bag, cluttering the ground. Han Li then turned his attention to the crystalline wall. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 beams of golden light shot forth, encircling the 3 small flowers atop the ancient ice. In an instant, the ice, along with the blossoms, tumbled downwards. Prepared for this, Han Li directed a point towards the ground, causing 3 jade boxes, each the size of a palm, to vanish from sight, only to reappear mysteriously beneath the crystalline wall a moment later. The 3 white flowers, untouched, fell safely into the boxes. A look of satisfaction crossed Han Li's face as he suddenly formed hand seals and unleashed a series of spells towards the surrounding blue mist. The mist writhed and rolled, swiftly spreading outward until it completely submerged the bottom of the ice fissure, rendering its interior invisible. Above, the cold wind howled, but otherwise, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Thus, time passed slowly, and before long, 3 days had slipped by. At this moment, the base of the ice fissure remained shrouded in dense blue mist, showing no signs of dissipating, as if it were destined to linger eternally. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the distant horizon, and 3 streaks of escape light shot forth, one ahead of the other, darting swiftly from afar, reaching the vicinity of the icy crevice in mere moments. The foremost silver streak approached hastily, its radiance somewhat dim, suggesting that its master was gravely injured. Trailing behind, 2 other streaks, one red and one green, blazed with brilliance, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clearly, there existed a dynamic of pursuit and flight among the 3. As the spiritual light dimmed, a slender figure in a white garment emerged from the silver glow, a woman with a pale complexion, shrouded in a faint green aura. It was none other than Bai Yao Yi, who had departed 3 days prior. It was uncertain what calamity had befallen her, leading to her being pursued to this point, appearing as if afflicted by a potent toxin that even her mid-yuan in cultivation could not suppress. Upon reaching the expanse above the icy crevice, she anxiously peered below, and upon catching sight of the swirling blue mist barrier, she let out a sigh of relief, her expression visibly relaxing. However, at that moment, the red and green streaks of light closed in to within 100 paces, and a man's voice resonated from the green glow. "What is this? Acknowledging your peculiar affliction, have you finally chosen to cease your flight? If you surrender obediently, this heavenly sovereign may yet spare your life." The voice was chilling and grating, laced with a tone of triumph. Bai Yao Yi scoffed coldly, disregarding the taunt as she dove headlong into the mist below. And soon the silver light flickered a few times before vanishing into the haze. In the next moment, the 2 streaks of light arrived above the icy crevice, revealing a man and a woman amidst the brilliance. Upon seeing the blue mist below, both paused, momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying hesitation. These 2 were transformed beast spirits, their intelligence fully awakened, rivaling that of humans. Noticing that Bai Yao Yi had ceased her flight and instead sought refuge within the barrier below, a sense of suspicion arose in their minds. Just as they resolved to carefully probe the icy crevice with their spiritual consciousness, a sudden surge of white mist enveloped the surroundings, revealing 12 snow-white centipedes, each sprouting a pair of wings, their appearance grotesque and formidable. 6-winged frost centipedes, exclaimed the woman in the red glow, her form trembling with surprise, her voice quivering slightly. "What? These are the 6-winged frost centipedes." The man cloaked in green was equally astonished. "Splendid. As long as I devour these spiritual insects, the convergence of yin and yang shall significantly enhance my cultivation." The woman cackled with a harsh laughter, flames erupting around her as she unleashed a dozen fiery serpents, each a foot long, sprouting wings and spewing flames as they charged toward the centipedes. In an instant, fire and cold intertwined, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks amidst the explosive chaos. At that moment, the red glow condensed, revealing the woman in clarity. She possessed a slender figure, her emerald eyes gleaming with a hint of allure, yet adorned with several crimson scales upon her cheeks. She was clad in a vibrant red robe, and from her mouth, a slender serpentine tongue flickered unpredictably. She was a seventh-tier beast, a shape-shifted unknown serpent, her greedy gaze fixated upon the six-winged frost centipedes. Just as she prepared to personally subdue each centipede, a sudden humming sound emanated from below, followed by a burst of golden light that shot forth from the blue mist, coalescing into a massive golden cloud. Soaring directly toward the two demons in the air, the man enveloped in green light was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Jin Yun, yet he wasted no time in sweeping his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of emerald mist that surged forth like a coiling dragon, engulfing Jin Yun entirely. He let out a cold chuckle, anticipating the moment when Jin Yun would be reduced to foul water by his toxic cloud. He suddenly realized that the buzzing sound had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it surged forth from the green mist, hurtling toward him. This revelation struck him with considerable alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pivoted, causing the surrounding green light to detach from him and morph into a towering wall of flames, which rolled toward Jin Yun. Instantly, wherever the viridescent fire swept through, the buzzing faltered, only to be replaced by a crackling sound, as countless golden insects, cloaked in green flames, plummeted downwards. The remnants of Jin Yun's form fragmented into disarray, revealing a multitude of golden beetles, each wobbling unsteadily in the emerald blaze, barely managing to struggle. Witnessing this, the man felt a sense of relief wash over him, but then a sudden realization struck him. He scrutinized the remaining beetles with growing horror. Golden devouring insects. How could there be so many of them in this world? No longer shrouded by the green light, the man revealed a grotesque visage, disheveled green hair, eyes the size of beans, and a mouth that stretched nearly to his cheeks, filled with rows of tiny, sharp teeth, making it impossible to discern what sort of beast he had become. His exclamation escaped his lips. The plummeting golden devouring insects buzzed back to life, taking to the air, while the green flames enveloping them visibly diminished. As they voraciously consumed the fire, the man's expression darkened further. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared above the golden devouring insects, and a woman, transformed from a serpent, emerged from the void. With a swift motion, she opened her mouth and expelled a misty azure substance, which took the form of a massive blue wooden bowl that descended upon them. The bowl expanded exponentially, simultaneously releasing wisps of azure that coalesced into an enormous protective dome, encapsulating all the golden devouring insects beneath. The golden beetles, having freed themselves from the green flames, crashed desperately against the luminous barrier, yet to no avail, finding themselves utterly ensnared. At this juncture, the serpent woman turned her head coldly toward the man and said, "What is there to fear? Do you truly believe these are the mature forms from ancient times? As long as they have not fully matured, there are indeed methods to eradicate them. If to validate her assertion, she suddenly pointed a slender finger downward and flicked it. Instantly, a piercing sound reverberated through the air as a needle-thin beam of glaring red light shot forth, piercing the azure dome and slicing through one golden devouring insect. The insect, as resilient as steel, was silently cleaved in two, effortlessly severed by the red light, which then revealed its true form, a sharp, crimson scale from a serpent, razor-edged and menacing. Witnessing this scene, not only did the man's expression relax, but even the woman herself could not suppress a grim smile, as she formed a hand seal, causing a series of popping sounds to resonate, unleashing over 100 identical serpent scales from her body. This serpent woman seemed intent on disregarding the six-winged frost centipedes entangled with the fire serpents, aiming to eliminate the golden devouring insects first and foremost. At that moment, a chilling snort suddenly emanated from the blue mist beneath the ice fissure, followed by a thunderous roar echoing from within. In a flash, a figure appeared, shimmering with silver light, about 20 paces away from the serpent demon. The serpent demon, ever vigilant, swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling its demonic energy. causing the serpent scales before it to shift direction and slice through the void towards the figure, aiming to pierce it with a myriad of wounds. The figure let out a light, mocking laugh. With a nonchalant flick of a hand, a glimmering silver shield appeared before it. With a gentle shake, a mirror-like silver barrier materialized mysteriously. An astonishing scene unfolded as a dense array of crimson rays struck the silver barrier, instantly erupting into dazzling silver light. These crimson rays, upon contact, were deflected in various directions, failing to penetrate the barrier even once. The serpent demon, now transformed into a woman, was taken aback, while the man beside her revealed a fierce expression. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of emerald green poisonous mist, which, upon closer inspection, contained subtle strands of green silk darting within. These were toxic needles, a result of the demon's arduous cultivation over thousands of years, capable of inflicting grievous harm even to late-stage nascent soul cultivators if not swiftly neutralized, transforming them into venomous liquid in mere moments. Truly a remarkable poison. Yet, the man behind the silver barrier, with a similar flourish of his sleeve, sent forth a small crimson tripod that shot out from the barrier. With a resonating chime, the tripod expanded, its lid opening on its own, releasing countless crimson fireballs. Each fireball was no larger than a fist, which then coalesced and transformed into hundreds of crimson fire crows that squawked noisily, charging directly into the oncoming torrent of green poisonous mist. Upon their collision, both the mist and the toxic needles contained within were engulfed by the crimson spiritual flames of the fire crows, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, swiftly succumbing to the flames. The figure was undoubtedly Han Li, and the crimson tripod was the spirit-connecting fire tripod he had acquired on Kunwa Mountain. The thousands of young fire crows it commanded were excellent tools for countering Yin and evil techniques. And upon its summoning, its power was immediately evident that a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Han Li's eyes, and he felt a surge of satisfaction as he gently shook his sleeve, causing a tricolored glow to silently descend into his hand. Indeed, a person like Li Hong, who viewed laws as mere trifles, would hardly adhere to any traffic regulations. Could it be that his unremarkable younger brother was actually valued by Mr. Qin? Was he truly worthy of being personally persuaded by him? Tianjing Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in Zhonghai City, renowned far and wide throughout the entire nation of Huaxia. What was there to fear? Mayor was not an outsider. He had yet to have his fill of her. Yojia continued to assert her dominance, pinning Li Chunyang firmly to the ground. Taking the initiative, she made others believe she had a rift with her mother, even ignoring her calls. Although she harbored numerous grievances against Ho Kuching, she would never deliberately provoke her mother by ignoring her calls. Am I being overly tedious? Suddenly, Li Hong turned to look at Xiao Yanzheng. Why? Yin Moxie was not disheartened by Lu Qianma's words, for he remained enraptured by the delightful sentiment of I think I have fallen in love with you. As long as he occupied a place in her heart, he was confident that he could dispel her concerns through his actions. Commander Tong, rest assured, her visit this time is solely to offer assistance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should not encounter her again thereafter, Lang Yin said, wearing a demeanor of good-naturedness. Yet his words were laced with a protective undertone towards Mo Shantuan. Unwilling to even utter a semblance of superficial politeness, the sudden silence astonished Luo Anning further. She turned to gaze out the window, her heart a tumult of unease. What did Li Hang's earlier remarks truly signify? What was the matter with him? The sword Qi, capable of effortlessly extinguishing the Tao, dissipated naturally over a distance of more than a yard from Lin Feng, inflicting not the slightest harm upon him. Your Highness, the winter garments prepared for you within the mansion are ready. The princess requests your presence for a fitting, a servant from the Wangfu hurriedly announced. The adversary encountered this time was overwhelmingly formidable, so much so that Chu Ming found himself devoid of any means to contend with it. Well done, he remarked, engaging in conversation with the dark-haired child, as they sought to understand one another. The moment Lu Qingqing stepped out of the reception hall, her piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Luo Hao. From a self-serving standpoint, although Li Ji was still young, he possessed skills that could only be described as miraculous. In a short span, the Zhuansuan family had thoroughly grasped his every move through Gongkong. Cheng Yi fell silent. Though she held hope in the medicine provided by Madame Lu, she dared not truly believe it could yield offspring with Lin Yang. However, what assistance would this provide in their escape from the Buddhist pagoda? Chu Ming still found himself perplexed. Why was the esteemed class of Pingzi convening here? And why was Long Hao, of exceptional rank, also present, mingling so closely? Had he not discerned the perilous situation surrounding Sasaki? Even Sasaki, who had been wailing in agony, cast a dazed glance toward the boy nearest to him. "Very well. Once you have concluded your matters here, we shall set forth. Our first destination will be the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts in the Flame Empire to the west of the continent," declared Shui Huang emphatically. "To be honest, I am utterly at a loss as to what to write," remarked Ito Sojin as he followed Pingzi into the elevator. The moment Lung Yi uttered the word run, the twin butterflies began to flap their enormous wings, with one person and one butterfly soaring towards the precipice amidst the sound of rushing winds. This era will inevitably belong to the youth. For individuals like you, the primary task is not to engage in research and development, but to instruct these young engineers in the craft of innovation. That I hope you grasp my meaning," Heng Yu stated. In Volume 6, Chapter 1085, titled The Phantom of the Ice Sea, before the fiery inferno formed by the fire crows could engulf the opposing side, Han Li's wind and thunder wings suddenly flared to life, and he transformed into a silver arc, vanishing from his original position. The man, witnessing the dissolution of the toxic mist, was filled with astonishment and fury. Upon seeing this turn of events, he was taken aback and hastily released his spiritual sense, simultaneously forming hand seals to shoot forth a green net, resembling a spider's web, which enveloped a radius of over 10 yards centered around himself. Just then, with a resounding crack of thunder, Han Li materialized several feet behind the MAN result. The green net quivered and descended like a flash of lightning. With a resounding boom, a golden electric net manifested around Han Li, unexpectedly countering the green net. As soon as the green threads made contact, they disintegrated into nothingness. The male demon was taken aback, his body radiating brilliant light as he prepared to flee at that moment. A surge of tricolored flames shot forth without hesitation. The man's protective aura flared brightly, and he attempted to use it to momentarily withstand the flames, hoping to buy himself some time to escape. However, with a dull thud, the tricolored halo erupted between them. As the blinding halo pulsated, it enveloped the man within its confines. That a scream of agony followed, as he was engulfed by the tricolored flames, instantly transforming into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. The power of the three flames was such that even the silver-winged night demons dared not confront it head-on, let alone this mere 8th-level beast. This scene sent chills down the spine of the snake demoness, who had been unable to intervene in time. Although her powers surpassed those of the man slightly, she knew that since Han Li could effortlessly annihilate her companion, dealing with her would pose no significant challenge. Without a moment's thought, the demon unleashed a brilliant red light that erupted in a loud bang, conjuring several crimson fire serpents that shot off in every direction. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but a cold smile soon graced his lips as he concentrated his spiritual energy into his eyes, unleashing a piercing blue radiance that locked onto one of the fire serpents. With a flick of his wind thunder wings, he vanished into thin air amidst the thunderous roar. Silver light flickered as he executed several lightning-fast movements, reappearing above the fire serpent, his gaze, icy and unyielding, fixed upon the creature. The crimson fire serpent, upon seeing this, was struck with terror, and without a second thought, it opened its maw wide, releasing a sphere the size of a thumb, enveloped in red light, aimed directly at Han Li. This was the fire demon core that the serpent had painstakingly cultivated for countless years. Han Li pressed his lips together, a faint smile flickering across his face, as he reached out with one hand towards the sphere with a gentle grasp. With a sizzling sound, a surge of purple flames shot forth from his palm, transforming into a purple fire hand that seized the sphere. The sounds of explosions echoed within the grasp, as red light and purple flames intertwined and flickered before falling silent. The fire serpent trembled, its fiery exterior dimming significantly in a state of alarm. It prepared to employ its escape technique once more. However, at that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Han Li's eyes. With a swift gesture of his hands, the purple fire hand expanded dramatically and reached downward to grasp the serpent. Before the serpent could react, it felt a chilling sensation enveloping its entire body, rendering it immobile. A sense of dread washed over it as it realized that the purple hand had not even made contact. Yet it was already ensnared by tendrils of purple cold energy wrapping around it in successive layers. Although these icy tendrils could not genuinely bind a creature nearing the 9th level, the brief delay allowed the purple hand to descend upon it. In desperation, the serpent expelled a fireball infused with its essence, but it merely caused the flames on the purple hand to flicker slightly before the hand seized it at the throat. Layers of purple ice spread forth, extinguishing the last flicker of flame on the serpent's surface, entombing it in a colossal block of ice that shimmered with purple light under the sun. Resplendent and enchanting. Only then did the purple hand vanish into thin air. With a flick of his flowing sleeves, Hanli sent forth a dozen beams of golden light, encircling the purple ice in a graceful dance. As the golden radiance flickered, the colossal ice, along with the fiery serpent within, shattered into numerous fragments, and a beam of green light shot forth. However, Hanli, ever prepared, invoked his sword technique, causing several golden arcs to simultaneously launch from the flying sword surrounding him, forming a golden net that ensnared the green light within. The golden arcs then constricted, transforming into a golden sphere that imprisoned the green light. With a swift motion of his hand, Hanli summoned a black jade vial, from which radiant light erupted, drawing the golden sphere into the vial, which he then nonchalantly stowed away. Amidst the blue mist of the icy crevice, silver light flickered as Bai Yao soared upward. Surveying the scene before her with a hint of astonishment upon her visage, it was noteworthy that from the moment she had concealed herself below to the instant she had taken flight, merely a fleeting moment had passed, and yet Hanli had effortlessly vanquished two shape-shifting beasts. Bai Yao was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these beasts, although merely 8th-level demon beasts. Each was comparable in strength to a mid-stage Yuing cultivator, otherwise she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament, pursued relentlessly, though she had long known of Han Li's remarkable prowess. The ease with which he dispatched the two demons left her thoroughly astounded. Bai Yao stood momentarily dazed. Han Li deftly recalled the centipedes and gold-devouring insects into his spirit beast pouch. Gliding back with an air of tranquility, "Dear friend Bai, you seem to be afflicted by a rather severe poison," Han Li remarked, casting a glance at her countenance, his brow furrowing slightly. "I did not anticipate that the toxic miasma of the beast could so fiercely erode one's protective barriers. Fortunately, I have already ingested 100 herbs pill. With some quiet meditation, I should be able to expel the poison within half a day," Bai Yao replied, her complexion returning to normal, her tone gentle. "I have just concluded my alchemical endeavors as well. Had you arrived a moment sooner, it would have been uncertain whether I could extricate myself to assist you," Han Li said with a faint smile. "It seems I am indeed fortunate," Bai Yao responded with a charming smile. "However, how did you encounter these two shape-shifting beasts? Was it not said that high-level demon beasts seldom roam near Baiming Island?" Han Li inquired curiously, surveying the surroundings. "The tale is rather lengthy. This is not a place to linger. Let us depart, and I shall elaborate on the matter during our journey." Bai Yao suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically. "What is it? Are there other beasts? How many?" Han Li's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing within. "It is not merely a few. I fear this time, our Shaoji palace is in for significant trouble," Bai Yao replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing her words, Han Li felt a jolt of alarm within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he nodded. "Since you say so, let us return to your palace post-haste. However, dear friend, given your severe poisoning, it seems you may not be able to depart immediately. Allow me to lend you my assistance. I am most grateful for your help," Bai Yao exclaimed joyfully. The two then took to the air once more, flying into the depths of the blue mist. As time passed, the vicinity of the ice crevice fell into an eerie silence. 2 hours later, two dazzling streaks of blue and silver shot forth from the ice crevice, vanishing into the horizon amidst the sound of shattering air. Half a day later, a mass of pitch-black clouds rolled in from another direction, enveloping the area within several miles of the ice crevice in its shadow. After a while, a piercing and furious howl erupted from within the dark clouds, causing the entire mass to churn violently. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as a chilling, ominous wind swept through the air, causing the clouds to vanish without a trace. A few days later, Han Li and Bai Yao returned to the Ziyajigong and simultaneously appeared before the figure of Master Han Li, standing in the grand hall constructed from ancient ice, a place Han Li had visited once before. "Junior sister Bai, you truly did not miss-see. They have indeed intertwined." At this moment, Master Han Li's countenance was grim, his brows tightly knitted. "That azure-backed wolf is the deputy lord of the Wanyao Valley, on par with the ancient corpse bear. How could I possibly be mistaken? Moreover, the two 8th-level beasts pursuing me are evidently not of the IC lineage, which further affirms my certainty." Bai Yao Yi's delicate features were taut, and she spoke without hesitation. "Then it appears that the Wanyao Valley has indeed allied with the IC beasts. It seems this time, they are resolute in their intentions. Brother Han, I thank you for your assistance to junior sister Bai, but I presume you must be weary. Please take some time to rest in the guest building. Master Han Li's expression softened as he addressed Han Li, even extending a polite farewell. Han Li rose indifferently, leaving without a hint of reluctance. In a couple of days, I shall introduce you to a few other Taoist friends. They are renowned loose cultivators in our Dajin, and I am certain you will form a deep bond with them. Master Han Li unexpectedly mentioned to Han Li once more. Understood, I appreciate your kindness. Fellow Taoist, Han Li casually nodded, then vanished into the passageway in a flash of light. Once the azure glow dissipated from the hall, Master Han Li turned to Bai Yao Yi and solemnly instructed. Junior sister, send a message to summon all the elders remaining in the palace. We must deliberate carefully. Furthermore, immediately double the security personnel. Yes, Grand Elder. Bai Yao Yi nodded, then flipped her palm, producing a stack of communication talismans. Meanwhile, Han Li returned to the temporary lodgings in the tower, ascending to the second floor to sit cross-legged in meditation. But on the way back, Bai Yao Yi had briefly recounted the events she encountered during Han Li's alchemical endeavors. It turned out that she had discovered a gathering of high-level shape-shifting beasts while patrolling a certain area. Among these creatures were those of the icy lineage as well as inland varieties, led by none other than the azure-backed wolf, another deputy lord of the Wan Yao Valley, and the notorious beast of the Ice Sea, the two-headed black flood dragon. However, before she could glean any specific information, the beasts detected her presence, prompting her to flee. Whether these beasts had other pressing matters or felt compelled to confront her, the two serpent demons were more than sufficient to deal with her. And the other beasts did not pursue. Consequently, during her escape, she engaged in a fierce battle with the two demons. In the end, she inadvertently fell victim to poison and could only flee to Han Li for sanctuary. Han Li, with a slight application of his mystical powers, had dispatched the two demons. Now, with his eyes gently closed and his expression tranquil, Han Li pondered over the matter, lost in thought. Chapter 1086. The Cold Flame Cultivator. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, in the following days, apart from a slight increase in vigilance at the Ziyajigong, there was no commotion as he had imagined, and Bai Yao Yi had seemingly vanished from sight. Han Li remained non-committal regarding this situation. In the present moment, aside from encountering a fully powered cultivator in the transformation stage pursuing him relentlessly, or finding himself in an inescapable predicament, there is little in this realm that poses a threat to his life. Thus, he remained remarkably composed in the face of a once terrifying maelstrom that he would have previously avoided at all costs. This composure was undoubtedly due to his promise to the venerable Han Li to assist him in breaking through to the transformation stage. But more significantly, it stemmed from the secret technique bestowed upon him by the esteemed elder of the Minor Extreme Palace, which required only his part of the incantation. To fully grasp the entirety of this technique, however, he would need to participate directly. Upon discovering this, Han Li felt a tinge of frustration in his heart. Moreover, his deliberate search for information regarding the Sun Essence Fire yielded no leads, further dissuading him from departing. He made another trip to the scripture repository, utilizing the remaining 2 days to exhaust every effort in seeking news about the Sun Essence Fire, but alas, no clues surfaced. Han Li was not surprised. If such information could be acquired so easily, he would have found it rather astonishing that in the subsequent days, he diligently meditated and cultivated within the VIP pavilion, not stepping outside even once, as if he had truly adopted the Minor Extreme Palace as his own secluded abode. A month passed in the blink of an eye, with the Minor Extreme Palace remaining tranquil, yet anyone could sense the heaviness that loomed before an impending storm. But on a particular day, Han Li's cultivation was abruptly interrupted. A visitor had finally arrived, a woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to Bai Yao Yi, possessing a similar cultivation level in the mid-Yuaning stage, yet seemingly at the pinnacle of that stage, surpassing Bai Yao Yi. "Are you the cousin of Fairy Bai?" Han Li inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Indeed, I am Bai Meng Xine, an elder of the inner palace of the Minor Extreme Palace, and one of the practitioners of the Extreme Cold Flame," she replied. "Oh, I have heard from Taoist Han Li that aside from him, there are 2 others in your palace who cultivate the Extreme Cold Flame. It seems you are one of them. I wonder what brings you here today to speak of this," Han Li remarked, a flicker of interest in his gaze. Although this woman was exceptionally beautiful, her crystalline white complexion sent a chill through him, clearly related to the cultivation technique she practiced, prompting Han Li to regard her with utmost seriousness. "Nothing much. I have heard that Brother Han possesses remarkable abilities." comparable to late-stage great cultivators, and that the purple luo extreme fire you cultivate is profoundly mysterious. I wish to engage in a friendly exchange of techniques regarding the extreme cold flame with you. Would you be willing to impart some insights? She proposed, raising a slender, pale jade finger, from which a glimmer of cold light emanated, revealing a wisp of white ice flame. The flame danced like ethereal smoke. Seemingly innocuous, yet Han Li, sharing the cultivation of the extreme cold flame, sensed its terrifying nature through an inexplicable instinct, causing his expression to grow grave. Very well. I have long heard of the 3 great cold flames of your esteemed palace. It would be my honor to learn from you. However, do you intend to spar here? Han Li asked, surveying his surroundings, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Why not? I merely wish to test the potency of your extreme cold flame. I do not seek to engage in a true battle, Bai Ming Xin replied, a rare smile gracing her features, as she directed a breath of cold air towards the wisp of white flame at her fingertip. The white ice flame swelled several-fold at a mere breath, and after a slight spiral, it transformed into a small white serpent that darted towards Han Li with the intent to bite. Han Li furrowed his brows, sweeping his sleeve around him, causing several vividly colored array flags to shoot forth, vanishing into the void that a faint crimson light curtain subsequently materialized around him, sealing the vicinity. He then opened his mouth, releasing a small orb of violet flame that morphed into a purple bird, soaring towards the fiery serpent opposite him, under the watchful gaze of Han Li and Bai Mingxin. The intertwining white and purple flames clashed, accompanied by a deep rumbling akin to thunder. In an instant, the purple flame surged, gradually engulfing the white ice flame within. Moments later, the white serpent was utterly obliterated, leaving only the purple firebird, now radiating even greater brilliance, circling in place like a sprite of fire. Bai Mingxin, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment. Meanwhile, Han Li calmly gestured, and the purple firebird transformed back into a ball of violet flame, swiftly retreating into his large sleeve, disappearing from sight. Indeed, your Ziluo extreme fire is extraordinary. With that, I can rest assured, she remarked. Brother Han, please follow me. The other 2 companions possessing the extreme cold flame have already arrived at my palace and are currently awaiting your presence at the residence of the Grand Elder. Bai Mingxin spoke without hesitation, revealing the true purpose of their visit. So it is, Han Li mused. It seems that Fairy Bai harbors some concern regarding my abilities, prompting such a test. He smiled nonchalantly. Bai Mingxin remained silent but nodded slightly. Subsequently, she formed a hand seal, transforming into a beam of white light that shot directly out the window. Observing this, Han Li rubbed his nose, revealing a hint of helplessness. The last time she entered through the window had startled him considerably. Nevertheless, seeing her vanish, he too transformed into a streak of azure light, following suit through the window. After a brief interval, Han Li and Bai Mingxin arrived at the Hall of Eternal Ice, where the venerable Han Li resided. The enormous cauldron emanating azure ice flames remained unchanged, while 4 individuals sat on nearby cushions. The venerable Han Li was seated alongside a middle-aged man clad in green, while a white-haired old woman and a long-browed monk in gray robes occupied a slightly distant position across from them. As soon as Han Li and Bai Mingxin entered the hall, all 4 pairs of eyes fell upon them. However, Han Li sensed that the old woman and the monk merely glanced over Bai Mingxin before their gazes primarily settled on him. Han Li, not one to be outdone, extended his spiritual sense in kind. The cultivation of these 2 individuals was formidable. The old woman was of a similar realm as himself, while the monk had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage cultivation. Han Li approached slowly, offering a slight bow to the 4 before discreetly taking a seat on another cushion, positioned at an optimal distance from them. Bai Mingxin settled on the other side of the venerable Han Li. Lady Long, Master Maggio, this is my friend Han. He is the 5th cultivator of the extreme cold flame that Sure has discovered, the venerable Han Li introduced, his excitement barely contained. With the assistance of a few, I have finally devised a method to break through the bottleneck of the transformation god stage after hundreds of years of diligent research. Today, we can finally put it to the test. The venerable Han Li spoke pleasantly while the old woman cast a cold, expressionless glance at Han Li, choosing to remain silent, her temperament seemingly peculiar. The gray-robed monk, possessing the benevolent visage of a venerable sage, bestowed a warm smile upon Han Li. It is said that, as Taoist Han has mentioned, unlike the old monk, he does not cultivate ice attribute techniques, yet possesses the frigid flame. Is this true? The monk inquired in a calm and measured tone. Han Li replied with tranquility, it is merely a stroke of fortune that I have come upon it. the elderly woman remarked coolly, her voice melodious as a maiden's. I have heard that your cold flame is of your own creation. The emergence of such a new cold flame has not occurred for tens of thousands of years. I wonder if it might be my good fortune to witness it. This elicited a moment of surprise from Han Li, prompting him to glance at the aged woman. Do not be startled. Taoist Han, Madame Long is the grand elder of the Lu Chui sect, and her cultivation method is somewhat unique. Allowing her voice to retain the youthful quality of her earlier years, Taoist Han Li explained with impeccable timing. Despite this clarification, Han Li could not suppress his astonishment. While he had encountered many female cultivators skilled in techniques for preserving their appearance, he had never heard of any method specifically designed to maintain the youthfulness of one's voice. Observing Han Li's peculiar gaze, the elderly woman, her white hair quivering, huffed coldly, "What? Do you have any critiques regarding our Lu Chui sex techniques?" "Not at all. I was merely momentarily curious. My cold flame is in no way refined. I would not dare to compare it with the formidable cold flames of my esteemed companions," Han Li replied. Employing a light-hearted demeanor to deflect any potential hostility, the elderly woman, upon hearing his words, refrained from being excessively aggressive, lowering her gaze and falling silent at that moment. Bai Mengxin subtly gestured to Taoist Han Li, whispering a few words. Upon hearing her, a flicker of joy crossed Taoist Han Li's brow, and after casting a deep glance at Han Li, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Very well. Madame Long and Master Mo Jiao are long-standing friends of mine, and Taoist Han has forged a profound bond with one of my elders. Hence I have been able to invite the three of you to assist me, although I estimate the chances of success to be merely 30%. My current predicament leaves no room for delay. I must take the risk, esteemed Taoist. Although your lifespan approaches its end, I have noticed a considerable gathering of high-level demonic beasts near Baiming Island during my journey. Attempting this secret technique now appears to be excessively perilous for your esteemed sect," the monk inquired with apparent concern. "Rest assured, Master Mo Jiao, if I succeed in breaking through this bottleneck, I shall have no fear of those beasts. Should I fail, I have already arranged contingency plans to ensure that my demise does not lead to the obliteration of my sect," Taoist Han Li stated with unwavering confidence. "Since you express such conviction, I shall feel at ease," the gray-robed monk replied with a smile. "That I, too, have no objections. I have long wished to behold the true mysteries of this secret technique." The elderly woman nodded in agreement upon hearing the words of the two, and the esteemed Master Han Li appeared exceedingly pleased. When his gaze settled upon Han Li, the latter replied nonchalantly, "I have no objections regarding when we commence. I have been awaiting this moment for quite some time." "Excellent, excellent. Since all three of you have no objections, then please follow me, my esteemed friends, that I have made all necessary preparations." With a joyful gesture, Master Han Li rubbed his hands together and rose to his feet. Chapter 1087. The Hall of Illusory Spirits. Han Li and the others also stood up, while Master Han Li took several strides forward towards a massive cauldron beside him, chanting incantations under his breath. He raised one hand, causing the cauldron to emit a resonant hum, radiating a brilliant blue light. Its size diminished rapidly, transforming into a fist-sized object that hovered in midair. Beneath the cauldron, an ominous dark opening appeared on the ground, accompanied by a crystalline ice ladder that slanted downward, leading to an unknown destination. Master Han Li beckoned towards the small cauldron with a single hand, drawing it into his voluminous sleeve, and he took the lead down the passage. Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in a green robe followed closely behind. After exchanging glances, the elderly woman and the gray-robed monk also descended. Han Li squinted slightly at the opening for a moment, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, before he too followed suit. Not long after entering, the initially dark passageway began to illuminate. It was then that everyone could clearly see that the walls of the corridor were constructed from profound ice, with moonlight stones, each roughly the size of an egg, embedded at intervals along the walls, sparkling as if they were within a crystal palace. After walking downwards for over 100 zhong, they finally reached the end of the ice ladder, at which point the passage began to extend straight ahead towards a certain direction. Although it was their first time traversing this passage, Han Li, the elderly woman, and the others were seasoned individuals, and none displayed any surprise. Instead, each maintained a calm demeanor, as if strolling through their own courtyard. After a duration equivalent to a meal, the group emerged from the icy passage into an underground hall. This hall was constructed of ordinary green jade, exuding an air of antiquity, as though it had existed for countless years. However, at the far end of the hall, facing Han Li and the others, stood not a wall, but a colossal stone door, Cream-colored and towering 2 or 3 dozen Zhonghai Dai was adorned with layers of runes and peculiar patterns, radiating a spectrum of spiritual light. What startled Hanli further was the presence of a group of cultivators standing before this stone door, numbering around 16 or 17, each possessing Yuan Ing cultivation, although most were in the early stages of Yuan Ing. Their sheer number was impressive. Among them stood Bai Yao Yi and an elderly man with gray hair, positioned at the forefront of the group. Hanli blinked, instinctively casting a glance at the monk and Bai Mingxin. The trio appeared composed, while the monk and the elderly woman exchanged furtive frowns, their eyes betraying surprise. Clearly, the appearance of such a multitude was beyond their expectations. Dear friend Hanli, who are these fellow cultivators? The gray-robed monk could not help but inquire. There is no need for concern, esteemed master. These are all elders of our palace. To enter the Hall of Illusory Spirits in the profound Jade Cavern. We must enlist their assistance. Only by harnessing the extreme cold from the cavern can I hope to break through my bottleneck and gain an additional 10%. Master Hanli turned around. A gentle smile gracing his features. The Hall of Void Spirits. The monk suddenly jolted in surprise. Upon hearing this, the old woman's eyes sparkled with intensity, and even Han Li's expression shifted. It was evident that several fellow cultivators outside had witnessed the 3 halls of void spirits situated in the midst of the secret realm. Although they bore the same name, each concealed its own mysteries. The Xuanyu Cave was nestled within one of them. Moreover, the true entrances to the Hall of Void Spirits were not the grand doors visible from outside, but rather secret passages that led directly underground. The middle-aged man in the blue robe chuckled and spoke. Hanli had long been attentive to this blue-robed individual, despite Master Hanli not having introduced him. It was clear that he was a practitioner of another form of cold flame from the Xiaoji Palace. Though his appearance seemed unremarkable, his gaze was somewhat shadowy, prompting Hanli to regard him with heightened caution. At this moment, Bai Yaoi and other cultivators, who had been waiting for some time, approached. Elder, have you truly made the decision to open the Hall of Void Spirits? Might this not be somewhat against protocol? Historically, our Xiaoji Palace has only activated the hall in times of dire crisis, when we are unable to fend off adversaries. Furthermore, allowing outside cultivators into the Xuanyu Cave is an unprecedented action. The gray-haired elder, bearing a large blue mark on his cheek, similarly bowed to Master Hanli, yet his words exuded a defiant tone. Hanli was momentarily taken aback. How could a mid-Yuan Ing cultivator dare to be so disrespectful to Master Hanli? Considering the vast disparity in their cultivations, not only Hanli, but also the old woman and the monk displayed expressions of astonishment. Elder Yi, you are being overly concerned. While it is true that the Hall of Void Spirits is typically unsealed during moments of peril, our ancestors never stipulated that it must remain dormant during ordinary times. News has already reached us from the disciples outside that a horde of demons is pressing upon the island. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to activate the hall sooner rather than later. Furthermore, it is not as though all 3 halls will be opened simultaneously. Asked the Grand Elder, should I not possess the authority to make such a decision? Master Hanli spoke slowly, seemingly anticipating the gray-haired elder's opposition, remaining unfazed. Even so, the Hall of Void Spirits is a forbidden domain of our palace. It is quite improper for these 3 outsiders to enter. As the supervising elder, I cannot consent to this matter, the gray-haired elder retorted, casting a sweeping glance over Hanli and the others, standing his ground resolutely. Hearing such impudent remarks, the trio could not help but frown. With the old woman letting out a cold snort, her dissatisfaction evident on her face. Elder Yi, you do hold the authority over the supervising spiritual treasure, and thus have the right to contest this elder's decision. However, if I can garner the support of more than 2/3 of the guardians, your opposition will be rendered ineffective, Master Hanli replied, his expression unchanging. Yet Hanli keenly noticed that when the supervising spiritual treasure was mentioned, the late-stage Yuan Ing cultivator's eyes twitched slightly, as if harboring some trepidation. Hanli was also taken aback. Could the supervising spiritual treasure refer to the Tongtian spiritual treasure or some replica of a spiritual treasure? If that were the case, a mid-Yuan Ing cultivator indeed possessed the capability to contend with one of the late-stage. It appeared that the gray-haired elder was part of a faction within the Xiaoji Palace, subtly capable of resisting Master Hanli. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so obstinate. However, upon hearing Master Hanli's earlier words, the elder's countenance shifted, and he abruptly turned to scrutinize his fellow disciples behind him. Noticing that several averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes directly, the heart of the elderly man with gray hair sank. I inquired why junior brother Jean and the others had been dispatched elsewhere. only to realize that senior brother Han Li had already devised this scheme long ago. In light of this, I shall not play the role of the villain. I sincerely hope that my senior brother can indeed break through his bottleneck successfully. I shall first ascend to patrol above to prevent those demonic creatures from seizing any opportunities. The old man's expression was somewhat grim, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. And with a swift motion, he strode out of the hall. Senior Han Li did not impede the man, merely watching him vanish solitary at the entrance with an air of indifference. Junior brothers, prepare to unseal the barrier, commanded the middle-aged man in the azure robe, no longer hesitating. Instantly, none of the elders from the little extreme palace voiced any objections. They each retrieved a similarly styled jade pendant from their possessions, subsequently offering it up into the air, emanating diverse hues of spiritual light. Upon seeing these pendants, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. These artifacts bore an uncanny resemblance to the jade pendant that Senior Han Li had previously reclaimed from him. Stealing a sidelong glance at Senior Han Li, he noticed that the latter had not produced the pre-prepared pendant. At that moment, under the guidance of the middle-aged man in azure, incantations resonated from the mouths of the cultivators. And soon the jade pendants began to radiate brightly, transforming into orbs of light of varying sizes. These orbs, propelled by the incantations, soared into the sky and began to coalesce, elongating and morphing into the ethereal silhouette of a woman adorned in myriad colors. This figure was tall and her features vague, yet her pair of bright eyes sparkled like celestial stars, leaving an indelible impression upon all who beheld her. As soon as this apparition appeared, all the cultivators of the little extreme palace, including Senior Han Li, offered a slight bow towards the figure, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence. Observing this, Han Li and his companions could hardly remain oblivious. This conjured woman was most likely the ancient cultivator who had founded the little extreme palace. Otherwise, why would such a mere illusion command such deference? The fact that she was a female cultivator was indeed a surprise to Han Li, prompting him to ponder the connection between her and the Void Sky Palace of the Chaos Star SEA. It was implausible that there was no relationship at all. The similarities between the Void Spirit Palace and the Void Sky Palace, as well as the emergence of the Qianlan Ice Flame, could not merely be coincidental. As Han Li contemplated this, the luminous figure began to glide towards the stone door, propelled by the collective efforts of the cultivators. With a soft pop, as soon as the light figure touched the stone door, it erupted into a burst of brilliance, the myriad of colors vanishing in an instant. The runes on the massive stone door began to fade, rendering it plain and devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted, and numerous jade pendants materialized from the void above the stone door, each devoid of any spirit. Cascading downwards, the cultivators of the little extreme palace hastily raised their hands to summon their respective pendants back into their possession. Seeing this, Senior Han Li's face broke into a smile. He stepped forward, gently sweeping his sleeves towards the stone door. A wave of azure mist surged forth, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against the face, striking the stone door. The door, as if made of paper, silently split in two, opening inward. Before the crowd had the chance to peer closely through the stone door, the figure of the cold leacher suddenly flickered and retreated to a distance, simultaneously issuing a grave warning. Be cautious. Fellow disciples. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, still unable to comprehend the situation, when an earth-shattering roar emanated from within the stone door. It was as if countless ferocious beasts had unleashed a collective cry, and a blinding wave of icy mist surged forth, spreading frost wherever it passed. The ground and pillars of the hall sparkled with crystalline brilliance, while the chilling air was accompanied by the sound of thunderclaps. The gathered cultivators were taken aback, those with lesser cultivation hastily retreating, while the more adept either summoned protective barriers or brandished their defensive treasures. The white gust of cold wind swept through the entire hall in an instant. Chapter 1088. The ice-soul cold array. A layer of purple flame enveloped Han Li, who stood resolute against the onslaught of the icy winds. The white wind made contact with the purple flames. It strangely melded into them, becoming intangible. At that moment, Han Li's gaze shifted slightly, and he observed that the entire hall had transformed into a glacial expanse. However, the other cultivators wielding cold flames remained unharmed. Apart from the white ice flame released by Bai Yaoi, the cold leacher had a small cauldron hovering before him, from which a torrent of azure ice flame erupted, encasing him within its protective embrace. The middle-aged man in the green robe fixated on a barrier formed from black ice flames, his hands clasped behind his back, while the elderly woman had, unbeknownst to anyone, produced a yellow cane, from which flickering yellow flames erupted, sheltering her from behind. The gray-robed monk brought his hands together, unleashing a stream of pale green ice flames that coiled around him like a green dragon, effectively blocking the frigid winds. As for Yaoi and other cultivators of slightly higher cultivation, although they possessed their own methods to withstand the cold wind, their protective barriers and treasures flickered incessantly in the harsh tempest, revealing the strain they were under. In the blink of an eye, the roars from beyond the stone door ceased abruptly, and the icy winds gradually subsided, dissipating into the surroundings. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Han Li's gaze flickered as he formed a hand seal, causing the purple flames enveloping him to flicker for a moment before retreating into his body. He then turned his attention back to the stone door, where a scene of crystalline whiteness awaited him, dominated by a multitude of towering ice pillars that loomed like a labyrinthine expanse. A thought crossed Han Li's mind, and his consciousness immediately began to permeate the area. Yet, scarcely had he entered the stone door than his awareness grew sluggish and unresponsive, confirming that a special divine prohibition had indeed been laid within. The elderly woman and the others also took note of the situation beyond the stone door, their expressions a tapestry of reactions. Fellow Taoists, exercise caution. This void spirit hall is my first time entering. Though I can manipulate most of the prohibitions within, there are some that I am not familiar with. Please stay closely behind me and avoid straying into any forbidden areas. The cold leader exhaled deeply, turning to address Han Li and the others with grave seriousness. Of course, we would never recklessly trespass within your esteemed palace's forbidden grounds. The elderly woman replied, sensing the cold leader's concern with a calm demeanor. Han Li and the gray-robed monk echoed similar sentiments, pleased with their responses. The cold leader nodded in satisfaction and then instructed by Yaoi and the other elders of the minor extreme palace. This time, breaking through the bottleneck may take as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as a month. Should any monstrous entities launch an attack on our palace during this period, you shall respond according to the prearranged plan. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise and I remain within for over 2 months, I trust you will proceed according to the contingency plan. Yes, esteemed elder. The assembled disciples responded in unison, their expressions grave. Let us depart. The esteemed Han Li turned around, a flick of his sleeve revealing a fist-sized, pristine array disc in his hand. He then cradled the artifact with one hand and led the way towards the stone door, with Han Li and the others closely following. Upon entering the stone door, Han Li formed a seal with one hand and cast a spell upon the array disc. Immediately, the once gaping entrance thunderously sealed shut, various runes re-emerging and shimmering with ethereal light. The elderly matron and the gray-robed monk exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue in their eyes. Do not worry, fellow cultivators. Although it is somewhat arduous to open the void spirit hall from the outside, it is a trivial matter to activate it from within. I have temporarily sealed it to prevent any disturbances. Han Li explained. The elderly women, upon hearing this, had no further objections. Han Li, however, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the situation. After traversing over Tianzhong, they arrived before towering ice columns, their white crystalline glow mesmerizing and disorienting. These ancient ice pillars, numbering 1008, had been meticulously crafted by ancient cultivators, forming the renowned Ice Soul Cold Array. Should one enter this array without the appropriate artifact, they would likely be ensnared and eternally frozen by the chilling essence contained within. The cold wind we sensed earlier was the result of this array's self-generated icy aura. Having been sealed for over a millennium, even with our 5 possessing the extreme cold flame, it remains uncertain whether we could survive within this formation. Han Li subtly cautioned. The elderly matron and the monk regarded the ice columns with a hint of skepticism. Rest assured, dear Han Li. We have no desire to truly experience the array's might. Han Li chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Han Li laughed heartily and gestured with the array disc towards the seemingly endless expanse of ice columns. Instantly, a milky white light burst forth from the disc, causing the ice columns to shimmer and shift like phantoms, clearing a passage several zhang wide. The white light continued to emanate from the array disc as Han Li firmly grasped it and stepped forward. The group followed closely, not daring to lag behind. Han Li brought up the rear, his gaze wandering inquisitively. Each ice column was remarkably thick, requiring 2 individuals to embrace it fully. The surface appeared exceptionally smooth. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern various runes swirling within. However, whenever he attempted to scrutinize further, the runes dissipated, their mystery captivating. Looking up, one could see a dense layer of pale white mist shrouding the upper half of the ice columns, obscuring their full form. Yet, one thing was certain, these ice columns harbored an ominous chill, emanating an aura of extreme cold that could be felt even from several zhang away, while it may not rival the extreme cold flame. This chilling power was certainly not to be underestimated. No wonder Han Li exuded such confidence. As Han Li pondered, a group of individuals traversed several hundred zhang, and the ice pillars, seemingly endless, remained closely aligned on either side, making it hard to believe that there were merely over 1,000 of them. The formation was indeed extraordinarily marvelous. This spectacle left the others equally astonished. After a considerable time, akin to the duration of a tea break, they finally emerged from the cluster of ice pillars, revealing before them what resembled a towering altar, approximately 20 zhang in height and over 100 zhang in width. The altar was entirely pristine, resembling jade, enveloped by a faint blue luminescent veil. On either side, there were 2 faint golden side doors, each standing 7 to 8 zhang high, their surfaces adorned with several ancient talismans, seemingly sealed, as if leading to another realm. Upon seeing this luminescent veil, the venerable Han Li displayed a look of satisfaction, retracting the array plate in his hand and striding forward to stand before the altar, with a graceful lift of his hands. Blue light flickered as the Qian blue ice flame was unleashed, instantly wrapping around his palms. As his fingers danced, he pressed both hands against the luminescent veil. In an instant, the blue flame intertwined with the veil, causing the entire altar's glow to tremble, radiating a dazzling brilliance that seemed to materialize. Then, with a resounding crack, the luminescent veil shattered like crystal, fracturing inch by inch from the center where Han Li's hands were positioned. Vanishing without a trace, without hesitation, Han Li's figure flickered, and he stood atop the altar. Han Li and the others transformed into streaks of escaping light, appearing beside him. At that moment, Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, lowered his head to scrutinize the ground before him. Following his gaze, Han Li discovered an intricate array imprinted in the center of the altar, measuring over 20 zhang, featuring a giant cauldron pattern that bore a striking resemblance to the void heaven cauldron within his own body. Han Li's expression shifted subtly, yet he quickly masked it. Taoist Han, have you encountered a similar array before? The venerable Han Li, whether intentionally or not, cast his gaze over Han Li's face, although Han Li swiftly restored his composure. The earlier peculiarity caught the elder's attention, prompting him to directly inquire. A surge of alarm coursed through Han Li's heart, yet he responded slowly, indeed, I have seen something akin to it in an ancient cave dwelling. However, upon closer inspection, it is still different. It was merely a fleeting illusion. Is that so? The venerable Han Li's lips twitched in a semblance of a smile, uncertain of the sincerity of Han Li's words. And he chose not to probe further. With a flick of his sleeve, the small cauldron emanating the Qian blue ice flame soared forth, spiraling before hovering in the center of the array. Han Li bit his lip, inadvertently holding his breath, while the others fixated on this spectacle, their eyes unblinking. With one hand forming a gesture of plucking a flower, he flicked the other hand toward the small cauldron. With a thunderous sound, the cauldron rapidly expanded in size, and then with a soft pop, an extraordinarily fierce blue ice flame erupted from within, enveloping every inch of the cauldron's surface, revealing the previously hidden giant cauldron once more. At that moment, Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged man in a green robe stepped forward simultaneously, each raising a hand to unleash a stream of white flame and a surge of black flame, striking the array on either side of the altar. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air as the ethereal lights of the formation flickered into life, ignited by the 2 frigid flames. The grand image of a cauldron at its center radiated a blinding blue glow, which gradually intensified and conjured a magnificent blue light cauldron. What had originally hovered above the formation, upon the emergence of the radiant cauldron, descended immediately under the manipulation of the cold master. The 2 blue luminescences flashed wildly, merging into one in an instant. Then, with a thunderous crash, the grand cauldron settled firmly in the center of the formation. The cold master uttered an unusual incantation, and the azure ice flames erupted from the cauldron like a volcanic explosion, swiftly enveloping the entire formation. Upon contact with the formation, the azure ice flames unleashed a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire altar to tremble violently. Centered around the grand cauldron, the formation began to slowly crack open, the fissure widening and expanding. Han Li and the others soared into the air, gazing down with uncertainty. They beheld the cauldron spewing blue flames, now completely suspended in midair, while a faint milky white glow emerged from the widening fissure below, suggesting a radiant brightness within. Chapter 1089, The Xianyu Cave. The modest in size, this cave housed Xianyu that had existed since ancient times. Forged by primordial cultivators who had painstakingly condensed an entire vein of Xianyu into a cavern, while the distinction between 10,000-year Xianyu and 10,000-year Xian ice is but a single character. The difference is one that several companions could hardly be oblivious to. Beyond this hall, even if one were to scour the entirety of the northern lands, the number of 10,000-year Xianyu pieces that could be found would be exceedingly scarce. The cold master gazed intently at the crack in the altar, a hint of pride gracing his features. The middle-aged man from the Green Mountains and Bai Mingxin also displayed a flicker of excitement. Indeed, had we not heard our companions mention the Xianyu cave previously, it would have been difficult for us to believe that your esteemed palace harbored such a secret treasure. A piece of 10,000-year Xianyu, no larger than a fist, when infused into a magical artifact, can instantly endow it with the chilling divine powers, unleashing astonishing cold to harm enemies invisibly. Such a material is incomparable to the likes of Xian ice. The gray-robed monk glanced at the fissure, reflecting on it with a hint of sentimentality. The old crone also regarded the crack, her eyes shimmering with eagerness. Hanli, meanwhile, gently caressed the smooth surface of a golden small sword nestled within his sleeve. Smiling quietly, I have already informed my junior sister Bai and junior brother Ouyang that regardless of whether the three of you are able to assist me in breaking through the bottleneck of the transformation stage, I shall bestow upon you each a piece of 10,000-year Xianyu, as a token of my palace's goodwill. The cold master observed the expressions of Hanli and his companions, suddenly smiling faintly. Is your esteemed self truly sincere? Even the cold and proud old crone could not help but express her delight upon hearing this. As the grand elder of the small extreme palace, such a promise is certainly within my capabilities, the cold master replied with a nod. This, even the gray-robed monk's brow revealed a glimmer of joy. After all, 10,000-year Xianyu is a material that has nearly vanished from the outside world. Something of great value yet rarely available. Even with spirit stones, there are few places to procure it. Should one acquire it and infuse it into their lifebound artifact, it would undoubtedly enhance its power significantly. Hearing the cold master's words, Hanli could not help but admire the grandiosity of this diminutive figure. Under such intense pressure, the three of them would undoubtedly feel compelled to exert their utmost efforts. Very well, let us now venture into the Xianyu cave. The frigid aura within this cave is exceptionally fierce. My esteemed companions must employ the utmost icy flames for protection upon entering, lest they find themselves unable to withstand its chill. Fortunately, there exists a specially designated area within the cave that can resist the encroaching cold of the Xianyu, allowing us to meditate and restore our spiritual energy. Otherwise, even I would find it difficult to linger for long. Thus cautioned the venerable Hanli. Immediately, the dwarf opened his mouth, unleashing a brilliant blue fireball that transformed into a majestic blue bird, soaring upward before descending with a flourish, landing squarely upon the dwarf himself. In an instant, with a melodious cry, a phantom of the great bird vanished behind Hanli, only to erupt in a shroud of azure ice flames, enveloping him entirely. With a gesture of his hands, he initiated a technique, and his form glided down into the fissure. Bai Mingxin and the old woman, along with the others, promptly cast their spells, releasing their own icy flames towards the crevice. However, Hanli furrowed his brow, glancing warily at the faintly golden side doors and the colossal cauldron hovering above the fissure, hesitating momentarily. Yet, as a sudden thought struck him, he allowed a silent smile to break forth and, shielded by a layer of purple extreme fire, followed suit. Upon entering the fissure, a wave of milky white cold light surged forth, hissing as it made contact with Hanli's purple flames, as if water and fire were eternally incompatible, causing the purple flames to flicker unpredictably. Hanli's expression sharpened. Without taking the time to examine his surroundings, he swiftly rubbed his hands together and released a surge of purple extreme fire to bolster his defenses, stabilizing his icy flames once more. Only then did he take a moment to survey his vicinity. What was referred to as the Xianyu cave was, in truth, merely an underground cavern. However, this cavern was uniquely formed from a rare vein of Xianyu ore, containing peculiar materials that were several times colder than 10,000-year-old ice, each the size of a grain of rice, scattered along the cavern's walls, radiating a milky white chill. The deeper one descended, the denser this cold light became, producing a sound against the purple flames akin to a relentless rain upon banana leaves. Hanli, taken aback by this revelation, sensed something amiss as he observed that none of the gathered individuals seemed to notice him. Without further contemplation, he reached out towards the ethereal cold light, drawing a strand of it into his grasp through sheer force, enveloping it in purple flames for closer inspection. At first glance, it appeared to be merely ordinary cold energy, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. However, as he furrowed his brow and infused his pupils with spiritual energy, an expression of surprise crossed his face when the milky white cold light, under the scrutiny of his keen vision, began to take on a subtle, tangible form, writhing as if alive, completely unperturbed by the extreme cold of the purple flames, rendering them incapable of merging. What is this? It seems to possess a form of sentience. Yet it does not quite resemble it. Han Li's astonishment was beyond expression. This was merely the self-initiated aggression of the cold energy. Should it be manipulated and concentrated for an attack, it was likely that even his purple extreme fire would struggle to withstand it. As thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden realization dawned upon him, prompting him to hastily rub his hands together once more, this time revealing a thread of crimson within the purple flames. Upon contact with the milky white chill light was instantaneously absorbed, merging as if in perfect harmony. Han Li, witnessing this spectacle, felt a fleeting change in his expression, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. Indeed, though was worthy of its reputation as one of the three true spirit fires spoken of by the Silver Moon. Although it currently manifested only as a wisp, its power paled in comparison to yet its capacity for integration seemed astonishingly formidable. When he initially refined this strand he had seamlessly incorporated a trace of without issue. Of course, to fully transform it into would require more than a mere decade of effort. Otherwise, Han Li would have indeed aspired to convert all of After all, this wisp already possessed a hint of sentience and was evidently a higher existence than Observing that this true fire could restrain the chill light within Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. He pondered briefly, then suddenly clasped his hands behind his back. Flicking his fingers, the crimson flame shot forth in a flash, vanishing into the nearby chill light without a trace. Almost instantaneously, the middle-aged man in the blue robe below seemed to sense something. Abruptly gazing up at Han Li, suspicion flickering in his eyes, Han Li's heart sank, yet his expression remained unchanged, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "Dao friend, is there something amiss?" The blue-clad man scrutinized Han Li and the walls of the cave. Finding nothing amiss, "Not at all. I merely wish to confirm that Brother Han had followed. It is rather disorienting. This place, where one's spiritual sense is so severely restricted." The middle-aged man, bearing the compound surname, was acutely aware of Han Li's extraordinary abilities. Despite his lingering doubts, he responded with exceptional courtesy, refraining from any hint of negligence. He, how could I not follow? Yet, the chill within does seem rather peculiar. Han Li remarked, glancing down at the milky white chill light that continued to swirl around This has existed since ancient times. Such prolonged exposure may have caused subtle changes in these chilling energies. Otherwise, ordinary chill would not manifest in such an unusual manner. The black ice flames of the blue-clad man crackled under the onslaught of the chill, revealing his own bewilderment. Han Li smiled faintly, poised to speak, when suddenly his expression shifted with a soft gasp. The blue-clad man, catching the change, looked down to see that they had reached the bottom of the cave. Before them lay a chaotic expanse of boulders, stretching several hundred zhang wide. At one corner of the rocky pile stood a fiery redstone house. Surrounding it were multiple openings in the cave walls, suggesting that this was not the soul chamber. Here, the chill was palpably denser than above, and at the center of the rocky heap, atop a colossal natural stone, the gathered milky white chill had coalesced into a massive luminous sphere, several zhang in diameter. Rolling and glimmering atop the stone, Han Li focused intently, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that the surface of this enormous stone revealed of thumb-sized proportions, radiating with vibrant light, clearly of a quality far superior to the scattered ores at the entrance. Suppressing the astonishment that welled up within, Han Li descended to the ground alongside the others. As soon as the venerable Han Li landed, his gaze fixated intently on the luminous sphere atop the colossal stone. His countenance illuminated with delight. Ha ha, splendid. I was initially troubled by how I might gather the cold air within this cave, yet it appears we have stumbled upon a natural confluence of chill right here. This certainly saves us a considerable amount of effort. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from Han Li, and he raised a hand, launching a blue ice spike that struck the milky white orb with a sharp puff. The two collided, producing an odd sound akin to metal clashing. The ice spike shattered incrementally, dispersing into a flurry of cold light that vanished into the air. Excellent, excellent. Observing the spectacle, Han Li's smile broadened, his joy seemingly amplified. By the way, esteemed companions, have you noticed that stone dwelling? It is constructed from solar essence stone, the only place impervious to the corrosive chill of the Xianyu. We may take refuge there temporarily, and I shall enlighten you on several major taboos to observe while traversing the Xianyu cave. Otherwise, one might inadvertently invite significant troubles upon oneself. Significant troubles? What do you mean by that? Fellow Taoist Han Li, the elderly woman inquired, momentarily taken aback, as she pointed her staff at the ground. Chapter 1090. In Spirit Water, Solar Essence Stone. Quite simply, within the Xianyu Cave, aside from the cold air, there exist ancient treasures such as these 10,000-year-old Xianyu stones. Though they may appear readily extractable, each stone has, in antiquity, been forged through unknown divine abilities and the entire mineral vein condensed into a singular entity. Coupled with the years of refinement by the cave's cold air, they have become perfectly integrated. No matter how sharp one's treasures may be, they cannot be removed. Otherwise, why would I have left so many Xianyu stones here untouched? If they could all be extracted and refined into magical artifacts, my power would rival that of the Tai sect and the Tian Mo sect overnight, remarked the middle-aged man in the blue robe, a look of regret crossing his face. These Xianyu stones cannot be removed. The elderly woman's brow furrowed, her expression one of disbelief. If Lady Long harbors any doubts, she may attempt to extract one herself, and she will soon realize that junior brother Ouyang's words hold no falsehood. Hanli chuckled in response. Oh, could it truly be such a marvel? I am indeed inclined to give it a try. The elderly woman, her white hair quivering, suddenly raised her staff and pointed at a Xianyu stone the size of a broad bean amid the rubble. The beam of yellow light shot forth from the end of her staff, striking the Xianyu stone with a flash. With a dull thud, the stone's radiance flickered momentarily, appearing unaffected. The elderly woman's expression shifted, and a grim determination settled upon her face. The layer of malevolence surfaced as she suddenly shook her sleeve, revealing an ancient-looking blue hammer in her hand. With a slight motion, she tossed the hammer, which transformed into a streak of blue lightning as it hurtled forth. With a thunderous roar, the blue lightning erupted upon contact with the Xianyu stone, causing it to explode, its brilliance flickering before dissolving into a misty cloud that was carried away by the wind. The elderly woman stood dumbfounded, her gaze fixed in astonishment. Do not be perplexed, Taoist Long. Regardless of how powerful a treasure may be, these Xianyu stones will merely be destroyed, never to be extracted intact. Hanli chuckled lightly. The elderly woman bore a rather unsightly expression, yet could only remain silent. Suddenly, the monk in gray robe spoke up. Dear Taoist Hanli, if that is the case, the mysterious jade in your esteemed palace must not be abundant. Your generosity towards us just now truly perplexes this humble monk. With a hearty laugh, he added, though this palace cannot extract vast quantities of the jade from the cave, we do possess a means to procure a small amount. Sister Bai, please retrieve a piece for our esteemed friends to examine. Upon hearing the monk's words, Master Hanli was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter, instructing Bai Mingxin accordingly. The woman in white, upon receiving the instruction, nodded lightly and deftly produced a small white vial from her storage bag. Then, under the watchful gazes of the assembly, Bai Mingxin strode over to the pile of rocks, skillfully uncapping the vial. With a flash of white light emanating from her hand, she summoned a drop of viscous liquid as dark as ink from within the vial. This droplet emitted a faint gray mist as it soared towards another piece of mysterious jade nestled among the stones. Hanli, who had maintained an air of calmness, suddenly changed his expression upon seeing the droplet. Though he quickly regained his composure, nevertheless, a hint of astonishment lingered in his gaze, which went unnoticed by the others who were focused on the unfolding scene. The moment the droplet made contact with the jade, it vanished as if swallowed by the earth. Instantly, a layer of gray mist enveloped the jade, which then emitted a crisp sound as it miraculously detached itself from the stone, landing in Bai Mingxin's outstretched hand. The elderly woman and the monk displayed expressions of astonishment, while Hanli's eyes reflected a similar surprise. Master Hanli, however, chuckled and elaborated. In years past, our palace's founding ancestor left behind a treasured artifact capable of gathering earthy Indian energies. After 10 years, it condenses into a single drop, specifically effective for extracting the jade without harm. Thus, our palace only opens the jade cave once every millennium, and each time, we can only procure a limited quantity. The gray-robed monk exhibited a look of enlightenment upon hearing this revelation. The elderly woman glanced at the countless pieces of ancient jade scattered throughout the cave, a fleeting expression of regret passing over her features, though she remained silent. Meanwhile, Hanli, having witnessed the droplet's interaction with the jade, felt a tumultuous stirring within his heart. Let us discuss other matters further in the Sun Essence Chamber, Master Hanli declared. Striding purposefully towards the Crimson Stone edifice, Hanli and the others offered no objections and followed closely behind. As they approached, they discovered that the entire structure was semi-transparent, radiating a flickering red light and emanating a scorching aura. Reminiscent of a formation of fire spirit stones, Sun Essence Stone, Hanli mused. Having never encountered such a material before, Yet the words Sun Essence Fire naturally surfaced in his mind, suggesting a potential connection. He pondered uncertainly, recognizing that this might serve as a clue to locate the Sun Essence Fire. He resolved to subtly inquire among the members of the small extreme palace to glean any information. Upon entering the stone chamber, they found it devoid of any furnishings, utterly barren. Yet, the frigid jade aura that had raged outside could not penetrate the confines of the chamber, with a sense of relief. The group retracted their protective cold flames and settled into suitable positions to meditate. Soon as Han Li completed his task, he heard the gray-robed monk glance around before smiling and saying, "I did not expect that. Apart from the 10,000-year-old mysterious jade, your esteemed palace has also managed to procure the solar essence stone, a treasure that rivals even the mysterious jade. However, to my knowledge, this material is found deep within the Earth's fiery core and can only be formed through the rumored solar essence fire's refinement. With so many essence stones, I truly wonder how your esteemed palace came by them. It is indeed surprising that the master is aware of the solar essence stone. However, these materials were collected by the ancestors of our palace, and we, their descendants, are merely reaping the benefits. Now, I shall first discuss with several fellow Taoists the other taboos regarding the mysterious jade cave. And then I will elaborate on the specific steps to break through the bottleneck." The coldly elder chuckled awkwardly, seemingly reluctant to dwell on the matter, and promptly shifted the topic. The monk smiled slightly and immediately fell silent. Upon hearing it was indeed related to the solar essence fire, Han Li felt a surge of joy initially, but soon began to grumble inwardly upon hearing the subsequent remarks. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to listen to what the elder of the minor palace had to say. Simultaneously, in a vast pavilion above the surface of the minor palace, a middle-aged beauty clad in a white gown sat gracefully upon a wooden chair. Before her, on two other chairs, sat a man and a woman, none other than Bai Yao Yi and the gray-haired elder of inspection. Both regarded the woman with solemn expressions. Thus, the elder Han Li has indeed opened a virtual spirit hall and brought 3 outsiders within. The beauty inquired calmly, her voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable magnetism that made it unforgettable. Reporting to the palace master, the elder has indeed done so. However, he has already arranged an emergency plan. Bai Yao Yi replied slowly. "Humph, what emergency plan?" "I assent at the same old tactic. Once the enemy is overwhelming and the formation cannot cope, they immediately hide the elite disciples within the virtual spirit hall and tear through space to temporarily evade. Originally, there were supposed to be 2 virtual spirit halls, yet now the most crucial one has been occupied. If something truly goes awry, the number of disciples that can be preserved will be reduced by a full third," the gray-haired elder remarked, somewhat reluctantly. "That cannot be the whole story. Should Elder Han Li truly succeed in advancing to the transformation stage, even if the onslaught of the myriad demons is fierce, it should pose no threat. However, just to be safe, Junior Brother Yi should still make arrangements as per the Elder's directives. I have heard that level 8 and above demon beasts have already appeared on the island, and they are attacking the patrolling disciples from outside," the beauty said, her brows furrowing in concern. "Indeed, there are demon beasts of the transformation stage appearing. They seem intent on clearing our periphery before pressing into our palace, which aligns with their historical strategies. However, there is one point that weighs heavily on my mind." The gray-haired elder's expression turned grave. "Junior Brother Yi, please do share," the beauty inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "According to the information we have received, it appears that this time, in addition to the ice wind from the ICC being stirred up, it seems that the higher-ups of the Myriad Demons Valley are not merely deploying that old greenbacked wolf. There are indications that the old demon Che will also make a move this time," the gray-haired elder said, hesitating slightly before speaking in an uncertain tone. "The old demon Che. It is utterly inconceivable." The beautiful woman's serene expression shifted dramatically, a grave countenance emerging between her brows. "Sister Lu, I too find it rather implausible. However, the multiple pieces of intelligence relayed by our spies embedded in the Valley of 10,000 Demons indicate that this ancient fiend seems to genuinely harbor intentions of making a move." The gray-haired elder sighed deeply. The old demon has existed in the human realm since ancient times, having ascended to the divine transformation stage countless years ago. If it truly intended to act against our small Jijang palace, why would it wait until today? Bai Yaoi shook her head, skepticism etched upon her face. While that may indeed be the case, during the last incident at Kunlun Mountain, it was rumored that not only did the ancient demon realm's holy ancestor appear, but even the demoness from the upper realm made her presence known. Could there be a connection? The gray-haired elder turned his gaze towards Bai Yaoi and inquired. The matters concerning the ancient demon holy ancestor and the demonis are merely circulating rumors among the major sects. No one can ascertain their truth or the source of the information. Although I was involved in that affair, I sustained severe injuries and withdrew midway, rendering me unable to discern fact from fiction. However, Taoist Han, who remained until the end, should possess some details. Bai Yaoi pondered, her delicate brows furrowed. Is it that gentleman you invited? The beautiful woman's eyes flickered as she abruptly asked. Indeed, it is he. Bai Yaoi affirmed, nodding slightly. Regardless, it matters not what transpired at Kunwa Mountain. The invasion of the myriad demons will not change. The old demon is unlikely to personally leave the Valley of 10,000 Demons. It is most probable that it has dispatched an avatar instead. The beautiful woman regained her composure in an instant, speaking coldly. Bai Yaoi and the gray-haired elder, both of whom were somewhat aware of the secrets surrounding divine transformation stage cultivators, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing their sister's unwavering certainty. Before them, the vast ghost city had been illuminated by the soaring brilliance of treasures, appearing as bright as day, dispelling any trace of its former dark and shadowy existence. Jun Mufeng and Yu Han successfully subdued all assassin organizations, except for the two formidable groups, the Exorcism God and the Phantom Shadow. While their sights were firmly set on the Assassin President's Council, discussions regarding the Consultative Bureau were fervently ignited across major cities in Anhui, with residents holding diverse sentiments towards the military government's actions. Perceiving it as a gesture of openness and democracy, I cannot manage such a colossal faction as the Tianmen Society, as long as Uncle Feng can provide ample support to my Xingyu Society. I shall be thoroughly content. Yi Xingchen chuckled. Enough of this. Once I return to the royal mansion, I shall dispatch someone to keep a vigilant watch on any movements from Tu Fingqi felt a slight headache. She remained uncertain whether Feng Wu's current seclusion was to evade Jing Zian or if her parents had rekindled the same thoughts as in her past life, observing Zhou Buning's unrelenting dismissal of Elder Qi. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, mouths agape in disbelief that I cast a cold stare at Huang Zilong as I articulated my demands. These two requests are not excessive. Lin Qingxiang sat behind the table, upon which lay several half-finished paintings of winter plums. Noticing that a servant had entered without knocking, his brows knitted in displeasure, prompting the servant, sensing the master's foul mood, to immediately kneel on the ground. Stealing a furtive glance, the man across the way wore an expression of indifference, merely holding his wine glass and gazing down into the clear sake it contained. Beside him, a youth appeared quite troubled, scratching his head, wincing at the prick of his own stubble. Perhaps Tianzuan harbored some hidden grievances. Wu Chu offered a bitter smile, his voice lacking in conviction as he attempted to console. He had just been summoned by Wang Jin from the military government office, only to be met with such astonishing news upon his arrival. You will sweat profusely in a moment. Make sure to hydrate promptly. Zhao Taizhu instructed before settling cross-legged opposite Lin Xiaoqiao. What do you know? I once heard a Jin say that the phoenix deity travels in a floral chariot. Qin Fingyi remarked. In the bedroom, a single corner was illuminated by a lamp, the dim yellow light seeping through the drapes, rendering everything within a hazy blur. If that were not enough, the carriage owner showed no intention of dismounting to apologize. The vehicle suddenly came to a halt, and a middle-aged man emerged from it. Song Qian, in a fit of indignation, thought that the only one worthy of her in the entirety of Shanghai was Lu Huai. She looked down upon everyone else. However, being well-informed did not equate to being easy to converse with. The Yu family and the prince were old acquaintances, yet it was merely a matter of timing. As they had also been avoiding one another for days on end, it became evident that this prince was far from benevolent. In that fleeting moment, the image of Qin Fingyi grew enigmatic in the minds of the two. Lu's father pinched the bridge of his nose. No, it's nothing. He suddenly felt that perhaps the other party perceived him not as a man, but rather as a talisman for the household. Indeed, although Scholar Fu's temperament left much to be desired, he was honest in his discourse. She too had not slept. She had heard the commotion from Xian Mao's room, yet unlike him, she lacked the courage to intervene. Nearby, a Vietnamese man remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the white bone knife in the hands of the old witch, as if ready to snatch it back at any moment. There are no buts, even if it costs me my life. I would willingly pay the price. Moreover, I am certain I will find her. Yun Haoyan interrupted Hong Guang's words. Chapter 1091. The onslaught of demons. If it were merely the old demon in disguise, there might have been a glimmer of hope in sealing off the island's chilling aura. However, most of the ICC beasts possessed ice attributes and were unperturbed by such restrictions. The gray-haired elder expressed his concerns. Fear not. The ICC's beasts can be dealt with using the treasure left behind by our founding ancestor. This treasure had resided in our palace for countless millennia, precisely for this day's purpose. Thus, as long as we remain vigilant against those beasts of level 8 and above, we should manage. The beautiful matron regained her composure. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoi and the gray-haired elder exchanged instinctive glances, both revealing a look of realization. If the palace lord had not mentioned it, we might have nearly forgotten about this treasure. Indeed, with this treasure at hand, any ICC beast that set foot on our island would be rendered utterly useless. Regrettably, this treasure seemed only effective against low-tier sea beasts. Otherwise, it would have been a formidable weapon. The gray-haired elder chuckled in silence. Well, even so, the impending onslaught of demons is indeed fierce. Our chances of holding our ground are not particularly high. Let those low-tier disciples in the palace evacuate promptly, dispersing as necessary, leaving only those who are truly useful behind, to avert unnecessary casualties. Yes, Palace Lord. On this occasion, Bai Yaoi and the elder responded with utmost respect. After several days of apparent tranquility, the small G palace began to stir, as an atmosphere of tension indicative of an impending battle enveloped the place almost overnight. Not only did the majority of the formations and restrictions open, but numerous lower-ranking disciples also withdrew from the palace, vanishing without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Just 2 days after the conversation between the beautiful woman and Bai Mengxin, within the stone chamber of the Zuling Hall's Xianyu Cave, the seated Hanli suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. The esteemed elder of the small G palace surveyed the other seated individuals, who were in deep meditation, and spoke slowly. The day before yesterday, I elucidated some critical points and techniques to several esteemed friends. Given your aptitudes, I trust that 2 days should suffice for you to grasp this secret art. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the others exchanged varied expressions and simultaneously opened their eyes. The humble monk has no concerns. I have thoroughly comprehended the technique. The monk stated with a smile that I grasped it quite well half a day ago. The elderly woman replied with a tone of pride. I too have no issues. Han Li said calmly that as for Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in the green robe, their competence was self-evident. Since all esteemed friends have expressed their confidence, we need not delay any further. Let us commence our actions forthwith. This breakthrough may take as little as several days or extend over a month. Regardless of success, I hope we can accomplish this secret art in one go. To be candid, I harbor some concerns regarding matters outside the hall that I wish to depart from this place as soon as possible, Han Li remarked, his expression grave. Upon hearing his words, the others had no objections. Subsequently, the three of them retrieved a stack of pre-prepared array flags and discs from their storage pouches, exited the chamber, and began to arrange several extraordinary formations around the cave. Although Han Li and the others needed not to lend a hand, they were keen not to miss any opportunity to observe the secret art, and thus, their cold flames ignited once more as they stepped outside, watching the actions of the 3 small G Palace cultivators with keen interest. As the tools for the formations were already crafted, the 3 arranged them swiftly, and within the span of a tea time, the task was completed. Several layers of formations, centered around a pile of rocks, subtly emanated an ominous aura, with runes flickering in the void. Han Li's form shimmered as he suspended himself in midair, surveying the formations before him. Suddenly, he spun gracefully, and with a flick of his 10 fingers, numerous spells shot forth, merging into the formations and transforming into ethereal wisps of smoke that vanished in an instant. The entire formation emitted a low, resonant hum, with various spiritual lights flickering, while the cold essence of Xianyu, which had pervaded the cave's depths, seemed to be disturbed, splattering and swirling as if cold water had been poured into a hot oil pot. Yet, the massive stone at the center remained utterly unaffected, its milky white cold aura undisturbed. Excellent. While the abundance of Xianyu cold essence is indeed beneficial, it is imperative to maintain the stability of the surrounding cold air. This will significantly enhance the probability of a successful breakthrough, the elder remarked, floating above the pile of rocks, his face finally breaking into a satisfied smile after a careful observation. At this moment, Han Li's gaze fell upon a chaotic pile of rocks, where 5 towering pillars of light suddenly emerged under the influence of the formation. These radiant columns, shimmering with an ethereal glow, were divided into 5 distinct colors: purple, red, white, black, and yellow. Clearly a manifestation of pure spiritual energy coalescing around a massive stone. Moreover, delicate strands of radiant mist intertwined between each pillar, creating an illusion of unity as they flickered. Upon witnessing the formation take shape, Han Li's eyes flickered momentarily, without uttering a word. A flash of azure light enveloped him, transforming him into a streak of azure rainbow that shot toward the purple pillar. As the brilliance coalesced, Hanli found himself gracefully standing atop the luminous column, his garments billowing elegantly. The elderly woman and her companions were not far behind in their movements. Within the next instant, they too ascended to the other pillars, exchanging glances before settling cross-legged. Hanli followed suit. At this juncture, his internal spiritual energy began to flow gently in accordance with the secret technique he had previously acquired. While the purple extreme fire surrounding him gradually became blindingly brilliant, suddenly, with a low exclamation, Hanli altered the hand seals he was forming. Instantly, a sphere of purple light materialized beneath him, coalescing and transforming into a luminous lotus approximately a foot in diameter. This lotus, ethereal as a gossamer wing and stunningly vibrant, radiated an exquisite allure. Concurrently, the purple extreme fire enveloping Hanli surged dramatically upon the manifestation of the lotus, as if it had been stimulated in some profound manner. Noticing this phenomenon, a flicker of surprise crossed Hanli's brow. The secrets imparted by the Coldly Master had not mentioned that these formations could enhance the power of his cold flames, marking an unexpected boon that if he could master the method of arranging this formation, it might prove invaluable in the future. However, he soon realized that as the purple extreme fire intensified, the consumption of his internal magical power accelerated significantly. It appeared that employing the formation to amplify the cold flame's potency might possess certain drawbacks. Contemplating this, he directed his gaze toward the other pillars, where the monks and the green-clad cultivators were similarly manifesting lotus blossoms beneath them. All remarkably similar in shape and size, these individuals were likewise seated within their respective lotus flowers, experiencing the exhilarating surge of the cold flames. Hanli's eyes darted momentarily to the cavern wall nearby. There, nestled within a milky white chill, lay the strand of truine fire he had unleashed, quietly lurking and steadily absorbing the surrounding Xian Jade cold energy, remaining unnoticed by anyone. Fortunately, the entire Void Spirit Palace was shrouded in prohibitive restrictions. Otherwise, he would not have dared to release this strand of sentient true fire so openly. Yet, before he could withdraw his gaze, the voice of the Coldly Master resonated in the air. It seems that the extreme cold flames cultivated by my fellow Taoists have reached a certain level of intensity, sufficient to sustain for quite some time. With this, I can rest assured. I shall now enter the milky white cold mass, and I urge you, my fellow Taoists, to activate your cold flames as previously instructed. Once the Coldly Master solemnly concluded his words, his azure ice flames flickered and undulated, propelling him into the air above the milky white cold mass, where he gradually descended. Following a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the blue flames and white radiance intermingled and flickered, ultimately enveloping the scholar's form entirely within the cold mass. It is uncertain what means this diminutive figure employed, allowing the Qianlan ice flame and Xianjade cold air to collide, yet remain unharmed. This situation resembles a milky white luminous barrier manifesting around the body of the Coldly Master, rendering it particularly striking. At that moment, the middle-aged man clad in azure and Bai Mingxin simultaneously performed a deft maneuver with one hand, each producing a faint blue arrayed disc. The two adeptly gestured upon the arrayed discs, and instantly, a vibrant multicolored light curtain arose around the entire formation, enveloping Hanli and the others within. Subsequently, a tempestuous wind erupted outside the light curtain, conjuring a swirling white hurricane that obscured everything within the curtain amidst its howling, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to discern the happenings within. In other regions of the cave, the previously turbulent milky white cold air gradually returned to tranquility the moment the hurricane appeared. Only a wisp of crimson flame remained hidden in a corner, incessantly devouring the surrounding cold light. As time trickled by, the hurricane amidst the rubble showed no signs of abating, and apart from the sound of the wind, no other sounds emerged from within. After 7 or 8 days, numerous monstrous beasts finally materialized ostentatiously outside Baiming Island, splitting into two factions that approached from both the inland and the ICC directions. The air was thick with demonic energy, and an oppressive aura surged forth. Naturally, the nearby families and small sects residing close to Baiming Island were startled into chaos, hastily relocating their abodes to distance themselves from the island. With such a formidable display, the Xiaoji Palace swiftly received word, and almost simultaneously they lifted the restrictions on the cold eye of the Tianyuan in vein atop the island, causing the cold air to plummet severalfold compared to normal. With blizzards raging across the land, the demonic creatures, primarily from the Wanao Valley, had long been prepared. Upon witnessing this scenario, they immediately stationed numerous lower-tier beasts outside the island to gradually deplete its reserves of cold air. while squads of over a dozen 7th-level beasts surged onto the island. Meanwhile, the hordes approaching from the icy sea showed little fear of Biming Island's cold and snow, directly stepping onto the island, where thousands of beasts swiftly transformed into countless smaller groups racing towards Xiaoji Palace. Although Biming Island is not particularly vast, once these beasts entered, they vanished into the icy expanse as if a bull had sunk into the sea. The high-ranking cultivators of Xiaoji Palace would not permit such creatures to approach the Ice City with ease. Utilizing array restrictions in the boundless cold, a massacre was soon set to unfold upon the island. Chapter 1092. The three great demonic cultivators, several transparent, jellyfish-like beasts brave the white, swirling snow, known as cold charm. These creatures are born from the chill of the heavens and the earth. Thus, despite being mere 5th or 6th-level beasts, they exhibited no fear of the pervasive snow or the chilling winds that could freeze breath. On the contrary, they appeared invigorated, thriving in their element. Suddenly, the lead 6th-level cold charm halted, its pairs of crimson eyes fixated quizzically on a particularly dense area of swirling snow. The other 5th-level cold charms also paused, equally drawn to the sight. In that instant, a piercing sound shattered the air, followed by several streaks of red darting through the snowstorm, moving with astonishing speed, piercing through the bodies of several cold charms and cleaving their demonic cores in twain. With a series of splintering sounds, the icy shards of the cold specters shattered like blocks of ice, scattering across the ground. At that moment, amidst the swirling wind and snow, a figure emerged, a young palace maiden of the Xiaoji Palace, adorned in a white cloak. Though her features remained obscured, her piercing gaze surveyed the fragmented ice before her. Without uttering a word, she vanished in an instant, disappearing into the tempestuous storm. 100 miles away, a towering minotaur-like beast, standing 2 zhang tall, ambled clumsily across a crystalline ice lake, its massive hooves firmly planted on the surface. The creature bore a pair of jet-black curved horns and its fur shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. Yet, it awkwardly carried a colossal blade, the size of a cartwheel, upon its shoulder, moving with a comical gait. However, any human cultivator who chanced upon this beast would find little humor in the sight, for it was a formidable 7th-level demon, on the cusp of transformation, due to the stringent airspace restrictions imposed by North Ming Island. Only creatures of 8th level and above could disregard these barriers and soar freely. All other beasts, including this one, were forced to proceed on foot towards Xiaoji Palace. As such, this seemingly clumsy creature was compelled to advance step by painstaking step. Suddenly, the enormous blade on its shoulder twitched, as if something had vanished in a flash. In the next moment, a deafening crash echoed, followed by a chilling scream that emanated from the depths of the lake. The surface of the ice revealed a deep, razor-sharp gash, several feet wide and 2 zhang long, an abyssal cleft that seemed beyond comprehension. The minotaur-like beast, after a slow examination of the wound, witnessed a torrent of blood surge forth, revealing a half-submerged corpse. A male disciple of Xiaoji Palace. It appeared that this unfortunate soul had attempted to conceal himself beneath the ice, employing a water evasion technique to ambush passing demons, only to be detected and swiftly dispatched by the seemingly simple-minded 7th-level beast. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the creature's eyes as it reached out with one hand, drawing the half-corpse towards it. With a wide grin, it began to feast upon the remains. Within the span of a tea ceremony, the entire corpse was consumed, and the beast, now sated, rubbed its belly contentedly before resuming its journey with the massive blade in tow. Similar scenes of slaughter unfolded throughout North Ming Island, where lower-tier demons fell victim to ambushes or Xiaoji cultivators were devoured by beasts. Yet the conflict was largely confined to low-tier demons and cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Those at the nascent soul stage and 8th-level demons seemed indifferent to the skirmishes below, with one side retreating into the Ice City, while the other soared swiftly above the snow-laden skies, oblivious to the chaos transpiring beneath. This was not due to a lack of desire among the higher-level demons to eradicate the lower-tier cultivators of Xiaoji Palace. Rather, it was the challenge of locating those adept at evasion techniques amidst the pervasive restrictions and blinding snow. Some cultivators even possessed special artifacts that concealed their auras, making discovery increasingly difficult. Even if a few cultivators were slain, it bore little impact on the overall situation. It was far more prudent to conserve their energy for the imminent, true battle ahead. After all, when the time for life and death struggles arrived, every fragment of magical energy would prove invaluable. As the myriad of demons gradually approached the Ice City, within a certain hall of the coldly secret realm, a beautiful woman surnamed Lu sat gracefully upon a jade chair, flanked by 2 rows of Yuanian-level elders from the Xiaoji Palace. who were attentively listening to a disciple clad in white garments as he reported on the situation regarding the disciples dispatched to confront the demonic beasts. This time, 100 high-ranking disciples were sent forth, of which 37 had extinguished their life tokens. It was confirmed that they had slain a total of 128 demonic beasts of various ranks, the majority of which were from the Ice Sea. The second wave of disciples had also been dispatched, and it was estimated that they would rendezvous with the first group within the hour. Engaging the beasts, the disciples spoke respectfully. 37 of our brethren have perished. It seems the time is nigh. They should now be within 100,000 miles of the Ice City. Inform Elder Yi that we shall commence the activation of the sea suppression bell in 1 hour. This time, we must severely injure the lower-tier beasts of the Ice Sea. Otherwise, they will become a significant nuisance when they assault our Xiaoji palace. The beautiful woman, upon hearing this, did not even blink as she commanded. Understood, Palace Master. An elder with white hair yet youthful features immediately raised a hand, sending forth a transmission talisman that spiraled out of the hall. Disciple Ding, activate all the restrictive formations upon the use of this treasure. The high-ranking beasts of the Ice Sea are likely to go mad in their despair, the woman instructed calmly. Yes, another elder responded, rising to transform into a streak of light as he exited. Additionally, alert the disciples leaving the city to exercise caution, for the effect of the sea suppression bell can last only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and once used, it will require 100 years of slumber. Once this time has elapsed, all disciples must return to the city at once, and immediately seal off all secret teleportation arrays to prevent infiltration by the demonic creatures. As you command. Following the series of orders issued by the beautiful woman, shadows flickered as one by one. The Yuaning-level cultivators departed to fulfill their duties, simultaneously, hundreds of miles away from the Ice City. A throng of high-ranking demonic beasts had gathered at a single location, descending upon a small ice mountain with bursts of light. Ahead lay the protective barrier of the Xiaoji Palace, and as they gazed upon the vast expanse of frosty mist, the transformed beasts displayed expressions of solemnity. This group of demonic beings was clearly divided into two factions. One comprised merely a dozen individuals encircling a tall, elderly figure and a small child, while the other group boasted over 20 members, clustering around a slender woman clad in silver. Curiously, the smaller group of beasts was impeccably attired. Aside from their somewhat peculiar appearances, their mannerisms were indistinguishable from those of human cultivators, and their glances towards the larger group bore a hint of disdain. Conversely, the larger faction appeared ferocious, their countenances grim, most adorned in simple garments fashioned from fur and hide, with some even bearing their upper bodies. They bore various weapons resembling swords and axes, some slung across their backs while others were clutched in their hands, although they possessed storage pouches made of beast hide at their waists. They seemed inexplicably unwilling to stow away their weapons. Each beast from this group emanated a palpable aura of savagery, and their gazes toward the other faction were far from amicable. The two factions of monstrous beasts stood resolutely at the opposing summits of the iceberg, their boundaries distinctly marked, exuding an air of irreconcilable enmity akin to fire and water. However, should an unknown cultivator inadvertently wander into this vicinity and behold these two groups of beasts, they would likely be seized by terror and flee in panic. For all the creatures present were transformation beasts of the 8th rank or higher. Moreover, the elderly man, the young child, and the silver-clad woman were formidable beings of the 10th rank, a power that could easily overshadow the majority of the esteemed sects among the 10 great righteous and demonic factions. It is worth noting that high-ranking beasts are inherently stronger than their counterparts of the same level. Among the beasts, the elderly man in a dark robe had a square face that radiated authority, his piercing eyes gleaming with vitality, and his mane of gray hair shimmered with a hint of azure light, projecting an aura of unyielding dignity. The seemingly 6 or 7-year-old boy possessed delicate features reminiscent of an ethereal child from the heavens. Yet his eyes bore a slight crimson hue, as if shrouded in a veil of blood, all the while a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. On the opposite side, the silver-clad woman exuded an elegance that was enchanting, her skin as pristine as snow, embodying the essence of a breathtaking beauty. Yet, despite her delicate appearance, the fierce high-ranking beasts surrounding her lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze, each one appearing utterly apprehensive. Feng Xinzi, I never anticipated that the human cultivators from the Little Extreme Palace would actually take such a bold step, releasing nearly 1,000 years' worth of accumulated cold energy all at once. I wonder how they will respond to any formidable foes in the future, the elderly man suddenly remarked with a chuckle. Why must you feign ignorance, my friend Qing? We did not come here for the cold marrow. The human cultivators of the Little Extreme Palace are oblivious to this matter. They will undoubtedly fight with all their might. deploying all their magical treasures. Otherwise, should we breach their defenses, what use would their stored cold energy serve? The silver-clad woman replied coolly, a flicker of emotion crossing her features. However, I am genuinely surprised that you, Feng, decided to take matters into your own hands. I had heard that you entered seclusion 2,000 years ago and have not left Isabis Island since. Interjected the child, whose voice, though remarkably aged, was incongruous with his youthful appearance, lending an air of peculiar mystery. Under normal circumstances, I would not be swayed, but regarding the ascension to the spirit realm, how could I entrust this solely to my subordinates? The silver-clad woman countered, her gaze shifting to the child. Haha, I did not expect that upon mentioning this matter, the fairy would readily acquiesce. This truly took me by surprise. It seems Feng has long harbored discontent towards the little extreme palace. Eager to seize this opportunity to eradicate the lineage of the ice soul fairy that lingers in the human realm, the child remarked, his eyes narrowing with a mischievous glint. By the way, Brother Che has invested considerable effort into nurturing this incarnation. Would it not be a loss if it were to suffer damage? Chapter 1093, The Sea-Settling Bell. In years past, the Ice Soul Fairy, prior to her ascension, utilized formidable divine powers to freeze Isabis Island for a century, compelling our lineage to confront the cultivators of the Little Extreme Palace. Yet now, after so many years, with the matter entwined with ascension to the spirit realm, it seems we have no choice but to take action once more. The woman clad in silver spoke in a calm and measured tone, her demeanor devoid of any trace of earthly desires. As my friend Feng has aptly stated, this journey is of great significance. If we can acquire accurate information, even at a considerable cost, I would be wholeheartedly willing to accept it. However, I did not anticipate that the most likely remaining spatial node in the human realm would be located within the spatial rift torn open in the void spirit palace of the Little Extreme Palace. Had it not been for my emissaries conducting multiple investigations and ultimately confirming its existence, I would not have acted so rashly. After all, the Little Extreme Palace is formidable, not easily vanquished. After a fit of peculiar laughter, the youth remarked, it is only within a spatial rift capable of accommodating a colossal entity like the Void Spirit Palace that a spatial node could remain stable to this day. I have heard from Brother Che that other locations have already been searched, yielding no fruitful results. Should we fail to uncover anything this time, what are your plans moving forward? The silver-clad woman's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Quite simply, I shall continue the search for the spatial nodes. In ancient times, practitioners were able to locate them independently. Why should I not be able to do the same? It may just take a bit longer. The youth replied, a smirk gracing his lips. However, it seems our time is not abundant. He continued, I have heard that you are a descendant of some ancient demon from the spirit realm, possessing remarkable powers, and your lifespan exceeds that of ordinary beasts. Yet, after all these years, I suspect you have resorted to employing secret techniques to seal your true form, thereby prolonging your life. Since Fairy Feng is aware of this matter, why feign ignorance? The youth's expression darkened, as if struck by a painful truth. Yet, such a method of self-deception cannot be sustained for long. I recently received word from the Five Dragon Sea that the ancient white deer has passed into the afterlife. He was also a descendant of the celestial spirit beasts, having reached great heights since the ancient battles. He never revealed his true form unless his life was at stake. However, even this has only allowed him to survive until now, ultimately facing the cycle of reincarnation once more. The silver-clad woman sighed softly, casting a distant gaze toward the grand array of restrictions, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Thus, as long as we can ascertain the location of the spatial node, I am willing to take the risk, no matter how perilous it may be. If White Taoist is amenable, we might consider joining forces. A glint of intrigue danced across the youth's face as he suddenly addressed the woman. Let us wait until Brother Che truly locates the spatial node. The Little Extreme Palace before us is likely not easily breached. The silver-clad woman wore an expression of ambivalence. Rest assured, Fairy Feng. In the past, we from the Valley of 10,000 Demons have successfully besieged the Little Extreme Palace on several occasions, breaching their ice city and forcing human practitioners to retreat into the Void Spirit Palace. With the assistance of our esteemed allies this time, it should pose even less of a challenge. However, once they utilize the Void Spirit Palace to tear through the fabric of space and escape, we shall require the prowess of our companions, the old man stated solemnly. Fear not on that front. Our Ice Phoenix clan inherently possesses the ability to rend space, that we shall not disappoint you. The silver-clad woman replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, the surrounding transformed beasts, though they could hear the conversation among the three distinctly, dared not interject, each seeming to have forgotten how to speak. As if their voices had been left at home, the youthful visage manifested a faint smile, and just as the boy opened his mouth to articulate further thoughts, his countenance abruptly shifted, and he lifted his gaze toward the distance. Simultaneously, the old man and the woman in silver sensed something amiss, their expressions mirroring his astonishment as they too turned to look in the same direction. All of them felt it. Amidst the vast, frosty mist, an overwhelming and formidable spiritual pressure surged upward, rapidly expanding outward in all directions. In the next moment, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar mingled with the ferocity of a tiger's howl echoed from the horizon. The rank icy beasts, huddled around the ice phoenix, were visibly shaken by this sound, their faces paling as they struggled to maintain their footing. In contrast, the shape-shifting beasts of the myriad demons valley remained unperturbed. Gazing at the icy creatures with expressions of bewilderment, the silver-clad woman, being a 10th-level beast, initially dismissed the toll of the bell, but upon hearing it, her mouth uttered an incredulous and furious exclamation, the Jinhai bell. The ancestral treasure of our IC clan has indeed fallen into the hands of that ice soul fairy. The old man and the boy exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of surprise. However, the bell's influence over the rank ice beasts was evidently fleeting. After suffering a minor setback, the throng of demons unleashed their demonic energy and summoned protective artifacts, causing the bell's effect to diminish to a negligible level. Aside from some dizziness, its impact was nearly imperceptible. Observing this development, the silver-clad woman's expression softened slightly, yet her thoughts were abruptly stirred by something else. Instantly, she transformed into a shimmering light, soaring into the sky. The brilliance then burst in mid-air, transforming into countless slender crystal threads that vanished into the void. After a brief interlude, the light gathered, and she gracefully descended back onto the ice mountain, her visage slightly ashen. What transpired? Why did the Phoenix Fairy expend such immense magical energy to perform a comprehensive search? The old man furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Those from the Minor Extreme Palace are not only utilizing the Jinhai Bell, but are also dispatching a multitude of cultivators to slaughter the lower-tier members of our IC clan. Though I could only sense a small area, many have already fallen victim to their vile hands. The silver-clad woman snorted coldly, her bright eyes chillingly fierce. Is such a thing truly occurring? I have heard whispers of an artifact from noble families that could render ice-attributed beasts immobile upon hearing it. Could it be the so-called Jinhai Bell? But how did it come to be in the hands of human cultivators? The boy pondered thoughtfully. It is of no great concern. This treasure is not as formidable as the legends suggest. Merely a replica of a spiritual treasure, its impact on those above the 8th rank is minimal, and those of that level can withstand the bell's chime with their innate magical power. However, those below the 8th rank are indeed greatly intimidated. The silver-clad woman inhaled deeply, her expression returning to its former composure. It appears this should be a means left behind by the Ice Soul Fairy to restrain your IC clan. How does fellow Taoist Feng plan to act? Shall we send someone to rescue your kin? The old man stroked his beard, inquiring with a subtle demeanor. No need. The influence of the Jinhai Bell will last at most the duration of an incense stick. By the time we arrive, these human cultivators will have long since retreated. Moreover, even if all of them were to be exterminated, it would not amount to a significant loss. These lowly beings are abundant in our IC, and they pose no threat to the vitality of our realm. Furthermore, such a scenario is utterly implausible, even with the assistance of the Jinhai Bell, should they manage to act swiftly enough to capture only half of them. It would be an exceedingly fortunate outcome. Nevertheless, I shall remember this grudge. Listen well, once we storm the Xiaojigong, spare not a single low-level cultivator who has not entered the Zuling Hall. They are to be eradicated entirely. The silver-clad woman lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly raising it, her brows knitting together in a fierce display of murderous intent. The IC beasts beside her responded in unison. Acknowledging her command. Ha. Splendid. Let us commence the dismantling of the formation at once. Although your esteemed sect may not arrive in time, our low-level passage within the myriad demon valley remains intact. As soon as the chill on the island dissipates, reinforcements shall come to our aid. However, prior to that, we must first dismantle the formidable array before us. The young boy chuckled. With that, he opened his mouth, releasing a cloud of dark mist that swiftly transformed into a grayish banner, floating before him. Upon seeing this banner, the silver-clad woman felt a stir in her heart and gazed intently at it. The small banner, measuring only 5 to 6 inches, was enveloped in a shroud of gray light. Despite its palm-sized surface, it was teeming with illusory figures, as if countless monstrous serpents and spirits were interspersed throughout the banner. Yet it emitted not a sound, remaining eerily silent. Could this be the myriad demon banner of your esteemed valley? the silver-clad woman inquired, her gaze lingering for a moment before she turned to the boy. You possess an astute eye, my friend. Indeed, it is this banner. Having absorbed the demonic aura of the valley for countless millennia, its power is truly unimaginable, although it cannot unleash its full might due to being merely a projection. With the cooperation of esteemed friends, I believe that within a few days, the demonic energy within this banner will render the current restrictions null and void, the boy replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Subsequently, he rubbed his hands together, casting a gray spell upon the banner. Instantly, gray light flickered, and the small banner began to spin rapidly, the various beastly phantoms upon it swirling in a chaotic dance. Growing denser and more numerous, the silver-clad woman nodded in approval and then issued a command, prompting the surrounding horde of demons to soar into the sky, some exhaling clouds of mist, others summoning magical treasures. The elderly man, maintaining a stoic expression, issued similar orders, and the creatures of the myriad demon valley transformed into streaks of light, shooting skyward as they too unleashed their treasures. In an instant, a tempest of demonic winds surged forth, almost obscuring half of the sky. The boy, witnessing this, erupted into wild laughter, but his expression suddenly hardened, and he began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. The myriad demon banner before him swelled immensely as the incantation echoed, continuing for the duration of a tea's worth of time. A massive banner, as thick as a water barrel and towering 100 feet high, materialized atop the icy peak, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. The beastly phantoms upon the banner appeared to take on real size, swirling and swirling as if ready to spring into action. Go, the boy commanded with a voice that rumbled like thunder, urging the incantation further. Instantly, the banner resonated with the frenzied roars of countless demons, and the various beasts, enveloped in swirling clouds of demonic energy, surged forth like a torrent unleashed, charging towards the white, misty chill ahead, while the airborne horde of demons followed suit, sweeping down in a formidable wave. Almost simultaneously, amidst the chilling atmosphere, the silhouettes of a dozen individuals of varying statures emerged, concealed within a protective barrier. With a graceful flourish of their hands, they unleashed a dazzling array of light, which surged forth to confront the horde of demons. In an instant, a fierce battle commenced. Chapter 1094. The cold flames purify the essence as the clash erupted outside the Shaoji Palace. Within the tumultuous winds of the rocky expanse of Xianyu Cave, Han Li, seated within a half-zhong-sized purple lotus, performed intricate hand gestures, exhaling a slender stream of exquisite purple flame. This luminous sphere, apart from being enveloped in Han Li's violet fire, was also assailed by 3 chilling flames, black, white, and green, emanating from the elders seated in the other lotus flowers, whose icy breath was formidable. However, at that moment, the 5 individuals, including Han Li, appeared somewhat listless, their faces tinged with pallor. The surface of the luminous sphere pulsated with varying hues of flame, within which faintly lingered the silhouette of a figure seated in meditation. This figure, towering over a zhong in height, possessed an extraordinary physique that seemed to bear little resemblance to the cold Li Shangren. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was a robust cultivator, seemingly in his 30s, yet his features bore a striking resemblance to the original cold Li Shangren, as if he had reverted to his youthful form from decades past. It was indeed a most peculiar sight. Yet, the most striking aspect was the muscular figure, whose upper body was remarkably well-defined, adorned with gleaming silver short blades embedded in critical areas, shoulders, chest, nape, and abdomen, each penetrating slightly within, yet not a single drop of blood spilled from the wounds. Even more captivating was the sight of the figure's eyes gently closed, while several slender, multicolored luminescent worms made his body their nesting ground, incessantly burrowing in and out through his skin, each time a worm penetrated. The figure trembled, a visage of agony etched across his face, as though he were enduring tremendous torment. Upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to discover that these so-called worms were, in fact, manifestations of the various chilling flames condensed into form. With each burrowing, the worms diminished in size, and once they shrank to a certain extent, they would emit a soft pop and disintegrate into nothingness. Immediately, a similar hue of flame would surge forth from the exterior of the luminous sphere, coalescing into another luminescent worm, which would then proceed to delve back into the robust figure. This cycle continued unceasingly at that moment. Should any cultivator gaze within the robust figure's body, they would be astonished to find, residing in his dantian, a miniature version of the figure, akin to him in likeness, merely 3 inches tall. This nascent soul, fingers entwined in intricate formations, was enveloped in layers of azurized flames. Yet the luminescent worms traversing into the body paid no heed to these blue flames, parting them effortlessly to enter through the nascent soul's slightly parted nostrils, only to emerge moments later from its mouth, subsequently exiting the robust figure's corporeal form. The nascent soul remained impassive, yet the azure flames surrounding it flickered mysteriously, casting an enigmatic aura. Time slipped away unnoticed until the robust figure suddenly shuddered violently, abruptly opening his eyes. The individuals, who had been exuding chilling flames, seemed to receive some unspoken signal, almost in unison. They altered their hand gestures, causing the various chilling flames swirling around the luminous sphere to retract promptly, while the lotus beneath them disintegrated into nothingness. Subsequently, they consumed medicinal pills or procured spirit stones, each closing their eyes to enter a meditative state. Such a scene has been repeated over a dozen times in recent days. Each occurrence has nearly drained them of half their internal magical energy. Fortunately, as they are all individuals of considerable wealth, through the use of various elixirs and spiritual stones for recuperation, they can restore themselves to their former state within merely half a day's time. Upon witnessing Han Li and his companions retract the cold flames, the robust man seated within the luminous sphere once again closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of meditation. As time gradually passed, the elderly woman unexpectedly opened her eyes, scrutinizing the man within the light sphere, and let out a profound sigh. "I truly admire fellow Taoist Han Li. He has managed to endure the excruciating pain of the five flames body refinement. Although he has deliberately curtailed the potency of the cold flames, the experience is akin to a living hell. It appears that Brother Han Li must have cultivated some unique body refining technique. Otherwise, his body would have long since collapsed. This is not something that can be sustained solely by a powerful consciousness. Indeed, Lady Long has a wealth of experience. Brother Han Li did cultivate a body-refining secret art in his early years, endowing his physique with resilience far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators," remarked the middle-aged man in the azure robe as he opened his eyes with a slight smile. In a wonder, then, however, we have used the cold flames to refine Brother Han Li's body several times, fully awakening his potential. I estimate that whether in terms of physical form or nascent soul, he has reached his absolute limits, and now only the final breakthrough remains. The success of this endeavor is likely just a matter of days." The monk in the gray robe interjected solemnly, stating that the mysterious cold energy within the formation appeared somewhat insufficient and would require a temporary pause to replenish from outside. Han Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, I did not expect fellow Taoist Han to possess such insight into this secret art, even discerning this detail. Indeed, it is necessary to gather the surrounding mysterious cold energy anew before the breakthrough," came the astonished voice of Brother Han Li, now brimming with vitality, from within the luminous sphere. Han Li's heart tightened as he turned to look, only to see Brother Han Li standing up, gradually rising from the milky white cold light. However, the 5 short blades that had been embedded in him were inexplicably gone, and there was not a trace of injury where they had been. Complemented by the faint smile on his youthful face, which appeared rather otherworldly. "It's nothing. I merely made a casual guess." Han Li chuckled lightly, deflecting the inquiry. Since Brother Han has been observing until now, what do you think of my chances in this attempt to break through the bottleneck? I wonder if your estimation aligns with mine," Brother Han Li inquired, donning a blue robe retrieved from his storage pouch, his tone laced with intrigue as he continued to question Han Li. "You jest, my friend. This secret art is uniquely your own. How could I possibly predict it more accurately than you?" Han Li replied nonchalantly. Maintaining his composure, Brother Han Li laughed heartily, ceasing further inquiries. Suspended in the air, he flicked his 10 fingers in succession, unleashing several spells that vanished into the surrounding light curtain in an instant. Immediately, the formation emitted a strange humming sound before coming to a halt. The 5 beams of light vanished in the blink of an eye, and Han Li and his 4 companions simultaneously descended from the void. As the luminous barrier and the raging winds outside dissipated, a milky white chill surged towards the gathered individuals once more. However, those who were prepared summoned a cold flame that enveloped them protectively. The following day, I shall make slight adjustments to the formation and subsequently gather a portion of the cold energy anew. I urge my esteemed companions to take this opportunity to rest well. When we reconvene at this time tomorrow, I hope you will assist me in breaking through my current impasse. Should I succeed, I assure you all that I shall honor my previous commitments without fail." The venerable Han Li extended his tall frame and respectfully clasped his hands towards his companions, his expression imbued with sincerity. "Rest assured, my fellow cultivators, since we have pledged ourselves to this endeavor, We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, replied the elder woman with a knowing smile. If I happen to fortuitously ascend to the late stage of the nascent soul, this method might very well be our opportunity. The gray-robed monk added nonchalantly. Han Li nodded slightly, choosing not to voice his thoughts. The venerable Han Li seemed quite pleased with the trio's responses. After expressing his gratitude, he began altering the formation's intricacies. Han Li and his companions retreated to the stone chamber, housing the solar essence stone to recuperate. Although their magical energy had been restored, the continuous manipulation of the extreme cold flames over several days had left them mentally fatigued, necessitating a thorough rest. The day swiftly passed. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Han Li and his companions found the venerable Han Li already meditating within the swirling mass of cold energy in the formation. The milky white chill had expanded several fold since yesterday, indicating his diligent efforts for the middle-aged man in the azure robe and by Mengxin. They too returned shortly after Han Li and his companions entered the stone chamber. Only the venerable Han Li remained outside for the entire day and night. Just as Han Li intended to scrutinize the specific changes in the formation, he suddenly heard the monk express a tone of surprise. Seemingly caught off guard, glancing back, Han Li observed the monk gazing upwards, his face revealing an odd expression as his curiosity piqued. Han Li followed suit, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing that the previously discernible entrance had inexplicably vanished, along with the enormous cauldron meant to open the passage. Venerable Han Li, what does this signify? The elder woman inquired, her composure faltering as a wary look crossed her face. Fear not, my esteemed friends. I have temporarily sealed the entrance below to prevent any unforeseen disturbances during my breakthrough. Moreover, I may require the power of the Qian Landing for this endeavor, the venerable Han Li replied calmly, his smile unwavering amidst the cold energy. I see. The monk and the elder exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation, while Han Li narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating the situation. The atmosphere within the cavern grew tense as the realization dawned upon them. It seems I have not considered the comfort of my esteemed friends adequately. I can proceed without the cauldron, but I must keep the entrance sealed for the time being. However, I propose placing the Qianlong Ding at the entrance. What do you think? The venerable Han Li smiled amiably as he addressed Han Li and his companions. Subsequently, with a graceful flick of his sleeve, a swirling blue flame enveloped the small cauldron. Propelling it skyward. In the blink of an eye, it ascended to an altitude of several hundred zhang, hovering motionlessly beneath the entrance. Witnessing this scene, although Han Li and his companions still harbored some lingering doubts, they were considerably reassured to see the small cauldron, which could control the entrance, so far removed from the presence of the cold Li Shangren. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly woman finally relaxed her demeanor and, with a dry chuckle, remarked, "My dear Taoist Han Li, you are overthinking matters. How could we possibly doubt you? It was merely a momentary curiosity. Let us hasten to assist our esteemed fellow Taoist in breaking through his bottleneck." Having spoken thus, the elderly woman did not wait for the others to respond and swiftly entered the formation with a flicker of her figure. Chapter 1095. Suspicion. Han brother, what are your thoughts? The gray-robed monk said quietly. However, I still have some reservations. Be prudent. Shall we advance and retreat together? As for Taoist Long, to my knowledge, she has certain ties to the Ziyajigong, so it would be wise for us to exercise caution. Han Li's heart tightened at the monk's words. He cast a sidelong glance at the monk, who was smiling faintly in his direction. As his thoughts raced, Han Li pondered the truth behind the monk's words when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the Xian Yu cave above, causing the entire cavern to tremble gently, as if struck by a tremendous force. The expressions of the crowd shifted that moment. If they found themselves atop the towering peaks of the Ziyajigong, they would behold an enormous ice phoenix, measuring several tens of zhang in length and radiating a pristine white like jade, swirling around the protective barrier of the mountain as it spread its wings. A frigid wind howled past, and beneath it, the cold air coalesced into a massive iceberg over 100 zhang in size. With a sudden release of its claws, the iceberg plummeted downwards like a mountain crashing upon them. Striking the barrier with a deafening roar, countless flashes of white light erupted, and the once impenetrable barrier contorted in a bizarre manner, yet ultimately held firm. Despite this, the mountain still quaked under the impact, and some of the less stable structures atop it crumbled and collapsed. This magnificent phoenix was none other than the silver-clad woman transformed, angered by the earlier loss of a significant portion of her lower-tier ice, sea demon kin. She, as a spirit beast of the ice attribute, disregarded the outer layer of the cold, restraining formation, tearing through space to invade the skies above the Ice City and unleashing her powers against the protective barriers of the Ziyagong. Though her surprise attack had caused chaos among the cultivators within the Great Mountain, the higher-tier cultivators of the Ziyagong would not permit her to continue her assault unchallenged, just as the white halo around the avian beast flickered. And she began to summon yet another iceberg. A silver rainbow and a sphere of white light surged forth from beneath the barrier, revealing the silhouettes of Bai Yao Yi and the gray-haired elder. Before they could approach the icy winds, Bai Yao Yi let out a sharp command, sending two silver flying swords slicing through the air, while the gray-haired elder, his expression darkening, rubbed his hands together, causing a treasure to swell and shoot forth from his sleeve, revealing a crystal-clear jade bottle. The bottle emanated a mysterious aura, and from its mouth came a resounding roar, adding to its enigmatic presence. Upon witnessing this, the ice phoenix's pale green eyes shimmered, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, several massive ice spears, each over 10 zhang in length, materialized beneath its wings and hurtled toward the two. Upon witnessing this, the elderly man with gray hair let out a cold snort, and in a flash of white light, he formed a hand gesture with both hands. Instantly, the jade vial trembled violently, and from its mouth erupted a dozen streams of black and white light, which, after a fleeting moment, peculiarly entwined around the ice spears. It was unclear what mysteries these lights possessed, but upon contact, the ice spears shuddered and rapidly shrank in size, transforming into mere chopstick dimensions before being enveloped and drawn into the jade vial by the black and white luminescence. The ice phoenix's eyes glimmered with surprise. But before she could ponder further, her figure blurred and transformed into an endless storm of wind and snow, sweeping toward the two individuals opposite her. Bai Yao Yi and the gray-haired elder were not to be outdone. Unleashing two silver rainbows and a swirl of black and white energy, their brilliance clashing head-on. The resounding echoes of thunder reverberated from the mountaintop as the wind and snow converged, and spiritual lights flickered with intensity. Strangely, however, neither the beautiful woman nor the other elders from the Ziyagong made an appearance to lend their support. They were likely either engaged in maintaining the restrictive formation or had ventured to confront other high-tier demon beasts. While the fierce battle raged outside, Hanli and the others within the Xianyu Cave of the Void Spirit Hall felt the tremors of the conflict, exchanging glances of concern. The Coldly Master also cast a glance toward the cave entrance, his face betraying a hint of solemnity that it appeared that the demons had indeed commenced their assault. Given this situation, the cave entrance could not be opened lightly. Otherwise, any disturbance during a crucial moment could lead to catastrophic failure. I intended to rely on the strength of several fellow Taoists to resist the horde of demons and would never engage in any actions detrimental to the three companions. The tone of the elder from Ziyagong grew grave, tinged with a hint of resolution. Brother Hanli, we can understand your sentiments. However, should we assist you in breaking through your bottleneck, and if you were to succeed, while our own vitality would be severely depleted, the balance of power would inevitably shift, leaving us in such a confined underground space. It would be rather unsettling. The monk furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. It was no wonder the fellow Taoists were so cautious. Had it been me, I would not place myself in such a precarious situation either. But does Master Emogio have a solution that accommodates both sides? The Coldly Master asked, somewhat helplessly. How about this? If you have no other intentions, why not temporarily entrust the Qianlong Ding to the three of us for safekeeping? Once this matter is resolved, we shall return the ding to you. This way, we can assist you with peace of mind in breaking through your bottleneck. The gray-robed monk's eyes sparkled with insight as he suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, Hanli and the elderly woman standing within the light pillar were taken aback. But soon they seemed to come to a realization. Very well. This indeed presents a viable solution, Hanli readily agreed. The elderly woman pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in assent. However, the middle-aged man in the green robe changed his expression, unable to contain himself as he interjected. Master Emogio, this is rather inappropriate. Surely, you are well aware of the origins of the Qianlong Ding. It is a specialized magical artifact for cultivating the Qianlong ice flame in our palace. How can it be so easily placed in another's hands? He shook his head repeatedly while speaking. We are merely proposing to safeguard it temporarily. Before we depart from this place, we will return it to you in its original state, with no intention of claiming it as our own. What objection could there be to that? Ouyang, the Taoist friend, exhibited a degree of restraint. The amiable gray-robed monk, who had consistently presented himself as approachable, now showed no signs of yielding. However, just as the middle-aged man in the green robe was about to articulate further, Master Hanli interjected, saying, "Enough, brother Ouyang. Master Ma Jiao's words are not without merit. Very well. I shall acquiesce to this matter. But to whom among the three Taoist friends shall this Qianlong Ding be entrusted for safekeeping?" The venerable elder readily consented to the arrangement, yet his final rhetorical question caused Hanli to hesitate, prompting him to cast a glance at the other two individuals. The monk and the old woman mirrored his silence, momentarily lost in thought. Since this matter was proposed by Master Magio, let the master be entrusted with the custody of this cauldron. I have always held great trust in the character of the master, the old woman remarked, her expression shifting slightly. Hanli narrowed his eyes, swiftly calculating in his mind before ultimately nodding in agreement. Given the trust the two Taoist friends placed in the monk, I shall temporarily take charge of this cauldron, he declared, the gray-robed monk accepting the responsibility with solemnity, seeing that the trio had reached a consensus. Master Hanli did not linger any longer. He directed a finger towards the small cauldron suspended in the air, and after a swift rotation, the azure flames surrounding it receded, allowing it to descend gently. The gray-robed monk, recognizing the significance of the moment, wasted no time. With a flick of his sleeve, a wisp of green radiance surged forth from his garment, enveloping the small cauldron and momentarily sealing it away. Although the cauldron was capable of producing Qianlong ice flames, it also possessed an inherent frigid essence, eliminating any concerns of oversight. This time, Hanli took the initiative, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the violet beam above. To be candid, after several days of observation, he had acquired a substantial understanding of this secret technique. However, the final breakthrough method was of utmost importance and necessitated first-hand experience for complete comprehension. Thus, even though Hanli felt somewhat uneasy about the cave's seal, his confidence as a practitioner of the divine arts tempered his apprehension, even if the venerable elder from the Zaijigang were to successfully break through to the transformation stage. There would be little to fear before solidifying that realm. Moreover, having gleaned some insights from the jade slips left behind by Ling Long during her departure, his trepidation had considerably diminished. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, he discreetly summoned the Tying True Fire into the formation, concealing it beneath a loose stone. This entire process went unnoticed by the others at that moment. The gray-robed monk smiled before soaring into the air. With the others following suit into the formation, without hesitation, Master Hanli snapped his fingers, reigniting the array. Instantly, radiant light surged forth, enveloping everyone within a shimmering veil, while a swirling tempest rose, obscuring the array beneath its cover. Hanli blinked, carefully surveying his surroundings. Although the activated restrictions appeared similar to those of previous days, there was a discernible difference in the fluctuations of spiritual energy. With his near mastery of formation techniques, he quickly discerned some underlying subtleties, silently analyzing them while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Let us commence. Should I truly succeed this time, I shall undoubtedly remember the kindness of my fellow Taoists. The venerable Hanli, shrouded in a milky white cold radiance, let out a deep, resonant chuckle, and then, with a swift gesture of his hands, the blue ice flames surrounding him flickered violently before transforming into a deep azure hue, reminiscent of the vast ocean, captivating the gaze to the point of reluctance to look away. I did not anticipate that Taoist Han Li's Qian blue ice flame could be refined to such an extent. This must surely be the pinnacle of purity achievable in our mortal realm. The old woman murmured enviously upon witnessing this spectacle. Is this the fully refined extreme cold flame? A thought stirred within Hanli, prompting him to gaze at the venerable Han Li for a moment longer. At this juncture, the other individuals began to sit cross-legged, gradually unfolding immense light lotuses beneath them. With a slight smirk gracing his lips, Hanli settled down calmly, also invoking a spell with a flick of his fingers. Instantly, various hues of cold flames manifested around the group. Yet this time, Han Li and his companions refrained from immediate action. Instead, they began to chant incantations softly. The light lotuses beneath them expanded further in response to the incantations, rapidly doubling in size, while the cold flames, bolstered by the lotuses, grew ever more resplendent. Hanli felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, as if he were immersed in a blazing sun. The purple extreme fire within him was thoroughly ignited. Chapter 1096. Demon Soul, enveloped in ice flames. The venerable Han Li emitted a muffled groan, as a sphere of blue light encased a small infant soul, gradually emerging from his corporeal form. This infant soul sat cross-legged, fingers forming intricate seals, yet around its neck dangled a jade talisman the size of a thumb, emanating a faint silvery glow, the nature of which remained a mystery. As the infant soul ascended about 10 feet above its original body, it inhaled deeply and then expelled a plume of blue flame. This flame represented the quintessence of the Qian blue ice flame, painstakingly refined through hundreds of years of arduous cultivation by the venerable Han Li. Now, this flame swirled and transformed into a brilliantly shining blue halo. Appearing eerily beneath the infant soul, subsequently, it gently lifted the soul, propelling it forth from the milky white cold mass, upon witnessing the infant soul's departure from the venerable Han Li's body. Han Li and the others hesitated no longer. They simultaneously pointed towards the distant orb of light with a single hand, and in an instant, strands of extreme cold flames shot forth. An extraordinary scene unfolded, before the flames could make contact with the infant soul. The halo beneath it began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, a tremendous suction force emerged from thin air, causing all the cold flames to tremble and, with a shift in direction, be drawn into the halo. The originally azure halo transformed into a dazzling array of colors, strikingly beautiful, evoking a sense of dizziness that made it difficult to gaze upon for too long. The infant soul issued a low command, unleashing a series of spells that struck the halo beneath it. A thunderous roar erupted from below, as the various flames quivered and subsequently detonated. At this moment, the spells conjured by the infant soul became increasingly fervent, each one following the last without pause, as if it sought to exhaust every ounce of its magical energy in one breath. Meanwhile, the diverse cold flames, compelled by the spells, intertwined and merged after the explosions, swiftly coalescing into a radiant lotus of light. The luminous lotus subtly embodies 6 colors: black, white, red, yellow, green, and blue. While these hues appear distinctly defined, they seamlessly merge into a singular entity, exhibiting an extraordinary complexity. However, the flower spans an impressive 3 zhong in width, rendering the nascent soul within it remarkably diminutive. Suddenly, a series of profound incantations emanate from its core, and as the radiant lotus begins to contract, each inch it shrinks intensifies its resplendent glow. In a fleeting moment, when the lotus has diminished to the size of a foot, its petals take on a tangible form, exuding an immense density. With the 6 colored flames dancing above like ethereal fires, observing this phenomenon, although a flicker of surprise flits across Han Li's countenance, he, like the others, finds his chilling flames growing even more substantial. As these cold flames merge into the luminous lotus, they vanish without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. At that instant, the nascent soul suddenly opens its previously closed eyes, revealing an uncanny golden hue within. Raising one hand, it forms a lotus shape with its fingers. A series of soft popping sounds ensue as countless slender blue threads shoot forth from its fingertips, merging seamlessly with the nearby petals. The incantations continue to flow from the nascent soul's lips, its small face betraying an unusual gravity. As the elevated fingers slowly begin to converge towards the center, the luminous threads connected to the fingers pulse with a vibrant blue light, trembling with urgency. A humming sound resonates from the luminous lotus, prompting the petals to gradually fold inwards under the influence of the blue threads. Moments later, as if time were reversing, the flower morphs into a budding blossom, entirely enveloping the nascent soul within. The 6 colored flames swirl continuously, radiating dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this, Han Li and the others simultaneously invoke their spells, temporarily severing their control over the extreme cold flames. The 6-colored bud then gently shifts, descending downwards. After a flash of light, the bud seemingly vanishes without a trace into the milky white cold mass, disappearing into the head of the coldly Shangren's corporeal form, leaving no sign of its presence. At this juncture, the remaining 5 swiftly unleash their cold flames upon the luminous mass. Immediately, strands of icy radiance emerge from within the milky white orb, piercing towards the physical body of coldly Shangren, incessantly stimulating it with the chilling power of the cold flames, in a bid to assist him in breaking through his bottleneck. In an instant, the formation is filled only with the hissing sound of ruptured air, devoid of any other noise. Outside the Xinyuan cave, on a secluded street in the Ice City, 2 male disciples clad in white robes from the minor extreme palace walk side by side. Their expressions remain impassive, yet their eyes incessantly scan their surroundings, exhibiting a cautious demeanor even within their own sect. The once mighty ice phoenix that had been circling above the Ice City has vanished entirely, leaving uncertain whether Bai Yao and Yi managed to temporarily repel it or let it elsewhere. Although this corner of the Ice City is remote, the ice houses on either side stand neatly arranged. The 2 disciples, having previously gathered information, are aware that the lower-ranked disciples who once resided here had evacuated the Ice City days prior, rendering this place merely an uninhabited dead end. Nevertheless, they remain vigilant, extending their senses outward to guard against any unforeseen occurrences. Here it is, one of the men states, his gaze flashing ahead. He then leads the other around the back of an ice house. Before them, a vast expanse of over 30 zhongs suddenly came into view, where a man and a woman awaited their arrival. You two have arrived rather late. If you delay any further, we shall commence without you. The woman in her 30s remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction upon seeing them. The other figure, a burly man with a dark countenance, stood silently beside her. Both individuals donned the attire of junior disciples of the Ziyagong sect, their garb suggesting a rank far inferior to that of the newcomers. Yet, the woman's brusque demeanor rendered the situation rather peculiar. Our comrades outside have breached the outer layers of the Great Formation and are now less than 100 miles from the city. The human cultivators are conducting their patrols with great vigilance. It took us considerable effort to concoct a suitable excuse to slip away. Were we to arouse their suspicion, all would be for naught. Spoke the newly arrived man with a disdainful snort. The woman raised her brows, preparing to respond, but the dark-faced man beside her grew impatient. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed swiftly, even if merely a distraction. I am unwilling to suffer any losses, he urged. This. The woman fell silent, seemingly intimidated by his presence, as did the newcomers. They each retrieved stacks of formation plates and spirit stones from their storage bags, commencing the intricate arrangement of a magical array upon the open ground. Their movements were remarkably practiced, and in mere moments, a small formation began to take shape. Should a cultivator proficient in formation scrutinize it closely, they would be astonished to discover that it was a temporary teleportation array, albeit one designed for one-way transport. After the span of a meal, as the formation neared completion, a sudden thunderous roar echoed through the air. Without warning, a nearby ice house collapsed, releasing a chilling wave of white vapor. Startled, the four individuals reacted like startled birds, instinctively revealing their protective talismans. A mere handful of demon souls dares to stir trouble beneath the very eyes of Ziyagong? How audacious, came an aged voice as two figures draped in flowing garments emerged from the icy mist. One had drooping brows and 3 strands of long beard, while the other, a ruddy-faced middle-aged man, wore a long sword upon his back. It is the law-enforcing elders of Ziyagong. Run. The woman gasped in alarm upon recognizing their faces, transforming into a green streak of light as she darted to the side. The burly man and the other two followed suit, hastily activating their escape techniques. If a few demon souls can elude our grasp, that would be the greatest of jokes, the middle-aged man with the sword sneered. Raising his head to flick his fingers, instantly, for piercing sword energy shot forth, resulting in 3 agonized cries as the woman and the other 2 were pierced by the sword light, their bodies plummeting from the sky. Only the dark-faced man's azure light stumbled slightly before continuing its flight. Interesting, remarked the ruddy-faced man, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he swiftly opened his mouth, releasing a blinding white beam that rapidly caught up with the fleeing figure, effortlessly cleaving him in two. At that moment, the elder with drooping brows flicked a sleeve, unleashing 4 emerald green, leaf-shaped talismans that vanished in the blink of an eye. In the very next moment, 4 green flowers, which had hastily emerged from the corpse, were struck by the willow leaves, emitting a series of peculiar shrieks before dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing into the void as if they had encountered their nemesis. The red-faced middle-aged man cast a glance at the nearly completed teleportation array, his expression darkening. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a sword chi as thick as a bowl. Following a tremendous explosion, the magical formation vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping pit in its stead. Let us depart. Although this minor thought has been obliterated, it may not inflict significant harm upon these demonic entities. Yet the experience surely will not be pleasant, remarked the elder with drooping eyebrows, twirling his beard. In the next instant, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him as he transformed and ascended into the air. The red-faced middle-aged man chuckled softly before nonchalantly retreating from the scene. A similar spectacle unfolded in the remaining 2 locations of Ice City, where several puppet disciples, possessed by high-ranking demon beasts, were all swiftly captured by the other elders of the Ziyagong. Meanwhile, within a grand hall in the true sanctuary of Ziyagong, the coldly secret realm, 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators, including the master of Ziyagong, were engaged in a serious discussion. Among them, a beautiful woman and 2 others appeared exceptionally pale, seemingly suffering from a depletion of their vital energy. That I never expected the Valley of 10,000 Demons to bring the 10,000 Demons banner. Initially thought to be merely an ordinary imitation spiritual treasure, its power is indeed formidable. If Elder Fong and Elder Huang had not come to assist, I fear I would be unable to fend off that old demon's avatar alone. Moreover, this was only achievable through the constraints of the Grand Formation. However, that old demon's avatar is not gravely injured and will likely return within 2 days. It seems we must take this opportunity to withdraw. The woman with the surname Lu stated, her brows furrowed in concern. Let us leave immediately. Once those demonic entities arrive at the city front, it will not be too late for us to retreat. A burly man with a full beard remarked, somewhat disapprovingly. By that time, it may be too late to escape. Another elder, whose vital energy was also depleted, said calmly, clearly supporting the woman. Humph. And after just one encounter with these demon clans, Brother Wong has already turned into a frightened bird. The bearded man scoffed. Junior Brother Tong, what do you know? You have not witnessed the might of the 10,000 demons banner firsthand, though it is merely a replica. Its power likely rivals that of the ancient sky demon banner. Fortunately, the true body of the old demon was not present. Otherwise, even with the master and us joining forces, we would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. The pale-faced elder replied, remaining unperturbed. Is it truly that formidable? Even so, to breach our final layers of defenses would not be an easy task. If we do not fully capitalize on this situation before hastily retreating. I still believe it is unwise, the burly man expressed, his face showing hesitation, yet he shook his head. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman furrowed her brow and, after glancing at the faces of the others, spoke slowly. Elders, do not forget that the enemy has already reached our outskirts. If it were not for Sister Bai and Sister Yi, who joined forces to lure the Ice Phoenix into the illusory light profound heaven formation, temporarily trapping this demon bird within, we would likely not be able to discuss matters here in peace. After all, that Ice Phoenix is a pure descendant of the celestial spirit beasts, although it is merely a 10th-level demon beast. It possesses nearly half the capabilities of a deity in the transformation stage, far surpassing the abilities of our human nascent soul cultivators. Even though 2 elders are personally controlling the formation there, they cannot confine this demonic avian for long. In light of this situation, it would be prudent for us to prepare for an early retreat. However, Elder Tong's words are not without merit. Hear us the plan. Let the lower-ranked disciples take refuge in the Void Spirit Palace, while the rest of us, alongside the higher-ranked disciples, utilize the remaining layers of restrictions to strike a formidable blow against the enemy, vanquishing as many demon beasts as possible. Then, without lingering in battle, we shall retreat to the Void Spirit Palace and depart. Elders, please remember, our primary objective is to preserve the strength of our palace, rather than to exterminate a multitude of demon beasts. Upon hearing the words of the beautiful woman, the others found her proposal agreeable, and they nodded in agreement. Following her instructions, the group left the grand hall to summon the disciples and prepare for the retreat and the final battle. The beautiful woman, however, remained in the hall, seated alone in contemplation, her brow subtly revealing a hint of worry. What is it? You have made arrangements, yet still harbor concerns. Could it be that you sense something amiss? The beautiful woman sat there motionless, yet suddenly, a whisper echoed in her consciousness, revealing the voice of another unfamiliar woman. Wangquan Guemu, if you wish to avoid the torment of the soul-piercing, then stay put and behave. The beautiful woman's expression remained unchanged, but her consciousness responded coldly, clearly aware of the identity of the other woman. Hee, if you believe you can deal with that 10,000 demon banner, I could lend a hand. As long as you're willing to release some of the constraints upon me, together, we could easily handle a mere banner. The woman chuckled lowly, her tone unexpectedly bold. Release your constraints, dream on. The beautiful woman scoffed. I am considering your well-being. If you choose not to appreciate it, so be it. This time, it is evident that those demon beasts have ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they mobilize such forces? Hiding in the Void Spirit Palace might not be the safest option. I fear that the little extreme palace will find it difficult to evade this calamity. The other woman laughed sinisterly, her words unrestrained. You may speak grandly, but I will not release your constraints now. A ghost cultivator at your level, if released, could cause untold chaos. You should stay obediently within the Zhuangguoling. The beautiful woman remained unfazed. Consider this, if it weren't for my assistance. Could you have reached the late nascent soul stage in just 500 or 600 years? Moreover, if I had not intervened multiple times to rescue you, you would have perished countless times and would never have attained the position of the palace master of Little Extreme. The other woman fell silent for a moment, then emitted a piercing voice, seemingly enraged. What you say is indeed true, but do not forget, had I not retrieved the Zhuangguoling from the 10,000-year-old ice, you would still be asleep underground for countless years. Helping me reach the nascent soul stage was merely to enable me to break the life-linked curse, and your attempts to save me were ultimately for your own sake, the beautiful woman replied coolly. Yet you initially promised me that you would release me. The woman remained extraordinarily furious. I once promised you. Yet who could have foreseen that I would stumble upon a secret technique? One that could leverage your ethereal ghostly energy to achieve greater results with less effort in my cultivation? As long as you continue to assist me in reaching the transformation stage, the binding spell can be effortlessly undone. You are free to depart at your leisure. Assist me in attaining the transformation stage? Do you take me for a celestial being descended from the heavens or the reincarnation of a supreme spirit from the ethereal realm? Was it not my own prowess that allowed me to reach the transformation stage? Compelling me to resort to the path of ghostly cultivation, the woman seethed with rage. Should you fail to aid me in ascending to the transformation stage, I shall, before my own demise, seal you once more. The beautiful matron's expression remained impassive as she spoke. It remains uncertain whether you can even surpass this obstacle before you, and I wager that the soul stones you gathered have been entirely exhausted. Without them, your desire to command my assistance is but a fool's dream. The woman's voice dripped with icy disdain. I possess no soul stones. However, my earlier statements were merely conjecture. Can these monstrous beings truly contend with the spirit hall? This matter requires not your intervention. Our Shaoji palace is more than capable of handling it. The beautiful matron's countenance darkened. She then formed a single hand gesture, seemingly invoking some arcane decree. And the voice of the so-called mother of the Yellow Springs abruptly ceased, never to return. Subsequently, her expression returned to normal as she gracefully made her way out of the Grand Hall. 2 days later, after most of the lower-ranked disciples responsible for the formation had withdrawn, a horde of demonic beasts surged swiftly beneath the Ice City. The practitioners of Shaoji Palace, relying on the last vestiges of formidable restrictions, prepared for yet another fierce battle with the swarm of demons. The manifestation of the old demon, that child, had fully recovered from his prior injuries, accompanied by the old man and a multitude of other transformed beasts, descending upon them like an overwhelming tide. After an exceptionally fierce clash, both sides suffered casualties. However, ultimately, the demons' might prevailed. The child, wielding the banner of myriad demons, voraciously devoured 2 elders of Shaoji Palace, compelling the matron to lead her followers in retreat. Momentarily relying on the last of the restrictions to stave off the onslaught of the beasts. Observing this, the old demon wasted no time in unleashing the full extent of the myriad demon banner's powers, causing countless beastly forms to materialize amid the demonic energy, relentlessly assaulting the final layer of defenses. The practitioners of Shaoji Palace completely retreated into the coldly secret realm, entering the spirit hall. Upon the matron's command, the restrictions within the secret realm were immediately activated. Instantly, the 3 grand halls arranged in a triangular formation trembled violently, and the ground of the secret realm cracked open, revealing a super array that encircled the 3 halls at its center. At a glance, this array appeared to be embedded with an innumerable quantity of spirit stones, densely packed, seemingly numbering in the thousands, with the majority being of mid-tier or higher quality, and at its core, over a dozen exceptionally rare high-tier spirit stones were enshrined. The runes within the array writhed and glimmered, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Moments later, spiritual light began to intertwine and coalesce in the skies above, forming a resplendent silver radiance that nearly enveloped the entire expanse of the secret realm. At that moment, the 3 grand halls suddenly emanated a faint spiritual glow, and 3 massive beams of light surged straight up from the tops of the halls, disappearing into the radiance above without a trace. A thunderous cacophony erupted, and anomalous spatial fluctuations resonated within the light, followed by a rapid, tumultuous rolling of the radiance, gradually revealing a white arc stretching hundreds of feet long amidst the brilliance. As soon as the luminous arc materialized, a tempest erupted within the secret realm. Swirling sands and flying stones, countless ethereal pavilions trembled and collapsed in disarray, while the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Yet, the 3 grand halls appeared to be intricately linked to this spatial rift, their radiance intensifying in an instant. The white arc in the air gradually elongated and widened, as if a monstrous eye was slowly opening, when this spatial fissure nearly occupied half the expanse above the secret realm. Torrents of silver mist suddenly erupted from within, enveloping the 3 ethereal halls beneath its shroud. One of the halls quivered violently, then slowly ascended from the ground, moving towards the spatial rift, with a flash of silver light. This colossal hall vanished from sight, soon followed by the second hall rising in a similar manner. However, as the 3rd hall began to lift from the ground, a flash of white light flickered from a certain spot within the secret realm, and an eerie, large, snow-white ice phoenix materialized. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the spirit bird's emerald eyes glimmered with surprise, yet it remained fixated on the last hall suspended in the void. Suddenly, it opened its beak, and a beam of white light shot forth in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The creature then coldly observed as this hall too was drawn into the spatial rift, making no move to intervene. Once all three halls were absorbed into the void, the rift in the sky gradually closed, followed by a flash of silver light that mysteriously disappeared. All extraordinary phenomena within the secret realm vanished in tandem. Only then did the ice phoenix emit a clear cry, and with a sudden expansion of its wings, it vanished once more in a flurry of white light. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The myriad of demons finally breached the last layer of defenses surrounding the ice city, as the azure-back wolves and their transformed elder and child forms lunged towards the colossal mountain. Amidst this turmoil, the cold and mysterious figure at the bottom of the Xianyu cave, the Coldly, reached the final stage of breaking through his bottleneck. Within the formation, Han Li's purple flame had inexplicably ceased. As he stared in astonishment at a nearby scene, not only he, but the elderly woman and Bai Mingxin also gazed intently at the gigantic stone at the heart of the formation. Their expressions filled with awe, for atop that stone, the luminous orb had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a milky white light lotus. The Coldly sat serenely within, emanating wisps of chill that enveloped him, rendering his form indistinct. Yet, upon his seemingly tranquil visage, a six-colored lotus-shaped mark flickered intermittently, unstable and elusive. More peculiarly, a faint fragrance wafted from his physical form, reminiscent of sandalwood, yet tinged with a medicinal scent that was both alluring and subtly fishy. It was utterly astonishing. Witnessing the transformation into spiritual enlightenment is a rare occurrence in the realm of cultivation, and although few have beheld a cultivator's ascension to this state, numerous tales, whether true or false, have circulated. The phenomenon of the physical body transforming into sandalwood, it seems, is indeed a reality. Surely, once this transformation concludes, the cold Taoist will successfully break through his bottleneck. Observing the extraordinary event before them, the elderly woman murmured, her face betraying an unmistakable envy. That is hard to say. It appears that Brother Han's current situation may be somewhat unstable. It appears that the physical body has merely met the requirements for breaking through to the transformation of divinity. Yet the internal primordial infant's metamorphosis seems to be progressing with some difficulty. Otherwise, the mental mark, forged through our chilling flames, would not flicker so erratically. The old monk furrowed his brow and pointed this out with striking clarity. This predicament is, however, inevitable. Although my fellow cultivator has temporarily augmented the primordial infant's strength using the power of the chilling flames, it is not the result of his own refining, and thus controlling it is akin to a child wielding a hammer. Inherently laborious. Achieving this stage is already no trivial feat. Han Li exhaled deeply and remarked, "Shall we lend our assistance to the Grand Elder in stabilizing the internal primordial infant?" After a fleeting flash of anxiety crossed the face of the middle-aged man in the blue robe, he could not help but inquire, "This is certainly out of the question. Surmounting the bottleneck of transformation into divinity is far from a simple task. Perhaps this instability is exactly what Senior Brother Han Li hopes for. Intending to leverage such power to achieve a breakthrough. If we rashly intervene, we might inadvertently complicate matters further. It is better to observe the changes quietly." Bai Mingxin responded coolly, upon hearing her words. Han Li smiled faintly, offering no objections. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. In truth, even if they wished to intervene, their intentions would likely be futile. After 2 consecutive days of tirelessly manipulating the extreme cold flames, everyone was already mentally and physically exhausted, their spiritual consciousness and magical power nearly depleted. At this moment, they could only witness the senior Han Chi surmounting the final hurdle on his own. Yet, unbeknownst to all, deep within Han Li's eyes, the blue light continued to flicker incessantly, capturing the flow of magical energy and the various transformations of the primordial infant within Han Chi with remarkable clarity, silently committing them to memory. These observations, when revisited in the future, would undoubtedly prove to be of significant benefit to him. For this reason alone, Han Li felt that his decision to remain here was well worth the risk. After all, the opportunity to witness a cultivator's breakthrough into the transformation of divinity is a rare and sought-after experience, and encountering it now could be deemed a considerable stroke of fortune. Although a few others could forcefully observe some aspects with their mental consciousness, their insights paled in comparison to Han Li's, lacking the clarity and comprehensiveness he possessed. As time gradually passed, the duration of which was indeterminate, the figure of Han Chi, seated upon the white lotus of light, suddenly trembled, his body exuding a bizarre fragrance that intensified several-fold. Simultaneously, the lotus mark between his brows expanded abruptly, manifesting numerous illusory lotus shadows that bloomed in full glory. The previously tranquil Han Li and the others were instantly startled, focusing their attention, They beheld Han Chi, who had been seated, now with his eyes wide open, his pupils radiating a golden light akin to that of pure gold. Without moving his hands or lifting his feet, his form gently ascended from the lotus, as if weightless. Han Chi glanced around, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. After a moment's hesitation, he raised a hand, his fingers trembling slightly as if he were executing some arcane gesture. Almost simultaneously, Han Li felt a surge in the residual spiritual power within him, which abruptly surged forth, creating an overwhelming sensation as if it were about to erupt outside his body. Alarmed, Han Li hastily circulated his technique several times, managing to temporarily suppress the loss of control over his spiritual power. The expressions of the old woman and the middle-aged man in the blue robe also shifted dramatically, each thrown into a flurry of confusion. It appears that he is not the only one ensnared by this bizarre occurrence. Han Li's gaze flickered, still perplexed by the unfolding events. A series of faint chimes resonated simultaneously from several nearby formations. The surrounding light barrier quivered violently, and beams of luminous mist shot forth from above, cascading into the formation below. Upon contact with the body of the Coldly Master, these ethereal lights vanished without a trace. Mere moments later, the light barrier began to shatter and disintegrate. The radiant mist from outside transformed into a milky white hue, thickening with an uncanny density as the primal energies of the cosmos stirred. A low voice, imbued with reverence, envy, and even a tinge of jealousy, murmured in the air. Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt a chill run through him. That moment, the Coldly Master's body appeared to be an abyss, absorbing an endless torrent of icy power. Despite the influx, the only visible change was the intensifying brilliance of his golden eyes and the increasingly radiant light between his brows. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a span of time, akin to the brewing of tea, until a resounding crack echoed from within the Coldly Master's body. His seated form surged upwards several inches, while the luminous lotus upon his brow expanded dramatically, obscuring much of his head. Then, in a sudden contraction, it shrank down to a thumb-sized entity, crystalline and translucent, embedded within his forehead. The swirling light mist around them paused momentarily before dissipating completely. The stirrings of spiritual energy within Han Li and the others also faded, returning to a state of normalcy. With a solemn expression, the Coldly Master formed a hand seal and slowly closed his eyes. The six-colored lotus between his brows withdrew its brilliance, returning to tranquility. Could it be that he has successfully broken through to the transformation stage? Witnessing this spectacle, an involuntary thought echoed in the minds of all present. The middle-aged man in the blue robe and Bai Mengxin could hardly conceal their expressions of joy. Yet before any of them could voice their inquiries, a muffled groan unexpectedly escaped the Coldly Master's lips. Instantly, his face contorted grotesquely, and his previously poised hands clutched at his head, as if struck by unbearable pain. This sudden turn left Han Li and the others in stunned silence. Coldly, what is happening? The middle-aged man in blue called out in alarm, hesitant to approach. Hearing this cry, the Coldly Master managed to lift his gaze toward the middle-aged man, but before he could utter a word, the once tranquil lotus between his brows erupted in a frenzy of light, flickering wildly before it detached and fell away. The lotus swelled and contracted, producing a soft pop as it burst apart, transforming into a shimmering orb of six-colored spiritual light. The Coldly Master let out a wretched scream, his form swaying precariously before plummeting into the awaiting milky, white lotus below, curling up and trembling uncontrollably. Elder, at this moment, Bai Mengxin could no longer contain herself. She and the middle-aged man in blue exchanged a quick glance before dashing towards the lotus in a flurry of black and white light. Han Li and the others exchanged bewildered glances, refraining from following. I am unharmed. It is merely a backlash from the primal energies, a minor setback, the Coldly Master unexpectedly proclaimed as he deftly flipped himself over and resumed his seated position within the lotus. His complexion ghostly pale, as the contortion of his face seemed to have finally subsided. Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in a green robe approached. A sense of relief washed over them, prompting them to halt in midair above the luminous lotus. Just as they were about to inquire further, the cold Qiji Shangren hastily uttered a phrase, swiftly flipping his hand to reveal a stack of previously employed silver short blades. With a flick of his wrist, the blades shot forth in a dazzling display of silver light, 16 blades in total. However, the moment these silver blades departed from his grasp, they spiraled gracefully, their tips hovering ominously around his form. With a low command from Qiji Shangren, the 16 blades flickered and simultaneously plunged into his flesh, leaving only short segments of the hilts protruding from various parts of his body, the blades nearly entirely embedded within. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's gaze narrowed, his eyes fixated ahead without a blink. That moment, Qiji Shangren was enveloped in a mesmerizing array of iridescent flames, predominantly blue and white, interspersed with hues of yellow and green. "Dear friends, swiftly retract your cold flames," Qiji Shangren declared, his eyes remaining shut, his voice imbued with an unusual seriousness. The monk, uttering a sacred phrase, gestured towards Qiji Shangren, summoning his own cold flames. The green flames emanating from Qiji Shangren coalesced into ethereal wisps, which swiftly gathered into a small orb shooting forth towards the monk. With a sweeping motion of his voluminous sleeves, the monk absorbed the incoming cold flames, observing the actions of Han Li and the others. They too acted promptly, employing their own spells to retract their frigid flames. Moments later, only a layer of azure ice flames remained on Qiji Shangren, the enchanting fragrance that had once permeated the air dissipating entirely. The elder of the little extreme palace, however, did not exhibit any relaxation in demeanor. Instead, he formed an intricate hand seal while reciting an enigmatic incantation, causing the silver blades embedded in his body to tremble slightly. A low hum resonated as verdant white cold air emerged along the hilts, rendering the silver blades translucent. Once the incantation ceased, the hand gesture transformed dramatically. A series of resounding pops echoed as blinding silver light pierced through the crystalline blades, shattering the icy surface layer by layer, vanishing into nothingness. Yet, almost immediately, the cold air reappeared along the blades, reforming into layers of crystal ice, which, under the influence of the hand gesture, shattered once more. After several iterations of this process, Han Li's lips twitched, realization dawning upon him. The elder of the little extreme palace was forcibly expelling the Xian-Yu cold air he had absorbed within, utilizing the power of the magical artifact. Clearly, he had failed to successfully breach the bottleneck of the transformation god stage. Otherwise, the cold air would serve as the most beneficial tonic for replenishing his vital energy. With a long sigh escaping from Qiji Shangren's lips, he opened his eyes, revealing orbs restored to their original black and white hues. Although his appearance still bore the visage of one in his 30s, he gazed skyward, wearing an expression of profound solitude. "Brother Han Li, are you unscathed?" The middle-aged man in green hesitated, inquiring. "It is nothing, merely a failure to achieve my goal," Qiji Shangren replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. The revered figure of Han Li let out a bitter smile and rose to his feet, causing the luminous lotus beneath him to suddenly disintegrate into scattered wisps of ethereal light, vanishing into thin air. He then gracefully descended onto the colossal stone below. What a pity. It was evident that Han Li's spiritual prowess was merely a fraction lacking. Otherwise, he would have succeeded in his advancement this time. Nevertheless, the secret technique devised by my esteemed friend is indeed a commendable method for transcending the divine transformation stage. The elderly woman sighed softly, her admiration for Han Li's technique apparent. "Thank you for your kind words, Lady Long," Han Li replied. "Although this method proves effective, securing such a multitude of practitioners wielding the extreme cold flames will not be an easy feat in the future." The expression on Han Li's face returned to normal as he spoke in a calm tone. "That is indeed true. Besides the difficulty in gathering fellow practitioners of the extreme cold flames, one must also find a location as frigid as this Xianyu cave, which is undeniably a formidable challenge," the gray-robed monk added with a smile. Upon hearing the monk's words, Han Li's lips twitched slightly, and he could only shake his head in resignation. He then extended his hands, observing the glossy, resilient skin, yet his gaze flickered uncertainly. "Esteemed Taoist Han, since the ritual has concluded, should we not cease the formation and allow us to return to the stone chamber to recuperate our energies?" Han Li furrowed his brow as he spoke, surveying the re-emerging luminous barrier around them. "Do not rush. I have some matters to attend to first. Once I am finished, halting the formation will not be an issue." Han Li replied nonchalantly without lifting his head. The middle-aged man in the blue robe and Bai Mingxin exchanged glances, floating silently above Han Li, their expressions inscrutable. "Master Taoist, what do you imply by that?" The monk, sensing the discord, immediately darkened his expression. Although the elderly woman remained silent, a wary look surfaced on her face, and her hand, concealed within her sleeve, seemed to twitch as if grasping something. She then cast a cold glance towards the trio from the little extreme palace. "Dear friends, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish for Brother Han to return something to our palace." Han Li finally lowered his hands and turned his gaze toward Han Li. The 16 silver blades surrounding him suddenly emitted a resonant hum before retracting, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, seemingly brimming with magical energy. Return what? The monk and the elderly woman could not help but look towards Han Li, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. Are you jesting, esteemed Taoist? This is my first visit to the Little Extreme Palace. When have I ever taken anything from your esteemed domain? Han Li slowly rose to his feet, responding with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a sphere of blue light, within which was a small cauldron. The Qian blue cauldron, the gray-robed monk exclaimed upon sighting it, and in a state of alarm, he hastily rummaged through his sleeve, producing another identical small cauldron. His gaze darted between the two cauldrons, his face filled with an expression of bewilderment. Master Moshe, there is no need for astonishment. The artifact in your possession is neither a counterfeit nor an imitation. It is indeed a genuine Qianlong ding. However, this ding was never singular, but rather part of a pair. Furthermore, both of these precious vessels are mere replicas of a certain object, while what I sought from my esteemed friend Han Li is the legendary Shutian ding, a transcendent spiritual treasure. That treasure, I presume, is currently in your possession, is it not? The venerable Han Li fixed his gaze upon Han Li, speaking in a nonchalant manner. A transcendent spiritual treasure. Is it true that esteemed friend Han possesses such an item? The old matron gasped softly, her eyes narrowing with incredulity, tinged with a hint of greed. The gray-robed monk, too, was taken aback, unable to restrain his scrutiny of Han Li. Prior to this encounter, the two had sought to glean some insight into Han Li's background from the venerable Han Li. Aware that he hailed from a humble place in the southern heavens, the revelation that such a modest practitioner could possess a transcendent spiritual treasure left them utterly astonished. The Shutian ding. Now I see. I would not mind responding to Brother Han Li's inquiry. However, before I do so, I would first request that you address a question of mine. How can you be so certain that I possess this ding? What connection does your esteemed palace's Zuling Hall have with this artifact? Han Li did not immediately deny the assertion. Instead, a cryptic smile played upon his lips. It seems you truly do possess the ding. As for how I came to know of its existence, it is hardly a secret. The purple fire you cultivate, dear friend, is derived from the Qianlong ice flame that accompanies the Shutian ding. Is it not? In this world, apart from the Qianlong ding replicated by our palace, the Shutian ding is the only other entity that harbors such chilling flames. Coincidentally, I have recently refined the Qianlong ice flame to its utmost pinnacle, making me exceptionally sensitive to its lower-tier manifestations. Although I had already harbored a strong suspicion that the Shutian ding resided with Han Li, hearing these words confirmed my beliefs, igniting a flicker of fervor in my eyes. So, you were already aware of my possession of the Shutian ding when we first met? Han Li inquired, brow furrowed. Indeed, that is the case. However, I did not anticipate that you would offer no denial, which took me by surprise. The carefully prepared remarks I had intended to use were rendered unnecessary. The Shutian ding was, in fact, a personal treasure of our founding ancestor, the Ice Soul Fairy. She once traversed the world with this artifact, only for it to vanish upon her return over a century later. After the establishment of the Zuling Hall, I have no interest in questioning how you came to possess this treasure. But it is undeniably ours. If you surrender it, I assure you that I will not make things difficult for you. The venerable Han Li enunciated each word with solemnity. Han Li initially appeared taken aback, but soon broke into a grin, locking eyes with the venerable Han Li without uttering a word. Witnessing Han Li's audacious demeanor, the venerable Han Li's pupils constricted, his gaze turning ominous. I have heard from Meng Yao that you are remarkably gifted. Esteemed Brother Han, though you are merely at mid-stage cultivation, your abilities rival those of late-stage practitioners, and even fiends like the Silver-Winged Night Demon are unable to contend with you. Were this any other place or time, I might indeed find it challenging to deal with you. However, we find ourselves ensnared within this formation, in the secluded depths of the Xianyu cave. Moreover, your magical power has diminished to merely 30%. While the efficacy of my secret arts remains intact, with both my magical energy and physical form at their zenith. As for the odds of victory, do I really need to elaborate? The golden gleam in the eyes of Master Han Li gradually intensified. The middle-aged man in a blue robe and Bai Mingxin regarded Han Li with expressions of grave concern, as if facing a formidable adversary. Unexpectedly, my assistance in your endeavor to break through the bottleneck has instead been utilized by you. Is the Little Extreme Palace always so quick to repay kindness with malice? Han Li smirked coldly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Did I not pay the required fee? Not only did I bestow upon you a refined version of the cold flame technique from my palace, but I also shared with you the method I painstakingly devised over centuries to surmount the bottleneck. Furthermore, the primary reason Han Daoist chose to lend his aid was to witness the effects of this secret art firsthand. for his own future reference. Can this truly be deemed a case of repaying kindness with enmity? Master Han Li snorted dismissively, offering no definitive response. Is that so? Your assertion does seem to hold some merit. However, it is not only Han alone who is ensnared within this formation. The matter of the celestial treasure is of such gravity. Do you truly intend to resort to murder to silence any potential witnesses? Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the monk and the old woman, speaking languidly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two shifted dramatically. Particularly the monk, who cast a furtive glance at the small cauldron in his grasp, his eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Heh, there is no need for you to exert yourself so. My friend, I have known these two Taoists for many years. They would never fall for your insidious provocations. A flicker of malevolence crossed the face of Master Han Li, but it vanished just as swiftly. This matter is strictly between your sect and my palace. I have no interest in becoming involved. You may resolve it amongst yourselves. The old woman shot Han Li a cold glare, her form suddenly shifting. Appearing at the edge of the luminous barrier, embodying an attitude of detachment. As Han Li observed this scene, his eyelid twitched slightly. It appears that Han Daoist has come here specifically to assist Brother Han Li in breaking through his bottleneck. Let us propose this. If the so-called void celestial cauldron truly belongs to your palace, then Han Daoist may simply return this treasure. In return, your palace shall compensate Han Daoist in kind. Given our level of cultivation, it is prudent to prioritize harmony, is it not? The monk pondered for a moment before articulating such a suggestion, seemingly attempting to mediate the situation. Currently, our palace is beset by numerous issues, and I do not wish to foster animosity with Brother Han. Provided that Han Daoist is willing to surrender the cauldron, I shall ensure a substantial payment of spirit stones. An amount so considerable that Brother Han shall never again need to worry about spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Master Han Li's expression softened. However, Han Li merely chuckled coldly, gazing up at the heavens, remaining silent. Witnessing Han Li's demeanor, Master Han Li's face darkened, his shoulders trembling slightly as blue flames surged dramatically, transforming him into a colossal fireball, radiating a dazzling azure light. The middle-aged man in the blue robe, and Bai Mingxin also performed hand seals. One unleashed a flurry of translucent flying swords, while the other flicked her sleeve, sending forth two shadowy short blades that spiraled and danced before them, emitting eerie whistling sounds. The monk, seeing this, displayed a resigned expression, muttering a soft incantation before darting toward the luminous barrier, evidently choosing not to intervene, much like the old woman. Yet, midway through his retreat, the monk abruptly altered his course, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li was taken aback, still unable to comprehend the other's intention, when suddenly the voice of a monk resonated in his ears. Stunned, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Brother Han, take this Qianlan Ding into your possession. I shall assist you when the time comes. In that moment, the monk abruptly raised his hand, revealing the very Qianlan Ding. Mogo. What are you doing? The Master Han Li exclaimed in a fit of rage, although he was uncertain why the monk had chosen to lend him assistance. The arrival of a treasure was not something Han Li would refuse. He gently waved his sleeve, summoning a cascade of azure mist to envelop the ding, intent on drawing it into his sleeve. Seeing this, Master Han Li's countenance darkened. With a sudden gesture, he formed a hand seal and swiftly pointed at the small ding. With a resounding puff, the previously tranquil ding halted midair, the lid flying off as a torrent of azure flames erupted from within, redirecting the ding towards Master Han Li. You truly have meddled with it, the gray-robed monk uttered with a low scoff, already prepared as he reached out with one hand, summoning a green luminous hand that emerged above the ding. Attempting to seize it back, Master Han Li's pupils glimmered with golden light as he thundered, "Break!" A booming sound followed, and the green hand distorted on its back, revealing a shimmering ancient script that materialized in the air. Then, with a tremendous explosion, the ancient script shattered, its brilliance so potent that it obliterated the green hand into nothingness. The Haranlunga Sutra. You have actually cultivated the teachings of the Confucian school. The monk gasped in astonishment. Yet, Master Han Li paid him no heed. With a single gesture, the small ding shot forth once more, returning to his grasp. In that fleeting moment, a wisp of azure thread inexplicably shot forth from the nearby void, ensnaring the ding in a flash of blue light, propelling it back with such swiftness that the others had no time to react. Master Han Li was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he formed a hand seal, uttering a series of breaking incantations. Golden ancient scripts erupted in succession upon the azure threads, their explosive sounds deafening, yet the threads merely dispersed slightly before returning to their original form. Reclaiming the ding into another's grasp, This individual bore another ding, mere inches in size, adorned with floating runes, strikingly similar to the Qianlong ding, from which the azure threads had emanated, the Shutian ding. Master Hanli murmured upon witnessing the scene. This individual was none other than Hanli, who had summoned the Shutian ding. Upon obtaining the Qianlong ding, he flicked the Shutian ding in the air, producing a soft chime as it expelled several azure threads, completely enveloping the Qianlong ding in a shimmering azure sphere. With a sweep of his sleeve, he stowed the azure sphere away, then raised his gaze to regard Master Hanli, a cold smile gracing his lips. Well, you've swiftly resorted to the Shutian ding. Yet, with your cultivation, you can merely refine the Tongbao Ju to its first level at most. Such a statement implies you can only exploit a fraction of this spiritual treasure's potential. As for Master Mogio, I never anticipated you would make such an ill-advised choice. You were compelling me to take action against you. As the venerable Hanli observed the capture of the Azure Cauldron, he did not exhibit anger. Instead, he let out a soft sigh and addressed the monk. The old monk and brother Hanli have shared a bond for over a century. Such actions are merely for self-preservation. I sincerely hope that your esteemed palace does not eliminate my friend Han after dispatching him. The matter of the celestial treasure is of significant import. Brother Hanli had no intention of allowing me to depart from the outset. Did he? I am but a wandering practitioner, not comparable to the connections of Dragon Taoist and your esteemed palace. The gray-robed monk withdrew a shimmering green fish drum from his sleeve, his expression remarkably calm. Master Mogio, what do you mean by that? The once retreating old crone, upon hearing these words, suddenly revealed a glint in her eyes and coldly inquired, "Why must you continue to conceal the truth?" While others may be oblivious, the old monk is well aware of many matters. The Lu Chui sect, presided over by Dragon Taoist, is merely a branch of the Shaoji Palace's outer sect. Is it not? Dragon Taoist is indeed one of the outer elders of Shaoji Palace. Have I erred in my statement? The gray-robed monk spoke with a grave countenance. Who would have thought that the master was privy to such knowledge? Elder Long, it seems you need not bide your time any longer. Let us act in unison. The venerable Hanli fell silent for a moment, ultimately ceasing to conceal the truth. Heh. It appears that my desire to take a respite cannot come to fruition. However, esteemed elder, you have yet to inform me of the matters concerning the Void Heaven Cauldron beforehand. Must such secrets also be withheld from us outer elders? The old crone's face darkened like water. A flash of yellow light illuminating her hand as a dragon-headed staff, measuring over a foot in length, materialized within her grasp. She then spoke abruptly to Hanli in a frigid tone. My actions are driven by the need for discretion. Regardless, we must capture these two and seize the cauldron. With this cauldron as our palace's treasured possession, I believe we shall be well equipped to fend off even the mightiest of adversaries in the future. Hanli replied somewhat evasively, Leave Master Mogio to me. You three should first deal with the lad surnamed Han and obtain the Void Heaven Cauldron. The old crone, her face lined with wrinkles, moved slightly, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, yet she nodded and acquiesced, saying, Very well, let it be so. Seeing this, Hanli wasted no time. With a swift motion of one hand, he suddenly produced a pale blue array disc, while his other hand rapidly gestured intricate spells. This is bad. He intends to activate the restriction. Quick, stop him. The gray-robed monk's expression changed upon witnessing Hanli's actions, and he immediately raised his hand, unleashing a burst of emerald light that propelled the fish drum from his grasp. Following this, he channeled his spell, and a resonant sound echoed from the drum, reminiscent of ethereal music in a tranquil valley, akin to the chants of monks, causing those who heard it to feel a disorienting sensation, as if their spirits were about to detach from their bodies. Yet, all present were formidable practitioners. The old crone, even before the drum could emit a second sound, regained her composure in an instant, snorted coldly, and directed her staff toward the drum, unleashing a flash of deep yellow sword energy that shot forth like lightning. Observing this, the gray-robed monk could no longer afford to focus on the drum's resonance to attack. He hastily poured his energy into the drum, which began to whirl in the air, expanding to a size akin to a boulder. Directly confronting the sword light, a series of explosive sounds ensued as the drum and the sword energy became enmeshed. Meanwhile, Hanli continued his incantations, the array disc in his hand radiating blinding spiritual light. Hanli exhaled softly. He showed no intention of allowing the coldly aloof figure to smoothly activate the formation. With a single hand raised, he flicked his fingers, unleashing over 10 streams of azure sword chi that darted forth from his fingertips, targeting the cold figure who was incessantly gesturing at the formation plate. Hanli's azure sword chi transformed into a myriad of azure rainbows, but midway, It was intercepted by several streaks of white sword chi and 2 black flashes, resulting in a dazzling clash of spiritual light. The attackers were none other than Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged man in the green robe. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi was almost instantaneously shattered into fragments. Han Li furrowed his brow and refrained from hastily intervening in the cold figure's spell casting. Instead, he abruptly flicked his sleeve, releasing dozens of golden flying swords that swam forth like fish, enveloping him in a shroud of golden light. While his gaze remained coldly fixed on the actions of the cold figure, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from beneath him, causing Han Li to pause momentarily. However, he quickly activated his spiritual light, propelling himself into the air from the golden pillar below. At that moment, the violet light beam vanished into thin air, revealing a shimmering circular formation diagram. Han Li felt an overwhelming force of attraction pull him downward, as if his body had become 1,000 pounds heavier. Simultaneously, strange waves of spiritual energy began to ripple around him. Before he could cast a spell, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. He found himself enveloped in a void filled with swirling snow. Countless snowflakes descended from above, while the ground below was crystal clear, revealing a glacial expanse. It was an illusion, quite intriguing. As Han Li's feet touched the ground, he chuckled lightly, though his expression bore no trace of mirth. At that moment, the restraints upon him intensified, and he believed that were it not for his training in the Ming Wangju, his body would indeed struggle under the burden. However, compared to the gravity of the golden magnetic spirit wood, it was nothing to be concerned about. With this thought, Han Li focused his mind, and after a swirling of golden sword light in front of him, the weight upon him was instantly severed. Enveloped in a cocoon of golden light, he began to ascend once more. Han Li cast a sweeping glance around, his eyes narrowing slightly as blue light flickered incessantly. The area was a vast expanse of white, devoid of any other figures, making it seem as though he were the sole living being in this seemingly boundless realm. He then looked up at the sky, where enormous snowflakes appeared to fall endlessly. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with blue light, and with a low shout, the golden light swirling around him shot forth a dozen beams, targeting an apparently empty void high above. A series of explosive sounds echoed from the emptiness, followed by a chaotic dance of golden and white light, revealing a dozen small swords. These flying swords were only a few inches in size, yet each one was crystalline and transparent, having cleverly concealed themselves amidst the snowstorm, silently approaching Han Li. However, he had already detected them in advance, effortlessly shattering their concealed approach with a flick of his sword light. A startled exclamation echoed from an unknown source, unmistakably the voice of Bai Mingxin. Filled with surprise. Yet, those dozen flying swords flickered and vanished into the blizzard without a trace. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals, causing the golden light surrounding him to tremble. He then unleashed a dozen golden small swords, each radiating brilliant light and exuding a chilling aura. These small swords, after a brief spiral, suddenly scattered in all directions, shooting forth with unexpected force, resulting in a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. The dozen or so crystalline flying swords were deftly severed into their original forms by each of the golden swords. Subsequently, under the urging of Han Li's spell, the two types of flying swords emitted a resonant hum, their golden and crystalline lights intertwining and sparking a fierce conflict. Observing this, a glint of severity flashed in Han Li's eyes as he abruptly uttered an unusual incantation. A muffled groan emerged from a certain point amidst the swirling snow, and from several dozen yards away, a burst of white light erupted, revealing a woman in flowing white garments. She appeared, cradling her head in her hands, a pained expression etched upon her delicate features.